Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 8 of the series. Chapter 432, Who Are You? In the virtual network room, as soon as Long Betham connected to the network, it suddenly sensed that something was amiss. What's going on? Lin Feng hurriedly asked. Master, there is something wrong with this network. It seems to only cover the network within the range of the Blue River Imperial planet. It cannot even connect to the networks of the other territorial planets in the Blue River Empire. Lin Feng's heart sank. This was indeed very abnormal. The Blue River Empire was a powerful empire with many territorial planets. It was impossible for the networks of various planets to not be connected. Without linking the virtual networks, it would also pose a hidden danger to the Dominion planet of the Blue River Empire. This was very illogical. Continue investigating. Master, there are many sensors on the network. Some things have been permanently deleted. However, the technology of the Blue River Empire cannot stop my investigation yet. I found some confidential documents, all of which contain information about the Blue River Empire. Immediately after, the secret documents were presented to Lin Feng. From these secret documents, Lin Feng realized that everything had started 128 years ago. After the new emperor of the Blue River Empire ascended the throne, the policy of the Blue River Empire underwent a fundamental change, and started to become more mongering. More than 100 years ago, the Blue River Empire had expanded rapidly and ruled internally under high pressure, as if it was recklessly overdrafting the war potential of the Blue River Empire. The statistics were even more shocking. Originally, the population of the Blue River Empire was in the tens of billions. However, since the war began 10 years ago, the population of the Blue River Empire had increased by a small margin for the first time. After another few decades, the population of the Blue River Empire had even become stagnant, or was slowly decreasing. Even though there was no authoritative data, and the Blue River Empire did not allow population counts, some insightful people felt that something was amiss about this situation. Moreover, the Blue River Empire had always propagandized that its army was invincible. However, the truth was that even though countless armies were deployed on the battlefield, very few people could return. There was conscription almost every year. As for the territorial planets of the Blue River Empire government, many people could only see them through the news of the Blue River Empire. As for whether those planets had been conquered, no one knew. Phew. Lin Feng heaved a long sigh. Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong with this Blue River Empire. Especially the Emperor of the Blue River Empire, Zhou Yan. There was very likely a huge problem with him. According to the news obtained from the Divine Palace, there was very likely a fiend lurking among the upper echelons of the Blue River Empire. However, there was no concrete news from the Divine Palace about who it was. But without a doubt, that there was a huge problem with Emperor Zhou Yan. Walking out of the virtual network room, Lin Feng was still sorting out the previously obtained information in his mind. Should he go straight to the palace and confront Zhou Yan? After some thought, Lin Feng still did not make the decision. He had some reservations. What if the fiend was not Zhou Yan? If he went rashly, he might alert the enemy. Fiends excelled most at hiding. If he kept hiding, it would probably be very difficult for Lin Feng to find the fiend. In that case, he decided not to go to the palace for the time being, and to collect more evidence from various sources. Night fell, and the night of the Blue River Imperial planet gradually quietened down, leaving only armed robots patrolling everywhere. Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded. At the same time, explosions sounded from all directions. Waves of flames soared into the sky. And laser cannonballs exploded on the streets. One building after another was blasted into pieces. It was clearly a scene of war. War. Lin Feng found it a little strange. What other wars could there be in the Blue River Empire now? Hence, in a flash, he flew into the sky and looked down. It's begun. Chen Feng stared intently at his communicator. There would be news from him almost every moment. This was the first time they were resisting the Blue River Empire through armed forces. He did not know if it would succeed. However, his conscience was clear. He had no choice. Otherwise, if this continued, the Blue River Empire would really be finished. The anti-war personnel were very well prepared. In the beginning, they took the initiative and quickly took over the major cities of the Blue River Imperial Planet, especially some transportation hub cities. However, the Blue River Empire had already entered the interstellar era. Some cities and even some key areas were actually meaningless now. What was the most important thing in the interstellar era? It was martial strength. It was battleships. As the Blue River Empire reacted, they began to mobilize the battleships. Even though the anti-war personnel had instigated some of the battleships to defect, most of the fleet still obeyed the orders of the Blue River Empire. As the battleships arrived and entered the battle, the armed insurrection of the anti-war personnel was stopped before it could even approach the palace. Then, many armed robots began to arrest those anti-war personnel. From the beginning of the battle to their defeat, not even an hour had passed. I failed. Chen Feng looked at the ceiling. Sometimes, he also reflected on himself. Had he really made the wrong choice? However, no matter how he thought about it, it did not seem to be wrong. However, he still failed in the end. This operation was indeed a little risky. Not turning more battleships was the key factor to failure. However, the battleships were all inextricably linked to the upper echelons of the Blue River Empire. It was easier said than done to turn them. Hence, this operation was destined to fail from the beginning. Bang. 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 As the robot approached step by step, Chen Feng knew that he had been exposed. However, he did not want to escape, because there was nowhere to run. Now that the battleship port had been sealed, where could he run to? Someone has to sacrifice for the sake of peace. Chen Feng closed his eyes. He had already given up resisting. He could see the robots running towards him from afar. Perhaps in a minute, perhaps in dozens of seconds, he would be arrested by those robots and executed by the upper echelons of the Blue River Empire. Even though he was about to die, he was still very calm. From the moment he became anti-war, he was actually already prepared for this. He did not fear death. What he feared was that his death did not change anything. Bang. The door was shattered by the robot's weapon. In the dust, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air. Then, with a slight grasp, it seized him. Swoosh. Chen Feng had already disappeared from the room. The robots searched everywhere, but in the end, they could only report to the Blue River Empire that they had failed to capture Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng was still in a daze. In his daze, he felt as if he had been held in the water for a long time, and was about to suffocate. Then, he arrived somewhere and started breathing heavily. After a while, he raised his head. His emotions had already calmed down. Who are you? There was a trace of vigilance in Chen Feng's calm gaze as he stared intently at the unfamiliar young men in front of him. Chapter 433, A Great Lie. Chapter 433, A Great Lie. Why did you save me? Chen Feng was very vigilant. The scene just now was very miraculous, even beyond his understanding. This place was clearly deep in the mountains. How did he suddenly come from the secret chamber to this mountain? There were many, many questions that Chen Feng wanted to understand. Chen Feng was very certain that he had never seen this young stranger in front of him before. Although he looked very young and seemed very ordinary, he had a special aura that was definitely unforgettable. If Chen Feng had seen such a person before, he would definitely not be left with no impression at all, unlike now. You don't know me, but I know you. The leader of the anti-war faction, Chen Feng. Lin Feng smiled. He was the one who had saved Chen Feng just now. As for Chen Feng's information, it was naturally thanks to Long Betham. Although the technology of the Blue River Empire was also very advanced, it was clearly much inferior to the mechanical Civilization. Moreover, Long Betham did not stay in the Upper District for nothing. There was a lot of technological knowledge in the Upper District, which was even more advanced than the mechanical civilization. Long Betham had actually been mastering this knowledge in his free time. Hence, it was all too easy to find some information on Chen Feng. Moreover, Chen Feng was a famous figure in the Blue River Empire. Who exactly are you? Chen Feng became even more vigilant. Who I am is not important. What is important is that my goal is actually similar to yours. Do you think there's anything wrong with the current Blue River Empire? Something wrong? Of course there is. Ever since Zhou Yan succeeded the throne, there has been something wrong with the entire Blue River Empire. You suspect Zhou Yan too. However, have you ever left the Blue River Imperial planet? Of course I've left. Don't forget that I was once the captain of a battleship. I commanded battleships and conquered planets for the Blue River Empire. Since you've participated in those wars, what do you think is different from previous wars? Chen Feng gradually went through his memories. In the past, he had never really thought about what was amiss. However, as he recalled carefully, he really seemed to feel that some things were abnormal. I remember now. Back when our battleships went to conquer those planets, we basically did not encounter much resistance. However, the higher-ups gave the absolute order for us to proactively bombard those planets at all costs. Lin Feng nodded. He did not go to the palace to confront Zhou Yan because he wanted to collect some evidence outside. Clearly, the Blue River Empire's external war was in itself very suspicious. Let's go and see the planets the Blue River Empire has conquered. Lin Feng grabbed Chen Feng again. Then, with a flash, they disappeared without a trace. Swoosh. When Lin Feng and Chen Feng appeared again, Chen Feng was shocked to discover that he had already arrived in the universe and was on the 23rd planet, 3 light-years away from the Blue River Imperial Star. This planet was also the first planet conquered when Zhou Yan took the initiative to start a war after he succeeded the throne. Are you a cultivator? At this point, Chen Feng finally had a vague sense of Lin Feng's identity. When warping through the universe, he did not even need to wear any special equipment. If this was not a cultivator, what was? The Blue River Empire was not a remote small empire, but a powerful civilization. It even established a spatial passage directly with the divine Palace of Bamond. Chen Feng naturally knew about cultivators. Lin Feng glanced at Chen Feng. There was no harm in telling Chen Feng. That's right. I'm a disciple of the divine Palace of Bamond. I came to the Blue River Empire to investigate something. You're actually a disciple of the divine palace. Chen Feng took a deep breath and felt overwhelmed. He was a disciple of the divine Palace of Bamond. Chen Feng was once the captain of a battleship, and could be considered an elite executive. Naturally, he knew what the divine Palace of Bamond was. That was the undisputed overlord of the entire Bamond galaxy, ruling over the entire Bamond galaxy. Originally, Chen Feng still had many doubts about Lin Feng, but now that he learned Lin Feng's identity, all his doubts disappeared. Since you know my identity, you should understand that the divine palace has come forward to investigate some matters. Something is very wrong with your Blue River Empire. No matter what you want to investigate, I'll cooperate. Chen Feng even wanted to use Lin Feng's identity and power to complete his goal. Lin Feng did not care about Chen Feng's thoughts of self-interest. No matter what Chen Feng wanted to do, as long as it did not conflict with his mission, he would let Chen Feng be. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Feng led Chen Feng and began warping space again. Swoosh. This time, when Lin Feng and Chen Feng shuttled to this planet, they were all stunned by the scene before them. How? How is this possible? Chen Feng watched all of this with his mouth agape. The planet was bare and completely silent. There was no life at all. This was completely different from the information Chen Feng had received. In the news of the Blue River Empire, this territorial planet had already been completely conquered by the Blue River Empire. The Natives on it had even integrated into the ruling order of the Blue River Empire and were living rather happy lives. But now, forget about living happily, where were those indigenous people on the planet? Even if the Blue River Empire really slaughtered everyone on the planet, this planet was a planet filled with vitality, and could accommodate billions of people. But now, there was not a single plant on it. There was no sign of life at all. Not only was this not a habitable planet, it was even a completely dead planet. It was completely worthless. Master, there are two possible scenarios regarding this planet. The first is that this was originally a dead planet. The upper echelons of the Blue River Empire deceived the army of the Blue River Empire, and deliberately allowed the army to attack this planet to achieve its unspeakable goal. The second possibility is that this planet was originally a planet with life, and had once given birth to a civilization. However, it was slaughtered by the Blue River Empire, and this planet became dead in an unknown manner. However, either way, there is a huge problem with the Blue River Empire. These two analyses were both possible. Moreover, no matter which one it was certain that the Blue River Empire had told a shocking lie. The secrets hidden within must be astonishing. Chen Feng, did you see the enemy when you participated in the battle on the battleship? We've all seen the enemy's battleships. Compared to our battleships, the enemy's battleships are much inferior. However, there must be enemies, right? There were so many people who participated in the war. How could they guarantee that everyone was fooled? Chen Feng's heart was also in turmoil. Looking at the empty planet, he felt that the problem with the Blue River Empire was more serious than he had imagined. What was the Blue River Empire doing with such a great lie? Chapter 434, Mysterious Lifeforms. Chapter 434, Mysterious Lifeforms. Search carefully. If there was a civilization in the past, there must be some ruins of a civilization left behind. Lin Feng began to fly in the air. There was nothing but bare ground everywhere. However, after flying for a while, he saw some ruins below. They seemed to have once been some buildings. Swoosh. Lin Feng flew down, and Chen Feng also found some words in these ruins. This is the ruins of a civilization. There was once a civilization here. It could be confirmed that there was indeed a civilization here in the past. As Lin Feng continued to investigate, he also discovered more and more ruins. Looks like it's the second possibility. A cold glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. If it was the second possibility, that this planet originally had a civilization, but it was slaughtered by the Blue River Empire and became dead, the problem here would be huge. Lin Feng even had a bold thought that this was not the doing of the Blue River Empire. Even the Blue River Empire could not cause a perfectly fine planet to become dead. More importantly, this yielded no benefit for the Blue River Empire at all. The Blue River Empire expanded its territory and warred on all fronts. Was it not to expand living space and plunder resources? Why would it turn a planet into a dead planet? What good would this do the Blue River Empire? Fiend. If it's really the fiend, they deserve to be killed. A trace of killing intent already appeared on Lin Feng. These were all the lives on a planet, but now, it had become a dead planet, cold and desolate. Fiends were the public enemy of the universe. Let's go to the next planet. Lin Feng led Chen Feng out of the 23rd planet and entered the 24th. This planet was much larger than the previous one. When Lin Feng entered the planet, his expression became even darker. It turned out that the 24th planet was just like the previous planet. It was deathly silent, and there was no sign of life at all. Then, the 25th, 26th, 27th. Up until the 69th planet, there was actually no one. There was no sign of life at all. The planets were completely dead. From the moment Zhou Yan ascended the throne and initiated the war, from the 23rd to the 69th territorial star, the Blue River Empire had been fighting in the war for more than 100 years. The overwhelming publicity was all to expand the living space of the Blue River Empire, and to plunder resources. But what was happening now? The territorial planets conquered by the Blue River Empire all turned into dead planets. How could there be any resources left, let alone immigrants? It was impossible to survive on such dead planets. Even Qin Feng's hands and feet were cold, and he was even at a loss. He also vaguely sensed that this seemed to be a shocking conspiracy. What was the purpose of the Blue River Empire by hiding it from the people for so long? Or it was as Lin Feng had said, there was a fiend in the Blue River Empire. All the armies of the Blue River Empire are attacking the 70th planet now, right? Let's go take a look. Perhaps the answer is in the 70th planet. Lin Feng's tone was a little frosty, and his eyes flickered with a cold glint. Dozens of planets had been turned into dead planets. If the fiend was really behind this, it would be a heinous crime, deserving of 10,000 deaths over. These dozens of planets were all planets with civilizations. How many intelligent lifeforms were lost? Commander Quillen commanded the battleships to continue attacking planet Noki. He believed that planet Noki would soon collapse and become a merit medal on his merit wall. He had already commanded such great battles many times. Sometimes, he even found it very boring and not challenging at all. However, as a soldier, he still enjoyed this life very much. He was expanding the Empire's territory and plundering planet after planet at every moment. However, there was still something that made him a little uncomfortable. Apart from the flagship and a small number of battleships, the other battleships under his command were not under his direct control. They belonged to the royal family, and were personally controlled by the great emperor. However, the combat power of these battleships was very strong, which Quillen loved and hated at the same time. Moreover, these battleships were very mysterious. Every time he commanded a battle and conquered a planet, these battleships would occupy the planet. And no one else was allowed to interfere. Even though Quillen was a little dissatisfied and confused, he was loyal to the royal family, so he did not think much of it. Boom. As the enemy's strongest battleship was shot down, Quillen knew that this war was already over. It was time for those battleships to wrap things up. As expected, those battleships had already begun to enter the planet and enforce harsh rule over it. As the battleship entered, no one noticed that the two figures had already flown silently into planet Noki. The Noki civilization. Lin Feng came to the planet. He watched helplessly as countless Noki people were slaughtered. The Noki civilization was actually not weak. On the contrary, the Noki civilization had even begun to enter the interstellar era. However, compared to the Blue River Empire, the Noki civilization was far inferior. Under the strikes of the many battleships of the Blue River civilization, the Noki civilization had lost all their martial strength. They had no power to resist at all. They had even accepted their fate, and were prepared to accept their defeat. They did not know if they would become slaves after losing to the Blue River Empire, but such was the law of the jungle in the universe. If weak civilizations were unlucky, they would be annexed by powerful civilizations and become slave races. Those who were slightly better became vassal races. There was still a trace of hope that the Nokis could become a vassal race of Blue River Empire. It was much better than becoming a slave race. However, when the robots walked out of the battleship, everyone was stunned. They did not expect the ones piloting the battleship to be robots. Even if the technology of the Blue River Empire was very strong, it should not have reached the level where the battleship was completely controlled by robots. It had to be known that battleships were very complicated. If robots wanted to operate them, they had to be very intelligent. However, Lin Feng saw something else from these battleships. Swoosh. He warped directly into a battleship. Chen Feng followed behind. They saw that apart from the densely packed robots in the battleship, there were only a few intelligent life forms with big ears and blue skin. Die. Lin Feng defeated those armed robots, then grabbed with his huge hand and captured all these intelligent life forms. Tell me, what exactly are you? We. Before the blue intelligent life forms could speak, Lin Feng felt a violent force erupt from the bodies of these blue intelligent life forms. Boom. The terrifying force tore the battleship apart. Lin Feng protected Chen Feng with his power and teleported out of the battleship. Looking at the shattered battleship in the air, Lin Feng's expression gradually darkened. What exactly are those things? Chen Feng gasped in shock. Chapter 435, Marshal Quillen. Chapter 435, Marshal Quillen. Cultivator. Cultivators have actually appeared. Lin Feng's face was dark. Actually, the moment he saw those people, he had already sensed that they were cultivators. However, it seemed like they had only undergone one life transition, and some had not even undergone life transitions. They were the most basic and weakest cultivators. However, it was precisely these cultivators who were the easiest to control, and the destructive power they produced was also very astonishing. These cultivators must have been controlled by certain upper echelons of the Blue River Empire. And that higher up was very likely the Fiend. Find him. We must find the culprit. Lin Feng glanced at the panicked Nokis below. He finally understood why the Blue River Empire had never discovered the abnormality of these planets. It turned out that the people who occupied the planets were all sent by that Fiend. Apart from the robots, there were only those cultivators. It was simply airtight. Even if dozens of planets were turned into dead planets, no one would know. What a cunning Fiend. An overwhelming killing intent rose in Lin Feng's heart. All these fiends deserved to die. Hence, Lin Feng did not hold back against these battleships at all. He captured all the cultivators inside. As for those who resisted, he crushed them directly with his hands. He did not even use his combat body, because it was completely unnecessary. He used the law of annihilation to lock down almost the entire planet Noki, ensuring that all battleships that entered planet Noki could not escape. Boom. 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 Battleships exploded. One after another, turned into ashes by the law of annihilation. The battleships were as fragile as the toys of babies. In front of Lin Feng, Chen Feng had already become numb. He could not imagine how a person could be so powerful. He could not even understand it. Could cultivators really be so powerful? However, the intelligent life forms in those battleships were also cultivators, yet the difference was huge. It seemed like it was not that cultivators in general were powerful, but that Lin Feng was too powerful. As battleships were blasted apart by Lin Feng one after another, many cultivators inside were also killed. Finally, someone could not help but spill it to Lin Feng. We were all under direct orders from the Emperor. We were just following the Emperor's orders. After occupying these planets, we will leave completely. As for what happened after, we don't know either. One of the burly cultivators said shakily. Then do you know that those territorial planets have all become dead planets? Lin Feng asked coldly. We know, but we don't dare to talk about it. How terrifying must it be to be able to turn every territorial planet into a dead planet? We definitely wouldn't dare to speak out. Lin Feng roughly understood now. These cultivators were just pawns. Even if Zhou Yan, the Emperor of the Blue River Empire, was not a fiend, he was definitely related to one. You can let us go now, right? Let you go. A cold smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Then, he waved his hand gently. The boundless law of annihilation swept over between heaven and earth, enveloping these battleships. Hundreds of battleships exploded instantly, turning into streaks of flames that soared into the sky. All the battleships that remained on planet Noki were reduced to ashes, and even the sky was empty. Deity above. Great deity. We are saved. The Noki civilization watched as Lin Feng and Chen Feng stood in the void, destroying all the battleships of the Blue River Empire with a wave of their hands. The Noki people were overjoyed, and tears streamed down their faces. They were saved. In their eyes, Lin Feng was akin to a deity, and would always be remembered by them. Chief Commander Quillen, who had just left, suddenly felt that something was amiss. Swoosh. Two figures suddenly showed up in his command ship, as if they had appeared out of thin air. No one actually noticed them. Who are you? Although Quillen was shocked, he maintained his composure. The guards in the battleship immediately took action and surrounded Lin Feng and Chen Feng. Chen Feng took a step forward and said in a low voice, Marshal Quillen, I know you're a hero with illustrious military achievements in the Blue River Empire. But do you really know what you've done? What have I done? I expanded the Empire's territory and opened up living space for the people. I'm a hero of the Empire. I know very well what I'm doing. As for you, Chen Feng, you are the leader of the underground anti-war faction, am I right? Chen Feng was now a wanted criminal in the Blue River Empire. It was all too easy for Quillen to recognize Chen Feng. Marshal Quillen, you think you're a great hero, but are you really a great hero? You expanded the territory and occupied dozens of planets, but do you know the current state of those planets? What do you mean? Weren't those planets developed well by the Empire? Quillen felt a vague sense of unease. In fact, deep down, he had also wanted to visit those planets occasionally, but the Emperor rejected him every time with various reasons. However, he did not think much of it. But now that Chen Feng had arrived, he had no choice but to think much of it. Marshal Quillen, why don't you take a look for yourself now? Chen Feng gave a faint smile. With Lin Feng around, he was not afraid, even if this was Marshal Quillen's battleship. They came to see Quillen on Chen Feng's request. The Blue River Empire could not fall into chaos. Even if there was a fiend, it was Lin Feng's business to eliminate it, but it was his business to stabilize the Blue River Empire. As a member of the Blue River Empire, Chen Feng also loved the Blue River Empire deeply. Hence, he asked Lin Feng to bring him to meet Quillen. Marshal Quillen was the leader of the Blue River Empire's army and had very high prestige. If he could make a rousing call, almost the whole imperial military would respond. At that time, even if there was some unrest in the Blue River Empire, it would be quickly settled. Quillen was a little hesitant, but he glanced at Chen Feng, and especially at Lin Feng, who was behind Chen Feng. He was the marshal of the Empire. How could he not know about cultivators? Only those mysterious cultivators could appear in his battleship without a word, with only the two of them. There was no longer any point in resisting. Moreover, there were also some questions in the depths of his heart. All right, let's go and look at the territorial planets of the Empire. Hence, the battleship turned around and began to fly towards the territorial planets at the back. When Marshal Quillen saw the territorial planets turned into dead planets, his face was filled with shock, and there was an indescribable anger in his heart. That's right, anger. He had never thought that after his hard work in battles, believing himself to be a hero, and pioneering territories for the citizens of the Empire, things would end up like this. They were all dead planets. Forget about pioneering territory and expanding living space, the citizens of the Empire could not even survive. He had been deceived. It was not just him. Countless people in the Empire had been deceived. Moreover, this was not just one or two planets, but dozens of planets. Chen Feng, what exactly is going on? Marshal Quillen's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head. He pointed at Lin Feng and said, I don't know how this came to be either, but His Highness Lin Feng is a disciple of the Divine Palace of Bamond. He came specially for this matter. A disciple of the Divine Palace. Quillen's heart skipped a beat. Of course he knew what it meant to be a disciple of the Divine Palace. If even the Divine Palace was paying attention to this matter. It seemed like this was really a shocking matter of significance. Your Highness Lin Feng, do you know how these planets became like this? Lin Feng glanced indifferently at Quillen, and his gaze gradually turned sharp. Because there is a fiend among the upper echelons of the Blue River Empire. Fiend. For a moment, a sharp glint flashed across Marshal Quillen's eyes. This seemingly frail old man actually unleashed a firm mental power at this moment, catching even Lin Feng's attention. Chapter 436, Time to Wrap It Up. Chapter 436, Time to Wrap It Up. Your Majesty, Marshal Quillen's fleet has returned. In the palace of the Blue River Imperial Planet, Emperor Zhou Yan received a message. Zhou Yan was tall, and his gaze was spirited, as if he was filled with energy. Originally, the technology of the Blue River Empire could allow people to live up to 500 years, but it could not stop people from aging. However, Zhou Yan had ascended to the throne for more than 100 years, but he had not aged at all. This made everyone in the Empire very curious. They even suspected that there had been new breakthroughs in certain technologies. Marshal Quillen defeated the Nokis. Zhou Yan asked in a low voice. According to Marshal Quillen's report, the fleet has already occupied planet Noki now. Very good. I'll celebrate Marshal Quillen's success when he returns. A smile appeared on Zhou Yan's face. He was clearly very satisfied with Quillen. The many ministers below kept their mouths shut. Ever since Zhou Yan succeeded the throne, his performance had been very domineering. He had even used various methods to eliminate some ministers who opposed him, and even their clans. His methods were very ruthless. Hence, the current Blue River Empire had long been under Zhou Yan's control. No matter what decision Zhou Yan made, no one would dare to object. About half an hour later, a tall old man strode in from outside. It was Marshal Quillen. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Marshal Quillen bowed to Zhou Yan, followed by Lin Feng and Qin Feng. When some ministers saw Qin Feng, their eyes suddenly narrowed. They clearly knew Qin Feng's identity. However, they did not say anything. Just the thought of Marshal Quillen bringing wanted criminals of the Empire to the palace so openly was chilling. There would be no peace to be found today. Zhou Yan did not notice Qin Feng. He was a high and mighty emperor. Naturally, he would not care about a mere wanted criminal. Hence, Zhou Yan was still saying with a smile, "Marshal, you've worked hard. I heard that the battle against the Nokis went very smoothly. Your Majesty, the Noki people have been defeated. We have also occupied planet Noki. However, I encountered this young man on my return." Young man? Zhou Yan frowned slightly. His gaze went straight past Quillen and landed on Qin Feng. Even though he did not know Qin Feng's identity, the people around him knew it very well. Hence, they discreetly reported it to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan's expression changed slightly. Then, he said in a low voice, "Quillen, why did you bring the wanted criminal Qin Feng here?" "Your Majesty, I just want to ask you one thing." "How dare you, Quillen? I think you have ulterior motives." "Humph, men, take down Quillen and the wanted criminal, Qin Feng." Zhou Yan shouted. Although he appeared full of confidence and very angry, anyone who looked closely could see that there was a hint of fear in Zhou Yan's eyes. "Who dares to move?" Marshal Quillen's guards immediately charged forward. Due to Marshal Quillen's high status in the army, his guards could also follow him inside. However, no one expected Marshal Quillen to defect. For a moment, the entire palace hall was surrounded by Quillen's men. Zhou Yan was so furious that his entire body was trembling. He said sternly, "Quillen, you want to rebel?" "Your Majesty, this old official's loyalty to the Empire is verifiable. However, this old official has a question, and would like Your Majesty to answer it." "What question?" Quillen immediately said loudly, "The 23rd to the 69th territorial planets have all become dead planets. What's going on?" At the same time, Quillen immediately presented the actual situation of the dozens of territorial planets to everyone. Boom. Everyone was stunned. Dead planets? How was this possible? Those territorial planets were the achievements of the Empire over 100 years. They had conquered planet after planet. Why had they all become dead planets now? They believed in Marshal Quillen. Anyone could betray the Empire, but not Marshal Quillen. Moreover, there was a video apart from the photo. Everything was presented clearly before their eyes. There was no mistake. Those bare patches were shocking to look at. If all the planets in the territory had become dead planets, what was the purpose of the Empire spending countless resources and wealth and sacrificing hundreds of millions of soldiers every year? Could all of it just be for those dead planets? Impossible. All the answers lay with Zhou Yan. If Zhou Yan could not answer, even if he was the emperor, it would probably be the end of his reign. Zhou Yan's face was stark white. He pointed at Marshal Quillen. His lips were trembling, but he could not say anything. It was over. Everything was over. He knew that from now on, everything was over. "Zhou Yan, tell me, why What exactly did you do? Marshal Quillen almost roared. His identity as emperor aside, Zhou Yan was actually still his junior. Quillen was furious and only wished he could capture Zhou Yan and interrogate him carefully. Zhou Yan's face was pale, but suddenly, as if he had received a message, his entire body stopped trembling. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his lips. "Heh, Marshal Quillen, and you ministers, who are even more foolish than pigs, you haven't discovered it for 100 years. So what if you discover it now? I can live forever, and I can always be the emperor of the Blue River Empire. Then, I will always wage wars and conquer planets. As for those planets, so what if they're dead? They're just contributing planets. Those lowly natives on them are not citizens of our Blue River Empire. What did I do wrong? Haha, I will still be the emperor. I will be the emperor for 1,000, no, 10,000 years. I will lead the Blue River Empire to become a powerful empire. Therefore, everyone in my way must die." Zhou Yan pointed. Swish. 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 Streaks of gray light flashed. Then, many ministers in the hall clutched their chests, as if in extreme pain. They gradually fell to the ground, without a trace of life. Marshal Quillen was trembling all over. He was furious to the extreme. "Fire, fire now." As Marshal Quillen roared, many of his guards immediately fired at Zhou Yan without hesitation. Streaks of lasers shot at Zhou Yan, but there seemed to be an invisible protective shield around him, protecting him firmly. Quillen felt even more despair. At this moment, he already believed that their emperor was no longer the intelligent, studious, and ambitious emperor of the past. Instead, he had become the puppet of the fiend. That's right, a puppet. Emperor Zhou Yan was not a fiend. Everyone could tell. "Haha, you can't kill me. No one can kill me." Zhou Yan threw his head back and laughed aloud. "Is that so?" Lin Feng walked out. He had watched the show for long enough. It was time to wrap it up. Chapter 437, Lurking Fiend. Chapter 437, Lurking Fiend. You. Zhou Yan's smile came to an abrupt halt. He suddenly realized that he could not move his body. The method that had always worked just now had actually stopped working now. He even realized that this mysterious young man's gaze was not on him, but behind him. "Come out. Do you actually want me to invite you out?" Lin Feng said calmly. In reality, the reason he attacked was that he had already found the one he was looking for, that fiend. Zhou Yan was just a puppet, and not worth mentioning. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a beautiful woman gradually appeared behind Zhou Yan. As soon as she appeared, it was as if the dim hall lit up. Even the old and prudent Marshal Quillen could not help but be shocked. She was simply too beautiful, even breathtakingly so, as if this beauty did not belong to the mortal world. "Empress, you." A trace of shock appeared on Marshal Quillen's face. He could not believe that it was actually the Empress. He would sooner believe that the fiend was Emperor Zhou Yan than believe that it was the Empress. The Empress of the Blue River Empire did not appear often, but she left a very good impression. She was very virtuous and even assisted Emperor Zhou Yan. Every time someone made a major mistake, and Zhou Yan wanted to convict and kill someone, the Empress would persuade Zhou Yan. Otherwise, it had saved countless people. How could such a gentle and virtuous Empress be an incomparably hideous and savage fiend? "Empress, save me. Save me now." Zhou Yan shouted, a trace of fear appearing in his eyes. However, at this moment, the Empress ignored Zhou Yan. She only stared at Lin Feng, frowned, and said slowly, "A disciple of the divine Palace of Bamond." "That's right. If you dare to act in the Bamond galaxy, you have to be prepared for us to come looking for you." Lin Feng could sense a surging and terrifying power in this Empress body. It was as if once it erupted, the entire Blue River Imperial planet would be reduced to ashes. Just a bit more. Just a bit more, and I would have metamorphosed into a planetary life form. Those who stand in my way of cultivation are irreconcilable enemies. The Empress's expression had already turned sinister. She glanced at Zhou Yan and opened her mouth wide, actually devouring Zhou Yan directly. This scene was a huge shock to Marshal Quillen, Chen Feng, and the others. This was a fiend, a genuine fiend. A mere fiend with 5 life transitions sure has a lot of tricks. Lin Feng raised his brows. This fiend had only undergone 5 life transitions, but the damage she had caused was not inferior to the Black Dragon cult leaders at all. In particular, although the other party was not strong, she began to use her intelligence to control the Emperor of the Blue River Empire. Then, she used the Emperor's authority to constantly wage wars, so that she could devour countless intelligent life forms. What a nefarious method and scheme. Why couldn't you show up a little later? If you had shown up a little later, I would have undergone metamorphosis and become a planetary life form. Then, I would have devoured the Blue River Imperial Star and destroyed this civilization. I was just a little away from success. It's you who destroyed my centuries of hard work. The Empress's expression was completely twisted. There was no sense of beauty left at all. You've been lurking in the Blue River Empire for centuries. That's right. Centuries of hard work, now destroyed in an instant. How could I not resent it? You resent it? Don't the billions of living beings you devoured not feel resentment? I'm a little curious. How did you impersonate the Empress? Impersonate? I'm not impersonating anyone at all. I've been operating in the Blue River Empire for centuries, and long cleared my identity and developed for several generations. Hence, this identity of mine is genuine. Is it that hard to be chosen as the Empress and confuse that fool Zhou Yan with a little tactic? My plan is very perfect, but unfortunately, the strength of the Blue River Empire is still lacking. In 100 years, it only conquered dozens of territorial planets. In the beginning, I only obtained the legacy of fiends, and did not even undergo 1 life transition. But now, I've undergone 5 life transitions in succession. I'm just a little away from 6 life transitions and becoming a planetary life form. I cannot accept this. I really cannot accept this. However, there's still a chance. I'll devour you and everyone on the Blue River Imperial planet. Then, it'll probably be enough for me to undergo metamorphosis. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this fiend had only obtained the legacy of fiends, but could already undergo 5 life transitions and almost 6 life transitions in just a few hundred years. This was just too astonishing. Although Lin Feng had also only used a few decades to attain 5 life transitions, how many fortuitous encounters had he had? How many hardships had he experienced? As for this fiend, just by using the muddle-headed Zhou Yan to launch wars of conquest one after another, and then constantly devouring the living beings. On the conquered planets, she could undergo metamorphosis continuously. Moreover, there was no bottleneck in the cultivation of fiends. In fact, if she devoured the life forms on 1 or 2 more planets, she might be able to undergo 6 life transitions and become a planetary life form. As for those cultivators in the lower district of the Divine Palace, they were still struggling in the lower district, still working hard, hoping to obtain more resources and advance to the middle district. Even the disciples of the middle district wanted to advance to the upper district, but 6 life transitions were like a natural chasm that they could only dream of. However, it was precisely because of this that fiends deserved to be killed even more. They had to devour intelligent life forms from dozens of planets just for the goal of becoming a planetary life form. If they became a planetary life form, they would probably devour hundreds of planets. Fiends were 10,000 times more terrifying than locusts. Die. Lin Feng slammed his palm down. His palm quickly expanded, almost enveloping the entire hall in the end, leaving the Empress with nowhere to run. However, at this moment, the Empress gave a peculiar smile. Foolish cultivator. Do you think I've been sitting on my hands for centuries? If I were anywhere else, I would probably have fled without hesitation. But I didn't flee. Hasn't that made you notice anything? Enjoy. This array is specially prepared for self-righteous cultivators like you. When I devour everyone in the Blue River Imperial planet and transform into a planetary life form, that will be the time you die. Ha ha ha. The Empress stared coldly at Lin Feng, then flew out of the palace. Moreover, the Empress deployed a combat body that exceeded 200 kilometers. Even among those life forms with 5 life transitions in the Middle District, it was quite impressive. As Lin Feng's palm struck down, it was as if countless iridescent rays converged into a terrifying restraining force that bound Lin Feng's palm tightly. Array. Lin Feng scanned with his mental power and realized that the so-called array was actually using the power of the entire planet. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, he would be channeling this power into the planet. This was an array that could only trap people. However, if this went on for too long, and the Empress really devoured everyone on the Blue River Imperial planet, things would be bad. It seemed like Lin Feng had underestimated this fiend. However, the Empress had also underestimated Lin Feng. Chapter 438, Just One Step Away. Chapter 438, Just One Step Away. Greater Annihilative Combat Body. The law of annihilation surged throughout Lin Feng's body. His combat body also expanded rapidly like a balloon. The so-called array tried to restrain Lin Feng, but Lin Feng waved his fist and threw a punch. Boom. The power of the law of annihilation and the combat body was already not inferior to ordinary planetary life forms. What could a mere array do? However, with this punch, the palace was completely reduced to dust. Lin Feng only protected Marshal Quillen and Qin Feng. Everyone else in the palace was reduced to dust. Although Lin Feng abhorred fiends and wanted to save these people, he would not be foolish enough to try to have not a single casualty. For the sake of protecting others. In a battle with fiends, there were bound to be casualties. Sometimes, there would be huge casualties. They had to know the trade-offs. It expanded, and expanded wildly. Lin Feng, who had broken free from the restraints of the array, had already expanded to 900 kilometers in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the Empress was using her combat body to devour the innocent people in the Blue River Imperial planet in a frenzy. When Lin Feng's 900-kilometer combat body appeared in front of her, she could not believe her eyes. A 900-kilometer combat body. She had never seen such a huge combat body. They had both undergone 5 life transitions. Why could Lin Feng reached 900 kilometers, which was several times hers? It had to be known that the legacy she had obtained clearly stated that with 5 life transitions, one would usually only have a combat body of more than 100 kilometers. Those who could reach more than 200 kilometers were already considered outstanding. Those who could reach 300 kilometers were peerless geniuses. But now, what was 300 kilometers? Lin Feng had a combat body of 900 kilometers. Excluding the factor of laws, the combat power between combat bodies was almost proportional to their size. Was there any comparability between a 200-kilometer combat body and a 900-kilometer combat body? Lin Feng was like a giant. His huge hand slammed down hard, and the huge palm covered the sky and earth. The Empress roared at the sky. She was indignant. How could her plan for centuries fail now? Until this palm landed. Boom. The world shook. Immediately after, the Empress's combat body began to collapse. Lin Feng's palm did not just contain the power of the 900-kilometer combat body. He used laws on top of it, and his strength was instantly increased by 100-fold. That was comparable to a planetary life form, and a relatively powerful one at that. How could a mere 200-kilometer combat body resist it? With a single strike, the Empress's combat body shattered inch by inch and collapsed instantly. There was unwillingness in her eyes, but it was futile no matter how unwilling she was. At this moment, she suddenly wondered if she had been too arrogant in the past. Ultimately, she was just an ordinary person who had accidentally obtained the legacy of fiends, but had never seen the world outside. Now that she thought about it, it was ridiculous. Forget about the fact that she had only undergone 5 life transitions. Even if she became a planetary life form, she probably would not be able to escape death. Lin Feng looked at the Empress coldly. This fiend was finally dead. Actually, in terms of combat power, this fiend was nothing. Even without using the power of laws, Lin Feng could easily kill her. However, this fiend was hidden among the upper echelons of the Blue River Empire with centuries of concealment and patient scheming. It was completely different from the Black Dragon cult leader Lin Feng had seen before. It seemed that fiends were also cunning and hidden in the crowd. It was very difficult to find them. No wonder, even though the Divine Palace of Bamand had always taken fiends seriously, and would even issue missions to investigate. Whenever there were traces of fiends, there were still so many fiends active in the Bamand galaxy. It was probably because these fiends had all learned their lesson, and were concealed among billions of living beings. It was just too difficult to find them. The Divine Palace was not actually afraid of fiends like the Black Dragon cult leader. In fact, they were very happy. This was because when encountering such foolish fiends, all they needed to do was send some powerful disciples, and it'd be easily dealt with. I've completed the first mission. Lin Feng looked down. Marshal Quillen and Chen Feng were both staring blankly at the sky. Lin Feng's figure quickly returned to its original state, and he flew in front of Marshal Quillen and Chen Feng. The palace has been destroyed. Although the losses were heavy, the fiend has been eliminated. You can rebuild the Blue River Empire. Marshal Quillen, Chen Feng is actually very good. I'll leave the rebuilding of the Blue River civilization to you. If you discover any traces of fiends again, you must report it to the Divine Palace. Someone will naturally come to deal with it for you. Marshal Quillen and Chen Feng hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng had said, the Blue River Imperial Planet had suffered heavy losses this time, and even the Emperor was dead. However, this was actually a good thing. They could reorganize their resources and build their civilization again. Swoosh. With that, Lin Feng stepped into the air and left the Blue River Imperial Planet. There was another mission regarding the Matrix civilization. However, this mission was somewhat dangerous even for planetary lifeforms. Even though it was only a possibility, Lin Feng could not afford to be careless if there was even a slight chance. Moreover, Lin Feng had completed the mission of the Blue River Empire and could obtain a star bloom first. He also wanted to see if this star bloom could allow his combat body to reach consummation. Hence, Lin Feng eagerly returned to the Divine Palace through the spatial passage. Lin Feng turned in the mission. Everything went smoothly. He also successfully obtained the mission reward of the Blue River Empire, a star bloom. This magnificent star bloom seemed to be much larger than the one Raymond had given him. Actually, there was a huge difference between star blooms as well. For example, the older the star bloom, the greater its effect, and the more mature it appeared. This star bloom was slightly older than the star bloom given by Raymond. Lin Feng eagerly used this star bloom. Immediately, his combat body cells began to divide rapidly, and at a faster and more ferocious speed than with the previous star bloom. For a time, Lin Feng's combat body expanded rapidly. 910 kilometers, 920 kilometers, 930 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's combat body continued to expand, expand, and expand. Finally, it expanded to 980 kilometers before stopping. In comparison, the last star bloom had increased Lin Feng's combat body by 70 kilometers. Now, this star bloom had increased Lin Feng's combat body by 80 kilometers. As expected, the effect was better. Unfortunately, there was only one star bloom. If there was a second or third star bloom, Lin Feng would be confident that he could improve his combat body to the consummate state. He could already sense that he was only one step away from consummation of his combat body. Once his combat body was consummate, he could undergo 6 life transitions and metamorphose into a planetary life form in the most natural way. Lin Feng had been waiting for this day for a very long time. I'll go to the Matrix civilization and complete the second mission. I must obtain those 2 star blooms no matter what. Lin Feng could not quite control the excitement in his heart. Even if the Matrix civilization's mission might be a little dangerous, he was only one step away from 6 life transitions. Lin Feng naturally would not pass it up. Chapter 439, Mission Change. Chapter 439, Mission Change. The Matrix civilization was one of the most powerful technological civilizations in the Bemond galaxy. Moreover, the Matrix civilization was very open-minded. During the early stages of the civilization, it had expanded territories continuously. But now, the Matrix civilization was already expanding in another way, and that was commerce. Relying on advanced technology, the spaceships of the Matrix civilization were extremely fast. They could travel to many planets in the galaxy, and trade with some civilizations on the planets to obtain the resources they needed. They even did business with other galaxies beyond the Bemond galaxy. The territorial planets of the Matrix civilization were also maintained at 1,000. Including the home planet, Planet Matrix, there were only 1,001 of them. From then on, it did not continue to expand for thousands of years. Hence, the Matrix civilization was a peaceful, powerful, open, and inclusive civilization. When Lin Feng passed through the spatial passage and arrived at the Matrix civilization, he realized that the other party was not surprised. In reality, even usually, some people from the Divine Palace would come to the Matrix civilization through the spatial passage. There were many trading venues in the Matrix civilization. They even traded some cosmic miraculous items, which were very helpful to cultivators. Therefore, there were many cultivators in the Matrix civilization. However, no one dared to rely on their strength to act out in the Matrix civilization. The Matrix civilization had a specialized hunting team. They controlled terrifying technological weapons that could kill even advanced planetary life forms. Of course, such weapons were also considered strategic weapons. The Matrix civilization would not use them unless absolutely necessary. Walking out of the spatial passage, Lin Feng blended into the crowd. Standing in the downtown area, he heaved a sigh of relief deep down. Compared to the air of oppression in the Blue River Empire, the Matrix civilization was really open and free. It was somewhat similar to Lin Feng's home planet, and made Lin Feng feel as if he had returned to his home planet. Even Lin Feng himself did not quite believe that fiends existed in such a powerful, prosperous, open, and inclusive civilization. However, since it was a mission and intelligence given by the Divine Palace, it should not be wrong. The information provided by the Divine Palace was limited. They only suspected that there were fiends in the Matrix civilization, and their goal was unknown. The Divine Palace did not know what those fiends' true goal was. This mission was indeed a little tricky. Fortunately, there was no time limit. Lin Feng had plenty of time to investigate slowly. As he had already done a mission in the Blue River Empire, Lin Feng had gained some experience. Any hidden fiend must have a motive. For example, they would devour life forms. Planetary-level fiends might even devour planets directly. Then, he only needed to investigate the major events that had happened to the Matrix civilization in the past few centuries. Long Betham was best at this. Hence, Lin Feng entered the virtual network room and asked Long Betham to investigate the major events that happened in the Matrix civilization over the past few centuries. After Long Betham investigated, it actually reported many major events. However, after Lin Feng analyzed them carefully, none of them was related to war or planets. Most of them were about major matters on economy and commerce, as well as news about some adventurers. Adventurer was a relatively popular profession in the Matrix civilization. The Matrix civilization was highly materially developed. Many people chose to become adventurers in order to get a glimpse of the miracles of the universe. They piloted all kinds of spaceships and left the Bemond galaxy to some unknown galaxies. Of course, most adventurers never returned, but occasionally, some adventurers would send back news, and recorded the many other galaxies one after another. The Matrix civilization even had a special television channel that reported on these adventurers. It was highly popular among the Matrix people. However, could these adventurers possibly be fiends? Even Lin Feng himself could not really believe it. How could fiends be bored enough to go exploring? It would not be of any benefit to fiends either. No planets were devoured, and no intelligent life forms had disappeared by the masses. For the first time, Lin Feng felt the strangeness of this mission. If there were really fiends hidden in the Matrix civilization, what was their goal? It had to be known that if fiends did not devour, they would not be able to improve, let alone undergo a life transition. Only by constantly devouring could a fiend improve continuously. Looks like I'll have to stay in the Matrix civilization for a long time. Lin Feng did not give up. This mission would not be that simple. Otherwise, the rewards would not be so generous. Lin Feng decided to stay in the Matrix civilization. He would treat it as if he was a tourist, here to properly experience the prosperity of the Matrix civilization. This kind of opportunity was rare for Lin Feng. Ever since he came to the universe, he had been cultivating non-stop. Like an ascetic. How could he have the time to experience the prosperity of the various civilizations in the universe? Right now, he could just treat it as a vacation trip in the universe, and take the opportunity to relax himself. Lin Feng checked into a high-end hotel directly. He had a large amount of energy units. This was hard currency in the entire universe. Even if he lived a life of pleasure in the Matrix civilization for 1,000 years, he would not be able to use up that many energy units. The Crystal Palace Hotel was one of the most luxurious chain hotels in the Matrix civilization. It received distinguished guests from all over the universe. Of course, the price was not cheap. The Crystal Palace Hotel also provided all kinds of entertainment programs. There were even certain special services, but Lin Feng would not care for those. He asked around for some novel information on the Matrix civilization. The hotel staff told him everything they knew. There was no need for Lin Feng to be so cautious. The openness of the Matrix civilization surprised even Lin Feng. During the 10 days he stayed on planet Matrix, Lin Feng went to various places every day to observe everything about the Matrix civilization. He realized that everything in the Matrix civilization was in order, and there was no chaos at all. Moreover, the upper echelons of the Matrix civilization seemed to be very wary of fiends. Even some ordinary people knew about the existence of fiends. In the Matrix civilization, fiends could be said to be hated by everyone. There was no space for fiends to survive here at all. Lin Feng could not help but wonder if he could complete this mission. Or rather, how could he complete the mission if there were no fiends in the Matrix civilization at all? Just as Lin Feng was considering whether to leave the Matrix civilization and return to the Divine Palace to give up on this mission, he suddenly received a message from the Divine Palace. Beep. Disciple of the upper district of the Divine Palace, His Highness Domala has lost contact on planet Matrix for 8 days. It is very likely that he is in danger. The mission has now been changed. Find His Highness Domala, and investigate traces of the fiends in the Matrix civilization at the same time. Reward for accomplishing the mission is doubled. Lin Feng looked at this sudden message, and his expression turned solemn. The disappearance of a Divine Palace disciple, and a disciple from the upper district at that, was a serious matter. He did not think that His Highness Domala had gone somewhere he could not be contacted. That was impossible. As a planetary life form, how could Domala not know the importance of the mission? Lin Feng was clearly not the only one who accepted this mission. However, now that a dignified planetary life form had disappeared silently, the situation immediately became grim. Chapter 440, Clues. Chapter 440, Clues. Long Betham, contact the Divine Palace directly and collect as much information about His Highness Domala as possible. It would be best if we can obtain His Highness Domia's trajectory on the planet of the Matrix. Yes, Master. Hence, Long Betham began to communicate with the Divine Palace. Domala's information was easily obtained, but there was almost no way to know about Domala's whereabouts. Master, His Highness Domala is an elementary planetary life form. He accepted the mission of the Matrix civilization a month ago and began to investigate the Matrix civilization. Moreover, he has always been on planet Matrix. Contact with him was lost 8 days ago. Long Betham had obtained some information about Domala, but it was not enough to satisfy Lin Feng, because this information was very basic and not too valuable. Wait, how did the Divine Palace know that Domala had lost contact? Master, His Highness Domala also has a follower. Just like me, His Highness Domala's follower also divided a portion of its consciousness to follow His Highness Domala. 8 days ago, the consciousness of the follower around His Highness Domala suddenly disappeared. Which is why the Divine Palace suspects that His Highness Domala is missing. Lin Feng understood at once. So it was because of his follower. Followers were very important to cultivators, and the Divine Palace could also determine the safety of cultivators through the situation of their followers. It was actually a good thing for both parties. He has disappeared for 8 days already. Lin Feng frowned. 8 days was not that long, but nor was it a short time. Without a specific address, it was very difficult to find him. If fiends really existed, all traces would probably have been erased long ago. Long Betham, where would a cultivator with 6 life transitions most likely to go? Lin Feng asked thoughtfully. Master, Domala is an ascetic cultivator. If he accepted the mission on the Matrix civilization, it was all for the rewards. For ascetic cultivators like him, the mission is everything. He would probably investigate the situation regarding the fiends immediately. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That's right. We still have to start with the information on the fiends. If Domala's disappearance is really related to the fiends, it means that Domala has already found some clues about the fiends, which is why the fiends are targeting him. According to this deduction, it's very likely that we can find clues about the fiends from the existing information. Lin Feng felt that he had already found the right direction of thinking. Hence, he sorted out some information regarding fiends again. The intelligence from the Divine Palace indicated that there might be traces of fiends in the Matrix civilization, and their true purpose was unknown. From the looks of it, the fiends did not devour planets, nor did they devour many intelligent life forms. Instead, they hid in the crowd. There must be a major scheme. After what happened in the Blue River Empire, Lin Feng would not underestimate anyone again. This was especially the case for fiends. If they really hid and planned slowly, it would definitely be flawless. It would be too difficult to find them. I'll go to the virtual network rooms, ideally somewhere close to the spatial passage, and search through the virtual network rooms one by one. A trace of determination flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. According to his deduction, an ascetic cultivator would definitely not be willing to waste a single moment. He would definitely enter the virtual network room to look up on major events regarding the Matrix civilization. This was because it's what Lin Feng himself had done, and he happened to be an ascetic cultivator. He believed that His Highness Domala must have been to the virtual network room before as well. Hence, Lin Feng began to search through the virtual network rooms one after another. He even showed Domala's image for identification. Finally, 3 days later, Lin Feng found traces of Domala's previous stay in a virtual network room not far from the spatial passage. There were even surveillance footage that showed Domala's figure, which was from exactly a month ago. Lin Feng asked Long Betham to hack into the nearby surveillance system. This was a minor matter to Long Betham. Soon, Lin Feng found Domala through the nearby surveillance. For more than 20 days, Domala wandered around, as if he was searching for something. However, on the 22nd day, Domala disappeared. Then, all the content of the surveillance cameras seemed to disappear. Someone messed with them. Lin Feng was certain that there must be traces of Domala's disappearance contained within. Since the surveillance cameras had been tampered with, Lin Feng simply went to the hotel where Domala was staying. Moreover, both Domala and Lin Feng coincidentally chose the Crystal Palace Hotel. With these clues, Lin Feng believed that he would soon be able to follow the trail and find the truth behind Domala's disappearance. Someone is looking for Domala's whereabouts. I knew it. Domala is from the Divine Palace of Bamond. Once he went missing, the Divine Palace of Bamond definitely would not let the matter rest. I told you not to provoke the people from the Divine Palace of Bamond. Our plan is the most important thing. Nothing is allowed to go wrong. But what did you do? You actually devoured an upper district disciple of the Divine Palace of Bamond. If not for me, Domala would have discovered our plan long ago. It wouldn't even have lasted until now. The room fell silent again, but 3 figures could be seen in the dark room. What should we do now? After a long while, another deep voice sounded in the dark room. I suggest that we get rid of this person. No. We've already alerted the Divine Palace of Bamand by getting rid of Domala. If we kill this person too, won't the Divine Palace send more people directly? This is too risky for our plan. I disagree. Then do you have a better idea? I think we should speed up the plan. 3 days. In at most 3 days, the plan must proceed. 3 days. I'm not sure if those old fellows in the Science Academy will agree. Moreover, we have to be careful. The Matrix civilization has the power to threaten us directly. Of course I understand, but it's worth taking some risks. Once the plan succeeds, we can all undergo metamorphosis. Haha, apart from galactic lifeforms, who can do anything to us. All right then. For these 3 days, ignore that disciple from the Divine Palace of Bamand and let him investigate. The 3 of them seemed to have made a decision. Hence, the 3 of them disappeared silently in the darkness. The person in charge of the Crystal Palace Hotel had really been a little frightened recently. A cultivator had suddenly appeared, and made him rather resigned. The cultivator pulled up surveillance footage again and again, and kept going to a certain room to search for something again and again. He even secretly asked some cultivators to come over, but before he even saw their faces, those cultivators had already been dealt with. He knew that he had encountered a powerful cultivator. From then on, he did not dare to resist, and followed the cultivator's orders. The cultivator was naturally Lin Feng. He had been in the Crystal Palace Hotel for a long time, but he had no clue at all. At this moment, he was staying in the room that Domala had stayed in previously. There were only some scattered magazines inside. There was nothing special about them. The news was still playing on the television. In the past few days, the news had been reporting on something repeatedly. The Science Academy of Matrix Civilization was going to conduct a major experiment, capturing a black hole. Chapter 441, Risk. Chapter 441, Risk. Black holes were special celestial bodies that even light could not escape from. Even many technological civilizations could not approach black holes. It was the same for cultivators. There were a total of 3 stages for planetary lifeforms: elementary planetary lifeforms, advanced planetary lifeforms, and ultimate planetary lifeforms. Ordinary elementary and advanced planetary lifeforms could not even approach a black hole. Only ultimate planetary lifeforms could contend with a black hole. Hence, black holes were mysterious and dangerous to both technological and cultivation civilizations. The Science Academy of the Matrix Civilization actually wanted to capture a black hole this time. If they succeeded, it would be a remarkable achievement. It would even allow the Matrix civilization to make a qualitative leap in technology. Hence, this news had been reported repeatedly recently. Ordinary people of the Matrix civilization could all hear this major news. Initially, Lin Feng did not pay attention to this news, but he found out that some of the magazines in the room included some astronomical magazines that described knowledge regarding stars and black holes. In particular, the description of black holes was very detailed. It introduced that the energy of some black holes was even equivalent to more than 1,000 stars. How daunting was the energy of 1,000 stars? It had to be known that the annihilative power in the sphere of destruction was only the annihilative power of a collapsing star, and only made up a very small portion of the star's energy. If there were 1,000 stars, it would probably be equivalent to more than 10,000 spears of destruction, or even more. Hold on, energy. Is it possible for a fiend to devour such a huge amount of energy in the black hole? Lin Feng had a flash of inspiration. He seemed to have thought of something, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. Master, that is impossible. How terrifying is a black hole? How would fiends dare to approach it? Even if they were an advanced planetary life form, if they dared to approach a black hole, they would not be a fiend devouring the black hole, but a fiend devoured by the black hole. According to records, 5 advanced planetary lifeforms once tried to explore a small black hole. In the end, 4 advanced planetary Lifeforms were devoured by the black hole, and only one advanced planetary lifeform was lucky enough to escape. Long Betham immediately imparted common knowledge to Lin Feng. The horror of black holes had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of people. Be it technological civilizations or cultivators, there was nothing they could do about black holes. Lin Feng shook his head and said solemnly, "Of course fiends wouldn't dare to approach the black hole, but what if the black hole is captured?" Long Betham was slightly stunned. It looked at the news again and said in shock, "Master, you mean that those fiends are hiding in the Matrix civilization for capturing the black hole? This is insane." That's right. Something like this had never happened before. Would fiends lurk and devour black holes with the help of technology? It was hard to imagine, but on careful thought, it did not seem impossible. If the Science Academy of the Matrix civilization could really successfully capture the black hole this time, once they devoured the black hole, those fiends were very likely to undergo metamorphosis through the massive energy in the black hole. If it was an advanced planetary lifeform, it was very likely that it could metamorphose into an ultimate planetary lifeform. At that time, it would be a huge disaster for the entire Beaumont galaxy. It had to be known that fiends were the public enemy of the universe. Wherever they passed, they devoured everything. Once a fiend that was an ultimate planetary lifeform was born, it would be terrifying to the extreme. Even the thousands of planets in the Matrix civilization would probably be devoured, and there would be nothing they could do. Unless Divine King Beaumont of the Divine Palace of Beaumont personally took action, no one could resist fiends that were ultimate planetary lifeforms. Long Betham, hack into the Science Academy of Matrix civilization immediately and check the Science Academy's progress on the black hole capture project. Are they really confident in capturing the black hole? Long Betham immediately took action, but it failed to hack into the Science Academy system. "Master, the Science Academy is securely protected by the Matrix civilization. I am unable to hack into its system." Lin Feng frowned. It seemed like the Matrix civilization was rather protective of its Science Academy. Although Long Betham was a mechanical life form of a mechanical civilization, the technology of the Matrix civilization was not inferior to that of a mechanical civilization. If the Matrix civilization put in a lot of effort to protect the Science Academy, even Long Betham would not be able to invade it. "Can you find the specific list of people from the Science Academy who are participating in the black hole capture project this time?" "Master, do you wish to check the specific list of people who are taking spaceships to capture the black hole?" "That's right. If there are really fiends, I believe that they will definitely be on the list." Lin Feng was becoming more and more certain that Domela had disappeared because he had found some clues, and Domela was most likely dead now. If those fiends were really here to capture the black hole, they would at least be advanced planetary lifeforms. After all, if they were elementary planetary lifeforms, even if they captured the black hole, they would probably be unable to devour it. The gulf was just too great. As advanced planetary fiends, it would be much easier for them to deal with Domela discreetly. This time, Long Betham did not let Lin Feng down. Although the Matrix civilization protected the Science Academy very securely, that was only with regard to the black hole capture project. Although information regarding scientific researchers involved in the black hole capture project were also somewhat protected, this did not stop Long Betham. Long Betham found them in various ways. "Master, I found 13,896 people who are confirmed to be participating in the black hole capture project. There are 3,600 scientific researchers among them. The rest are logistics, combat personnel, and so on. So many people. That's a little tricky. It would probably be very difficult for Lin Feng to eliminate so many people and find the fiend hidden deep within in a short period of time. After all of this was just his speculation. What if there was no fiend? If this were the Blue River Empire, Lin Feng would not have any reservations. He would just capture and interrogate them all. However, he could not do so in the Matrix civilization. The Matrix civilization was a powerful civilization that was capable of killing advanced planetary lifeforms. Even the upper district disciples of the Divine Palace had no right to act however they wished in the Matrix civilization. The weak were prey to the strong in the universe. Strength was the eternal truth. Just because the Matrix civilization did not start a war, did not mean that the Matrix civilization was weak. No cultivator dared to underestimate the Matrix civilization. He could not capture people by force to interrogate them, and time was tight now. The Science Academy had already announced the initiation of the Black Hole Capture Project in 3 days. By the time the Fiend's scheme succeeded, it would be useless even if Lin Feng found the truth. Looks like I can only take a risk this time. I'll infiltrate the people who are capturing the black hole and monitor the Black Hole Capture Project. If the Fiends appear, I'll destroy their scheme. Then, my mission would also be deemed complete by the Divine Palace. Lin Feng had thought it through very clearly. This mission was only to find His Highness Domala and investigate traces of the Fiends. Once there was concrete evidence, he would be deemed to have completed the mission. However, the key was that he had no evidence now. He had to obtain evidence. Long Betham, send the information I've obtained so far and my speculations to the Divine Palace immediately. Have the Divine Palace be prepared at all times. Lin Feng had already decided to take the risk and infiltrate the people who were involved in the Black Hole Capture Project. He just needed to find conclusive evidence of the Fiend's presence. Even if the Fiends discovered him, he could use the law of space to escape directly. Chapter 442, The Project Begins. Chapter 442, The Project Begins. Du Yuan was on a secret mission, and was about to leave his family. It was hard to say if he would ever return. Hence, he specially took leave to accompany his family for a period of time. Perhaps this was also their last period of time. However, when Du Yuan went out in the streets alone to buy something today, he realized that something was amiss. The originally bustling streets seemed to have fallen silent all of a sudden, as if he was the only one in the entire world. As a security personnel who underwent secret training, Du Yuan was very vigilant. He had even undergone genetic enhancement before. Although it was impossible for him to be enhanced too much, he had actually reached the level of one life transition by the standards of a cultivator. It was only then that he was qualified to carry out that highly anticipated secret mission. But now, just as he was about to unleash his strength, he realized that he could not move his entire body no matter what. It was as if a powerful force in the surroundings was restraining him. In front of him, an unfamiliar young man slowly walked over. Du Yuan, you are the battleship security personnel for the Black Hole Capture Project. When Du Yuan heard the young man's words, his expression changed drastically. The Black Hole Capture Project was an epic-making mission. Absolutely no accident must happen. During this period, they even discovered many factions preparing to infiltrate the mission, but they were all eliminated unexpectedly. Someone else was still taking the risk now. Moreover, someone with such strange power must be a cultivator. Du Yuan wanted to open his mouth or send an alarm message to the person in charge, but his entire body was immobile. Moreover, it was as if needles were pricking his mind. Then, his consciousness gradually faded. Even though Du Yuan tried to struggle and retain his consciousness, he was powerless to do so. In the end, he completely lost consciousness. The young man was Lin Feng. He wanted to infiltrate the mission to capture the black hole. The research personnel's duties might be heavy, and a moment of imprudence would be enough for him to be exposed. Hence, he did not choose the research personnel, but the security personnel. Hence, he chose Du Yuan in the end. Lin Feng brought Du Yuan to an abandoned house. There was food and water inside, enough to sustain Du Yuan for a few months. However, Du Yuan could forget about escaping or contacting the outside world. As for what would happen after, Lin Feng would already have completed the mission and left the Matrix civilization. Actually, the safest method was to kill Du Yuan. Only then would there be no hidden dangers. However, this went against Lin Feng's principles. Although he did not really care about life that much, Lin Feng could not kill an ordinary person for no reason. After locking Du Yuan up, Lin Feng mobilized the combat body cells and began to transform slowly. Finally, he transformed into Duyuan. They looked exactly the same, with identical cellular arrangements. Lin Feng could undergo a myriad of transformations. Transforming into someone like Duyuan was a piece of cake. After transforming into Duyuan, Lin Feng got Long Betham to gather all the information on Duyuan in advance. He knew that Duyuan would end his vacation today and return to the secret base to prepare to carry out the black hole capture project. As expected, Lin Feng received a notification from the base in the afternoon. He was impersonating Duyuan. After bidding farewell to Duyuan's family, he would go straight to the secret base. This base was huge, and everything was prioritized for the mission. There were actually not many security personnel, because there would be battleships escorting them when the time came. They were only here to protect the personal safety of the researchers in case of emergencies. Duyuan successfully infiltrated the security personnel and adapted to his current job. He was just a guard, and actually had a lot of free time. Just like that, it was soon time for the black hole capture project. The Matrix civilization took this mission very seriously and deployed thousands of battleships as escorts. Moreover, apart from strategic weapons, such as weapons that could kill advanced planetary lifeforms, all the other advanced weapons were equipped. There were even many weapons more terrifying than planet annihilation cannons. If they encountered elementary planetary lifeforms, this fleet could easily blast them into pieces. Not even Lin Feng dared to face such a powerful fleet head-on. This was the power of a technological civilization. Lin Feng also sighed with emotion. Although cultivation civilizations were the dominant force in the universe, that technological civilizations could firmly occupy an important position, and thrive among the many civilizations in the universe, they naturally had their unique strengths. All Lin Feng could do now was wait quietly, and pay attention to discovering the fiends hidden in the crowd. He did not know when the fiends would reveal their true form, but he had to pay attention at all times. This was because once the fiends revealed their true form, it would mean that everything was about to end. The fiends' goal was about to be accomplished. At that time, the fiends must be stopped. The battleships escorted the scientific research spaceships away from planet Matrix, towards the black hole they had observed. Although black holes were famous and everyone in the universe knew about them, the number of people who had actually seen a black hole could be counted on one hand. Ordinary civilizations with low technological levels only knew that black holes existed through scientific hypothesis. They could not even observe black holes. A civilization that could observe black holes was already rather impressive. As for something like the Matrix civilization, which actually planned to capture a black hole, that would be too incredible. Even mechanical civilizations could not do it. If the Matrix civilization could really capture the black hole and study it over time, the Matrix civilization might even have a chance of developing a terrifying weapon against ultimate planetary lifeforms. After all, black holes were terrifying celestial bodies that only ultimate planetary lifeforms could contend against. The black hole was more than 2,000 light-years away from planet Matrix, which could be considered a considerable distance. However, the spaceships in the fleet were both very fast. It only took them 3 months to approach the black hole. However, the battleships could not escort spaceships too close to the black hole. Otherwise, the battleships might also be devoured by the black hole. To ensure the absolute safety of the spaceships, the fleet began to clear the area. They swept through everything within hundreds of light-years of the black hole. Only after confirming that there was no threat did the fleet stop the action. It would be up to the scientific researchers next. The black hole capture project officially began. Lin Feng was on the spaceship of the scientific researchers. As a security personnel, he knew nothing about scientific research, but that did not stop him from knowing the progress of the black hole capture project. He could tell just by looking at the expressions of the researchers. All of them had nervous looks on their faces. Almost. Among the researchers, there were 3 solemn faces, but their eyes were filled with excitement. Unlike the excitement of the other researchers, there seemed to be a trace of avarice in their eyes as well. Initiate the black hole capture project and release the metamatter. The scientific researcher presiding over this plan gave the order firmly. Chapter 443, Capturing the Black Hole. Chapter 443, Capturing the Black Hole. Buzz. The spaceship began to shake, and small spaceships flew out one after another. There were probably tens of thousands of them, all flying towards the black hole in the distance. These spaceships contained metamatter. This was a strange substance newly discovered by the Science Academy of the Matrix Civilization. They had discovered that this kind of metamatter could effectively resist the devouring force of black holes. The Matrix Civilization planned to use this characteristic of the metamatter to capture the black hole. Of course, they had only conducted some experiments in the laboratory before. While all of them were all successful, this was the first time they were trying to capture such a massive black hole. This was also the first time Lin Feng had seen a black hole. He even discreetly extended a trace of mental power, which attached to those spaceships. However, as the spaceships approached the black hole, there was no longer any need for them to fly. The powerful devouring force of the black hole devoured tens of thousands of spaceships directly. Even the mental power that Lin Feng had attached to the spaceships could not be retracted when he tried to. It was devoured by the black hole in a frenzy. For the first time, Lin Feng felt the horror of the black hole. It was vast and profoundly deep, as if it could devour everything. Fortunately, Lin Feng cut off that trace of mental power immediately. Otherwise, all his mental power would be devoured by the black hole. Since it could devour even mental power, Lin Feng became even more cautious. With his current strength, once he was captured and devoured by the black hole, he would probably be doomed. After all, even advanced planetary lifeforms could not escape death when facing the black hole. Boom. 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 As tens of thousands of small spaceships were devoured by the black hole, the moment approached the black hole, the established procedures in these spaceships began to explode violently. The flames of the explosion disappeared almost in a flash, devoured by the massive black hole. However, a layer of white substance actually slowly floated up in the pitch-black black hole. That's. Everyone was shocked. Even the scientific personnel had excited expressions. This white substance was metamatter, a very strange substance. It was able to resist the devouring of a black hole. Originally, such a scene could only be seen in a laboratory. But now, in front of this massive black hole, this metamatter actually managed to resist the devouring of the black hole as well. Metamatter release successful. Enter the next stage at once. Condense the metamatter web and capture the black hole. Hence, according to the previous plan, the Science Academy began to release a large amount of metamatter. The tens of thousands of spaceships from before were only a portion of the total. There were also many small spaceships carrying more metamatter into the black hole. As the spaceships flew into the black hole one after another, more and more metamatter was released. In the end, a white screen of light gradually appeared in the black hole. In the beginning, this screen of light was only a small portion, the size of a palm. However, as the amount of metamatter increased, the light screen also grew larger and larger. Finally, it vaguely covered a portion of the black hole, and it was still expanding rapidly. Even those spaceships did not seem to encounter much devouring force. Success, success. The black hole will definitely be captured. Many scientific researchers of the Matrix Civilization stared intently at the light screen. The black hole capture project was not done overnight. It had been 100 years since the discovery of the metamatter. Even with advanced technology and greatly extended lifespans for ordinary people, it was still a long time. They had committed painstaking effort into it. Now, as the metamatter slowly condensed into a huge net that enveloped the black hole, they were getting closer and closer to realizing their dream. Once they captured the black hole, they would make history. They would be remembered by the Matrix people forever. Time passed slowly. As batches of metamatter were released, the light screen formed by the metamatter became larger and larger. From afar, it looked like a huge net surrounding the black hole. Of course, the amount of metamatter required to completely lock the black hole would be an astronomical figure. However, metamatter itself was very strange. The energy released by even 1 gram of metamatter was shockingly strong, and could envelop a large area of the black hole. Lin Feng was also paying attention to the situation among the people at all times. He knew that the more critical the moment, and the closer they got to success, the more likely those fiends would get impatient and act. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The spaceship released batches of metamatter continuously for more than a month. Finally, the black hole was almost invisible, save for a little of it. The last batch of metamatter was released. Once this batch of metamatter condensed and took shape, the black hole could be completely sealed. From then on, this black hole would become the possession of the matrix civilization, and the most precious celestial body. The scientific research value would be unimaginable. However, while the black hole was very important to the matrix civilization, it was also very important to the fiends. As the last batch of metamatter was released with a blast, forming a huge net that completely sealed the black hole, the entire spaceship exploded. That's right, it exploded. It happened with ease. 3 unimaginably massive and terrifying bodies charged out of the flames. Fiends. A total of 3 fiends had appeared. Haha, a black hole. It's really a black hole. The matrix civilization actually captured a black hole for real. One of the fiends threw his head back and laughed aloud. We have been waiting for this day for 100 years. Ever since we learned that the matrix civilization had actually discovered matter, we pushed the matrix civilization to launch the black hole capture project. Who'd expected thought that they would actually succeed? Once we devour the black hole, we are all very likely to undergo metamorphosis. At that time, there's nowhere we can't go in this vast universe. The 3 fiends had made great efforts, and actually spent 100 years lurking in the matrix civilization. Lin Feng stood in the void. He did not move at all. The moment the spaceship exploded, he used the law of space to teleport out of the spaceship and hid at the side to observe the 3 fiends closely. He had read the detailed information of the researchers in this project, so he recognized the 3 fiends at a glance. They were actually the founders of the black hole capture project. The 3 of them were all founders. They were the ones who single-handedly promoted the black hole capture project. That was why it could make rapid progress in just 100 years. Even Lin Feng felt impressed that they were able to endure for 100 years and even specifically promote a scientific research plan. All for their ambition. Now, they had finally achieved their goal using the matrix civilization and successfully captured the black hole. This scheming ability was much stronger than even the Empress of the Blue River Empire back then. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that these 3 fiends were all advanced planetary lifeforms. The combat bodies they used were comparable to stars. From afar, they looked like 3 behemoths that could devour stars at any time. This was also why Lin Feng had been waiting discreetly. With 3 advanced planetary lifeforms, this was no longer something he could interfere in. He sent the images here to the Divine Palace immediately. As for whether the powerful lifeforms in the Divine Palace could arrive in time, it was not up to Lin Feng to decide. Chapter 444, Dangerous Situation. Chapter 444, Dangerous Situation. The 3 advanced planetary fiends stared fearlessly at the black hole that had already been captured. Greed appeared in their eyes. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. However, the 3 fiends killed everyone on the spaceship in an instant. Those were all researchers from the Matrix civilization. In terms of value, they were even more precious than thousands of spaceships. But now, all of them were dead. Hence, thousands of battleships began to bombard them fiercely. Streaks of terrifying light instantly passed through the great distance and struck the 3 fiends hard. These beams of light could all kill elementary planetary lifeforms, let alone when they were fired by thousands of battleships. The concentrated bombardment was a threat even to the 3 advanced planetary fiends. Hence, the 3 fiends attacked from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had devoured thousands of battleships. For powerful fiends, there was nothing they could not devour. If they could not devour, it must be because they were not strong enough. Then, they would just devour slowly. At this moment, the universe had already been swept clean by the three fiends. Lin Feng was very far away and did not dare to check on the situation. He could only look at the massive combat bodies of the three fiends from afar, and could not know what they were trying to do. Lin Feng tried his best to stay as far away from the three fiends as possible. When he had approached them slightly earlier, he could sense the terrifying aura on the three fiends strongly. If the three fiends attacked him, he might not even be able to hold out for a second before being devoured directly. In a sense, the three fiends were the same as the black hole. No matter what they faced, they would devour it directly. Boss, there's still an insect remaining. It should be that disciple from the Divine Palace of Bamond. Perhaps he has already informed the Divine Palace of Bamond. It doesn't matter. As long as we can devour the black hole, we can leave by then. It's not like the Divine Palace of Bamond can hunt us down in the entire universe. Once we undergo metamorphosis and become the ultimate planetary lifeforms, there's nowhere in the universe that we can't roam freely. Lin Feng had no idea that the three fiends had long discovered him. They just had not attacked yet. Second, third, let's deal with the insect. We can't allow any accidents to happen while devouring the black hole. Understood. Hence, the two fiends suddenly moved. Boom. How massive was their combat body? It was almost equivalent to a star. How fast would that be when moving at full force? Lin Feng felt as if the two fiends had arrived not far from him in the blink of an eye. I've been discovered. Lin Feng was shocked. Immediately after, the two fiends opened their maws, and a terrifying devouring force enveloped Lin Feng. His figure involuntarily flew towards the mouths of the two fiends. Heh, these two idiots. How can one black hole be enough for the three of us? As long as I can devour this black hole, I can metamorphose into an ultimate planetary life form. Apart from great galactic life forms, who can pose a threat to me? I'll have nothing to fear in this vast universe. Haha. The massive body of the only fiend left behind actually slammed into the black hole. Its mouth grew larger and larger, until it was actually huge enough to swallow the black hole in one gulp. Not only did this turn of events surprise Lin Feng, the other fiends also roared. Boss, you dare to take the black hole for yourself. The two fiends were furious to the extreme. They frantically tried to return and stop their boss, but how could they make it in time? How terrifying was that huge maw? It could devour even a black hole at once. As for Lin Feng, the two fiends could no longer be bothered with him. Seeing that the three fiends seemed to be having an internal strife, Lin Feng was also very surprised. Originally, he intended to warp space and leave directly. But once he left, if the people from the Divine Palace failed to arrive in time, even with this evidence, it would be bad news for the Divine Palace if ultimate planetary fiends were born. Moreover, Lin Feng might not be able to obtain the reward. If you want to devour, then I won't let you. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Then, his figure flashed as he teleported directly. In terms of speed, he could not catch up no matter what. However, through teleportation, Lin Feng arrived before the black hole in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng had no chance of winning against an advanced planetary fiend. Even if the other party just stood there and did not fight back. Allowing Lin Feng to attack freely, Lin Feng could probably do nothing. However, Lin Feng did not intend to fight with an advanced planetary life form. There was not much he could do now. The only way was to destroy the metamatter, and stop the black hole from being sealed. Law of Tides. Lin Feng used the Law of Tides. Now that the black hole had been sealed, all the laws could be used again. As Lin Feng used the Law of Tides, those metamatter was all destroyed by the Law of Tides. This metamatter was actually very fragile. Although it could seal black holes, it only had resistance to the devouring power of black holes, and did not have much resistance to other forces. Hence, by the time the huge maw bit down, Lin Feng had already used the Law of Tides to blow open the metamatter. The originally sealed black hole appeared again. How terrifying was a black hole? Even Lin Feng himself had underestimated the black hole. The moment the metamatter was destroyed, the terrifying devouring power of the black hole appeared again. The fiend had almost been about to devour the black hole. It was practically in his mouth. However, as the seal of the black hole was broken, the terrifying devouring power of the black hole directly swallowed the fiend's huge maw instead. No, no. The fiend closest to the black hole cried out in pain. Only just now, he had been in heaven, looking forward to transforming into an ultimate planetary life form. However, in the next moment, he was facing the terrifying devouring power of the black hole. And he could not resist this power. The massive combat body of this fiend was useless before the terrifying black hole, and was devoured directly. The powerful advanced planetary life form did not even have the strength to struggle before it was devoured by the black hole. Lin Feng also sensed the devouring power of the black hole. He immediately used the law of space, and was just about to step into the spatial passage to leave. But at this moment, the black hole changed drastically. Boom. It was as if the black hole had exploded. Its devouring power increased by more than tenfold at once. Moreover, the size of the black hole was actually expanding at a visible speed. At this moment, Lin Feng's body could not even enter the spatial passage. He was directly sucked towards the black hole. The same went for the two fiends. Even though they were relatively far away, their bodies were so massive. How much devouring power would they have to withstand? Moreover, the devouring power of the black hole had increased by tenfold in an instant. Hence, the two fiends were quickly sucked towards the black hole as well. The black hole devoured an advanced planetary fiend, and the energy contained in the body of an advanced planetary life form is actually not inferior to a star at all. A black hole that had devoured the equivalent of a star will naturally expand immediately. As he approached the black hole, a trace of panic appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He had miscalculated. He originally thought that he could rely on the law of space to escape, but who would have thought that the black hole would expand so quickly after devouring that fiend? Caught off guard, Lin Feng was also in danger. Once he was really devoured by the black hole, he would definitely die. Even Divine King Beaumont could not save him now. Chapter 445, Escaping the Black Hole. Chapter 445, Escaping the Black Hole. As he was devoured by the black hole, both the law of tides and the law of annihilation were useless at this moment. Within the range of the black hole, these two laws were useless. However, was there any space within the devouring range of the black hole? Lin Feng did not know, but this was his only hope. Otherwise, once he was devoured by the black hole, he would be completely helpless. Void Traversal Combat Body. At this moment, Lin Feng immediately used the Void Traversal Combat Body without hesitation. As soon as the Void Traversal Combat Body that had reached 980 kilometers appeared, Lin Feng felt the devouring power become stronger. The terrifying suction force was almost unbearable for his combat body. It was as if it would break apart and turn into dust in the next moment. However, the appearance of the Void Traversal Combat Body enhanced Lin Feng's blurry spatial sensing ability countless times at once. Lin Feng sensed space, but the space enveloped by the black hole had long been shattered. As for the interior of the black hole, there was probably no more space. If it were just the law of space, it would be impossible for Lin Feng to sense these shattered spaces. However, it was different with the Void Traversal Combat Body. This was a combat body technique specially created for spatial traversal. It naturally had its own unique strength in detecting space. Even shattered space was still space. If he warped through the shattered spaces at this moment, it would definitely be dangerous. Even his combat body might collapse. However, at a life-or-death moment like this, Lin Feng could not care less about such things. Hence, Lin Feng circulated the Void Traversal Combat Body to the limit and enhanced it with the law of space. Immediately, infinite spaces seemed to have transformed into grids in Lin Feng's eyes. Some of the grids were severely damaged, and some were slightly better. Those grids represented space. The severely damaged grids could not be warped even if one wanted to. Hence, Lin Feng could only travel through the slightly more intact grids. Spatial warp. Lin Feng had comprehended the planetary law of space. The void traversal combat body was immediately enhanced by 100-fold. The grids became clearer and clearer, and there seemed to be a miraculous power that propelled him instantly into the shattered space. Behind Lin Feng was already the deep black hole. There seemed to be infinite fear inside. Even a glance at it made Lin Feng feel terrified. Swoosh. Lin Feng's void traversal combat body felt as if it was being forcefully compressed. The devouring power of the black hole was still pulling at Lin Feng in the spaces in a frenzy. However, the void traversal combat body and the planetary law of space still allowed Lin Feng to break free from the restraints of the black hole, and he instantly shuttled out through the spatial passage. When Lin Feng appeared again, his combat body was staggering. He looked around. He was already 5 light-years away, and had already reached the maximum distance he could travel at once. I'm safe. Lin Feng panted heavily. His void traversal combat body was vaguely damaged, but he had only suffered some minor injuries. By using the tidal combat body, he could recover in the blink of an eye. This had been really dangerous. There was practically danger all around. If not for the void traversal combat body, Lin Feng probably would not have been able to escape with the planetary law of space alone. 5 light-years away was already very safe. He could not feel the suction of the black hole at all. However, while Lin Feng could escape, the other 2 fiends were not so lucky. Boom. Boom. As the other 2 fiends were sucked into the black hole, and also became nutrients for the black hole continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, its size almost doubled. The huge black hole devoured more and more meteors and planets around it, and the speed of expansion was clearly much faster. If such a huge black hole was allowed to grow, it might even devour a galaxy in the end. Of course, such a black hole was unheard of, but these matters no longer had anything to do with Lin Feng. The Divine Palace had not sent anyone over yet, and Lin Feng was not prepared to wait anymore. He directly warped through space, found a nearby planet, obtained a spaceship, and flew back to the Matrix civilization. He then teleported back to the Divine Palace through the spatial passage of the Matrix civilization. The Matrix civilization quickly discovered the failure of the black hole capture program. As for the reason, they would naturally investigate it. Perhaps they could find the answer, or perhaps it would become an eternal mystery. However, all of this no longer had anything to do with Lin Feng. When he returned to the Divine Palace actually had not made a decision yet. With 3 fiends that were advanced planetary lifeforms, no matter how generous the rewards were, the disciples of the Divine Palace might not be willing to go unless a compulsory mission was dispatched. However, all of this required some time. Lin Feng came to the mission hall and said directly, "I'm turning in my mission." What mission? Mission for the Matrix civilization. Many people were handing over missions in the mission hall. At this moment, they were all looking at Lin Feng in surprise. The mission of the Matrix civilization was a hotly popular mission now. There were 3 advanced planetary fiends, in addition to a black hole, located in the Matrix civilization. With all these factors coupled together, the difficulty increased exponentially. Even 1 or 2 advanced planetary lifeforms definitely would not dare to accept this mission lightly. But now, Lin Feng wanted to turn in the mission, and he did not seem to be a planetary lifeform. Was this a joke? But who would dare to joke in the mission hall? I think I know this person. He's the only disciple in the upper district who has not undergone 6 life transitions, and is below the planetary level, Lin Feng. That seed disciple, Lin Feng. I heard that His Majesty the Divine King made an exception and promoted him to the upper district. He's here to turn in the mission. More like he's giving up the mission, right? No one would believe that Lin Feng, a mere life form with 5 life transitions, could complete the Matrix mission. After all, this mission had already become one of the most difficult missions in the mission hall. It was unlikely for even ordinary advanced planetary lifeforms to complete this mission. The exception was ultimate planetary lifeforms. However, how many ultimate planetary lifeforms could there be in the entire upper district? Of the Divine Palace? They could be counted on one hand. Normally, apart from compulsory missions, these great entities would not take the initiative to accept missions at all. Lin Feng ignored the others' surprise and turned in the mission directly. When they saw Lin Feng's mission record regarding the 3 advanced planetary fiends, and the terrifying black hole, the advanced planetary life form in charge of the mission handover had a shocked expression. It was actually true. Lin Feng had completed the mission for the Matrix civilization. It had to be known that the upper echelons were actually discussing whether to issue a compulsory mission for an ultimate planetary life form to resolve this matter. They did not expect Lin Feng to actually complete it. I sent a message to the Divine Palace previously. Now that the mission is completed, please give me the reward. Seeing that the other party did not respond for a long time, Lin Feng could not help but frown and remind him. We found the records. You were indeed the one who sent the message. However, this mission is a little special. We can't issue the reward to you for the time being. Lin Feng frowned. He could not obtain the reward. He was counting on the star blooms from the reward to cultivate the consummate combat body and undergo 6 life transitions. Now that the reward would not be issued, how could he cultivate the consummate combat body without the star blooms? Chapter 446, Generous Rewards. Chapter 446, Generous Rewards. Seeing Lin Feng's frown, the other party knew that Lin Feng had misunderstood. Hence, he hurriedly explained, Your Highness Lin Feng. You've misunderstood. It's not that the rewards won't be issued, but that Your Highness's completion is too excellent, and has far exceeded the rewards of the mission. Hence, the Divine Palace is still discussing how to give Your Highness more rewards. I see. How long will it take to distribute the rewards? Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, on second thought, this made sense. His mission was only to investigate the whereabouts of the fiends related to the Matrix civilization. Even if his mission changed later, it was only to find His Highness Domala. According to the various clues, His Highness Domala had most likely been killed by the 3 fiends. Hence, Lin Feng had long completed the mission. As for dealing with the 3 advanced planetary fiends, this was actually another mission, and a very difficult mission at that. The reward would naturally be extraordinary. The results will be out in about 3 days. Your Highness, please wait patiently. Lin Feng nodded, then left the mission hall and returned to his residence. Thinking back to this mission, the mission at the Matrix civilization was really too dangerous. Compared to the mission of the Matrix civilization, the mission of the Blue River Empire was simply insignificant. This was especially the case for the black hole. It was simply too terrifying, much more so than the 3 advanced planetary fiends. Lin Feng barely managed to avoid being sucked into the black hole. However, this experience also allowed Lin Feng to gain a deeper understanding of the law of space. The space enveloped within the black hole was completely different from ordinary space. Those spaces were fragmented, like grids. Even so, relying on the void traversal combat body and the enhancement of the law of space, Lin Feng still successfully escaped the restraints of the black hole. After this incident, Lin Feng also understood that even if he could warp space, it was not absolutely safe. At the very least, if he was sucked into a black hole, the space there would be completely shattered, and it would be impossible to warp space even if he wanted to. In the end, it was still because Lin Feng was too weak. He could not wait to undergo a life transition and become a planetary life form. Only by becoming a planetary life form could he deal with all kinds of emergencies in the vast and dangerous universe. However, life transitions were not that easy, especially 6 life transitions. That was a qualitative improvement, like a carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. After crossing it, the world in front of him would be completely different. Right now, Lin Feng could only wait slowly. He still placed his hopes on the star blooms. As long as he had enough star blooms, he was confident that he could successfully cultivate the consummate combat body. I will personally deal with the black hole near the Matrix civilization. The one who spoke was Divine King Bamond. Such a huge black hole had already exceeded the limit of what planetary lifeforms could handle. Even an ultimate planetary life form could only contend against it. As for destroying this huge black hole completely, they could not do it either. Your Majesty, the outcome of this mission is all thanks to His Highness Lin Feng. Who'd have thought that he could complete the mission and return safely? A smile appeared on Divine King Bamand's lips. He said in a low voice, "Every little fellow in the upper district has their own secrets." Clearly, Lin Feng also has his own secrets. How can he become a planetary life form without secrets? Moreover, I planted countless seeds back then in search of disciples with both aptitude and good opportunities. Lin Feng completed the mission this time. He seems to be collecting star blooms. Let me think. The effect of star blooms can accelerate cell division. He wishes to improve his combat body. That doesn't seem to be the case. Could it be that he wants to cultivate the consummate combat body? Divine King Bamand's eyes lit up. He seemed to find this more and more likely. The consummate combat body was actually not a secret. Many cultivators knew about the consummate combat body, especially those planetary life forms. However, knowing it was one thing. Most life forms still could not cultivate the consummate combat body. That was not something that could be accomplished by relying on miraculous items like star blooms alone. One's own combat body had to be very close to perfection in the first place, in order to cultivate the consummate combat body. For example, the standard combat body for 5 life transitions should be 100 kilometers. Those with slightly more outstanding talent could reach 200 kilometers. As for a 300-kilometer combat body, that would make them a top genius. The disciples of the upper district of the Divine Palace of Bamand were all geniuses. At 5 life transitions, their combat bodies would basically all be above 200 kilometers. There were also some who had reached 300 kilometers, and the strongest had even reached 500 kilometers. However, how far was 500 kilometers from the consummate combat body? It would probably be useless no matter how many star blooms they took. Hence, even if everyone knew about the consummate combat body, it was still extremely difficult to cultivate it. Coincidentally, Divine King Bamand was once a cultivator who had cultivated the consummate combat body. He naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate the consummate combat body. If Lin Feng really wanted to cultivate the consummate combat body, there was no knowing how much effort he would have to put in. However, since Lin Feng had such determination and perseverance, Divine King Bamand naturally would not be reluctant to give generous rewards. Lin Feng has completed the mission very well this time. Reward him with 5 star blooms and a drop of cosmic elixir. Divine King Bamand quickly made the arrangements. Hearing that the Divine King was actually going to give Lin Feng a drop of cosmic elixir, even the reporting elder was very surprised. 5 star blooms was one thing. Although they were very precious, as long as one paid a price, they were still obtainable. However, the cosmic elixir was different. It was a new substance obtained by Divine King Bamand himself from the depths of the last Big Bang. Apart from Divine King Bamand, no one had it. Even some other famous divine kings could only exchange for it with other precious and rare miraculous items, but Divine King Bamand was often unwilling. Unexpectedly, the Divine King was actually willing to grant Lin Feng a drop of cosmic elixir. This meant that Lin Feng had already entered the Divine King's sights, and the Divine King had high hopes for him. In the entire upper district of the Divine Palace, the number of disciples who could receive such treatment could be counted on one hand. Hence, the elder immediately retreated and secretly remembered Lin Feng. He knew that in time, the name Lin Feng would definitely shine in the upper district. Master, good news. Lin Feng was resting with his eyes closed. He had already returned to the Divine Palace for a day. Long Betham, what good news? Seeing how excited Long Betham was, Lin Feng was very curious. What good news could there be now? Master, your mission reward has been issued. Mission reward. That is right. There are a total of 5 star blooms and a drop of cosmic elixir. Lin Feng gasped. 5 star blooms was simply beyond his expectations. It had to be known that this mission only provided 2-star blooms in the first place. Even if the mission was changed, and he exceeded the quota, it would be good enough if he could obtain 3 or 4-star blooms. He did not expect to obtain 5-star blooms at once. These star blooms were not cabbages. They were precious cosmic miraculous items, and were not that easy to obtain. With 5-star blooms, Lin Feng was also more confident in cultivating the consummate combat body. By the way, what is cosmic elixir? Apart from the star blooms, there also seemed to be a drop of cosmic elixir among the rewards. Lin Feng had never heard of it. Chapter 447, Finally Consummate. Chapter 447, Finally Consummate. Master, there is no information on the cosmic elixir in the information of the upper district. However, there is a description of the cosmic elixir in the reward message sent. Read it out loud. Master, the cosmic elixir is a new substance obtained by His Majesty Divine King Bamand personally during the last Big Bang. It can mend and repair all cellular injuries, and strengthen cells. A drop of cosmic elixir contains infinite energy, and it is energy that contains the essence of life. It can repair cells and replenish their energy. Moreover, it is extremely beneficial to the essence of the universe, comprehension of laws, and so on. It is one of His Majesty Divine King's most precious miraculous items. Lin Feng's eyes widened as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It turned out the origin of this cosmic elixir was actually so impressive. It was a precious miraculous item kept by Divine King Bamand. In terms of value, forget about 5-star blooms, even 50-star blooms were probably inferior to this drop of cosmic elixir. After all, at least star blooms could still be found, whereas outside the time of the Big Bang, this drop of cosmic elixir was unique and would be gone after use. The rarer something was, the more precious it would be. Naturally, the cosmic elixir would be very precious. Although the cosmic elixir has all kinds of uses, its greatest use should be to repair cells and replenish cellular energy. It contains the purest energy. Is this the energy replenished when I undergo a life transition? Lin Feng roughly understood Divine King Bamand's purpose in giving him this drop of cosmic elixir. Lin Feng was in the middle of the important period for 6 life transitions. If he underwent 6 life transitions, his combat body would improve substantially, not by several times or 10 times, but at least 100 times. How much energy would that require? Although there was a large amount of star power in the upper district, and with the replenishment of star power, it would not be a problem. To condense the combat body, star power still required a certain amount of conversion. Moreover, it was not the purest energy, and this would also directly affect the state of the combat body after it was condensed. For example, a combat body that absorbed star power could only condense a combat body of 10,000 kilometers. This was basically a standard planetary life form. However, if he used the cosmic elixir, he could condense a combat body of 15,000 kilometers at that moment. The difference was actually quite huge. Of course, the cosmic elixir was very useful even for great galactic life forms. In fact, it was a little wasteful to use it for condensing the combat body. However, this was enough to show how highly Divine King Bamand valued Lin Feng. 5-star blooms and a drop of cosmic elixir. Looks like His Majesty the Divine King knows that I'm cultivating the consummate combat body. Lin Feng did not really think that no one would find out about him cultivating the consummate combat body. Divine King Bamand was a great galactic life form. How could he not know about the consummate combat body? With just a casual deduction, he would know that it was most likely the case. However, Lin Feng was not worried. He was the disciple of Divine King Bamand, and a core member of the upper district of the Divine Palace. The stronger he was, the more advantageous it was for the Divine Palace of Bamand. Having obtained 5-star blooms, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He immediately entered seclusion and began to use the star blooms, working hard to master the consummate combat body. Originally, Lin Feng's combat body was already 980 kilometers in size. After devouring the first star bloom, his cells quickly began to divide, and his massive combat body slowly improved. 980 kilometers, 990 kilometers, 1000 kilometers. The first star bloom only allowed Lin Feng's combat body to reach exactly 1000 kilometers. It actually only increased his combat body by 30 kilometers. However, Lin Feng could sense that he was getting closer and closer to the consummate combat body. Hence, he began to use the second star bloom. 1000 kilometers, 1010 kilometers, 1030 kilometers, 1050 kilometers. The effect of the second star bloom was slightly better. It increased the combat body by 50 kilometers, but it still could not reach consummation. The consummation level of every life combat body was different. Some might reach consummation after 900 kilometers, while others might exceed 1000 kilometers before attaining consummation. Lin Feng was clearly the latter. His consummate combat body might exceed 1000 kilometers. He had already reached 1050 kilometers, but he still did not feel consummation. He had clearly sensed the aura of consummation, as if it could be reached with a stretch of his hand, but it remained hazy. This was because his accumulation was not enough to reach the consummate combat body. Hence, he continued to use the third star bloom. 1060 kilometers, 1080 kilometers, 1100 kilometers. Lin Feng did not even hesitate anymore. He continued to use the fourth and fifth star blooms. He devoured all the star blooms at once. Finally, as Lin Feng's combat body cells divided wildly and finally reached 1200 kilometers, everything halted. Time, thoughts, and cells division all stopped. It was as if everything around him had come to a stop. Only Lin Feng's consciousness could still move freely. He saw the division of the cells in his body, and felt the activity of every cell after cell division. Infinite star power replenished his body and fused into his cells, quickly enriching and consummating his cells. That's right, consummation. At this moment, Lin Feng finally felt consummation. His cells had stopped dividing. This was the true limit. Every cell was filled with immense power. Every move Lin Feng made was accompanied by a surging and terrifying power. He had finally attained the consummate combat body with 5 life transitions at this moment. Now, even if Lin Feng used a star bloom again, it would be useless, because this was already consummation. He had already reached the limit of his current life. If he wanted to continue dividing, he could only increase the level of his life and improve the essence of his life. Then, he would have to undergo a life transition. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He had exited his seclusion. Longbetham's eyes lit up. It hurriedly asked, "Master, you have ended seclusion. How is the effect?" "The effect is very good. I feel more filled than ever now." Even without using his combat body, Lin Feng still felt powerful. This was not an illusion. He was very powerful to begin with, and had reached the limit of 5 life transitions. Every life form had its limit. Once it reached the limit, it could no longer improve, unless it underwent a life transition. In fact, it was to increase the level of life and the essence of life. Only then could they accommodate more energy and condense a stronger combat body. Lin Feng's mental guidance technique had also reached the 6th level. Actually, even if he had not reached the 6th level, it would not affect Lin Feng's 6th life transition at all. The consummate combat body could allow him to undergo life transition at any time. Even now, as long as Lin Feng wanted to, he could undergo a life transition. However, Lin Feng was not in a hurry. 6 life transitions was a new stage, but it was also a foundation. The 6th life transition could even determine future achievements. Lin Feng wanted to be stronger than others from the beginning, and have a higher starting point. "I'm already confident that I can metamorphose into a planetary life form. I want to go to the metamorphosis area, undergo 6 life transitions, and become a planetary life form." Lin Feng's tone was filled with confidence and determination. Chapter 448, Imminent Metamorphosis. Chapter 448, Imminent Metamorphosis. The Divine Palace of Bamand had a special metamorphosis area. The so-called metamorphosis area was actually a venue specially used for life transitions for the cultivators of the Divine Palace. Although it was called a venue, it was located in the cosmos and very vast, and could accommodate up to 6 life transitions. Of course, if they underwent 7 life transitions, they would become an advanced planetary life form, which was about the size of a star. Then, there would no longer be any venues that could satisfy them, and they could only undergo metamorphosis in the universe. The metamorphosis area was not limited by districts. Be it the upper or lower district, as long as one was confident in undergoing life transition, they could come to this venue. Hence, this was also the only place of overlap between the 3 major districts of the Divine Palace. Disciples from the Middle District could often be seen metamorphosing into planetary life forms here. Although there were no limitation in districts, almost no disciples from the Upper District came. After all, the disciples of the Upper District were basically all planetary life forms. If they underwent life transition again, they could only metamorphose into advanced planetary life forms, and would not come to the metamorphosis area. However, a special disciple had come to the metamorphosis area today. When Lin Feng arrived at the metamorphosis area, he realized that there were quite a lot of people in the metamorphosis area today. Most of them were disciples of the Middle District. Montari will definitely be able to undergo 6 life transitions and advance to the Upper District. I think Antes has more opportunities. There seems to be a bet between the two. Haha, let's see who can undergo 6 life transitions first and advance to the Upper District. These two are the most popular top-notch geniuses in the Middle District at the moment. The metamorphosis area was so lively because 2 disciples from the Middle District were preparing to undergo metamorphosis at the same time. This was rather rare. Hence, it attracted many disciples, and even some disciples from the Lower District. Montari and Antes also kept a distance from each other, but there was an obvious fighting spirit in their eyes. The tension between the two also affected the others in the metamorphosis area. Originally, there were still many people who wanted to complete their life transitions in the metamorphosis area. However, when they saw the violent atmosphere between Montari and Antes, they could not help but stop in their tracks. They did not want to cause trouble. Moreover, both of them were undergoing the 6th life transition. Once they succeeded, there was no knowing how much star power they would snatch. The gains simply did not make up for the losses. Hence, the huge metamorphosis area became the private grounds of Montari and Antes. This was the situation when Lin Feng arrived at the metamorphosis area. He frowned slightly, but ignored Montari and Antes. He walked straight into the metamorphosis area, closed his eyes, and adjusted his condition. Seeing that another person had abruptly appeared in the metamorphosis area, Montari and Antes both frowned slightly. However, the metamorphosis area was not a private place. Even if they were geniuses of the Middle District, they did not have the right to monopolize the metamorphosis area. However, they felt a little uncomfortable, as if Lin Feng did not know the rules. This person looks so familiar. Where have I seen him before? He does look quite familiar, but I've never seen this person in the Middle District. He has undergone 5 life transitions, right? He also wants to metamorphose into a planetary life form. He should have waited a little longer. Otherwise, when Montari and Antes successfully metamorphosed and seized a large amount of star power, the gains would not make up for the losses. These people discussed spiritedly. Although they found Lin Feng very familiar, they could not remember him. Actually, this was very normal. Since Lin Feng came to the Divine Palace, he had entered the Middle District directly. However, he lived in seclusion in the Middle District, and was promoted to the Upper District in a very short period of time. Even in the Upper District, Lin Feng also lived in seclusion. Very few people knew Lin Feng. No, I remember now. He's Lin Feng. Who is Lin Feng? How ignorant. Have you forgotten the genius seed disciple in the Middle District, who was made an exception and promoted to the Upper District some time ago? Ah. It's him, Lin Feng. It seems to be him. I heard that he was made an exception and promoted to the Upper District. He's the only disciple below the planetary level in the Upper District. He's undergone 5 life transitions. Is he going to undergo the 6th life transition? So he's a core disciple of the upper district. He actually came to the metamorphosis area too. This is rather rare. This is going to be interesting. There are 3 top geniuses, and one of them is a core disciple of the upper district. If they all succeed in metamorphosing, it will definitely be very interesting to see their combat bodies compete for star power. The better and inferior ones would be obvious at a glance. Many people came to a realization. After learning Lin Feng's identity, they found it even more dramatic. Montari and Antes naturally heard the others' discussions. The two of them looked at each other, their expressions slightly solemn. A long time ago, they were the top geniuses in the Middle District, and were reputed to be the disciples with the greatest hope of advancing to the Upper District. However, after Lin Feng's arrival, it only took a few months for him to advance to the Upper District, and as an exception. This could not help but make them a little unhappy, but at the same time, they were also a little indignant. They had originally wanted to wait until they had advanced to the Upper District before competing with Lin Feng. They did not expect that the 3 of them were actually on the same starting line now, and were all about to undergo metamorphosis. Montari and Antes' fighting spirit also became stronger. They must succeed in this metamorphosis. Compared to the turmoil in the hearts of Montari and Antes, Lin Feng's heart was very calm, and there was not a trace of fluctuation in his emotions. Lin Feng did not pay attention to either Montari or Antes. He did not even know them. As for being competitive, he had better things to do. His vision had already exceeded mere planetary lifeforms. Moreover, they had not even reached the level of planetary lifeforms. Everything was ready. Lin Feng's emotions were also adjusted to their peak. At this moment, with a thought, he suddenly deployed his combat body. How stunning was a 1,200-kilometer combat body! Lin Feng used the title combat body. After all, he was most familiar with the title combat body. As long as the life transition was successful, no matter what kind of combat body it was, it would actually be a successful transition altogether. Montari and Antes also deployed their combat bodies one after another. However, when they saw Lin Feng's combat body, they fell completely silent. It was not just Montari and Antes. All the cultivators in the metamorphosis area fell silent. Montari and Antes could be considered the cream of the crop in the Middle District. After 5 life transitions, Montari's combat body had reached 336 kilometers. Antes was slightly stronger, but only reached 340 kilometers. The 2 of them could already be considered top geniuses in the Middle District. In the past, the 2 of them were also proud of it. But now, looking at Lin Feng's massive and suffocating combat body, their combat bodies of more than 300 kilometers were nothing compared to Lin Feng's title combat body. Didn't they say that Lin Feng was made an exception and advanced to the Upper District through his comprehension of laws, but his aptitude in combat body is mediocre? Is this considered mediocre? Some disciples who knew about Lin Feng could not help but gasp, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 449, 6 Life Transitions. Chapter 449, 6 Life Transitions. Originally, I thought that he was fast to be on the same starting line as us, but now. Montari smiled wanly and shook his head. Was this the same starting line? Lin Feng had long left them in the dust. The 2 parties were not on the same level at all. Looking at that massive combat body, it must have exceeded 1,000 kilometers. They had almost never heard of someone who could condense a combat body of more than 1,000 kilometers after 5 life transitions. In the history of the Divine Palace of Bamand, such a massive combat body had never appeared with 5 life transitions. Just this point alone allowed Lin Feng to create the record of the Divine Palace, and make its history. Montari and Antes were only slightly distracted, but to be able to cultivate to their current level, their will was also considerably strong. They were only disappointed for a moment before adjusting their emotions. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, their only opponent now was themselves. Their final goal was to undergo 6 life transitions and become a planetary life form. Hence, Montari and Antes began their life transitions at the same time. Rumble. Their combat bodies expanded wildly. At this moment, they gathered their strongest conviction. They firmly believed that they would definitely be able to succeed in life transition. Unlike Lin Feng, they were only 30% confident in life transitions. Hence, they relied more on determination and some luck. The two of them had suffered some stimulation today, but it had actually made their wills even stronger. As they unleashed their combat bodies, every cell in their bodies seemed to be cheering. In the next moment, the cells in their bodies divided wildly, and their combat bodies expanded wildly. Success. Seeing that both their combat bodies were expanding rapidly, everyone knew that the two of them had succeeded. Two more planetary life forms had appeared at once. Such a grand occasion could only be seen in the divine palace of Beaumont. It had to be known that there were countless planets and civilizations in the Beaumont galaxy. How many planets and civilizations could give birth to planetary life forms? They could be counted on one hand. Every planetary life form could be considered great. Once a planetary life form was born in a civilization, this civilization, be it a cultivator civilization or a technological civilization, was destined to become a cosmic civilization. Their combat bodies were still expanding and absorbing a large amount of star power. There was not much of a difference. They were basically evenly matched, and neither could suppress the other. Swoosh. Lin Feng also opened his eyes. His 1,200-kilometer combat body had already been coiled to the extreme. In the next moment, Lin Feng did not need to unleash any powerful will. As the conditions were met, his combat body began to expand naturally. Rumble. Lin Feng's combat body also began to expand, and it was even wilder than Montari and Antes. Almost every second, his cells would divide into countless ones. The speed of division was too fast, so fast that he felt as if his body was tearing apart. There was a faint pain from the depths of their very soul. Lin Feng knew that this was a necessary experience for life transitions. This was the case even for natural life transitions with a consummate combat body, and was especially the case for 6 life transitions. This was a huge improvement, an improvement in the essence of life, and a qualitative leap. From 5 life transitions to 6 life transitions, it was basically a 100-fold improvement. For example, Montari and Antes were top geniuses in the Middle District, and their talent was not much inferior to Raymond's. Hence, in the end, their combat bodies would definitely be able to expand to more than 20,000 kilometers. As for Lin Feng, even Lin Feng himself did not know how much his final combat body could expand. This was because he no longer had any experience that his predecessors could refer to. Having a combat body of 1,200 kilometers with 5 life transitions was unheard of. Montari and Antes wanted to undergo a life transition before Lin Feng, but as Lin Feng's life transition and his combat body expanded wildly, at least 80% of the star power in the metamorphosis area was actually swept away by Lin Feng at once. In other words, only about 20% of the star power was left for Montari and Antes. This could not help but make the two of them regret it. Why did they have to undergo a life transition at the same time as Lin Feng? The two of them had long given up on competing with Lin Feng, but they could no longer stop. They could only absorb about 20% of the star power, which actually had a certain impact on condensing the planetary combat body. They had never made preparations. After all, such a situation was really rare. Often, even if 3 or 4 cultivators advanced to planetary life forms, there would not be a situation where the star power was insufficient. However, they happened to encounter Lin Feng. Actually, it could have been worse, because Lin Feng at least restrained himself and left 20% of the star power for Montari and Antes. Otherwise, he could have devoured all the star power in the metamorphosis area. The speed at which his combat body expanded was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already exceeded 20,000 kilometers, far surpassing Montari and Antes. From afar, Lin Feng's combat body was like a black hole, devouring a large amount of star power in a frenzy. Even so, Lin Feng enjoyed 80% of the star power in the metamorphosis area alone. However, he still felt that every cell in his body seemed to be very thirsty, and the star power was completely insufficient. If this continued, it would also affect Lin Feng's combat body. Fortunately, Lin Feng was prepared. Or rather, Divine King Bamand had already expected all of this. Lin Feng flipped his palm, and a small bottle appeared in his palm. There was a crystalline drop of liquid inside. It was the reward Lin Feng had obtained, the cosmic elixir. Crunch. The porcelain bottle shattered, and the drop of cosmic elixir floated in the void. Lin Feng made a grabbing motion, and the cosmic elixir was enveloped by countless cells and absorbed by his body. Boom. When the cosmic elixir entered his body, it was as if an energy sphere had exploded. Lin Feng's entire body was trembling. Countless cells seemed to have been starved for billions of years, devouring the terrifying power erupting from the cosmic elixir in a frenzy. Even Lin Feng was stunned. This tiny drop of cosmic elixir looked like a drop of water. It was inconspicuous, but it contained a terrifying energy that made him tremble. The energy that erupted at this moment shocked even Lin Feng. However, as the energy continued to enter his body, the speed at which Lin Feng's combat body expanded increased again. Moreover, the divided cells devoured a large amount of energy and filled the cells in the shortest period of time. At this moment, Lin Feng had a special feeling, as if he had never been stronger. He was improving at an indescribable speed at every moment. 20,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers, 40,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers. As Lin Feng's combat body expanded, everyone in the metamorphosis area, including Montari and Ontes, went from being shocked at first, gradually becoming numb, to being silent now. They could no longer describe the shock in their hearts with words. They could only look up at that incomparably huge body, which seemed to be still metamorphosing towards a level unimaginable to them. Chapter 450, Making History. Chapter 450, Making History. Lin Feng was really glad that Divine King Bamand could reward him with a drop of cosmic elixir. Otherwise, his metamorphosis would not have gone so smoothly now. There was no knowing how long it would take for him to successfully undergo metamorphosis just by relying on this star power. Moreover, how could star power have such a miraculous effect as the cosmic elixir? Lin Feng's cells divided at least a few times in an instant. Then, the newly divided cells were instantly replenished by the cosmic elixir, and could continue to divide. Such frequent division without any damage was the effect of the cosmic elixir. Moreover, the energy of this tiny drop of cosmic elixir was unimaginable. At the very least, Lin Feng's combat body had already reached 50,000 kilometers, but it still showed no signs of waning. With the support of the cosmic origin fluid, the speed at which Lin Feng's combat body expanded did not decrease. 50,000 kilometers, 60,000 kilometers, 70,000 kilometers, 80,000 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's combat body had already expanded to 100,000 kilometers. This was 100,000 kilometers. Among elementary planetary lifeforms, who could reach 100,000 kilometers in their combat body. Even if there were definitely very few of them in the entire universe. In the Divine Palace of Bamand, Lin Feng was the only one who had a combat body of over 100,000 kilometers long when he became an elementary planetary lifeform. How terrifying was a 100,000 kilometer combat body? Ordinary planets only had a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers, but Lin Feng's combat body alone had reached 100,000 kilometers, and it was not over yet. It was still expanding. With his current massive combat body, he could blast a planet apart with a light palm strike, and traverse infinite distances with a casual move. This was a planetary life form, an advanced life form in the universe, no longer a lesser life form. They truly had the ability to travel the universe and deal with all kinds of cosmic catastrophes. 100,000 kilometers was not the end. This was because Lin Feng had the cosmic elixir and an adequate energy supply. Hence, the massive amount of energy required for 6 life transitions was not a problem for Lin Feng at all. His combat body was still expanding, from 100,000 kilometers to 130,000 kilometers, before stopping at about 140,000 kilometers. This was Lin Feng's final combat body. The 140,000 kilometer combat body alarmed everyone, be it the upper or middle districts. Swoosh! 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 Many core disciples of the upper district who received the news also rushed to the metamorphosis area. Every disciple of the upper district was undoubtedly a major figure, and had a pivotal position in the divine palace. Not only did elementary planetary lifeforms arrive, advanced planetary lifeforms also arrived. Originally, giving birth to 3 planetary lifeforms at once was very rare, even in the divine palace of Bamand. It was a grand occasion. However, neither Montari nor Antis were happy about the success of their metamorphosis. In front of Lin Feng, they had completely become side characters. In the eyes of those high and mighty figures of the upper district, the two of them were unnoticeable. The two of them smiled weakly. They had already completed their metamorphosis, so they did not have to stay in the metamorphosis area anymore. When Raymond rushed to the metamorphosis area, he was also very shocked to see Lin Feng's massive combat body. A 140,000 kilometer combat body. How is that possible? It was normal for Raymond to be so shocked. All the core disciples of the upper district were shocked. It was not long ago when they heard that a disciple with very strong comprehension of laws had been made an exception and promoted to the upper district. How did he become a planetary life form in the blink of an eye? Moreover, he was more outstanding than any disciple of the upper district. With a combat body of 140,000 kilometers, if he could take another step forward and become an advanced planetary life form, how terrifying would that be? Even his current combat body alone was enough for Lin Feng to sweep through opponents at the same level. Moreover, Lin Feng had comprehended planetary laws. Even Raymond probably did not dare to underestimate his current overall strength. Looks like I made the right choice by gifting that star bloom to him. Although Raymond was very shocked, he was also very happy. Back when he invited Lin Feng to team up, he was originally worried that Lin Feng was not strong enough and would not be of much use. But now, Lin Feng had finally transformed into a planetary life form, and he was absurdly strong, far surpassing his expectations. This was a joyous occasion. With Lin Feng, perhaps they could obtain even greater gains during the Big Bang. Only as more and more people rushed to the metamorphosis area did Lin Feng's name spread throughout the entire divine palace of Bamand. Even in the upper district, Lin Feng's name was widespread. He had created the history and record of the divine palace. Just this point alone made Lin Feng surpass most of the disciples in the upper district. As Lin Feng's metamorphosis ended, he felt that his body was filled with unimaginable power. He had never felt so powerful. Lin Feng felt that even the annihilative power in the spear of destruction he used back then seemed to be inferior to his current combat body. 140,000 kilometers. Lin Feng also knew how impactful this number was. However, Lin Feng did not forget that Divine King Bamand had also contributed to this. If not for Divine King Bamand's cosmic elixir, perhaps Lin Feng would be lucky if he could reach 100,000 kilometers in this metamorphosis. How could he possibly condense a super combat body of 140,000 kilometers? The cosmic elixir in Lin Feng's body was actually not used up yet. The remaining power was stored in his body. In the future, Lin Feng's combat body might be able to improve again. Then, the remaining energy in the cosmic elixir would still be of critical use. As the news spread, more and more people came to the metamorphosis area. Countless people from the upper, middle, and lower districts came to witness Lin Feng's glory. Even the disciples of those advanced planetary lifeforms in the Divine Palace did not receive such treatment. After Lin Feng sensed that his combat body had completely stabilized, he retracted his combat body and returned to his normal size. Lin Feng could not even grasp the basics of the planetary combat body now. He still needed to study it in depth in the future, but clearly, now was not the time. Your Highness, congratulations. Congratulations, Your Highness Lin Feng. Your Highness Lin Feng is indeed worthy of being a genius promoted by His Majesty the Divine King in exception. Few people can match this talent. As Lin Feng left the metamorphosis area, many people congratulated Lin Feng. Raymond also smiled and said, Your Highness Lin Feng, you've really given me a huge surprise. Your Highness Raymond, I have to thank you for that star bloom. Otherwise, I wouldn't have succeeded in my metamorphosis so quickly. This was the truth for Lin Feng. Without Raymond's star bloom, Lin Feng would not have known that miraculous items could be so helpful to the combat body. Then, he still would not have reached the consummate combat body now, and would not even have a direction, let alone successfully metamorphose into a planetary life form. There's no need to thank me. This is all due to Your Highness Lin Feng's outstanding talent, Raymond said seriously. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew over from afar. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, Your Highness Lin Feng, His Majesty the Divine King requests your presence. Your Majesty. Many people's hearts skipped a beat, but at the same time, they were also very envious. Being summoned by His Majesty the Divine King must mean that His Majesty valued him. Lin Feng's future prospects were already limitless. Chapter 451, Summons of the Divine King. Chapter 451, Summons of the Divine King. When Lin Feng arrived at the Divine King Palace, he saw the avatar of Divine King Bamond again. Actually, with Lin Feng's current strength, he could also create an avatar. At most, it would have more cells and be slightly weaker, but it would be a genuine avatar. This was an ability of every planetary life form. Greetings, Your Majesty. Although Divine King Bamond was the master of all the disciples of the Divine Palace in name, everyone addressed him respectfully as His Majesty the Divine King. Almost no one really called him master. Divine King Bamond turned around and saw Lin Feng. A gratified smile appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. Looks like my drop of cosmic elixir wasn't wasted. It's all thanks to Your Majesty the Divine King's drop of cosmic elixir. Otherwise, I don't know how many more detours I would have taken. Lin Feng was sincerely grateful to Divine King Bamond. You deserve all of that. Back then, I planted countless seeds, but there are only a handful who can truly return. You are one of them, and you are far more outstanding than the other seed disciples. You condensed a consummate combat body, right? Lin Feng was shocked. Divine King Bamond had indeed guessed it. Since Divine King Bamond had guessed it, he had nothing to hide. He nodded and said, I did cultivate my combat body to the consummate state before metamorphosing into a planetary life form. Well done. The consummate combat body. Ever since I established the Divine Palace of Bamond, no one has been able to cultivate the consummate combat body. You're the first. However, since you've already embarked on the path of the strongest, I hope you won't be complacent. Being a planetary life form is just the first step. Your starting point is just slightly higher than others. The path of consummation is destined to be very difficult. Back then, I also became a planetary life form with the consummate combat body. Unfortunately, I was one step behind. After I transformed into a planetary life form, I never managed to cultivate the consummate combat body again, causing me to linger at the galactic level for billions of years until now. I hope you won't make the same mistake I did. It turned out that Divine King Bamond had also cultivated the path of consummation back then, and condensed the consummate combat body, metamorphosing into a planetary life form with it. No wonder Divine King Bamond could become a powerful Divine King, one of the top experts of the entire universe. It turned out that Divine King Bamond was not inferior to Lin Feng at all back then. As expected, every great life form that could stand at the peak had its own unique strengths. Lin Feng's little achievements were nothing compared to those peak life forms. In the path of consummation, even if one became a planetary life form, they still had to work hard to attain consummation. Otherwise, one mistake would lead to more mistakes. In the future, when they reached the level of Divine King Bamond, it would be too late for regrets. This was guidance on cultivation, and it was guidance from Divine King Bamand himself. It was very rare. In name, the disciples of the upper district of the Divine Palace were all core disciples, and disciples who were the focus of nurture by Divine King Bamand. However, in reality, the number of disciples that Divine King Bamand had personally guided over the long years could be counted on one hand. Being able to receive personal guidance from Divine King Bamand was envied by countless people. Since you've embarked on the path of consummation, your future path will be filled with many dangers. If I don't give you some major gifts, I'm afraid those old fellows will laugh about it too. Divine King Bamand's figure flashed. Lin Feng did not even have the slightest ability to resist before he arrived in the universe. He saw Divine King Bamand's extremely terrifying true form again. It was the size of a galaxy. Before such a massive body, Lin Feng was as insignificant as a grain of sand. Lin Feng did not know how massive Divine King Bamand's body was, but he knew that Divine King Bamand's body was comparable to a galaxy. And a galaxy, even a very ordinary galaxy, had a diameter of about 100,000 light-years. A light-year was about 9,400 billion kilometers. As for Lin Feng's current combat body, it was only 140,000 kilometers, not even a fraction of a light-year, let alone comparable to Divine King Bamand, who had a body of hundreds of thousands of light-years. The difference between the two was like the stars in the sky and the ants on the ground. He could not even be considered an ant, and was only dust. This true form is too inconvenient. I'd better deploy my avatar. Divine King Bamand's massive body began to emit waves of light. Then, countless cells began to condense into a new figure. This figure was a new incarnation. It had more than one cell, and was much stronger. Go. Divine King Bamand led Lin Feng directly into the spatial passage and teleported to an unfamiliar cosmos. Your Majesty, where are we going? Lin Feng was very curious, not knowing where Divine King Bamand was taking him. You'll know when we arrive. It's very inconvenient for the true form to move in the galaxy. Otherwise, we would have arrived long ago. Divine King Bamand actually thought it was too slow. Lin Feng was a little speechless. If Divine King Bamand moved in his true form, even the Bamand galaxy would not be able to withstand it. After all, Divine King Bamand's true form was the size of a galaxy. A casual move from him could destroy a galaxy. Hence, he could only use his avatar to move in the galaxy. Divine King Bamand could not warp space either. Without spatial innate ability, only universal lifeforms could forcefully tear space and warp space. Lin Feng followed Divine King Bamand silently. Divine King Bamand was simply too fast just by flying. He was even faster than spaceships. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown very far. However, Lin Feng felt that it looked a little familiar. He seemed to have seen the cosmos here before. This is a territorial planet of the Matrix civilization. Lin Feng remembered. Wasn't this the planet leader of the Matrix civilization he had been to before? Soon, Lin Feng saw a terrifying black hole that was expanding wildly, devouring everything in the universe. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He recognized it. Wasn't this black hole the black hole that the Matrix civilization had once wanted to capture? However, the size of this black hole seemed to have increased significantly since Lin Feng left. If this continued, the black hole would expand faster and faster. At that time, even the Matrix civilization would be in danger, and even the entire Bamand galaxy. Lin Feng reported this situation to the Divine Palace, but the Divine Palace clearly had not been able to deal with it. Was Divine King Bamand bringing Lin Feng to this black hole to deal with it? A black hole. It devours all energy and all celestial bodies. It appears to be the end of everything, but who would know that it is actually the beginning of everything, too? Divine King Bamand sighed deeply. Lin Feng did not know what he meant. If this black hole continues to expand, it will devour the entire Bamand galaxy sooner or later. It cannot be destroyed. The only way is to seal it. Slowly release its energy. When its energy is exhausted, the black hole will naturally disappear. Divine King Bamand's expression was solemn, but his tone was very calm. Instead, he seemed to be deliberately demonstrating something in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly recalled that Divine King Bamand had mentioned a major gift for him. Could it be related to the black hole? Chapter 452, Undying and Imperishable. Chapter 452, Undying and Imperishable. This black hole was so huge that even Lin Feng could feel the suction force of the black hole from afar. Back then, Lin Feng was in imminent danger. Hence, he had a deep impression of this black hole. Watch carefully. Divine King Bamand suddenly used his combat body. Although this was only a portion of his avatar, this portion alone had already far exceeded an ultimate planetary life form. His combat body was incomparably massive, and finally expanded to a size larger than a black hole. Then, he extended his hands and struck at the huge black hole. Boom! An incredible scene appeared. In Lin Feng's eyes, Divine King Bamand's two huge palms actually pressed together from both sides, sandwiching the black hole in the middle. It was as if the terrifying suction force of the black hole was useless against Divine King Bamand. As the two palms pressed together, the incomparably huge black hole actually continued to keep compressing. When the two palms completely closed, the black hole seemed to have become a sheet of paper, but it still emitted traces of black light. That's... Lin Feng was very shocked. That was a black hole, a terrifying black hole that could devour stars. It had actually become a tiny paper sheet in the hands of Divine King Bamand. This was simply unbelievable. A great galactic life form had already exceeded Lin Feng's understanding. After turning the black hole into a tiny paper sheet, Divine King Bamand took out a transparent pearl the size of a longan. Then, a trace of light emitted from the pearl, and the paper transformed from the black hole fused into the pearl. Lin Feng, this is my major gift for you. Divine King Bamand tossed the pearl directly to Lin Feng, which surprised Lin Feng. There was a black hole sealed in this small pearl. No matter how he looked at it, it was shocking. Your Majesty, what is this? An origin weapon. Lin Feng was stunned. This was an origin weapon. He also had an origin weapon himself. For example, the Spear of Destruction was a genuine origin weapon. However, he knew that refining an origin weapon was very difficult and troublesome. But how did Divine King Bamand seem to have refined an origin weapon so easily? Moreover, this origin weapon seemed to be shockingly powerful. Lin Feng, origin weapons are also divided into many types. For example, the origin weapon on your body is actually just the most basic origin weapon. As for the origin weapon I just refined, a black hole is sealed within. Moreover, this black hole is very strong. Once the power of this origin weapon is activated, it can practically unleash the power of an ultimate planetary life form. Origin weapons are all consumables. Once the energy inside is depleted, it will be very difficult to replenish it. After all, such a huge black hole can only be chanced upon by luck. Consider it as a gift and bring it with you. It had power equivalent to an ultimate planetary life form. Lin Feng fell silent, but a storm was brewing in his heart. It was just too powerful. It felt as if he was learning about the Divine King Bamand for the first time. He could casually refine a black hole into an origin weapon. Even Lin Feng, who had become a planetary life form now, could not understand such a method, realm, and power. Perhaps black holes were very terrifying in the eyes of planetary life forms. Even an ultimate planetary life form could only keep themselves unaffected against such a huge black hole. However, in the eyes of a great galactic life form like Divine King Bamand, it was a rare commodity, an excellent material for refining origin weapons, and one that could only be chanced upon by luck. With this origin weapon personally refined by Divine King Bamand, Lin Feng would indeed have a huge guarantee of safety when traveling the universe in the future. Thank you for the precious gift, Your Majesty. Lin Feng's tone was excited, and he was very grateful. Haha, if you can become the second galactic life form in my divine palace of Bamand in the future, That will be the greatest repayment to me. Galactic life form. Lin Feng could only smile weakly. So Divine King Bamond actually had such high hopes for him. A galactic life form, even Lin Feng had never thought of it at the moment. The Divine Palace of Bamond had been established for so long. The Bamond Galaxy could be considered a place of many talents. Many ultimate planetary life forms had been born, but what about galactic life forms? Divine King Bamond was still the only one. It was obvious just how difficult it was to become a galactic life form. After dealing with the black hole, Divine King Bamond brought Lin Feng back to the Divine Palace. Lin Feng returned to his residence alone, only to realize that people were coming to visit one after another. Those who were qualified to visit were all core disciples of the upper district, and most of them were advanced planetary life forms. Some of them even wanted to invite Lin Feng to participate in the Big Bang together. They promised all kinds of benefits. However, Lin Feng already had an agreement with Raymond. He would have to disappoint these people. Fortunately, after a period of time, such visits became fewer and fewer, and finally disappeared completely. Lin Feng also heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was a little impatient, such socializing was necessary. This was because only from this moment on could Lin Feng be considered to have integrated into the upper district, and truly become a member of it. After Lin Feng went through a busy period of time, his life returned to normal. During this period of time, he was busy socializing, so he did not learn much about his combat body, and did not master many of his abilities. Now, he could focus and slowly master them. First was the matter of the avatar. Lin Feng had tried transforming a cell into an avatar before, but he had failed. His mental power was sufficient, but the energy in the cell was too little, and there seemed to be something missing. Even Lin Feng could not tell what it was. Now that he had become a planetary life form, he could give it a try. Go. Lin Feng extended his hand. A cell split from his body and landed on the ground. With Lin Feng's current strength, even if it was just a cell, how terrifying was the energy contained within. The cells expanded at a visible speed, and gradually took shape, turning into the size of a normal person. They looked identical to Lin Feng, with almost no difference. Lin Feng found it very miraculous. How should he put it? The avatar in front of him seemed to have the same thoughts as him, but if he wanted to control it, he needed to divert a portion of his mental power to control it, just like commanding his own hand. However, if the connection was severed, the other party seemed to be able to exist independently. Their thinking patterns, thoughts, and so on all took after Lin Feng. This kind of avatar was most suitable for guarding a region. Most planetary life forms could not possibly stay and guard a region. They would send an avatar to guard their civilization or planet, and then travel around with their actual bodies. When they returned to the planet, they could control their avatar to return to their body and condense new avatars. As for the consciousness, thoughts, and various experiences of the avatars during this period of time, none of them was a problem. They were ultimately avatars, and were no different from the main body. Had there ever been avatars that tried to become the main body, and replace the host? Actually, Lin Feng had investigated it before as well. There was no such possibility at all. The avatar was completely powerless to resist before the true form. Moreover, it could not harbor any malicious intent towards the true form. On the contrary, if an avatar was left behind, and the true form died, the avatar would continue to exist. It was just that the avatar would always be only an avatar, unable to cultivate or improve. It would always remain in the state of an avatar. However, that was also another form of life. Hence, in a sense, only by becoming a planetary life form could one be considered undying and imperishable. Chapter 453, Avatar. Chapter 453, Avatar. From now on, you are Lin Feng. No, I'm an avatar. The avatar is Lin Feng, but Lin Feng is not the avatar. Even though it was a little awkward, Lin Feng understood. Moreover, how should he describe the conversation between him and his avatar? It was a little strange. It was as if Lin Feng knew what his avatar wanted to say when he spoke to him, and it even came from his own intent. However, it was very different from talking to himself. In short, even Lin Feng was not quite used to it. Lin Feng sensed the power in the avatar, but was not too satisfied. Weak. Too weak. This was just an avatar formed from a single cell. Its strength could not even compare to that of an ordinary person, let alone a being with one life transition. However, this was not a problem for Lin Feng. He continued to divide the cells, fusing them into the avatar one after another. After fusing dozens of cells, the power of the avatar finally reached the level of one life transition. Compared to the avatar from a single cell of Divine King Bamond, the difference was simply too great. Of course, Lin Feng could still continue to fuse the cells and increase the strength of the avatar. However, this would also affect the original body, because the separated part was permanently separated. For example, Lin Feng now had a 140,000 kilometer combat body. If he separated a combat body that was 40,000 kilometers in size, his original combat body would become 100,000 kilometers. The combat bodies of ordinary planetary lifeforms could reach 10,000 kilometers. As for planetary lifeforms above 20,000 kilometers, they were already considered relatively powerful. Lin Feng's combat body was too strong. Even if he separated a combat body of 20,000 kilometers, it would be harmless and would not affect Lin Feng's combat power much. Originally, Lin Feng was still worried about the safety of his home planet. However, now that he had an avatar, he could separate at least 20,000 kilometers of his combat body to form an avatar. It was equivalent to having a planetary life form protecting his home planet and family at all times. This was the safest and best of both worlds. After all, Lin Feng could not possibly stay on his home planet forever. He still needed to travel and continue cultivating. Having an avatar to accompany his family on his home planet was actually no different from his true self. However, this posed a slight problem with cultivation for Lin Feng. If he still wanted to cultivate the consummate combat body, he would have to fuse his avatars. Only then would he truly attain consummation. Otherwise, it would not become a true consummate combat body and continue to undergo metamorphosis. Of course, avatars were not that important to ordinary planetary lifeforms. They did not need consummate combat bodies. Up until now, Lin Feng had not even cultivated for 50 years, and he had become a planetary lifeform. He was considered a very rare top-notch genius even in the scope of the vast universe. Coupled with the enhancement of laws, his combat power would increase to an unimaginable level. At the very least, he would have no problem sweeping through elementary planetary lifeforms. Lin Feng might not even be inferior to advanced planetary lifeforms. After all, his combat body had already reached 140,000 kilometers. If his laws enhanced it by another 100-fold, it would be at least equivalent to a combat body of 14 million kilometers. How terrifying was this? The combat body of ordinary advanced planetary lifeforms was equivalent to a star. Under normal circumstances, the combat bodies of those advanced planetary lifeforms were also above 1,000,000 kilometers. With the enhancement of laws, Lin Feng's combat body was almost comparable to a combat body of more than 10 million kilometers. Comparable to most advanced planetary lifeforms. Most advanced planetary lifeforms had combat bodies of more than 1,000,000 kilometers. However, like stars, which were divided into small stars and extremely huge stars, the difference between combat bodies could also even be worlds apart. There were also many advanced planetary lifeforms that had combat bodies which had reached tens of millions of kilometers. Lin Feng could be considered to have preliminary combat power of an advanced planetary lifeform, but he would never be complacent. If he could comprehend laws, could other planetary lifeforms not comprehend laws? Although there were very few disciples who comprehended laws in the upper district of the Divine Palace, it was not unheard of. Many disciples had even comprehended planetary laws. Moreover, it was rumored that there were disciples who comprehended advanced planetary laws. That was even more terrifying. Even Lin Feng could not comprehend advanced planetary laws now. After adapting to the planetary combat body, Lin Feng began to study the pearl again. This was Lin Feng's current trump card. It was an origin weapon the Divine King Bamand personally refined for Lin Feng. The ability to unleash power equivalent to an ultimate planetary lifeform would at least be enough to deal with most crises in the universe. He extended his mental power within, and could clearly see the terrifying black hole. However, due to the seal, the suction force of the black hole was useless against Lin Feng. Hence, his mental power could explore the periphery of the black hole. However, once it entered the black hole, his mental power would still be devoured. A black hole was an infinite treasure. It was Lin Feng's luck to possess a black hole which he could study at any time and place. The power inside was also depleted with every use, and could not be replenished. The study value of such a black hole was very great. Lin Feng did not want to use the pearl lightly. Since it was an origin weapon bestowed to him by His Majesty Divine King Bamand, with a black hole sealed within it, Lin Feng had to give such a special origin weapon a name. I'll call it the Black Hole Pearl. Lin Feng could not be bothered to think too much about it. He gave it a very obvious name. Next was a period of peace. Lin Feng was like a sponge, frantically absorbing all kinds of knowledge about planetary lifeforms to enrich his lacking cultivation knowledge. The consummate combat body was especially of crucial importance. When cultivators metamorphosed into planetary lifeforms, they would practically become another kind of life form. They would be completely different from before, and this was equivalent to a new starting point on the path of cultivation. Foundation was very important. Lin Feng had known this for a long time. Moreover, Divine King Bamand had also advised him not to give up on cultivating the consummate combat body. However, the difficulty of cultivating the consummate combat body as a planetary lifeform was just too high. Often, it would take hundreds or thousands of years for planetary lifeforms to make any progress. Sometimes, even 10,000 years was nothing. Becoming a planetary lifeform meant true immortality. Time was eternal, and life was eternal. It would take a long time to improve even a little. After understanding all of this, Lin Feng began thinking of returning to his home planet. Although he had not left his home planet for long, he had already metamorphosed into a planetary lifeform. Cultivating would take a very long time in the future. Then, there was no knowing how long it would take before he could return to his home planet again. Moreover, he still had to leave his avatar to guard his home planet. Only then would he feel more at ease. Hence, Lin Feng spent another 4 years stabilizing and mastering his combat body, before deciding to return to his home planet. For this reason, he personally bade farewell to Divine King Bamand. The Divine King did not stop him. He only asked Lin Feng to return as soon as possible. After all, there were still decades before the Big Bang. That was a grand event that could not be missed. Lin Feng naturally agreed. He had also promised His Highness Raymond that they would team up to participate in the Big Bang. How could he miss their agreement? After the Divine King approved it, Lin Feng took Long Betham's bracelet and disappeared into the spatial passage without alerting anyone. Chapter 454, Returning to Roya. Chapter 454, Returning to Roya. Buzz. A dazzling light suddenly lit up in the spatial passage of the Roya Imperial planet. The soldiers of the Roya Empire guarding the spatial passage were all in high spirits. They held their heads high and had solemn expressions. They knew very well that anyone who could travel through this spatial passage must be the most distinguished guest. Be it cultivators or distinguished guests from technological civilizations, they must be of high status and great figures in the universe. Transmission from the Bamand Galaxy. That must be a cultivator. The eyes of the Roya Empire officer in charge of the spatial passage lit up. The spatial passage was a luxury item, and most users were important figures. People like Lin Feng who had nothing back then could forget about entering the spatial passage. It was only because Lin Feng had made an unexpected fortune that he could enter the spatial passage. Swoosh. Finally, a figure appeared in the spatial passage. Distinguished guest, the Roya Galaxy welcomes you. Looking at the respectful attitude of the officer in front of him, Lin Feng's thoughts suddenly returned to 5 or 6 years ago. At that time, he had just left his home planet and arrived at the Roya Imperial planet, and wanted to use the spatial passage to go to the Bamond Galaxy. At that time, no one paid attention to him. He did not even have enough energy to traverse space. Only 5 or 6 years later, he received completely different treatment. Since I'm here on the Roya Imperial planet, I should also bring something back for my home planet. Some ideas flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Although he had purchased many resources from the Divine Palace that were helpful for cultivation, and technological systems coexisted on his home planet. Sometimes, technology was very important too. For example, the technology of the planet annihilation cannon would be very important. If he could acquire it, while Lin Feng did not expect the technology on his home planet to develop it immediately, it could provide a direction for his home planet's technological development. That would definitely greatly reduce their detours in technology. This was the best gift for his home planet. It had been about 10 years since Lin Feng left his home planet. Back when he rushed to the Roya Imperial planet from his home planet. It had taken more than 5 years. Now, he had stayed in the Divine Palace of Bamond for another 5 years. Hence, Lin Feng had left his home planet for at least 10 years. In the universe, the concept of time was actually very weak. As for cultivators, after becoming planetary lifeforms, the concept of time was even weaker. Some planetary lifeforms could sleep for decades or centuries at a time. A few years might just be enough for those planetary lifeforms to take a nap. However, how could Lin Feng purchase a strategic high-end technology like the planet annihilation cannon so easily? Even Long Betham did not have information on such strategic cannons. Perhaps there's a place where I can find what I need. An idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He remembered a good place. Swoosh. Lin Feng flew out of the spatial passage directly. Ignoring the enthusiastic officer, he flew straight to the center of the bustling Roya Imperial planet. Walking on the bustling streets, Lin Feng also looked at the crowd on the streets with interest. He had been to the Roya Imperial planet before, but back then, he was in a hurry to use the spatial passage to head to the Bamond Galaxy. How could he be in such a leisurely mood now? Things were different now. Lin Feng was already a planetary life form. He had a long lifespan, and sufficient strength to deal with all kinds of threats. Naturally, his mood was different. Strolling along the streets, Lin Feng slowly came before a building. The Skull Chamber of Commerce. This was Lin Feng's destination. Although the Skull Chamber of Commerce had some underground characteristics, it was a legal Chamber of Commerce. It was just involved some relatively gray areas. Lin Feng looked at the people coming and going in the Chamber of Commerce building. A smile gradually appeared on his lips. It seemed like the Skull Chamber of Commerce had developed quite well over the past few years, and was not affected by the blow Lin Feng delivered back then. This time, if Lin Feng wanted to obtain information on the planet annihilation cannons, he would have to rely on the Skull Chamber of Commerce. In the past 5 or 6 years, the Skull Chamber of Commerce had experienced periods of pain. The senior executives of the Skull Chamber of Commerce hated the cultivator who caused heavy losses for the Skull Chamber of Commerce with every fiber of their being. However, at that time, the president of the Chamber of Commerce became the scapegoat, and the remaining people continued to maintain the operation of the Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, they operated the Skull Chamber of Commerce very well, and even took it to the next level. Also, with the support of the important figures behind the Chamber of Commerce, they had expanded the armed battleships to a total of 10 planet annihilator battleships. The current Skull Chamber of Commerce could be said to be doing swimmingly. Its business was expanding, and it had vaguely become one of the top 100 major chambers of commerce on the Roya Imperial planet. The current president of the Skull Chamber of Commerce, Polo, was an iron-fisted leader. Ever since he took over the Chamber of Commerce, he had used a series of forceful methods to turn the Chamber of Commerce around. Now, it was thriving. Swoosh. Polo was busy with work in the office when he suddenly had a strange feeling. He looked up and realized that an unfamiliar young man was sitting in the chair in front of him. Polo frowned and said coldly, "Who are you? I don't remember letting anyone in." "Mr. Polo, congratulations on becoming the president of the Skull Chamber of Commerce. How does it feel to be in charge? Who exactly are you?" Polo's tone became slightly stern. He did not like the other party's condescending gaze. From the bottom rung of the Chamber of Commerce, he had risen to power step by step in order to prove himself and not be underestimated by others. Hence, his self-esteem was very strong, and there was already a faint trace of anger in his heart. "President Polo, if not for me 5 or 6 years ago, you probably wouldn't have had the chance to become the president of the Skull Chamber of Commerce, right? By the way, your previous president seemed to have become the scapegoat. You. That mysterious cultivator." Polo finally recalled that 5 or 6 years ago, the Skull Chamber of Commerce was on the brink of collapse, and the previous president of the Chamber of Commerce became the scapegoat. It was how he had the chance to take over the position of president, and got to where he was today step by step. The previous president had died because of a mysterious cultivator. That cultivator had destroyed the armed forces of the Skull Chamber of Commerce alone. Even 3 Planet Annihilator battleships had been destroyed. The Skull Chamber of Commerce had been soundly defeated. Although the mysterious cultivator had left later, Polo remembered the appearance of that cultivator. He absolutely did not want to see that cultivator again unless he had to. And now, that cultivator had returned, and was sitting in front of him. For a moment, Polo's heart was flabbergasted. However, as expected of someone with a strong conviction, Polo immediately calmed down and said in a low voice, "As a distinguished cultivator, you suddenly returned to the Roya Imperial planet and found the Skull Chamber of Commerce. You must have a use for our Skull Chamber of Commerce, right?" "That's right. You're a clever person, completely unlike the previous president. If the previous president had your cleverness, he wouldn't have ended up the way he did." Polo's heart skipped a beat. He knew the other party was reminding him to take the previous president as a past lesson. Chapter 455, The Oracles. Chapter 455, The Oracles. "Tell me, what do you need me to do?" Polo said in a low voice. Lin Feng smiled. "You're the dignified president of the Skull Chamber of Commerce. This matter should be very easy for you. I need detailed information on planet annihilation cannons." "Impossible." Polo's face was dark. He rejected without even thinking. "Venerable cultivator, you may not know the importance of the planet annihilation cannon to a technological civilization like ours. Once it gets out, no matter our identities, we will definitely be dead. Even the Skull Chamber of Commerce cannot afford such a price." Lin Feng's expression also gradually frosted over. "President Polo, I think you're mistaken. I'm not discussing this with you but requesting this from you. The information on the planet annihilation cannons is indeed very important, but I won't use it in the Roya Galaxy. It won't pose any threat to you in the Skull Chamber of Commerce." With that, Lin Feng closed his eyes and said nothing. He believed that Polo would make the right choice. Polo's expression was clouded with uncertainty. Did he dare to refuse? He did not. The cultivator in front of him could even destroy the planet annihilation cannons. He had long proved that he possessed planetary-level combat power. Combat power on the planetary level was enough to destroy a planet, and far more terrifying than a planet annihilation fleet. If he did not agree, he might not be able to resist the cultivator at all, risking his life for a bit of information. Someone like Polo was not that committed. "All right, I need time." "A month?" "No, you only have 3 days." Lin Feng would not allow Polo to stall for time. Even 3 days was too long for him. Polo could only agree. Although the information was very important, if he only acquired the technology, without the corresponding industry, materials, basic theoretical knowledge, and so on, it would be impossible to build the planet annihilation cannons. Lin Feng waited alone on the Roya Imperial planet for 3 days. He did not even pay attention to Polo. Lin Feng did not care if Polo made any moves in secret at all. With his current strength, forget about Polo, even dealing with the Skull Chamber of Commerce or the entire Roya Imperial planet would be a piece of cake. Only the strategic weapons that the Roya Empire could use to kill advanced planetary lifeforms could make Lin Feng slightly wary. As for the others, Lin Feng paid no mind to them at all. This was the change in thinking brought about by strength. Even the angle at which one thought of problems would be different. If the Divine King Bamond wanted some kind of information or technology, would he need to find a person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce to secretly collect information like Lin Feng? He would probably have gone to the royal family of the Roya Empire first, and the other party would deliver it obediently. It seemed a little cruel, but the weak were prey to the strong in the universe. Countless civilizations died, and countless planets were destroyed every day. Only strength was eternal. 3 days later, Polo delivered the information as promised. It was all information on the planet annihilation cannons. Lin Feng asked Long Betham to check it. He believed that Polo would not dare to lie to him. Venerable cultivator, I have brought the information as agreed. You don't worry, I'll leave the Roya Imperial planet immediately. Lin Feng naturally knew what Polo meant. The other party probably wished he could leave immediately and never return. Since he had already obtained the information, Lin Feng was no longer in the mood to stay on the Roya Imperial planet either. He went directly into the universe, then used the massive void traversal combat body of 140,000 kilometers, and began to travel by warping space at full speed. In the past, before Lin Feng had transformed into a planetary combat body, he could only travel a distance of 5 light-years at most with a full-power spatial warp. Actually, this was already very far. After all, it was already quite impressive if an ordinary spaceship could stay at 5 times the speed of light. For a distance of 5 light-years, it would take a spaceship flying at full speed a year. As for Lin Feng's spatial warp, he only needed an instant to warp, and might be able to warp a distance of 5 light-years in a second or 2. However, that was only before Lin Feng became a planetary lifeform. Now that Lin Feng had become a planetary lifeform, the void traversal combat body naturally underwent metamorphosis as well. After using the void traversal combat body, Lin Feng's comprehension of space was unprecedentedly clear. He did not even need any power, as if he was a part of space that could easily be integrated into space. Swoosh! Lin Feng's void traversal combat body disappeared all of a sudden. When it reappeared, according to the cosmic map, it was already 50 light-years away. This was 50 light-years. Normally, a spaceship flying at 5 times the speed of light would take an entire decade to traverse a distance of 50 light-years. Lin Feng, on the other hand, could traverse a distance of dozens of light-years in just 1 or 2 seconds. No wonder cultivators with spatial innate ability and the ability to warp space had such high status in the vast universe. It was way too convenient to warp space in the vast universe. However, this was far from Lin Feng's limit. He also wanted to test his limit. Hence, Lin Feng integrated into space again and began warping space. This time, Lin Feng clearly felt that time seemed to be much longer. Only after his void traversal combat body reached its limit did he fly out of space. According to the cosmic map this time, Lin Feng was surprised to discover that he had already warped over 100 light-years away in one go. A distance of over 100 light-years was simply unimaginable. Normally, if a spaceship stayed at 5 times the speed of light, it would take at least 20 years to traverse a distance of 100 light-years. However, Lin Feng could traverse 100 light-years in a single breath. The spatial innate ability was just too terrifying. There was no faster way than warping space when traveling in the universe. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with the void traversal combat body. If he only used the law of space, Lin Feng could only travel about 10 light-years in one go now. Although it was not bad, there was still a huge gap from the void traversal combat body's maximum distance of 100 light-years. Lin Feng had already warped to an unfamiliar cosmos. Then, he warped a few more times in succession, constantly warping according to the cosmic coordinates of his home planet. The continuous warping made Lin Feng a little dizzy too. Without the cosmic map, even with accurate cosmic coordinates, it was actually very difficult to find his home planet's coordinates. Lin Feng warped back and forth, not knowing where he had arrived at. However, looking at the surrounding cosmos, Lin Feng suddenly had a familiar feeling. Master, according to the cosmic map, this place is already very close to Planet Oracle that Master encountered back then. Planet Oracle. The Oracles. Lin Feng came to a realization. It turned out that after warping back and forth, he had actually arrived at Planet Oracle again. It was impossible for Lin Feng to have forgotten about the Oracles. Back then, he had destroyed the slave catcher fleet of the Skull Chamber of Commerce and obtained the sacred stone of anathema, an invaluable treasure, from the Oracles. How could he forget about the Oracles? Looks like my fate is really intertwined with the Oracles. Let's see how far Planet Oracle has developed now. Lin Feng remembered that when he left back then, he had left behind a set of cosmic cultivation techniques. Now, perhaps the Oracles had already entered the cultivation era completely. Chapter 456, Disaster on Planet Oracle. Chapter 456, Disaster on Planet Oracle. Lin Feng did not even use spatial warp. He only flew through the universe. Soon, he saw a planet in front of him. It was Planet Oracle. Back then, Lin Feng had defeated the slave catchers of the Skull Chamber of Commerce near Planet Oracle. Thus, the Oracles gave Lin Feng the sacred stone of anathema in gratitude. Up until now, Lin Feng still did not know the origins of this sacred stone of anathema, but it was very helpful to Lin Feng. Without the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng would not be able to comprehend the law of space. Then, he would probably have been killed by the fiends, or devoured by the black hole when investigating the fiends hidden in the Matrix civilization last time. The sacred stone of anathema had given Lin Feng so much help. Naturally, Lin Feng would not forget the Oracles. Lin Feng flew towards Planet Oracle. When he entered Planet Oracle, however, the smile on his face instantly froze. The lands of Planet Oracles before him were riddled with pits. There were terrible craters everywhere. Mountains had collapsed, and the earth was rent apart. There was no sign of life at all. Not a single oracle could be found in sight. What had the oracles encountered? Lin Feng continued to fly down and realized that there were many skeletons of the oracles below, some strange metal robots, and even the remnants of battleships. They had clearly encountered an invasion. Lin Feng knew that there were roughly more than 1 billion oracles. It was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small number either. Even if a natural disaster had occurred, they would not have dwindled so much in just a few years. In fact, he had never seen any oracles alive in all this time. Lin Feng's expression became darker and darker. Back then, he had given the oracles a set of cosmic cultivation techniques. He did not expect that it still could not help the oracles, and they would suffer such a calamity. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw magnificent buildings and large robots in front of him. They seemed to be mining. After all, Planet Oracle was a planet that had given birth to a civilization. It was rich in all kinds of resources. If the oracles were conquered, the conqueror definitely would not pass on the natural resources here. Lin Feng scanned with his mental power. He had already discovered that there were countless ore extraction factories here. There were no intelligent life forms. It was all automatically controlled by robot programs. Destroy. Lin Feng extended his palm immediately, and slammed down hard in an overwhelming strike. Boom. The ore extraction factory shattered with a bang and was smashed into the ground by Lin Feng. All the robots were reduced to dust, but this did not ease the anger and killing intent in Lin Feng's heart. Where were the 1 billion oracles now? Could they all be dead? At this thought, Lin Feng felt a faint twinge in his heart. He was not an oracle, but the oracles ultimately had a trace of connection with him. When he saw that the oracles had been slaughtered and their civilization was terminated, he was incomparably furious and sad. Lin Feng unleashed all his mental power and searched frantically for everything on planet Oracle. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, all the ore extraction factories and robots were destroyed by Lin Feng without hesitation. However, what was this worth to the oracles? It was ultimately too late. Whether there are any oracles left, even if there is only one of them, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Lin Feng's gaze was frigid, and his heart was already filled with monstrous killing intent. In a valley, an old man with a wrinkled face was leading many young and muscular men and women to cultivate some kind of technique. Boom. Suddenly, one of them's aura grew violent. A large amount of star power was channeled from the universe above and poured into his body. His body quickly expanded like a balloon. I've broken through. One life transition. The man was overjoyed. Feeling the powerful strength in his body, he was very excited. Wise man, thank you for your guidance. This man who had undergone one life transition hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man. No need for courtesies. The elder glanced at the young man but felt no trace of excitement at all. In the past, the powerful oracles had more than 1 billion people. Now, there were only tens of thousands of them left, holed up in this valley shrouded in thick fog all year round, struggling to survive. Although he was the wise man of the oracles, there was nothing he could do. The power of those devils from the beyond was simply too strong. Forget about one life transition, they were definitely not a match even with 2 or 3 life transitions. The only hope was if someone could attain 6 life transitions. According to the cultivation technique left behind by that deity, only by undergoing 6 life transitions could one become a planetary life form. Perhaps, that would be the realm of a deity. However, even the strongest being among the oracles in the present was only at the 2nd life transition. As for 6 life transitions, even the wise man did not know if he would live to see it. How he wished that the apocalypse had not arrived, and those devils had not appeared. The oracles had avoided calamity once with the help of a deity, but how could they avoid calamity for a second time? Right now, the wise man had placed all his hopes on these tens of thousands of oracles. He had never thought of revenge. He only hoped that the oracles could continue living in this valley, and at least ensure that the oracle's civilization could be passed on. As for revenge, the difference was too great. He had never even thought about it. Although the wise man had never thought of revenge, hatred had always brewed in the hearts of the remnants. The tens of thousands of oracles left called themselves remnants. They struggled to survive, and never stopped thinking of revenge in the depths of their hearts. However, the wise man had strict orders that the oracles were not to leave the valley without permission. They could only cultivate desperately. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the valley shook violently again. Balls of flame soared into the sky, and explosions echoed through the sky. The devil's robots were bombarding everywhere again. Those devils could not find this place, so they would bomb the forest every day. If any oracle could not tolerate the bombardment and went out, they would definitely be blasted into a bloody mist. Back then, oracle experts who had undergone 2 life transitions could not stand such vexation and rushed out, but never returned. Hence, they could only endure it. The oracles could tolerate it, but the robots were still loyally carrying out their mission. They wanted to kill all the oracles, so they had been constantly searching for traces of the oracles. If they could not find the oracles, they would comb through the planet with bombardment. They would find the oracles eventually. As usual, the robots bombarded continuously while the oracles hid in the valley. As they sensed the crumbling mountain walls, many children were trembling in fear, but they did not dare to make any sound. However, this time, the oracles seemed to have run out of luck. A laser bomb suddenly landed in the valley. Boom. Immediately, dozens of oracles were blasted to death. Immediately after, a few more laser bombs came. Finally, the oracle who had just undergone a life transition could no longer tolerate it. He deployed his combat body and stopped the few laser bombs oracles discovered. His action to stop them, however, completely exposed the hiding place of the oracles. Chapter 457, Descent of Deity. Chapter 457, Descent of Deity. More and more robots gathered, and battleships lingered in the sky. For a moment, the oracles in the valley felt as if doomsday had arrived. Despair appeared in their eyes. The men who got into trouble also had a face filled with anger and regret. He suddenly roared and charged into the robots in a frenzy. However, a huge cannon from the other battleship instantly blasted the men who had undergone one life transition into ashes. The wise man looked at the sky. His hands were trembling. The oracles are going to die out. Tears streamed down the wise man's face. He was the wise man of the oracles, the most respected individual. He should have showed the way for his clansmen and led them to glory. But now, the opposite had happened. Even though he and his clansmen had struggled for a few years, they still could not escape the fate of destruction. From now on, the oracles would probably cease to exist. More and more robots entered the valley. These robots either captured the oracles, or shot and killed those who dared to resist. For a time, wails and blood filled the valley. The only warriors in the clan who had broken their life limit and undergone life transitions were all killed in battle. Wise man, let's run. Many elders were waiting for the wise man's decision. However, the wise man shook his head and said dispiritedly, "Run. Where else can we run off to now? We won't run anymore. This is the fate of us oracles. We won't run anymore." The wise man not want to run anymore. He saw it clearly. He could not change the fate of the oracles. Today might be the day the oracles went completely extinct. It was a sad and dismal fate, yet he felt vaguely relieved. The fact that the oracles could struggle to survive until today was already the limit of what the wise man could do. Unfortunately, no miracle had occurred. The oracles were destined to meet such a fate. More and more robots appeared in the valley, and the resistance of the oracles became weaker and weaker. If even the wise man had given up, what could the remaining oracles do? Even if they resisted, what was the point? There would only be more corpses in the valley. It was meaningless. Hence, more and more oracles stopped resisting. They only cried and surrendered, allowing the robots to capture them. Swoosh. No one noticed that a figure had suddenly appeared in the sky. Even the robots and battleships did not notice this figure. Damn it. Lin Feng sensed a violent explosion. He used spatial warp to arrive here directly, only to see the scene before him. They were oracles. There were actually still oracles. However, many of them were dead or injured, leaving only some tens of thousands of oracles. He even saw an old acquaintance in the crowd. The wise man who had given him the sacred stone of anathema back then was also surrounded by robots now. Killing intent surged in Lin Feng's heart. He reached out and squeezed the 5 battleships in the sky. Boom. It was as if the sky had darkened all of a sudden. A huge palm descended from the sky, enveloping the 5 battleships and crushing them forcefully. As for the countless robots below, Lin Feng directly blasted most of them apart with a palm strike. The remaining robots all charged towards Lin Feng, and were all killed by Lin Feng. In the end, they were just robots controlled by a program. They were too inflexible, and just charged all the way to their deaths. These robots were all eliminated, and the battleship was crushed. The tens of thousands of oracles who survived in the valley all stared blankly at the figure in the sky. They did not know Lin Feng, but that did not mean that no one knew Lin Feng. At least, when the wise man in the crowd saw the figure in the sky, his entire body trembled violently. Even his turbid eyes flickered with a trace of excitement. Deity. The deity has descended. The wise man roared, his voice echoing throughout the entire valley. The deity was familiar to all the oracles. A few years ago, when the devils from beyond first invaded, it was the arrival of the deity that saved the oracles. Before the deity left, he also gifted the oracles with cosmic cultivation techniques. These techniques were also profound. With time, the oracles would definitely become stronger by relying on this technique. Unfortunately, those devils from beyond had invaded again in just a few years, and did not allow the oracles time to develop. As a result, they had reached the point of extinction today. But now, the deity had actually returned, and saved the oracles again at the critical moment. All the oracles were jubilant. They were saved. Lin Feng walked down from the sky step by step and arrived in front of the wise men. Looking at the sage's increasingly aged face, Lin Feng knew that the other men probably did not have more than a few years left to live. Wise man, what exactly happened on planet Oracle? Lin Feng asked the wise man with his mental power. Deity, please take a seat inside. I'll explain everything to you. In the battle in the valley, the oracles had suffered heavy losses. Lin Feng was communicating with the wise men, but more oracles began to retrieve the corpses of their clansmen and clean up the valley. Although they had suffered heavy losses and many of their family members were dead, they were filled with hope and no longer despaired. This was because the deity had descended. They had personally witnessed the terrifying power of the deity. Even the devils from beyond were definitely not a match for the deity. The oracles were no longer doomed to go extinct. Lin Feng and the important figures of the oracles sat in the room. The wise men began to explain in detail everything that had happened to the oracles over the past few years. It turned out that only 2 years after Lin Feng left, another fleet had arrived at planet Oracle. This fleet was extremely powerful. The oracles could not resist at all and were captured and enslaved by the fleet. Most of the remaining people were led by the wise men and hid in various places until now. The war between the oracles and the devils from beyond lasted for a few years. They also roughly understood the origins of the fleet. This fleet belonged to the Paul Chamber of Commerce, and was one of the main fleets of the Paul Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, when they came to Planet Oracle, they had come straight for Planet Oracle, as if they were very familiar with Planet Oracle. They must have learned a lot about Planet Oracle beforehand. It probably had something to do with the slave catcher squad of the Skull Chamber of Commerce. Most of the oracles had been captured and made slaves. As for the current situation of these oracles, the wise men did not know, but they likely suffered tragic fates. Although slave trading was not allowed in the Roya Empire, the Paul Chamber of Commerce could trade across galaxies. Many civilizations endorse slavery, and it would not be difficult to sell them all over the universe. Hence, the remaining oracles were actually the only spark left of the oracles. Paul Chamber of Commerce. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He had heard of this Chamber of Commerce before. It was extremely famous in the Roya Empire, and was ranked 9th among the top 10 chambers of commerce. In fact, there were countless connections between the Skull Chamber of Commerce and the Paul Chamber of Commerce. Don't worry, the oracles won't die out. And your feud will not go unavenged. Lin Feng said quietly, a trace of coldness in his voice. Chapter 458, Weakness is the Original Sin. Chapter 458, Weakness is the Original Sin. Lin Feng had saved the oracles again, but he was not happy at all. In the universe, weakness was the original sin. It was precisely because the oracles were weak that they faced danger again and again. Now, their home had even been destroyed by the fleet of the Paul Chamber of Commerce. Lin Feng could be unflinching towards killing. But he could not sit back and do nothing while such a thing happened. Then, Lin Feng attacked frequently and destroyed one base of the Paul Chamber of Commerce after another. Although they were all robots and battleships, destroying these bases caused the foundation of the Paul Chamber of Commerce on the oracles to crumble overnight. What heartened Lin Feng was that at the rousing call of the oracle's wise men, those oracles hiding in the deep mountains and forests actually left the forest one after another and gathered with Lin Feng. In the end, a count showed that there were actually still 100,000 oracles left in total. This could be considered a blessing among misfortunes. Although Lin Feng had destroyed the base of the Paul Chamber of Commerce, Planet Oracle was no longer safe. Lin Feng had obtained a huge battleship from the destroyed base of the Paul Chamber of Commerce that could easily accommodate the 100,000 oracles. Lin Feng led the last 100,000 oracles and piloted the battleship. They left Planet Oracle en masse, heading for the Roya Imperial planet. Not only did Lin Feng want to seek justice for the oracles, he also wanted to see if he could save more oracles. About a light year away from the Roya Imperial planet, Lin Feng left an avatar to protect the oracles in the battleship. He headed to the Roya Imperial planet alone. After all, no one knew what would happen. If the oracles stayed by Lin Feng's side, it would be very dangerous if a battle broke out. I hope everything goes smoothly. A trace of coldness flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. On the Roya Imperial planet, the president of the Skull Chamber of Commerce, Polo, could finally heave a long sigh of relief. That jinx had finally left. He did not want to end up like the previous president, so he did his best to satisfy the cultivator's request. Fortunately, the cultivator kept his promise and eventually left. Just as Polo was about to relax properly, the space in his office distorted. He watched helplessly as a familiar figure walked out. Polo's eyes widened, and his expression was filled with incomparable fear. He said in shock, "You. Why haven't you left?" "No, I left, but I came back." Polo forced himself to calm down and said in a low voice, "Venerable cultivator, I've already helped you achieve your goal. What else do you want? The last matter is over. I'd like to ask you for another favor this time." The one who appeared again was naturally Lin Feng. Although he was filled with anger and killing intent, he would not really launch an attack on the Roya Imperial planet without any information. If he wanted to learn about the Paul Chamber of Commerce, there was no doubt that Polo was the best candidate. "Mr. Polo, I want to know everything about the oracles." "I believe Mr. Polo must know what I'm talking about." Hearing Lin Feng mention the oracles, Polo's expression changed drastically. Previously, he had thought that Lin Feng did not know about the oracles, or rather, that Lin Feng had nothing to do with the oracles. But now, it seemed like Lin Feng clearly knew about the matter with the oracles. "Venerable cultivator, you're not an oracle, right? Why? Tell me everything about the oracles. Remember, everything." Lin Feng's cold gaze made Polo's heart tremble. He knew that this terrifying cultivator in front of him was probably already extremely furious. He should have realized sooner that Lin Feng had a grudge with the Skull Chamber of Commerce precisely because of the oracles back then. Lin Feng must have some unknown relationship with the oracles. "Venerable cultivator, the affairs of the oracles have nothing to do with our Skull Chamber of Commerce. It was all the Paul Chamber of Commerce's doing. As you know, the Paul Chamber of Commerce is one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the Roya Empire. Its power is immense, and far beyond what our Skull Chamber of Commerce can contend with. After you dealt a heavy blow to our Skull Chamber of Commerce last time, the Paul Chamber of Commerce somehow caught wind of Planet Oracle's existence. They forced our Skull Chamber of Commerce to give them some information on Planet Oracle. Then, the Paul Chamber of Commerce searched for some time according to this information, and finally found Planet Oracle. Lin Feng already knew what happened after. For the chambers of commerce in the universe, once they found out about an unclaimed planet with intelligent life forms, their goal would be obvious. How many oracles has the Paul Chamber of Commerce captured? Where are those oracles now? The Paul Chamber of Commerce deals in slave trade in secret. Actually, this is not much of a secret. There are hundreds of chambers of commerce in the Roya Empire, big or small. Which chamber of commerce doesn't deal in slave trade? After all, slave trade is the most lucrative and least risky of all trades. Even though the Roya Empire forbids slave trade, the Paul Chamber of Commerce can trade with other galaxies. Most of those oracles were traded to other galaxies, priced as slaves. It will be difficult to find them. Lin Feng's face was ashen. Just as he had guessed, the oracles were all traded as slaves to other galaxies, earning the Paul Chamber of Commerce huge profits. Where is the headquarters of the Paul Chamber of Commerce? On the Roya Imperial planet. With that, Polo realized that Lin Feng had disappeared again. He heaved a long sigh of relief, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Just now, Lin Feng had come with ill intentions, and his killing intent was boiling. Did he really dare to attack on the Roya Imperial planet? However, this was not impossible. Polo was a meticulous and very bold person. If Lin Feng really wanted to attack the Paul Chamber of Commerce, perhaps this would be an opportunity for the Skull Chamber of Commerce. It would be an opportunity to greatly expand the Skull Chamber of Commerce. Even though there might be a certain degree of risk, Polo still gritted his teeth in the end, and immediately began taking action. Paul Chamber of Commerce. Lin Feng strolled along the bustling streets. People came and went here. There seemed to be all kinds of civilized races. Everything seemed so prosperous and harmonious. But in reality, the universe ultimately abided by the law of the jungle. The strong preyed on the weak. Being weak was the original sin. These chambers of commerce committed ignominious acts in the dark. Lin Feng would not change the law of the entire universe, but since he had encountered this, and it was of some relation to him, he could not pretend to not know. That would be cowardice and burying one's head in the sand. If weakness was the original sin, wasn't the Paul Chamber of Commerce weak in Lin Feng's eyes, too? Boom. Lin Feng's body began to expand, and a terrifying aura spread out majestically. The building of the Paul Chamber of Commerce was like paper in front of Lin Feng's expanding combat body. For a moment, all the alarms on the Roya Imperial planet sounded. Chapter 459, The Empire's Operation. Chapter 459, The Empire's Operation. What's going on? Enemy invasion. Who dares to invade our Roya Imperial planet? Looks like a cultivator. What a terrifying cultivator. The alarm sounded, and the entire Roya Imperial planet was shaken. Countless relevant departments immediately mobilized and began to investigate everything regarding Lin Feng. At this moment, the people in the headquarters building of the Paul Chamber of Commerce were naturally the most nervous. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng's massive combat body stared at them coldly. They did not even know what they had done wrong. In the sky, Lin Feng looked down at the Paul Chamber of Commerce building. He had not used his full combat body. Otherwise, a slight movement from his 140,000-kilometer combat body would be enough to shatter the Roya Imperial planet. This was not what Lin Feng wanted. Even though he was furious and filled with killing intent, this was the Paul Chamber of Commerce's crime. He would not implicate others in his anger. Paul Chamber of Commerce, you deal in slave trading. You deserve to be killed. Lin Feng's words spread like wildfire. Slave trading. Actually, it was not that no one knew about the actions of these chambers of commerce. But so what if they knew? Even the Roya Empire turned a blind eye. Although slave trading was not allowed in the Roya Empire, it could not stop the chambers of commerce from capturing slaves to trade in other galaxies. Unexpectedly, the Paul Chamber of Commerce seemed to have caused huge trouble this time. The executives of the Paul Chamber of Commerce's headquarters were already bellowing. Tell me, what's going on? The president of the Paul Chamber of Commerce's face was dark. He was also in the Paul building. Once the cultivator attacked, he would die too. In so many years, when had the upper echelons of the Paul Chamber of Commerce ever felt the threat of death? Hence, all of them were incomparably terrified now. President, we've investigated thoroughly. This cultivator once defeated the Skull Chamber of Commerce, and is related to the Oracles. The Oracles. The executives of the Paul Chamber of Commerce already knew what was going on, but their faces turned even paler. As the most successful business deal of the Paul Chamber of Commerce in recent years, how could they not remember the Oracles? They had sent fleets to destroy the resistance of the Oracles, occupied Planet Oracle, and sold more than 1 billion Oracles to various parts of the universe, earning a large sum of profit for the Chamber of Commerce. They would never forget the Oracles. Wasn't the Oracles just a backward civilization? Even if they had encountered resistance from the Oracles during the conquest, and the Oracles seemed to possess the cosmic cultivation method, back then, the strongest among those Oracles had only undergone 3 life transitions, and were all blasted to death by the fleet. Why would a planetary lifeform stand up for them? It had to be known that if there were any planetary lifeforms in a civilization, no Chamber of Commerce in the Roya Empire would have dared to attack it. Planetary lifeforms were not to be trifled with. Damn it, what did the intelligence department say back then? That cultivator was just an accident, and he left the Roya Imperial planet for good. What about now? Why would he appear? The president of the Paul Chamber of Commerce was ranting. He was incomparably furious and regretful. How could they have provoked a civilization with any planetary life forms? If they had known that there was a planetary life form among the oracles, no matter how much profit there was, they would not have dared to capture the oracles. But it was too late for anything now. The other party had already come looking for them. In a little while, all of them would die. President, it's useless to pursue the responsibility now. We still have an advantage now. It's true that this cultivator is a planetary life form. But this is the Roya Imperial planet. How can the Roya Empire tolerate cultivators acting however they please on the Roya Imperial planet? We just need to hold him off until the Roya Empire takes action. How can we stall this cultivator? It's very simple. Didn't we leave about 100,000 oracles behind for training? We originally wanted to sell them for a higher price, but from the looks of it, we can only use these oracles to stall that cultivator. This is a good idea, but if we hand over those 100,000 oracle slaves, won't the entire Roya Empire know that our Paul Chamber of Commerce is engaging in slave trade? President, trading slaves is a small matter. When the time comes, our Paul Chamber of Commerce will only have to pay a minor price. But if we don't hold off that cultivator now, we'll all die. All right, negotiate with this cultivator and stall for as much time as possible. The executives of the Paul Chamber of Commerce immediately made the decision. At the same time, a spaceship flew towards Lin Feng. Many robots flew out of it and said loudly to Lin Feng, "Venerable cultivator, we understand your anger. The Paul Chamber of Commerce deeply regrets the matter of the oracles. We are willing to bear all the consequences. There are still 100,000 oracles left in our headquarters. We are willing to return them to you. 100,000 oracles." Lin Feng was originally prepared to attack and completely destroy the building, but when he heard that there were still 100,000 oracles, he stopped. Send 100,000 oracles to a spaceship within 2 universal hours. Lin Feng only gave the Paul Chamber of Commerce 2 hours. He looked around again, and actually already saw through the Paul Chamber of Commerce's plan. They were just stalling for time, waiting for the Roya Empire to save them. But so what if the Roya Empire's fleet came? Lin Feng was willing to wait for 2 hours, as long as he could save the 100,000 oracles. 2 hours was very short, but the Paul Chamber of Commerce did not have the ability to bargain. They could only mobilize all their manpower and try their best to send 100,000 oracles into the spaceship within 2 hours. As for the rest, it would depend on how the Paul Chamber of Commerce persuaded the Roya Empire's fleet. The upper echelons of the Roya Empire quickly received news about Lin Feng and the Paul Chamber of Commerce. The intelligence department was very competent. They investigated all the causes and effects in the shortest time possible. A planetary life form sympathized with the oracles and charged into the Roya Imperial planet in a fit of anger to eliminate the Paul Chamber of Commerce. Although the Roya Empire was an empire, it had a parliamentary system. The ministers of every department had great authority. The emperor of the empire was more like an adjudicator who had the final say. The one who spoke was the emperor of the empire. His expression was calm, but there was some dissatisfaction in his tone. Although it's understandable, the Roya galaxy has already enjoyed thousands of years of peace. No cultivator or faction can violate the rules of the empire. This cultivator has already broken the rules of the empire and damaged the dignity of the empire. Minister of War, can the 11th Fleet deal with this cultivator? The Minister of War was a courteous gentleman. He stood up and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, according to the information, this cultivator is very likely a planetary life form. The 11th Fleet is enough to deal with a planetary life form, of course, but to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we should mobilize the stellar particle cannon." Everyone broke into discussion. The stellar particle cannon was a strategic weapon of the Roya Empire, and was one of the strongest weapons. It could blast apart a star with a single shot, and even advanced planetary lifeforms would be severely injured. This was also the strongest guarantee that allowed the Roya Empire to occupy the Roya galaxy. Even though the emperor felt that the Minister of War was making a mountain out of a molehill, the Minister of War had always been prudent. In particular, since they did not know the background of this cultivator, being prudent was not uncalled for. Granted. Mobilize the 11th Fleet and the stellar particle cannon immediately. If the cultivator insists on fighting, he will see the power of the Roya Empire. The dignity of the Empire cannot be violated. Yes, Your Majesty. The Imperial Conference was dismissed, and the Minister of War began to give orders to the fleet. The massive Roya Empire was beginning to take action. Chapter 460, Stellar Particle Cannon. Chapter 460, Stellar Particle Cannon. President, the Imperial Minister of War has already mobilized the 11th Fleet and is rushing to our Pall Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the attitude of His Majesty is very forceful. The people of the Pall Chamber of Commerce were overjoyed. The Empire had finally taken action. The people of the Pall Chamber of Commerce were naturally very confident in the Roya Empire. Forget about planetary lifeforms, even advanced planetary lifeforms would not dare to act presumptuously in the Roya Empire. As long as the Empire took action, what were mere planetary lifeforms worth? President, 2 hours are almost up. The oracles have all been sent to the spaceship, right? They have all been sent to the spaceship according to the other party's request. Very good, hand it over to the other party immediately. Looking at the time, the 11th Fleet should be arriving soon. The president of the Pall Chamber of Commerce sneered. Lin Feng actually dared to threaten the Pall Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, did he really think that a cultivator who was a planetary lifeform could do whatever they wanted on the Roya Imperial planet? This was the Roya Empire, not some weak civilization. Venerable cultivator, the oracles have all been sent into the spaceship. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He scanned with his mental power. There were indeed 100,000 oracles in the spaceship in the distance. However, he was not in a hurry to receive them. He just left the spaceship there. This was because he had already seen battleships. There were countless battleships equipped with planet annihilation cannons. Clearly, the Roya Empire was prepared to resolve the problem by force. This was already within Lin Feng's expectations. As the hegemon of the Roya Galaxy, it would really be stranger if the Roya Empire did not react when Lin Feng attacked publicly on the Roya Imperial planet. Lin Feng knew very well that this battle was inevitable. Only by letting the Roya Empire realize his strength, in this universe where weakness was the original sin, could he maximize the chance of putting an end to such things in the future. Leaving the spaceship at the Pall Chamber of Commerce was the safest. Lin Feng believed that the upper echelons of the Pall Chamber of Commerce were all very smart. Before the outcome of the battle between him and the Roya Empire was determined, the Pall Chamber of Commerce would definitely not dare to have designs on those oracles. As more and more battleships appeared, Lin Feng rose into the air and flew into the universe. He was already a planetary lifeform. Fighting on a planet was too restrictive, unless he acted like a fiend, paid no regard to the costs, and did not care about the situation on the planet. However, he was not a fiend, so he could only fight to his heart's content in the universe. Those battleships clearly knew this principle as well. Hence, they allowed Lin Feng to leave the Roya Imperial planet and fly into the universe. The commander of the 11th Fleet was a steadfast and valiant general, General Moro. Leading the fleet, he had defeated and even captured a few cosmic behemoths alive before. Those cosmic behemoths were all devouring lifeforms. They had capriciously devoured planets one after another. They were hunted down by the Roya Empire, and eventually killed or captured alive. General Moro also became famed after this. However, this was the first time General Moro was facing off a cultivator. The Roya Empire rarely clashed with cultivators. In particular, cultivators that were planetary lifeforms normally would not provoke the Roya Empire. Activate the planet annihilation cannons, lock onto the cultivator, and await orders. General Moro gave the orders methodically. Although the 11th Fleet could not be considered the strongest fleet of the Roya Empire, there were a total of 300 planet annihilator battleships. The very idea of 300 planet annihilator battleships was incredible. No planetary life form would readily fight with a fleet of the Roya Empire, because it was too dangerous. With so many planet annihilator battleships, if the planet annihilation cannons fired at once, what planetary life form had the confidence to resist them? This was the confidence of the Roya Empire. As the hegemon of the Roya galaxy, the martial power of the Roya Empire had naturally reached its peak. No civilization around could contend with it. Although the Roya Empire could only be considered a very weak civilization among the many galaxies, and did not even have weapons comparable to ultimate planetary lifeforms, for most planetary lifeforms, the Roya Empire was already sufficiently intimidating. If not for the oracles, Lin Feng would not have wanted to fight the Roya Empire head-on either. But now, the arrow was already on the string. It had to be fired. Boom. Lin Feng's combat body expanded wildly. In an instant, it had already expanded to 130,000 kilometers. If Lin Feng had not left an avatar behind to protect the oracles, Lin Feng's combat body would have reached 140,000 kilometers. Even so, 130,000 kilometers was already terrifying enough. It was simply larger than any planet. Even a huge planet like the Roya Imperial planet appeared slightly diminished compared to Lin Feng's current combat body. The 130,000 kilometer combat body had a huge impact on all the Royan soldiers in the 11th Fleet. In a sense, the size of a cultivator often determined their strength. The commander of the 11th Fleet of the Roya Empire, General Moro, had an extremely solemn expression at this moment. Although he was not a cultivator, as a fleet commander, he naturally knew a lot about cultivators. He knew that ordinary planetary lifeforms only had combat bodies of 10,000 to 20,000 kilometers. Those who could reach 30,000 were already very rare, and cultivators above 30,000 kilometers in combat body were definitely the cream of the crop among cultivators. As for cultivators with a combat body above 100,000 kilometers, General Moro had never heard of them. All battleships, fire. General Moro knew that once the cultivator opposite him used his combat body, a battle was inevitable. Hence, he immediately gave the order without any hesitation. Among the hundreds of battleships, apart from the 300 planet annihilator battleships that were the main force, there were also thousands of other battleships. At this moment, they were all firing at full force. They locked onto Lin Feng and fired instantly. Boom. 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 Dazzling lights seemed to flash across the pitch-black universe. Lin Feng used the tidal combat body, which had the strongest defense. His 130,000 kilometer combat body also erupted completely. And he even used the law of tides. Fight! Lin Feng roared. His massive combat body was like the impact of a huge planet. With such a huge body, there was actually no need for any technique at all. Just crashing into it was enough to destroy battleships one after another. No battleship could withstand a collision with Lin Feng's massive combat body. When the terrifying planet annihilation cannon struck Lin Feng's combat body, he clearly felt his combat body shake slightly. Then, many cells were completely annihilated. However, the strongest aspects of the tidal combat body were its defensive and restorative abilities. The moment countless cells were annihilated, countless cells divided again. Even the blast from hundreds of thousands of planet annihilation cannons only injured Lin Feng slightly. A 130,000 kilometer combat body was unheard of. Moreover, there was the law of tides, which enhanced it by 100-fold, making it equivalent to a combat body of more than 10 million kilometers. How terrifying was this? Even among advanced planetary lifeforms, it would be considered outstanding. At the very least, under the enhancement of laws, Lin Feng's current defensive and restorative ability were no different from advanced planetary lifeforms. In fact, it was even stronger. Weak, too weak. Is this the power of a technological civilization? When the battleship cannons stopped and the dust settled, Lin Feng felt that damage everywhere on his body. It could not even be considered light injuries. With the terrifying restorative ability of the tidal combat body, these minor injuries were nothing. This was Lin Feng's first battle since becoming a planetary lifeform. Even he himself had somewhat underestimated how formidable he was at this moment. Even Lin Feng himself was surprised that he was uninjured. At this moment, the commander of the fleet, General Moro, had an extremely dark expression. Prepare the stellar particle cannon. The stellar particle cannon was originally meant for intimidation only. They had not even intended to use it. But now, seeing the terrifying cultivator in front of him, General Moro immediately gave the order without any hesitation. He was prepared to activate the Roya Empire's strongest strategic weapon, the stellar particle cannon. Chapter 461, Suppressing the Empire. Chapter 461, Suppressing the Empire. The stellar particle cannon was the Roya Empire's strongest strategic weapon. With this stellar particle cannon, the Roya Empire could destroy stars, severely injure advanced planetary lifeforms, and intimidate all in the Roya galaxy as the absolute hegemon of the Roya galaxy. General Moro made a prompt decision. After sensing that Lin Feng was not easy to deal with, he directly gave the order to activate the stellar particle cannon. Boom. A beast-like roar sounded. An extremely dazzling light, like the light emitted by a star, suddenly erupted from a battleship. At this moment, this awe-inspiring and terrifying beam of light could be sensed within a radius of several light years. Even Lin Feng felt the threat immediately. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed. Danger. He sensed intense danger, as if that beam of light was a death beam. Without a doubt, it must be a terrifying weapon that could injure advanced planetary lifeforms. Fight. Lin Feng did not retreat. So what if it could injure an advanced planetary lifeform? He could also use such a terrifying weapon to see his true strength. After all, ever since he had transitioned into a planetary lifeform, Lin Feng had yet to attack with his full strength. Even he himself did not know how strong he could be now. The law of tides set off waves of tidal storms in the universe that swept towards the beam of light. However, the beam of light easily pierced through the tidal combat body and struck Lin Feng. Boom. A devastating power erupted in a frenzy. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if his combat body was about to vaporize, instantly disintegrate, and turn to ashes. This beam of light was far stronger than the planet annihilator cannons that Lin Feng had withstood previously. It instantly destroyed more than 50% of Lin Feng's combat body. But that would be all. If it were an ordinary advanced planetary lifeform, this beam of light might be enough to severely injure it. However, Lin Feng was enhanced by the law of tides, and the tidal combat body excelled most at defense and restorative ability. To Lin Feng, a combat body that was damaged by 50% was just an injury. So much for the Roya Empire's strongest strategic weapon. As the dust settled, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. In his body, his cells were dividing wildly, and a large amount of star power was devoured by his body. His combat body was recovering almost every moment. In the blink of an eye, it was almost completely recovered. If they could not destroy a terrifying combat body like Lin Feng's instantaneously, it would be too difficult to maim Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng's combat body was still intact, General Moro's face turned ashen. There was an interval between stellar particle cannon shots. Normally, the interval would last 1 universal hour. This was unless there were multiple stellar particle cannons. However, the Minister of War had only allocated 1 stellar particle cannon. This time, it was not actually intended for actual combat, but for deterrence. But now, even the stellar particle cannon was useless. What else could the 11th Fleet do? Lin Feng did not hold back. His massive combat body had already charged near the fleet, and his huge palms swept across it. Rumble. Waves of flame soared into the sky, like stars lighting up in the universe. Lin Feng was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. At such a close distance, his combat body was completely unafraid of the attacks of those battleships' weaponry. In front of him, these battleships were instantly destroyed like toys. A total of more than 1,000 battleships were torn apart by Lin Feng's combat body in less than half an hour. Including General Moro's command ship, they were all annihilated. Seeing this scene, the upper echelons of the Roya Empire were dumbfounded. Even the high and mighty emperor's face was ashen. That was the 11th fleet. It had been thousands of years since the Roya Empire had suffered such a heavy blow. An entire fleet had been annihilated, and with the stellar particle cannon at that. The Minister of War could only bite the bullet and say, "Your Majesty, although this cultivator is not an advanced planetary life form, he seems to be even more terrifying than ordinary advanced planetary life forms. He either has an origin weapon protecting him, or has comprehended powerful laws. However, no matter what, our Roya Empire cannot afford to offend him." Not being able to afford offending someone was a very realistic problem. The Roya Empire might appear prestigious, and was the hegemon of a galaxy. But how big was the Roya galaxy? Among the many surrounding galaxies, it could be considered one of the weakest. Having a weapon like the stellar particle cannon was already not bad. If an ultimate planetary life form came, the Roya Empire would surrender without even fighting. And now, the Roya Empire also had to yield. The Emperor of the Roya Empire also said with some waning interest, "Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of War, I'll leave this matter to the two of you. Try your best to satisfy that cultivator's conditions." Even though the Emperor was a little dispirited, submitting to a powerful cultivator was very common in the universe. In the entire vast universe, cultivation civilizations were still dominant. For those powerful cultivators, just the one of them would be comparable to a powerful civilization. Clearly, Lin Feng could be considered a powerful cultivator now. He could suppress an empire alone. In the cosmos, Lin Feng's massive combat body of 130,000 kilometers overlooked the entire Roya imperial planet. The entire fleet had been annihilated. He believed that the Roya Empire already knew the choice. Then, Lin Feng extended a palm and extended it directly into the atmosphere of the Roya imperial planet. Boom. The sky of the Roya imperial planet seemed to have darkened all of a sudden. All the people on the Roya imperial planet could only watch helplessly as a huge palm descended from the sky. It made one feel powerless to resist. Even a finger was larger than a city. Is the world about to end? Cultivator, this is a great cultivator. The Imperial fleet has been destroyed. Is the Roya Empire about to suffer an apocalypse? Panic was spreading. The people of the Roya imperial planet were already out of their wits. They were praying and crying. They did not know what they had done wrong to deserve such a terrible punishment. Such a huge palm was simply apocalyptic. It could easily wipe out countless lives. No, no, impossible. Compared to the fear of the others, the executives of the Paul Chamber of Commerce were all pale. They could not believe the scene before their eyes. How could the dignified 11th Fleet of the Empire, which even had the stellar particle cannon, lose? However, the Empire had indeed lost, and they had lost badly, with almost no ability to resist. They had underestimated the cultivator in front of them. If they had known that the oracles were related to such a terrifying cultivator, no matter how great the prophets were, the Paul Chamber of Commerce would not have dared to capture the oracles. However, it was too late to say anything now. The huge palm in the sky paused for a moment, then extended a small finger and pressed down hard on the building of the Paul Chamber of Commerce. Boom. The sky was torn apart and the earth shattered. It was like an apocalypse with falling meteors. Only the finger that blotted out the sky could be seen as it pressed down hard, and the Paul Chamber of Commerce building was instantly razed to the ground. Chapter 462, Surrender. Chapter 462, Surrender. The Paul Chamber of Commerce was razed to the ground by a huge finger. Dust filled the air, and the ground was splitting apart, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Countless people were praying, their eyes filled with pity. However, more people knew that this was what the Paul Chamber of Commerce deserved. If the Paul Chamber of Commerce had not trafficked slaves, how could today's disaster have happened? It had even affected the entire Roya imperial planet. At this moment, the building of the Paul Chamber of Commerce was destroyed, and an airship arrived in the air. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of War of the Roya Empire both sent Lin Feng a message to negotiate. They wanted peace. They did not want any more war. Lin Feng had never thought of destroying the entire Roya Empire. He was not a devouring life form, let alone a fiend. Destruction would not benefit him at all. Moreover, the Roya Empire was not completely defenseless. The 11th Fleet only had one stellar particle cannon, but the number of stellar particle cannons stored in the Roya Empire might very well exceed 3 digits. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Feng would not choose to fight the Roya Empire to the death. Of course, the Roya Empire was even more unwilling to fight Lin Feng. What was the use of winning? The arrival of the Minister of War and the Minister of Foreign Affairs allowed Lin Feng to know the attitude of the Roya Empire. The Roya Empire was prepared to submit, and Lin Feng's conditions were very simple. He wanted them to try their best to retrieve the oracles. As long as they had not been sold, they had to be delivered safely to Lin Feng. Moreover, the oracles had to be included in the rule of the Roya Empire. It sounded a little absurd. The Paul Chamber of Commerce in the Roya Empire had sold the oracles as slaves, but now, Lin Feng was asking the remaining oracles to accept the rule of the Roya Empire. However, this might be the best arrangement for the oracles. Once Planet Oracle officially became the territorial planet of the Roya Empire, the oracles would automatically obtain the citizenship of the Roya Empire. They could also communicate freely in the Roya Galaxy, obtain all kinds of advanced technology and weapons, and slowly repopulate and cultivate. One day, it would not be impossible for the oracles to give birth to a planetary life form. Of course, it was also possible that under the impact of interstellar communication, Planet Oracle would be occupied by all kinds of civilized races, and the oracles would slowly disappear in history. This would depend on whether the oracles could survive among countless species and civilizations. Currently, this was the best arrangement for the oracles. Otherwise, would the oracles have to continue living in exile? That way, the oracles might die out even faster. In comparison, under the protection of the Roya Empire, they could enjoy safety in the universe. The two ministers of the Roya Empire agreed to Lin Feng's conditions almost without hesitation. It was just one more territorial planet, and it would even be beneficial to the Roya Empire. Under normal circumstances, the Roya Empire would not accept a backward civilization like the oracles, which had not even entered the universe. However, just based on the relationship between the oracles and a powerful cultivator like Lin Feng, they had no choice but to accept it. This was also the best solution to the problem. Lin Feng did not put away his combat body. He just stayed there quietly in the universe. Everyone on the Roya Imperial planet felt as if a rock was pressing down on them. They knew that Lin Feng was putting pressure on the Roya Empire. Lin Feng would not leave until the matter was completely resolved. The Roya Empire quickly took action. They mobilized all kinds of forces and saved tens of thousands of oracles in succession. However, that was all. Including those who had originally survived on the oracles, the number of oracles approached 300,000. 300,000 was far too little. The oracles still had a long way to go before they could repopulate and prosper on planet Oracle. However, it was better than being annihilated. This was already the best outcome for the oracles. Next, Planet Oracle were included in the rule of the Roya Empire and became the territory of the Roya Empire. They would enjoy all kinds of benefits from the Roya Empire. The Paul Chamber of Commerce took full accountability. From top to bottom, no one in its ranks escaped. It was said that the Emperor was already furious and wanted to investigate the Paul Chamber of Commerce thoroughly. When a wall is down, everyone kicks it. The other chambers of commerce also took advantage of the opportunity and quickly divided up the Paul Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the Roya Empire had reorganized the major chambers of commerce. They cracked down on slave trade and strictly forbade slave trade. Seeing the various actions of the Roya Empire, Lin Feng was also rather satisfied. Although the Roya Empire was a technological civilization, it had also achieved overall peace under its rule and was very safe. Moreover, compared to other civilizations, the many civilized races under its rule all received relatively fair treatment. Even Lin Feng had an idea to include his home planet in the territory of the Roya Empire. However, his home planet was too far away from the Roya Empire. This idea was a little unrealistic. After Lin Feng had the oracles settled, he bade farewell to the oracles and embarked on the journey back to his home planet. Moreover, he had obtained a detailed cosmic map from the Roya Empire. With this cosmic map, Lin Feng could accurately find the location of his home planet even through spatial warp. Go. Lin Feng deployed the void traversal combat body and teleported instantly. He could travel as far as 100 light-years, and his home planet was not as far as 100 light-years from Planet Oracle. Buzz. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in the quiet and dark cosmos. Lin Feng warped out of the spatial passage at once. He scanned with his mental power. There was no planet around, but he clearly saw a familiar planet. My home planet. Lin Feng was slightly excited. He had finally found his home planet. Just like before, mental power could not detect his home planet at all. He could only find it with the naked eye. It had been 10 years since he left his home planet. In the past, Lin Feng had been busy cultivating and had not thought much about his home planet. However, now that he was so close to his home planet, many people appeared in his mind. There were his parents, little sister, big brother, second brother, Chu Chen, and his son and daughter. When he left, his daughter was only 13 years old, and his son was only about 10 years old. Now that 10 years had passed, his son and daughter had probably already grown up. In 10 years, perhaps his home planet had developed considerably. Did anyone still remember him, the Sage of Salvation? All kinds of chaotic thoughts echoed in Lin Feng's mind. He could not calm down for a long time. After a long while, Lin Feng took a deep breath. His return to his home planet this time was to bring his home planet completely into the universe, so that his home planet could communicate with the many civilizations in the universe. This way, his home planet would no longer remain stagnant, and could gradually integrate into the entire universe. He did not want a tragedy like the oracles to happen on his home planet. Hence, Lin Feng quickly shrank his body and prepared to enter his home planet. However, just as Lin Feng was about to enter his home planet, he realized that the canopy outside his home planet was blocking him. I can't enter. Lin Feng's brows lifted. It was this canopy again. It protected his home planet, but actually also entrapped it. Now, even Lin Feng's attempts to return to his home planet were impeded. Chapter 463, Crisis on the Home Planet. Chapter 463, Crisis on the Home Planet. Back when Lin Feng left through the canopy, he still had to rely on the Spear of Destruction. Now, he could no longer enter his home planet. Long Betham, how did you enter my home planet back then? Lin Feng did not act rashly. He remembered something strange. If the canopy impeded entries, how had Long Betham's spaceship entered his home planet? Could the canopy selectively allow people entry? Long Betham thought for a moment and said, back then, my energy was exhausted, and I was drifting in the universe. I found this planet and was captured by its gravity. Then, I successfully entered the planet. You didn't meet obstructions. Everything went smoothly. I met no obstructions. Hearing Long Betham's answer, Lin Feng frowned. If Long Betham could enter, why couldn't he? What was the difference between him and Long Betham? Thinking of differences, there was actually a huge one. Lin Feng was a cultivator, and a planetary life form at that. Long Betham was only a mechanical life form, not a cultivator. Could this canopy only stop cultivators? Lin Feng frowned. He separated a cell directly, and even separated all the power from this cell. It was just an ordinary person. Swoosh. Lin Feng's cell avatar actually entered his home planet without any resistance. As expected, the canopy impedes cultivators. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Why would the canopy stop cultivators? Could there be some secret on the planet? Who was the one who set up this canopy? A powerful cultivator. All of this seemed to be a mystery. The canopy protected his home planet, but it also limited it. Without reaching the planetary level, one would be unable to leave the home planet, and it would be isolated from the universe. Actually, this was very disadvantageous for cultivators. Now that I'm already a planetary life form, and have the ability to protect my home planet, the canopy is no longer needed. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This canopy might protect his home planet, but it also limited it. Lin Feng already had the ability to protect his home planet, so he was not afraid that his home planet would be exposed to the universe. Hence, Lin Feng used the tidal combat body. The 140,000-kilometer tidal combat body looked like a huge shadow that shielded his home planet. His 140,000-kilometer combat body was far larger than his home planet. Lin Feng's hand suddenly extended into his home planet. Immediately, the canopy appeared, blocking Lin Feng's huge hand. However, Lin Feng's hand suddenly grabbed the canopy and tore hard. Rumble. It was as if the entire planet was shaking. In an instant, even ordinary people inside the planet could feel the tremors. Although it was not to the extent of mountains collapsing and earth shattering, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone was uneasy. On their home planet, some experts opened their eyes and looked at the sky. They only saw two huge hands stretching across the universe, as if they were constantly attacking the canopy above their home planet. An expert in the universe have discovered us. The end of the world is arriving. All sages, head to the League of Guardians immediately to discuss countermeasures. We don't have the Sage of Salvation this time. We can only rely on ourselves. The auras of many experts appeared. All of them were experts with 4 life transitions. When Lin Feng left, there were only 4 sages left, including himself. Apart from him, the other 3 were all martial sages, and their strength was nothing much. But now, Lin Feng had left his home planet for 10 years. In the past 10 years, the number of cultivators on the home planet had increased exponentially. The cosmic cultivation methods passed down by Lin Feng had long become mainstream. Almost everyone cultivated cosmic cultivation methods and became combat body martial artists. Combat body martial artists were the new cultivators on the home planet. In the past 10 years, a total of 20 sages with 4 life transitions had been born. This speed was simply incredible. At this moment, among the 20 sages who had undergone 4 life transitions, including the 3 remaining martial sages, a total of 23 sages were gathered. Almost all 20 combat body sages were born in the League of Guardians. Now, there was only one faction on the entire home planet, and that was the League of Guardians. Everyone, an expert from the universe, has descended. Our world is in imminent danger. We can only ask the Sage of Salvation to save our entire world now. That's right. We jointly ask the Sage of Salvation to act. The Sage of Salvation won't just watch as the expert from the universe descend and destroy the entire world, right? Almost immediately, everyone thought of the Sage of Salvation, Lin Feng. In the past 10 years, although many experts had been born, the League of Guardians naturally heavily publicized the Sage of Salvation, Lin Feng. They practically made Lin Feng out to be an omnipotent savior. However, for an entire 10 years, the Sage of Salvation never made an appearance. The announcement to the public was that he was in seclusion. Now that disaster had descended, and the entire world was in danger, everyone naturally thought of the Sage of Salvation again. They hoped that the Sage of Salvation could save the world again, just like 10 years ago. Coming. Everyone looked expectantly at the few figures who walked out of the League of Guardians. Leading them was a graceful woman. She was the wife of the Sage of Salvation, Chu Chen, who had led the League of Guardians for 10 years. Although Chu Chen was not powerful, she had the authority of the League of Guardians. With her identity as the wife of the Sage of Salvation in addition, Chu Chen had no problem controlling the League of Guardians. At this time, Chu Chen was already very experienced. Her gaze swept across the sages present as she said in a somber voice, "How's the Situation now. The body of that expert from the universe is simply too massive. It's so massive that we can only observe 2 palms. Initial judgment is that he must be a planetary life form. He's continuously destroying the canopy, trying to break it and descend upon our world. Can the canopy stop that expert from the universe? I'm afraid it's very difficult. We've analyzed the canopy. Its maximum energy value is probably the power of 6 life transitions. In other words, planetary lifeforms should have the ability to destroy the canopy. Chu Chen nodded. The current situation was already very dire. Once the canopy was destroyed, the entire world would face the same apocalypse as 10 years ago. No, it was even more terrifying than 10 years ago. Although combat body martial artists were already very strong, they had not even produced a cultivator with 5 life transitions, let alone contend with planetary life forms. Looking at such huge 2 palms, they could easily destroy the entire world. With humanity's current strength, how could they resist those planetary life forms in the universe? Even the methods Lin Feng had left behind were probably useless. Alliance leader, can you ask for the Sage of Salvation to act? Only the Sage of Salvation can hope to resolve this crisis now. Everyone looked at Chu Chen expectantly. Perhaps the Sage of Salvation was the last hope in their hearts. Chapter 464, Returning to the Home Planet. Chapter 464, Returning to the Home Planet. Sage of Salvation. Chu Chen fell silent. While everyone placed their hope on the Sage of Salvation, her heart was filled with incomparable sorrow. How could there still be a Sage of Salvation? Deep down, she also wished that the Sage of Salvation was still around. Seeing everyone's expectant gazes, Chu Chen knew that she could not conceal it anymore. This was a matter of life and death for the entire world. The Sage of Salvation left the planet 10 years ago and headed for the universe. Therefore, you won't be able to ask for the Sage of Salvation. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened. For a moment, the entire conference hall of the League of Guardians was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The Sage of Salvation has long left. Yes, he left 10 years ago. Chu Chen's tone was still calm, but everyone understood that the Sage of Salvation, Lin Feng, might really have left. The Sage of Salvation has left. What should we do? Many people lowered their heads in agony. It was not that they had become dependent on Lin Feng. After Lin Feng stopped making appearances, these combat body martial artists also often went to clear up dire beasts, and even greater demons. All the greater demons had been subdued by these combat body martial artists. In the end, they even specially reserved an area for the dire beasts to live and reproduce. It was actually a training ground for the combat body martial artists. Without Lin Feng, the combat body martial artists could also develop rapidly. As long as they were given time, a planetary lifeform might really be born among them. However, they did not have time. The powerful lifeform in the universe were just outside their home planet. They were already out of time. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to be shaking. Everyone looked up and realized that the canopy that had been enveloping the world was actually shaking violently now. Then, a hole was forcefully torn open. The canopy has been broken. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their eyes were filled with despair. In the universe, Lin Feng's 140,000-kilometer combat body erupted completely. How terrifying was his strength! In particular, with the enhancement of the law of tides, he was almost equivalent to an advanced planetary life form. As he tore down with all his might, the canopy on his home planet shook violently. Then, it finally could not withstand it anymore and reached its limit. A hole was torn open in it at once. I've finally torn open the canopy. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. This canopy was too mysterious. Moreover, it had enveloped his home planet for countless years. Lin Feng was actually not confident that he could tear it apart. Fortunately, the canopy also had its limits. It seemed that ordinary elementary planetary lifeforms could not tear through the canopy. Lin Feng had to rely on the enhancement of the law of tides to tear through the canopy in one fell swoop. Without the canopy, star power would pour down. Perhaps the entire planet would undergo a tremendous change. Lin Feng looked at his home planet. His emotions were in turmoil. He could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. With a flash, he had already transformed into his normal size and returned to his home planet. When the canopy was torn apart, all the sages in the League of Guardians had heavy hearts. Perhaps they were about to see another Armageddon. In the previous crisis of Armageddon, many people were far from developing to this level, and did not know the terror of the Armageddon yet. However, only the Sage of Salvation at that time could resolve the crisis of Armageddon. Without the Sage of Salvation this time, who else could they rely on? It's broken. The canopy has been broken. The expressions of the many sages were solemn. Even though the worst outcome had occurred, they were sages, the guardians of all humanity. Even if this was an Armageddon, they had to face it head-on. However, just as everyone was in a heavy mood, the behemoth in the universe suddenly seemed to have disappeared. Disappeared. Everyone was slightly stunned. How did it disappear? They had seen that huge body just now. Why did it suddenly disappear now? No, he didn't disappear. He's already entered. As expected, with some advanced surveillance equipment, one could already see a fireball descending from the sky. Moreover, unlike ordinary meteors, it could actually slow down. A life form from the universe has entered the planet. Everyone, prepare to fight to the death. All the sages left the League of Guardians one after another. They stood in the air and watched the flames closely. The trajectory of the ball of fire could not be deduced, but judging from the direction, it was actually heading towards the area of the League of Guardians. As expected, not long after, the ball of flames descended. Everyone's expression was solemn. No one would underestimate this ball of flames after they saw the terrifying figure in the universe just now. However, when the ball of flames arrived above the League of Guardians, it stopped all of a sudden. Then, the dust dissipated, revealing a figure. When they saw this figure, the expressions of Chu Chen, Zhang Qiji, and the others, who were originally in the hall of the League of Guardians, froze. Then, Chu Chen rushed out of the door all of a sudden. Lin Feng. Brother Feng. Chu Chen's face was already covered in tears, and Zhang Qiji was so excited that he could not control himself. The only three remaining martial sages among the sages also laughed loudly. The others, on the other hand, wore confused expressions. Even though they knew about Lin Feng and the Sage of Salvation, they would never have associated this cosmic visitor with Lin Feng. Only after the three martial sages explained did all the sages come to a realization. So it's the Sage of Salvation. That terrifying body in the universe just now was the combat body of the Sage of Salvation. It's just too terrifying. Such a combat body is probably far from what even 5 life transitions can achieve. It's not just 5 life transitions. If I'm not wrong, the Sage of Salvation should be a planetary life form with 6 life transitions. A planetary life form. All the sages' eyes were filled with shock. They had only learned about planetary life forms from the combat body cultivation method Lin Feng had imparted. However, none of them had seen a planetary life form before. They did not even understand the concept of a planetary life form. Now, Lin Feng's return gave them hope. If Lin Feng was really a planetary life form, that would basically be their future direction. Chen, Qiji, it's been hard on you. Lin Feng began saying slowly. Once he started, no one doubted him anymore. They had thought that it was a visitor from the universe, an Armageddon crisis. They did not expect it to be the return of the Sage of Salvation. The crisis was resolved. Seeing that Lin Feng had just returned, the sages were also very understanding and left early, leaving only Lin Feng and Chu Chen. At this moment, a trace of gentleness appeared on Chu Chen's face. It had been 10 years. She had long since changed a lot. She was in charge of the League of Guardians, and had become a great figure of authority. But now, it was as if she had become an ordinary woman again. Only in front of Lin Feng would she show her tender side. Let's go back. You can tell me all about the changes in the past 10 years. Lin Feng held Chu Chen's hand gently, and his tone was incomparably soft. Chapter 465, Seeking Benefits for the Family. Chapter 465, Seeking Benefits for the Family. The return of the Sage of Salvation caused an uproar in the entire world. Previously, the League of Guardians had concealed the truth. The Sage of Salvation did not enter seclusion but left the planet and entered the universe. 10 years later, the Sage of Salvation returned. Where had the Sage of Salvation gone in the past 10 years? Had he encountered people from other planets? Were there civilizations on other planets? How were their technological levels? Were there powerful cultivators? Countless people were incomparably curious. Almost immediately after this news was exposed, everyone in the world paid attention to this news. However, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, but there was still no news from the Sage of Salvation. The Sage of Salvation, Lin Feng, who was the focus of the world's attention, was returning to Central Sea City with his family at this moment. Lin Feng's daughter, Lin Xin, his son, Lin Sheng, and his wife, Chu Chen, had all returned to Central Sea City. His eldest brother, second brother, and little sister had also returned home. Many things had happened to Lin Feng in the past 10 years. Many things had actually happened to his family as well. For example, his second brother Lin Hai and younger sister Lin Qian were both already married. Lin Hai's wife was also a martial artist, and a combat body martial artist at that. She was also a soldier, valiant and heroic, and looked natural and poised. However, she was a little reserved in front of Lin Feng. Although there were still his parents, in the entire family, Lin Feng, the Sage of Salvation, undoubtedly had the highest status. His youngest sister, Lin Qian, was much more lively. Even though she was already married, she was still like the little girl from before in front of Lin Feng. Lin Qian's husband, on the other hand, surprised Lin Feng a little. Lin Qian was such a lively person, yet she actually chose a quiet and reserved scholar as her partner. Lin Feng's brother-in-law was not a martial artist or a government official, but a scientist. He was young, but he was already a star in the academic world, and his future achievements would be considerable. Although it was somewhat unexpected to Lin Feng, he was very happy. His family did not need to climb up the social ladder, because the Lin family was already the top family in the entire world. No matter who they married, the other party would be the one climbing the social ladder. He only hoped that his family would be happy with their own choices. Lin Feng's parents were already old. They could not undergo life transitions on the home planet. However, this was not a big problem. Lin Feng had brought back many miraculous items from the Divine Palace. He could allow his parents to undergo life transitions, even through sheer force. Of course, they could only undergo 2 or 3 life transitions at most this way. After all, his parents' potential had been exhausted. Allowing them to undergo a life transition and live for a longer period of time was already the limit of Lin Feng's abilities. Dad, Mom, these are miraculous items I brought back from the universe. If you use them, you will definitely be able to undergo a life transition. Lin Feng took out these miraculous items. Apart from Chu Chen, Lin Xin, and Lin Sheng, everyone was shocked. Can these really allow life transitions without cultivation? Mr. Lin was a little confused. Although he did not practice martial arts or cultivate, the entire world had already entered a cultivation era. Under this influence, he also knew how difficult it was to undergo a life transition. There were many people who underwent life transitions in the present, especially the League of Guardians. As far as the eye could see, all of them were experts of life transitions. However, in reality, according to absolute numbers, those few people were insignificant compared to the number of people in the whole world. Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry. This type of miraculous item is very rare even in the universe. After you use it, there won't be much of any side effects. The only side effect might be exhausting your potential and never being able to improve further. Actually, How could this side effect be considered any side effect for Mr. and Mrs. Lin? Without these miraculous items, they could not even achieve one life transition, and potential was irrelevant. Being able to undergo a life transition and live for a few hundred more years was already a great joy for Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Seeing that this type of precious miraculous items could help ordinary people undergo life transitions, everyone's eyes lit up. His eldest brother Lin Yong, his eldest brother's wife, his sister Lin Qian's husband, even his second brother's wife was very envious. All of them revealed looks of anticipation. They had not broken the genetic lock and could not undergo life transitions. If they could obtain these miraculous items, they could undergo life transitions and extend their lifespans. Who wouldn't be envious? However, no one spoke. After all, even Lin Feng had mentioned that these miraculous items were very precious in the universe. They did not know if there were any more. Perhaps only this small amount of miraculous items was available, and they were just enough for Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Lin Feng glanced at his sister and the others. After a moment of silence, he said, "I didn't bring that many miraculous items, but it's enough for the few of you. Actually, you'll have a chance to come into contact with these precious miraculous items in the future too." With that, Lin Feng gave his sister and the others the miraculous items and asked them to use them immediately. This was also to prevent them from being distributed. Although Lin Feng was not afraid of trouble, he would not be too casual if he could avoid trouble. The entire family began to undergo metamorphosis in the Lin household. The first to undergo metamorphosis was his second brother's wife. After all, she was a soldier. Although she could not rely on herself to attain a life transition, she was still a peak professional martial artist, one step away from breaking the genetic lock. Hence, after consuming the miraculous item, she took a very short period of time to undergo a life transition. Moreover, with her potential, she might even be able to undergo 3 life transitions. The effect was quite good. Next was his eldest brother's wife and his sister, Lin Qian. The two of them underwent life transitions almost simultaneously. Only after them did Lin Qian's husband follow, and finally, Lin Feng's parents. The two of them were a little aged, after all, and their potential was inferior to young people. Hence, it took them a long time to undergo a life transition. After the two of them underwent a life transition, they seemed to have become 10 or 20 years younger. They looked radiant and felt full of energy. If Lin Feng continued to provide miraculous items in the future, his parents might really have a chance of undergoing 3 life transitions. And living for hundreds of years would not be a problem. How? How miraculous! Mr. Lin looked at himself in the mirror in disbelief. He extended his hand, and his fair hand did not look like an old man's at all. He finally understood why so many people were willing to cultivate. This feeling was too wonderful. Having allowed his family to break the genetic lock and live a long life, Lin Feng also heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally fulfilled a wish. He did not want to return from a seclusion in the universe in the future, only to find that his parents and family had left one after another. Moreover, although he only had these miraculous items now and could only allow his parents to undergo 1 or 2 life transitions, if he became a galactic life form or even a universal life form in the future, would there not be other ways to elevate his parents and family to planetary life forms? That would almost mean eternal life. This might be a little selfish, but without such selfishness in Lin Feng, why would cultivators have the motivation to cultivate? Seeking benefits for the people around them was also one of the goals of cultivators. Chapter 466, Entering the Universe. Chapter 466, Entering the Universe. Third brother, I heard that you went to the universe for 10 years. What is the universe like? Where did you go? Tell us. Lin Qian blinked in excitement. Mr. Lin also chuckled and said, That's right, Fenger. We don't know what the universe is like either. Why don't you tell us briefly about everything you've seen and heard in the universe over the years? Lin Feng looked around. Even his wife, Chu Chen, nodded. Although he had briefly told his wife about things in the universe during this period of time, he had not told the whole story yet. Since his family was so curious, Lin Feng naturally did not mind introducing the entire universe to them. The universe is filled with opportunities and dangers. Lin Feng talked about everything from the moment he left his home planet until he went to the divine palace of Bamand and returned. He basically explained everything about the oracles, the Roya Empire, the divine palace, the fiends, and so on. Everyone felt as if they were following Lin Feng and experiencing all these cosmic wonders themselves. After the explanation, everyone fell silent, as if sorting out the information Lin Feng had revealed. Danger was indeed lurking in the universe, especially those dangerous fiends. Once a fiend came to their home planet, it would probably be the end of their home planet. There was also the oracles. Their fate was truly fraught. If they had not met Lin Feng, they would probably have been annihilated. After a long while, Mr. Lin heaved a long sigh and said, "Fenger, the universe is so dangerous." "You mean to let humanity enter the universe and come into contact with the civilizations in the universe, right? It's just like the oracles. Although their fate was full of hardships, they were ultimately brought under the rule of the Roya Empire. In fact, they could be considered to have entered the universe, and their situation would become safe." "That's right. Humanity has to go out. Otherwise, if we remain stagnant, once we encounter fiends, devouring lifeforms, or other crises, humanity will be in great danger. If we want to avoid danger, the solution is very simple. We have to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can humanity and our home planet be safe." Actually, Lin Feng had more considerations. His home planet could not hide under the canopy forever. Moreover, the canopy had been torn apart now, so his home planet would be easily discovered. The human civilization on their home planet had to leave their home planet, connect with the universe, and gradually improve itself. In the future, when the technology of their home planet improved, or when a second planetary lifeform and a third planetary lifeform were born, among cultivators, the human civilization itself might become a powerful civilization comparable to the Roya Empire. Then, what danger would there be? After staying in the Lin family for a few days, Lin Feng returned to the League of Guardians. Now, be it his eldest brother, second brother, or little sister, they all had their own families. Even Lin Feng himself had his own family. Lin Xin and Lin Sheng were Lin Feng's son and daughter. Lin Sheng was only 20 years old, but he had perfectly inherited Lin Feng's genes. It had to be known that when Lin Feng gave birth to Lin Xin and Lin Sheng, he had already undergone 5 life transitions, and his genes were unprecedentedly powerful. Lin Sheng was also talented without a match. He had already broken the genetic lock at the age of 12, undergone 2 life transitions at the age of 15, and 3 life transitions at the age of 19. He was already slowly attempting to break through to the 4th life transition. Once he succeeded, he would be a sage, and the youngest sage of humanity at that. Even Lin Feng from back then could not compare to him. Although Lin Xin's talent was slightly inferior to Lin Sheng's, she was still very strong. She broke the genetic lock at the age of 13, had already undergone 2 life transitions at the age of 17, and 3 life transitions at the age of 22. Both of them had undergone 3 life transitions. Now, they were preparing for the 4th life transition. The 2 of them were even secretly competing to see who could undergo 4 life transitions first. Although the 2 of them had not seen their father, Lin Feng, in the past 10 years, they were no strangers to him at all. They both took pride in Lin Feng and saw him as a role model. After Lin Feng returned, he also specially gave the 2 of them some pointers. He believed that the 2 of them would probably be able to undergo 4 life transitions in 2 years. As for how far they could go in the future, it would depend on their own opportunities. A month after Lin Feng returned to his home planet, he finally made a move. In the name of the Sage of Salvation, he gathered all the sages and the top elites of the various worlds. Everyone was gathered in the League of Guardians. Lin Feng had something very important to announce to the elites of various worlds. This grand occasion received the attention of the global media. Lin Feng did not stop these media reports. On the contrary, he encouraged the media's involvement. This made everyone feel that the Sage of Salvation was probably going to make a big move this time. In the League of Guardians, everyone invited by Lin Feng had solemn expressions. On the big screen, Lin Feng asked Long Betham to organize some information on the cosmos. It introduced fiends, technological civilizations, and cultivation civilizations in detail. He even announced the function of the canopy. Hence, everyone understood the dire situation humanity was facing now. Their home planet was no longer protected, and might very well be discovered by various civilizations or powerful life forms in the universe. Humanity was in danger. Of course, with the Sage of Salvation Lin Feng overseeing his home planet for now, there would be no danger for the time being. However, what about in the future? Lin Feng would leave eventually. Moreover, the home planet and humanity could not rely on the Sage of Salvation alone. The human civilization must be self-reliant. This was what Lin Feng wanted to convey. Human civilization had to improve itself. Since it had to improve itself, it had to enter the universe and communicate with other civilizations. Moreover, Lin Feng showed the information on the planet annihilation cannons. This was even more of a bombshell. It made the few scientists present extremely excited. They wished they could check this information immediately. The meeting was a success. No one objected to leaving the universe. Even the most foolish person knew that if they did not communicate with other civilizations, their home planet would be isolated. How would technology develop? Cultivation also required resources, and those resources were all in the universe. The human civilizations had to fight for them themselves. The conference confirmed the strategic decision for human civilization to step out of the universe. Then, there were some details. For example, there was no cosmic map near their home planet. Apart from the cosmic map in the direction of the Roya Empire, the cosmic maps of surrounding regions all required exploration by the human civilization. Moreover, spaceships were indispensable if one wanted to leave for the universe. This all required technological development. Cultivation. Civilizations also needed technology. Only with technology could cultivation be faster. All of this would take time. Time was the last thing Lin Feng lacked now. He had returned to his home planet this time to help his home planet integrate into the universe. He could stay on his home planet for decades. He just needed to return to the divine palace of Bamand before the Big Bang. Lin Feng had separated an avatar with a 20,000-kilometer combat body on his home planet, which was comparable to many planetary life forms. Moreover, the avatar also had comprehension of the three laws. Hence, the combat power of this avatar would be very powerful, on par with advanced planetary life forms. After leaving this avatar behind, Lin Feng felt that there was no more annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction. It would be a pity to give up on this origin weapon just like that. He left his home planet with his true body, and prepared to find a star to extract annihilative power from and replenish the Spear of Destruction. The scientific world on his home planet did detect a few stars, all of which were very distant. However, Lin Feng could warp space. Such distances were nothing. Hence, after bidding farewell to his family, Lin Feng left his home planet with his true body. He tore open space and warped towards the first star. Chapter 467, Stellar Life Form. Chapter 467, Stellar Life Form. Buzz. A huge spatial crack appeared, and a terrifying planet-like figure slowly walked out. This figure was naturally Lin Feng. He teleported directly to the star about 3 light-years away from his home planet. Of course, there were actually closer stars that were not even a light-year apart. However, the light and heat emitted by that star were very important to his home planet. While Lin Feng needed the annihilative power in a star, he could not affect his home planet. This star 3 light-years away was just right. It was far enough away. Even if it disappeared, it would not affect his home planet much. This was also the first time Lin Feng had seen a star at such a close distance. He quickly transformed into the greater annihilative combat body, and traces of annihilative power brewed in his combat body. It was not too easy to replenish the annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction. Ordinary elementary planetary lifeforms might not even be able to approach a star. It had to be known that the light and heat emitted by stars were lethal even to elementary planetary lifeforms. Only advanced planetary lifeforms could ignore or resist the light and heat of stars. Even if Lin Feng only used the greater annihilative combat body, he could easily resist the light and heat of a star. The law of annihilation enhanced Lin Feng's greater annihilative combat body by 100-fold, far surpassing ordinary advanced planetary lifeforms. Why would he be wary around an ordinary star? As Lin Feng approached the star, he could also see the full appearance of the star clearly. This was a star in its prime. The light and heat it emitted were very terrifying, radiating through the surrounding cosmos. Often, a star could give birth to some planets with life nearby. Once the star was destroyed, it would have almost devastating consequences for those planets with life. Although Lin Feng needed to replenish the annihilative power, if the necessity to destroy a star caused serious consequences, it would be too late for Lin Feng to regret it. If he destroyed stars at will, causing countless inhabited planets to fall into desperation, wouldn't he be no different from fiends? Hence, Lin Feng specially warped in all directions surrounding the star for the range of 1 light-year. He searched carefully to see if there were any inhabited planets. Beyond 1 light-year, the effect of this star would basically be negligible. For a cultivator like Lin Feng who could warp through space, he only needed a very short period of time to check the situation within a light-year of his surroundings. Lin Feng did not discover any planets with life, so he could rest assured. Hence, Lin Feng continued to approach the star. In his eyes, the star was becoming larger and larger. From the looks of it, the diameter of this star was between 1,000,000 kilometers and 2,000,000 kilometers. This was just a very ordinary star. However, even very ordinary stars were indeed massive in Lin Feng's eyes. They were at least 10 times larger than Lin Feng's current combat body. The annihilative power of a star. Lin Feng held the Spear of Destruction in his hand. The Spear of Destruction seemed to be a little excited as well. Even though it was already very close to the star, the terrifying heat could not do anything to Lin Feng and the Spear of Destruction. Just as Lin Feng was about to unleash his combat body to destroy the star and extract the annihilative power, he suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation of life in this star. Could life also be born in stars? Long Betham, can life possibly be born in stars? Lin Feng simply asked Long Betham about it. This was within the scope of science. Long Betham should know. Master, stars are all burning celestial bodies. The temperature is terrifyingly high. Even within the scope of the universe, there are very few stellar lifeforms, let alone intelligent lifeforms. However, there are all kinds of strange things in the universe. Even our mechanical civilization cannot guarantee that life definitely cannot be born in stars. Lin Feng frowned, clearly not satisfied with Long Betham's answer. Normally, there were more than 100 billion stars in a galaxy. For example, there were even more than 300 billion stars in the Beaumont galaxy. Moreover, stars were being destroyed and born at every moment. Even among so many stars, no life was found among them. However, nothing was absolute, let alone in the vast universe. Perhaps it was not impossible for certain special lifeforms to have an affinity to the environment on stars, but the probability was just too low. Lin Feng had vaguely sensed the aura of life in this star just now. This was simply incredible. Since Long Betham did not know either, Lin Feng would investigate it himself. He transformed his combat body into the tidal combat body. In terms of survivability, the tidal combat body was undoubtedly stronger. If he encountered any accidents, the tidal combat body would be enough to deal with them. The massive combat body began to slowly approach the star. Finally, the entire combat body entered the star. Lin Feng's combat body was equivalent to about 1/10 of a star. It was actually very huge. As soon as he entered the star, it blotted out Everything. Terrifying flames constantly burned Lin Feng's combat body, but with the enhancement of the law of tides, Lin Feng's combat body was far more formidable than ordinary advanced planetary lifeforms. Hence, this bit of flames was nothing. Lin Feng's mental power began to sweep around, searching for that faint trace of life aura just now. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Feng's mental power seemed to have found something. Swoosh. Without any warning, the infinite flames actually began to condense into a huge fire bird. This fire bird had 3 legs, and its entire body was covered in flames. Its body was about 1,000 kilometers in size. More importantly, Lin Feng sensed the aura of life from this firebird. Long Betham, what is this? Lin Feng was slightly shocked. There was really life on the star, and so massive at that. This was unbelievable. Master, checking for information. After a while, Long Betham said in surprise, Master, I have found it. This is the legendary 3-legged golden crow, a mythical divine bird from many civilizations. It is born in stars, and is a very powerful life form that is innately comparable to beings with 5 life transitions. However, this 3-legged golden crow is very rare in the entire universe. At least, it doesn't exist in the Beaumont galaxy. Hence, many people even think that this is a legend. I did not expect the 3-legged golden crow to really exist. Long Betham was also very excited. They had actually encountered a legendary life form. Their luck was too good. Even if they just captured it for research, it would still be very valuable. Buzz. Lin Feng was not very optimistic, however, because he realized that the flames in the entire star seemed to be wavering. Immediately after, 3-legged golden crows appeared one after another. Huge 3-legged golden crows were born within the flames. Each of them was about 1,000 kilometers long, and densely packed together. There were about 9 3-legged golden crows. Moreover, the 9 3-legged golden crows were lined up in a circle, staring intently at Lin Feng with a warning look in their eyes. After all, in their eyes, Lin Feng was colossal. Chapter 468, Golden Crow. Chapter 468, Golden Crow. Interesting. They are on guard. Lin Feng developed a great interest in this kind of legendary life forms. They could live in stars, and grow to such a massive size on top of that. Ordinary elementary planetary life forms were probably unable to deal with these 3-legged golden crows. After all, this was a stellar environment with unique advantages. Ordinary elementary planetary life forms could not even enter stars. Lin Feng extended a palm. It was overwhelming and incomparably huge, almost enveloping the sky. The 3-legged golden crows, 1,000 kilometers in size, were simply insignificant as tiny toys in Lin Feng's eyes. All the 3-legged golden crows seemed to have sensed the aura of danger. Loud cries sounded throughout the entire star. Immediately after, the flames on the bodies of the 9 3-legged golden crows erupted again, and they vaguely connected. This is. Before Lin Feng's eyes, the 9 3-legged golden crows actually joined forces. The flames blazed, and finally fused together. Originally, there were 9 golden crows, each 1,000 kilometers long. With the 9 of them added together, it would be at least 9,000 kilometers. It was just a little short of 10,000 kilometers, which was equivalent to a planetary life form. However, the 9 golden crows fused as one went beyond their bodies added up together. Rather, their bodies instantly surged and expanded, vaguely forming an extremely massive and terrifying golden crow. Its entire body burned with infernal flames, as if it was born from the flames, transforming into a cosmic behemoth. The behemoth formed from the fusion of the 9 golden crows had a huge body of about 20,000 kilometers. It stretched out across the star, its entire body enveloped in fearsome flames, a terrifying life form born from the star. Interesting. The 9 golden crows can actually fuse to form a behemoth comparable to an elementary planetary life form. This kind of joint attack method is not just innate. Lin Feng grew more and more interested. He was certain that the method used by the 9 golden crows to fuse was definitely not Innate. It should be some kind of technique, a technique that only cultivators knew. Did this star have a cultivator? Lin Feng did not know, but these 9 golden crows were definitely related to a cultivator. If he were an ordinary elementary planetary life form, these 9 golden crows might be enough to deal with him. However, Lin Feng was a planetary life form that had comprehended laws. The fusion of the 9 golden crows was indeed powerful, and in the uniquely advantageous environment of the star, the 9 golden crows would only be stronger. However, to Lin Feng, this was nothing. Seal. Lin Feng still slammed down with one hand. His palm expanded several times at once, and collided fiercely with the massive bodies of the 9 golden crows. Boom. It was as if the entire star was shaking. How terrifying was Lin Feng's strike? Even ordinary advanced planetary lifeforms could not withstand it easily, let alone the merged body of 9 golden crows. For a moment, the huge golden crow phantom dissipated. The 9 golden crows fell into the depths of the star and were captured by Lin Feng one by one. This was after Lin Feng held back because he wanted to study these 9 golden crows. Otherwise, how could these 9 golden crows withstand a single strike from Lin Feng? After Lin Feng sealed the 9 golden crows, he let the 9 golden crows struggle. He used his mental power to communicate with the golden crows, but he realized that these golden crows could not communicate. They just kept struggling. Lin Feng simply ignored the 9 golden crows and continued to venture deeper into the star. There must be a mysterious cultivator behind these 9 golden crows, or there must be some secret behind it. Lin Feng had already seen the method the 9 golden crows used to merge. This was not a method that ordinary cultivators could possess. As Lin Feng went deeper into the star, the flames he sensed became more and more terrifying, but he felt that the star seemed to be collapsing. That's right, the star was already collapsing. However, this collapse did not seem to be natural. Instead, it was collapsing from the inside out. Moreover, there seemed to be a daunting energy hidden in the most terrible flames in the depths of the star core. There's something deep in the star core. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Could the 9 golden crows be guarding here because of something deep within the star? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Hence, Lin Feng made another grab. Open. How terrifying was the power of Lin Feng's combat body when unleashed at full force. Even a star could not resist it. Rumble. The star shook violently. Then, Lin Feng saw that there was actually a huge and fiery red pearl buried in the depths of the star. It seemed to be absorbing the infinite flames in the star. An origin weapon. Lin Feng was shocked. This was an origin weapon. Seeing this pearl, he no longer had any doubts. The 3-legged golden crows and this pearl must have been created by a cultivator who had the ability to use a star to refine an origin weapon. This was probably a cultivator at least above the level of an advanced planetary life form. Could it be related to the home planet? Lin Feng thought of the canopy on his home planet, and the spear of destruction on his home planet. He had also fused some of the Leviathan's memories. All of this indicated that there had once been a terrifying cultivator on his home planet. Now, legendary lifeforms like the 3-legged golden crows had been discovered on this star. There was also a pearl hidden in the depths of the star, but there was no sign of a cultivator. Lin Feng could not help but suspect the relationship between that mysterious cultivator and his home planet. This pearl contained the terrifying power of flames. As long as it was placed in a star, it could continuously absorb the power in the star. Lin Feng realized that the star was collapsing. It was precisely because this pearl was constantly absorbing the flaming power of the star that the star was collapsing faster. In the end, it would be completely destroyed. This method of refining origin weapons was quite rare. It took too long, and was far less simple and crude compared to the spear of destruction. When Lin Feng grabbed the pearl from the star, in the distant and cold universe, an incredibly handsome man in a golden robe and with a head of long, fiery red hair suddenly opened his eyes. There's movement at the first Ennead pearl of spirit fire. The handsome man's aura exuded slightly, raising a storm in the void. Then, the handsome man used his combat body. His body kept expanding like a nebula, with no end in sight. Even the star not far away paled in comparison to such a massive combat body. With a slight move of the combat body, it was as if the distant stars were stirred. Then, this extremely massive combat body disappeared into the cold and dark universe, advancing rapidly in a certain direction. Lin Feng obtained the pearl and caught the legendary three-legged golden crows. Although the star in front of him had shaken violently just now, it showed no signs of destruction. However, Lin Feng still decided to destroy the star and extract the annihilative power to replenish the annihilative power in the spear of destruction as soon as possible. However, before he could attack, the sealed three-legged golden crows suddenly struggled violently. Moreover, the pearl in Lin Feng's hand seemed to have detected something, and was shaking slightly. Swoosh! Lin Feng abruptly turned around and looked towards the depths of the universe. Chapter 469, Cosmic Cultivator. Chapter 469, Cosmic Cultivator. Rumble. From the depths of the universe, it was as if a terrifying force was crashing towards the star at high speed. Even Lin Feng felt an immense threat. Swoosh! Lin Feng rushed out of the star immediately and used the tidal combat body. The 120,000-kilometer tidal combat body blotted out the sky and stretched across the universe. For the first time, his expression appeared so solemn. This was because he saw the figure in the depths of the universe. It was simply too massive. Even a star was like a toy before that massive figure. An advanced planetary life form. Lin Feng enunciated each word clearly and said in a low voice. He could tell at a glance that the figure in front of him was at least 10 million kilometers in size, equivalent to 10 stars. He was clearly a mysterious cosmic cultivator. Moreover, the other party must be a peak cultivator among advanced planetary life forms. Just his combat body of more than 10 million kilometers was almost suffocating. Even Lin Feng felt the pressure. Apart from Divine King Bamond, this was the strongest cultivator Lin Feng had encountered since he transformed into a planetary life form. You're the one who touched my Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire. This unfamiliar advanced planetary life form transmitted a mental power. Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire. Lin Feng thought of the pearl he had obtained in the depths of the star. Could it be the origin weapon refined by this advanced planetary life form cultivator in front of him? Humph. Lin Feng did not answer, and the other party could not be bothered to inquire further. Boom. The massive combat body reached out and smashed down. The combat between life forms above the planetary level was actually very simple. It was a competition of combat bodies. Whoever had the stronger combat body would basically win. Of course, there were also factors such as laws, origin weapons, and so on. Lin Feng's 120,000-kilometer combat body was already enough to sweep through all elementary planetary life forms, invincible and undefeated. However, before this advanced planetary life form that was 10 million kilometers in size, it was nothing. When the other party's palm struck down, Lin Feng had a feeling of suffocation. Since the other party was not going to talk reason, Lin Feng did not hold back. In fact, when he saw the other party attack, Lin Feng felt a hint of excitement. After transforming into a planetary life form, he had basically never encountered an evenly matched opponent. Even when facing the 11th fleet of the Roya Empire, Lin Feng did not use his full strength. Even being bombarded by stellar particle cannon did not cause Lin Feng to feel pressure. But now, facing this unfamiliar planetary cultivator, he felt a pressure that he had not felt for a long time. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. Boom. Lin Feng did not back down either. He threw a punch as well. One big, one small. The difference between the two was just too great. Lin Feng's combat body was like an ant standing in front of the giant elephant. Yet the ant actually dared to resist the elephant. How ironic was this? However, this scene really happened. When the two of them collided fiercely, their expressions changed drastically at the same time. Lin Feng felt an unparalleled power surge into his body in a frenzy, destroying a little less than half of his combat body. That terrifying power actually could not be suppressed for a time. His opponent also found it unbelievable. With just this clash, his massive combat body of 10 million kilometers had actually retreated for a distance. Moreover, his combat body was trembling slightly. Many cells were destroyed, and his combat body was even weakened by a degree. The two of them collided head-on once and were actually evenly matched. At least, it seemed like they were on par. Good, this is the feeling. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips instead. He had not had this feeling for a long time. Now, it had come up. His opponent was very strong, and it made even him feel a trace of heavy pressure. However, it was just pressure. This pressure could allow Lin Feng to unleash all his potential. Again. Lin Feng threw his head back and roared. This time, his combat body changed subtly. A terrifying annihilative aura spread through the universe. The greater annihilative combat body was the most powerful combat body for offense. In terms of offensive power and combat power, the strongest among Lin Feng's three combat bodies was the greater annihilative combat body. Lin Feng had the 120,000 kilometer greater annihilative combat body, and the planetary law of annihilation which enhanced his greater annihilative combat body. The terrifying annihilative power reached the advanced planetary level. Even the advanced planetary life form in front of him sensed danger. That's right. The Lin Feng in front of him was very dangerous. Having switched to the greater annihilative combat body, fighting was what Lin Feng wanted. Lin Feng took the initiative to attack. His massive body moved slightly. Then, a terrifying annihilative power accompanied by an annihilative storm blasted out with a punch. Planetary law. At this moment, how could the cultivator who was an advanced planetary life form not know? While the Lin Feng before him looked like a mere elementary planetary life form, with the enhancement of planetary laws, he was no longer inferior to advanced planetary life forms in the slightest, and was even comparable with a peak advanced planetary life form. But how could his pride allow him to be intimidated? Good. Their combat bodies collided again. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. Even though they were very far from the star, they still affected it. It seemed like this star would not be able to hold out for long, and would break apart in the next moment. Lin Feng felt heartily content and unrestrained. He had never encountered such an evenly matched opponent. The two of them were indeed evenly matched. With every collision, both parties' combat bodies would suffer severe damage. However, the combat bodies of the two had a similar characteristic, and that was their terrifying regenerative ability. Lin Feng's restorative ability was already strong enough, but he did not expect his opponent's restorative ability to be stronger. However, in terms of strength alone, Lin Feng was clearly stronger in the greater annihilative combat body. However, as he was severely injured, he needed to switch to the tidal combat body from time to time. Then, he could use the powerful regenerative ability of the tidal combat body to slowly recover his combat body. This way, the intervals between switching would inevitably be used by his opponent. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng was gradually at a disadvantage, but his life was not in danger. Up until now, both parties had been competing entirely with their combat bodies, without using origin weapons. Actually, be it Lin Feng or his opponent, they could both sense that there was still a terrifying power in each other's bodies that seemed to remain unused. They should both be origin weapons. Lin Feng had the powerful origin weapon bestowed by Divine King Bamond, comparable to a full power strike from an ultimate planetary life form. Meanwhile, his opponent should also have a similar origin weapon. Towards the end of the fight, the surrounding cosmos was in chaos. Even the distant stars were on the verge of shattering. Boom. Finally, the aftershock of the battle between the two of them struck the star. At that moment, the star could no longer withstand the shock of such a battle and shattered instantly. Waves of annihilative power quickly brewed in the star, causing the spear of destruction in Lin Feng's body to stir. Stop. Lin Feng also used his mental power to convey the intent of stop. The other party was also wary of the hidden power in Lin Feng's body. So he gradually stopped. The two of them stood some distance apart in the universe and faced off each other in silence. Chapter 470, Venerable Vigil. Chapter 470, Venerable Vigil. Who exactly are you? Lin Feng stared at him coldly. In fact, he had already grasped the black hole pearl discreetly in his hand. He felt that he had inexplicably fought a huge battle with this mysterious cultivator. The two parties were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. If the battle continued, he would have to risk his life. Although Lin Feng was confident in the black hole pearl, it was hard to guarantee that the other party did not have similar methods. When the time came, it might be an internecine fight. Lin Feng did not intend to risk his life for no reason. You destroyed the star I was using to refine the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire, captured my golden crows, and took the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire. Yet you are asking who I am. Then I'll tell you. I'm Venerable Vigil. Venerable Vigil. Those who could be titled Venerable must have extensive influence in the universe. This Venerable Vigil was indeed very powerful. Currently, he was the only cultivator Lin Feng had met who could fight Lin Feng to a standstill. Lin Feng took out the pearl he had obtained from the star. It turned out that this pearl was called the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire. The name was not bad, but he did not know what kind of origin weapon it was. Lin Feng could not unleash its power at all. I think this is a misunderstanding. I originally wanted to use this star to refine an origin weapon too, but I accidentally discovered that there's actually life in the star. I didn't know that these all belong to Your Excellency. Then why don't you return it now? Lin Feng smiled slightly, not minding the tone. He handed the 9 sealed golden crows and the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire directly to Venerable Vigil. Looking at the 9 three-legged golden crows and the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire in his hands, Venerable Vigil was a little surprised. He had thought that the cultivator had stolen the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire because he coveted his treasures. However, after an intense battle with Lin Feng, he realized that Lin Feng was not inferior to him at all. Moreover, Lin Feng seemed to have some trump cards that made even him sense danger. It was impossible that Lin Feng was here for his Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire. Perhaps this was really a misunderstanding. The two of them had fought over nothing, and even shattered the star. Are you really not here for the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire? Venerable Vigil was still a little doubtful. Lin Feng shook his head and said with a weak smile, perhaps you also find it a little unbelievable, but it's really a misunderstanding. I don't even know which galaxy this stretch of cosmos belongs to. I just discovered your Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire by accident. Venerable Vigil nodded. It seemed like this was really a misunderstanding. This is a region at the edge of the North River Galaxy. There are almost no planets with civilizations here, so it is of little value. Hence, very few cultivators come to this area. If not for the purpose of refining the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire, I wouldn't be here either. So it's the North River Galaxy. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that the North River Galaxy was an extremely famous galaxy of cultivation in the universe. This galaxy was a little special. It was dominated by cultivators, and there was also an expert at the level of a Divine King, the North River Divine King. However, the North River Divine King did not rule the North River Galaxy. Instead, it was an open galaxy. Many powerful cultivators relied on their strength to carve out their own territories. As time passed, due to the openness of the North River Galaxy, more and more cultivators entered the North River Galaxy, making it a holy land of cultivation for civilizations in the universe. In terms of prosperity in cultivation, even the Divine Palace of Bamond was not on par with the North River Galaxy. May I know who you are? Venerable Vigil stared intently at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also introduced himself. I'm Lin Feng, a disciple of the Divine Palace of Bamond. Bamond Galaxy. Venerable Vigil came to a realization. No wonder Lin Feng was so strong. He was actually from the Divine Palace of Bamond. That made sense. the divine palace of Bamand was established by divine King Bamand himself. Every disciple of the divine palace of Bamand could be considered a disciple of the divine king. However, only the disciples of the upper district could be considered the core disciples of divine King Bamand. These core disciples were all-powerful, and no one in the universe dared to provoke them lightly. Venerable Vigil did not expect to meet a disciple of the divine palace of Bamand here. Your Highness Lin Feng, the divine palace of Bamand is far from here. Why are you here, Your Highness? My home planet is here. Back then, I went to the divine palace of Bamand from my home planet. Now that I have some success in my cultivation, I naturally want to help my home planet enter the universe. Realization dawned on Venerable Vigil. He was a little surprised that a civilization could actually be born in this barren area, and that a genius with terrifying aptitude like Lin Feng had appeared. However, the universe was vast, and there were all kinds of extraordinary things. There were simply too many cultivators like Lin Feng. As long as they were not devouring lifeforms or cultivators of cold nature, they would help their home planet after becoming planetary lifeforms. After all, the home planet was the foundation of cultivators. This applied even to Venerable Vigil. Looks like it's really a misunderstanding. Your Highness Lin Feng must have never been to the North River Galaxy, right? Although I've long heard that the North River Galaxy is a holy land for cultivators, I've never been there. Haha, no discord, no concord. If Your Highness is willing, how about coming to my planet as a guest? When the time comes, I'll personally introduce the North River Galaxy to Your Highness. Venerable Vigil was rather earnest, and Lin Feng was also struck by an idea. After learning from Venerable Vigil that his home planet was close to the North River Galaxy, Lin Feng had a vague idea. Perhaps his home planet could be integrated into the North River Galaxy. Since this Venerable Vigil had extended an invitation to him, this was actually a good opportunity. Since Your Excellency has invited me, I'll accept your invitation respectfully. However, I destroyed Your Excellency's star in the refinement of the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire. In the end, it was Lin Feng who had acted somewhat rashly. If it were an unclaimed item, this would be an opportunity. However, this Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire had been painstakingly refined by Venerable Vigil, yet it was destroyed by Lin Feng. Naturally, he felt somewhat apologetic. Venerable Vigil waved his hand and said, "One who acted without knowledge is not guilty." Your Highness Lin Feng didn't know the exact situation either. If Your Highness really feels bad about it, you can stay on my planet for a few more days. Should a cultivator with Your Highness's talent be willing to visit my planet, I'd actually be the one benefiting. Lin Feng smiled. Venerable Vigil was actually quite a magnanimous person. Venerable Vigil invited Lin Feng to leave at once, but Lin Feng glanced at the collapsing star and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, please wait a moment. A collapsing star should not go wasted. I can also use the annihilative power within to replenish an origin weapon." Lin Feng took out the Spear of Destruction and extended it directly into the collapsing star. Immediately, a massive annihilative power surged into the Spear of Destruction, quickly replenishing the annihilative power in it. Seeing this, Venerable Vigil's pupils constricted slightly. Lin Feng could easily control the annihilative power, and it was the annihilative power produced in stars. Now, Venerable Vigil was even more certain that Lin Feng had definitely comprehended the planetary law of annihilation. Chapter 471, Cosmic Array. Chapter 471, Cosmic Array. Success. Lin Feng retracted the Spear of Destruction. How vast was the annihilative power of a collapsing star? It was naturally a piece of cake to replenish the Spear of Destruction. Your Highness Lin Feng, let's go. Venerable Vigil used his massive combat body and quickly flew towards the depths of the universe. Lin Feng also used his combat body and followed closely behind. After traveling for a long time, Lin Feng realized that Venerable Vigil had actually arrived near another star, and was flying directly towards it. Your Excellency, what are you doing? Your Highness Lin Feng, there's something you don't know. I actually refined a total of 9 Ennead Pearls of Spirit Fire. They have to be refined using the flames within a star for 100 years before completion. Now that 100 years are up, I can retrieve the Ennead pearls of spirit fire. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised that there were actually 9 such origin weapons, and they could form a set. Moreover, the refinement method was very special and actually required stars. Once the 9 were refined, the power would definitely be very terrifying. Venerable, doesn't this mean that I've ruined the refinement of this Ennead pearl of spirit fire? Lin Feng felt somewhat apologetic. All the hard work for 100 years had been destroyed in a day. No wonder Venerable Vigil was so furious the moment he arrived. If it had been Lin Feng who was refining an origin weapon, and it had been destroyed overnight, he would also be incomparably angered. However, Venerable Vigil shook his head and said, "It's fine. Actually, the refinement of this Ennead pearl of spirit fire is almost complete. Your Highness, Lin Feng only helped me to retrieve it. It didn't damage the Ennead pearl of spirit fire." I'm relieved to hear that. As long as he had not caused the Ennead pearl of spirit fire to be lost, the rest did not matter much. Venerable Vigil rushed in front of the star. Then, his massive combat body extended its gigantic hand and struck the star directly. Open. Rumble. The giant hand blotted out everything. It shattered the star with a single palm strike. Terrifying energy spread in all directions, and the star was blasted apart just like that. The aftershock naturally did not pose any threat to Lin Feng and Venerable Vigil. 9 more golden crows and an Ennead pearl of spirit fire flew out of the shattered star, and were retrieved by Venerable Vigil. Next, one star after another was blasted apart by Venerable Vigil. He took out the Ennead pearls of spirit fire cultured within them. Lin Feng looked at the stars being blasted apart and destroyed one after another, and felt a little sorry. As if sensing Lin Feng's discomfort, Venerable Vigil said with a smile, "Your Highness Lin Feng, do you find it destroying stars like this a little unbearable?" Lin Feng nodded as well. Venerable Vigil shook his head and said with a smile, "Looks like your Highness has never been to many places in the universe. You must have been cultivating hard in the divine palace of Bamond, right? The vast universe is simply too huge. As long as there are no inhabited planets nearby, it doesn't matter if these stars are destroyed. Because this is nothing to the vast universe. Ordinary galaxies have at least hundreds of billions of stars, or even more. Stars are being destroyed at every moment, but at the same time, stars are born at every moment. The last thing the universe lacks is celestial bodies like stars. In comparison, planets with life are very special. Almost every planet with life is unique. If it disappears, it will disappear forever. That is why those devouring lifeforms and fiends are the public enemy of cultivators. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, you also know about fiends." "Of course. Fiends are what I abhor the most. Devouring lifeforms just act on instinct, but these fiends are the public enemy of cultivators. The North River Galaxy is open, so many fiends are also taking advantage of the situation in the North River Galaxy. My home planet was almost devoured by fiends once. I will definitely eliminate any fiends I encounter." With that, Venerable Vigil also gave Lin Feng a meaningful look. "When I first saw your Highness, I thought that your Highness was a fiend. After all, fiends are best at disguise. Sometimes, those fiends can disguise themselves for tens of thousands of years." Lin Feng came to a realization and said, "So your Excellency attacked as soon as you arrived, not entirely because the Ennead pearl of spirit fire had been taken. Actually, you also wanted to test if I'm a fiend." "That's right. Fiends are just too good at disguising themselves in the North River Galaxy. I had to do it. I hope your Highness Lin Feng can understand." To have gained a foothold in the North River Galaxy, Venerable Vigil was naturally meticulous. He might appear rash, but he was actually cautious and thoughtful. Lin Feng could not help but think highly of him. "Your Excellency, you are too kind. I also abhor fiends deeply. Looks like we are the same kind of people. It's just as the saying goes, no discord, no concord." "That's right. No discord, no concord. Brother Lin Feng, don't stand on ceremony. Just call me Vigil in the future. How can that do? Your Excellency has cultivated for longer than I. Then, if I may be so bold, I'll address Your Excellency as Big Brother. In the future. Haha, that's great. Big Brother Vigil. The two of them became acquainted through an exchange of blows. Moreover, Venerable Vigil's personality was quite to Lin Feng's liking. They really wished they had met sooner, and they quickly addressed each other as brothers. Of course, Lin Feng's strength was not inferior to Venerable Vigil's. This was a very important point. It was impossible for an elephant to be friends with an ant. Only entities on equal levels could be considered true friends. Hence, Lin Feng followed Venerable Vigil and flew straight towards the North River Galaxy. Brother Lin Feng, the planet ahead is Planet Vigil. Venerable Vigil introduced it to Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng focused his gaze. There were indeed some huge planets ahead, and also some stars and planets within a radius of half a light dash year. There were a total of 72 planets. They seemed to be arranged in a special formation to guard Planet Vigil in the middle. An array. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought of something special in cultivation, arrays. Brother Lin Feng, you have a good eye. That's right, this is an array. I used more than 1,000 years to move one planet after another, gathering 72 planets to form the array of 72 terrestrial banes. Within the range of these 72 planets, when the array is activated, to gather the power of 72 planets. Even advanced planetary lifeforms can't do anything. If I am controlling the array, it can even resist those ultimate planetary lifeforms for a period of time. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had really never seen arrays before. He had only learned some general knowledge about them in the Divine Palace. As for why the Divine Palace did not have any array formations, the reason was too simple. With Divine King Baman presiding over it. What was the use of arrays? What array could contend against great galactic-level beings? The so-called arrays used the power of some planets and arranged them into a special formation. The strongest arrays could even resist those ultimate planetary lifeforms. However, at the galactic level, arrays were not of much use. Still, cosmic arrays were indispensable in an open and chaotic galaxy like the North River Galaxy. Chapter 472, Territory. Chapter 472, Territory. Brother Lin Feng, let's go down together. Venerable Vigil shrank his body and flew directly into Planet Vigil with Lin Feng. Dominus. Dominus. Lin Feng entered the planet and realized that it had an antique style. There were cultivators everywhere, and there were very few technological things. Moreover, the people he met all addressed Venerable Vigil as Dominus. Brother Lin Feng, I advocate pure cultivation, so I rarely use technological things. As if seeing Lin Feng's confusion, Venerable Vigil explained meaningfully. There were a total of 72 planets in the region occupied by Venerable Vigil. Apart from the stars, there were a large number of cultivators on all the planets, and their population exceeded 100 billion. These hundreds of billions of people and 72 planets all fell under the territory of Venerable Vigil. In this territory, Venerable Vigil was the only ruler, just like Divine King Bamand of the Bamand Galaxy. This was also the case for most of the regions of the North River Galaxy. Some powerful cultivators controlled their own faction and occupied many planets. They turned these planets into their territory and ruled in their own way. These rulers were all called domini. The domini were naturally differentiated into greater domini and lesser domini. The lesser domini were basically just elementary planetary lifeforms that ruled over one or a few planets. The slightly greater domini were known as the venerables, and basically all ruled over more than 10 planets. Someone like Venerable Vigil was a venerable, and was rather powerful among the venerables, ruling over a total of 72 planets. As for the great domini, there were relatively few of them in the North River Galaxy. Every great dominus basically ruled over 1,000 territorial planets, and they were all ultimate planetary lifeforms. In the North River Galaxy, such great domini were all called Grand Emperors. Every Grand Emperor was famed and undefeated in the cosmos. Apart from the galactic-level Divine Kings, they were the strongest. The North River Divine King was the strongest in the North River Galaxy, but he basically did not interfere with the various major factions in the North River Galaxy. Moreover, he had not developed a powerful faction like the Divine Palace of Bamond. Hence, countless ambitious cultivators and countless factions entered the North River Galaxy to stake their claim in the new market. Cultivators even often attacked each other and annexed each other's territory. As for the use of these territories, of course they were useful, and the uses were huge. Many planetary life forms needed resources. A large amount of resources, such as some cosmic miraculous items, also required some resources for purchase. Where would the resources come from? Naturally, they came from these planets. Due to the open nature of the North River Galaxy, countless cultivators surged in, making it a holy land for cultivation. There were all kinds of origin weapons, cultivation methods, and miraculous items. They were simply innumerable. As a result, every planet in the North River Galaxy was developed to the extreme by cultivators, and had the best cultivation environment. As time passed, the North River Galaxy naturally became a holy land for cultivation. There were even fiends hiding among them to stir up trouble. After all, in such a holy land for cultivation, even if they only devoured one planet, there would be powerful cultivators within. Devouring one such planet was equivalent to devouring dozens of planets in other galaxies. Naturally, the North River Galaxy would attract countless fiends to infiltrate it. However, the cultivators of the North River Galaxy also viewed fiends as public enemies. After all, even when two domini attacked each other, it was for the sake of competing for the territorial planets. Basically, very few people would destroy planets on a large scale. However, fiends could devour planets and everything. They were considered completely destructive. Once traces of fiends were discovered, cultivators would quickly band together to attack them. Of course, there must be some very cautious and deeply concealed fiends. Dominus, this is. In the Dominus manner, there was a minotaur with a pair of long, curved horns. Even in his ordinary form, he was more than 2 meters tall. He looked very burly and ferocious. Bai Xiong, this is Brother Lin Feng, whom I just met. He is a disciple of the Divine Palace of Bamond. Brother Lin Feng, this is Bai Xiong, my right-hand man. Normally, when I'm not around, Bai Xiong would manage all the matters in the territory. Greetings, Brother Bai. Your Highness Lin Feng. This Bai Xiong looked boorish, but he was actually very thoughtful. He had heard the title, Brother Lin Feng, from Venerable Vigil. This was very rare indeed. Bai Xiong knew Venerable Vigil very well. Venerable Vigil was prideful. He was outstanding among the Venerables, and even had a chance of becoming a Grand Emperor. There were very few cultivators that Venerable Vigil regarded with respect. Even if those who were also Venerables might not be regarded highly by Venerable Vigil. However, now that Venerable Vigil was so familiar with Lin Feng, and even befriended him as an equal, this was unusual, and meant that Venerable Vigil regarded Lin Feng very highly. Bai Xiong could only sense the aura of 6 life transitions on Lin Feng. It had to be known that life transitions could not be concealed. The aura of 6 life transitions meant that Lin Feng was only a planetary life form. Why was a planetary life form so highly regarded by Venerable Vigil? Even though Bai Xiong was very curious, he was very respectful towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also observing Bai Xiong. He sensed the aura of 6 life transitions on Bai Xiong. Clearly, the other party was also an elementary planetary life form. In the universe, a cultivator that was an elementary life form was quite rare to come by. He did not expect to see a planetary life form so soon. Dominus, how is your artifact? Although there were some twists and turns, it is finally completed. It is completed. A look of joy appeared on Bai Xiong's face. He knew how much effort Venerable Vigil had put in for the Ennead Pearls of Spirit Fire. This was no ordinary origin weapon. Just collecting the materials had taken centuries. Bai Xiong, has anything happened in the territory recently? Venerable Vigil could also tell that Bai Xiong seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Hence, he waved his hand and said, "Brother Lin Feng is one of us. If you have anything to say, just say it." Bai Xiong gritted his teeth and said, "Dominus, during your absence, Venerable Oceanus recruited some foreign planetary cultivators from somewhere. Although they are only elementary planetary lifeforms, they are very strong. They often provoked us. A few commanders in the territory could not tolerate the provocations and fought with them, and wound up suffering heavy losses. There's such a thing." Venerable Vigil's expression darkened. "Dominus, the mysterious cultivators that Venerable Oceanus recruited are indeed very strong. Almost every one is not inferior to me. Even I am not confident of defeating them myself. Fortunately, we are protected by the cosmic array, so those people do not dare to enter the territory. However, I think Venerable Oceanus must have a major agenda for recruiting these mysterious cultivators and provoking us continuously recently. Dominus, please make preparations early." Venerable Vigil laughed coldly and said, "Oceanus has fought with me for thousands of years. What method has he not used? All he wants is to annex my 72 territorial stars. As long as I'm around, he can forget about ever defeating me. However, your reminder is right. That Oceanus has recruited so many cultivators. He wouldn't keep them around for nothing, and will definitely cause trouble. Pay close attention to those mysterious cultivators and investigate them thoroughly." "Yes, Dominus." Bai Xiong accepted the order and left. Venerable Vigil turned around and said to Lin Feng with a smile that was embarrassing in front of Brother Lin Feng, "I'll go and deal with some mundane matters first. How about I let Bai Xiong bring Brother Lin Feng for a tour around the planet?" "It's fine. Big brother, go ahead. I happen to be a little tired, so I will go and rest first." "All right, I'll hold a welcome party for Brother Lin Feng after I'm done with mundane matters." Hence, Lin Feng parted ways with Venerable Vigil and turned to leave the residence. Chapter 473, Calculating Matters. Chapter 473, Calculating Matters. "Your Highness Lin Feng, this is your residence. If you need anything, just tell the servants. You are the most distinguished guest of Planet Vigil." Bai Xiong led Lin Feng to his residence and said respectfully. Even though he knew that Lin Feng was only an elementary planetary life form, he remained ever humble and did not dare to show any signs of arrogance. Lin Feng began to understand why Bai Xiong could become the right-hand man of Venerable Vigil. "Thank you, Commander Bai." After Bai Xiong left, Lin Feng entered his residence. There were already many servants inside. They were all beautiful maidservants who bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and wandered around instead. From time to time, he would ask the guards and maidservants questions, and obtained a lot of information about the Vigil domain. The territory of Venerable Vigil was known as the Vigil domain. It contained a total of 72 territorial stars. It could be considered one of the strongest factions in the surrounding cosmic region. There were a total of 13 commanders in the Vigil domain. Every commander was a planetary life form that helped Venerable Vigil to rule over the 72 planets. Lin Feng could not help but be secretly stunned. Just the territory of a single Venerable could have more than a dozen subordinates who were planetary life forms. How many planetary life forms must there be in the entire North River Galaxy? In terms of the number of cultivators who were planetary life forms, the Beaumont Galaxy was far inferior to the North River Galaxy. However, the situations of the two galaxies were different, so they should not be generalized. Although there were not many planetary life forms in the Beaumont Galaxy, most of them were in the Divine Palace of Beaumont, and power was very centralized. If the Divine Palace gave an order, all the planetary life forms had to obey it. The North River Galaxy was different. These lesser and greater domini would not obey anyone's orders. All of them did things their own way, and called the shots in their own territory. Even an order from the North River Divine King could not make them risk their lives. In a sense, apart from the Divine King of Beaumont, the power of the Divine Palace of Beaumont was definitely the strongest in the North River Galaxy. the situations of the two galaxies were different, so the way of thinking must change accordingly. Lin Feng also learned about some information gradually. The Vigil domain was not peaceful. Next to it was the Oceanus domain. Their faction was about as powerful as the Vigil domain, but Venerable Vigil was slightly stronger than Venerable Oceanus. The two parties had been fighting for a long time. Venerable Vigil probably returned for the purpose of dealing with the matter regarding the Oceanus domain this time as well. Now that Lin Feng had gained a rough understanding of the situation in Vigil domain, if the situation in Vigil domain and Oceanus domain applied to the entire North River galaxy, Lin Feng also had a rough idea of the situation in the North River galaxy. He would like his home planet to integrate into the North River galaxy, but he could not rush things. He had to make further observations. Otherwise, if they encountered any trouble, Lin Feng could endure it, but his home planet could not. Unless he was absolutely confident that he could manage his home planet to the level of Vigil domain in a short period of time, Lin Feng would not expose his home planet to the many cultivators of the North River galaxy. Moreover, Lin Feng only had a few decades. When the time came, he had to return to the Divine Palace of Bamond and participate in the Big Bang. My current strength is about on par with Venerable Vigil, and Venerable Vigil can only be considered average among the many advanced planet life forms. Lin Feng's heart sank slightly. He had originally thought that Venerable Vigil was an advanced planetary life form at the peak level. After all, he had a massive combat body over 10 million kilometers in size. However, the situation in the North River galaxy was much more complicated than Lin Feng had imagined. Even Venerable Vigil was only at the intermediate level among the Venerables. After all, a large number of cultivators in the universe were gathered in the North River galaxy gathered, and it was considered a holy land of cultivation. Here, there were no longer as few cultivators who comprehended laws as in the Divine Palace of Bamond. There were even some elementary planetary life forms who had already comprehended planetary laws like Lin Feng, allowing their strength to increase explosively to the point where they were even comparable to ordinary advanced planetary life forms. Of course, cultivators like Lin Feng, who had transformed into a planetary life form with a consummate combat body, were definitely rare and might not even exist. Not to mention that Lin Feng had comprehended 3 planetary laws, which was even more unheard of. With such strength and trump cards, Lin Feng could protect his home planet very well. However, at the same time, if he was targeted by some powerful cultivators, things would probably be very troublesome. After all, the black hole pearl could only be used for a few times. If an ultimate planetary life form targeted Lin Feng could only escape, and his home planet would be in danger. Being strong was a good thing, but if such strength was not enough to suppress all surrounding adversaries and intimidate them, to a certain extent, it was not good news either. If I can move my home planet here, it will be adjacent to the Vigil domain. Even if I'm not around, Venerable Vigil can still take care of my home planet slightly. Lin Feng was also slowly calculating matters. In the Oceanus domain, Venerable Oceanus, who was dressed in an ornate blue robe, sat high and mighty on a large throne. Below him were 4 unfamiliar cultivators. If anyone else saw them, they would know that these 4 people were the 4 highly mysterious cultivators that Venerable Oceanus had recently recruited. It was said that they came from other galaxies. Moreover, these 4 people were very powerful. They had always provoked the people from the Vigil domain, but no one was their match. Recently, the Oceanus domain had been in the limelight, suppressing the people from the Vigil domain overwhelmingly. Your Excellency, I heard that Venerable Vigil, Dominus of the Vigil domain, has returned. Should we get serious next? One of the 4 cultivators said. His forehead was covered in mysterious patterns, and his expression was languid, as if he was indifferent to everything. I've already seen the strength of the 4 of you. I was right about you. With your help, we'll definitely be able to kill Venerable Vigil this time. However, Venerable Vigil is very strong and have many trump cards. I heard that he went to refine origin weapons again. Let's investigate thoroughly before deciding on the time to attack. Venerable Oceanus was very cautious. Without absolute confidence, he would not attack lightly. He had fought with Venerable Vigil for thousands of years, and knew each other's methods very well. In terms of talent, he had to admit that Venerable Vigil was indeed stronger than him. In the last few centuries, he was no longer Venerable Vigil's match. It was why Venerable Oceanus was so eager to recruit these 4 mysterious cultivators to deal with Venerable Vigil. He did not dare to underestimate these 4 people at all. Although on the surface, these 4 people seemed to be elementary planetary life forms, in reality, when the 4 of them joined forces, they were very terrifying, and could contend against the Venerables. Even though the origins of these 4 people were unknown, and their conditions were a little demanding, Venerable Oceanus still agreed to the conditions of these 4 people in the end. As long as they could deal with the thorn in his side that was Venerable Vigil, he did not mind giving these 4 people some benefits. In fact, it would be best if the 4 of them knew when to quit while they're ahead after dealing with the threat that was Venerable Vigil. If they did not, Venerable Oceanus would show the 4 of them the rules in the North River Galaxy. Chapter 474, Guarding the Array. Chapter 474, Guarding the Array. Boss, I think this Venerable Oceanus harbors ill intentions too. The 4 mysterious cultivators were gathered in secret. Heh, the strong are respected in the North River Galaxy. Do you think I don't know what Oceanus is thinking? However, our goal is the same as his for the time being, and that is to deal with Venerable Vigil. After all, if we face 2 Venerables, we are definitely not their match. However, if we deal with Venerable Vigil first, and Oceanus is the only one left, so what if he's a Venerable? That's right. It's not like we haven't dealt with Venerables before. If this operation is successful, that'll be 2 domains with more than 100 planets. The 4 of us can easily metamorphose into advanced planetary life forms. When the 4 of us join forces, aside from Grand Emperors who are ultimate planetary life forms, no one will be our match. Haha, just the thought of it is wonderful. Wild greed appeared in the eyes of all 4 of them. Brother Lin Feng, are you settling in comfortable? Venerable Vigil finally finished his mundane matters and arrived at Lin Feng's residence immediately. It's nice. The Vigil domain is so orderly under Brother's management. I'll have much to consult Big Brother on in the future. Haha, Brother Lin Feng, you're too kind. You're a disciple of the Divine Palace, a distinguished disciple of Divine King Bamond. How can my meager wealth be worth your fancy? This Vigil domain can be considered the fruit of my labor. Unfortunately, after managing it for thousands of years, such an extent is the best I can do. Big Brother, the Vigil domain is already great. There's no knowing how long it would take if I were to manage my home planet to the level of the Vigil domain. Oh. Brother Lin Feng intends to integrate your home planet into the North River Galaxy. I do have this thought, but I haven't learned the situation in the North River Galaxy in detail yet, so I haven't made up my mind. Venerable Vigil understood now. Lin Feng had doubts. However, on second thought, it made sense. The situation in the North River Galaxy was not even clear. How could Lin Feng make up his mind? Brother Lin Feng, I know the situation of the North River Galaxy the best. The North River Galaxy is famous for its openness and freedom, but openness and freedom also mean chaos. If one is not strong enough, it is actually quite dangerous to be in the North River Galaxy. Brother Lin Feng's strength is naturally enough to establish yourself in the North River Galaxy, but your home planet is different. If I'm not wrong, Brother Lin Feng is the only planetary life form on our home planet, right? Lin Feng nodded. There's nothing to hide here. Brother Lin Feng's home planet only has 1 planetary life form. Moreover, Brother Lin Feng probably won't stay on your home planet forever. If you return to the Divine Palace, without a planetary life form guarding it, it is likely for many changes to occur. If Brother Lin Feng takes time to manage it, managing a domain is actually possible, but this will be too time-consuming. Indeed, these were all things Lin Feng had considered. How about this? If Brother Lin Feng trusts me, we can move your home planet near my Vigil domain, and we can be neighbors to each other. In the future, even if Brother Lin Feng leaves, I can help Brother Lin Feng to take care of it slightly. Actually, the North River Galaxy is very large. Forget about a few dozen planets, no matter how many territorial planets there are, it can accommodate them. Lin Feng naturally understood what Venerable Vigil meant. The North River Galaxy was huge. What Venerable Vigil meant was to tell Lin Feng not to worry. No conflict of interest would actually arise by moving his home planet over. Instead, if the two joined forces, their power would increase greatly, and no one would dare to touch the home planets of Venerable Vigil and Lin Feng. Big Brother's idea is quite good. However, wouldn't I be taking too much advantage of you this way? Although Venerable Vigil was very magnanimous, and Lin Feng was willing to befriend him, Lin Feng felt bad that he was always taking advantage without making any contributions. Moreover, people must provide value of their own in order to work together as equals. Haha, Brother Lin Feng, that's where you're wrong. It's a great benefit for us to join forces. I couldn't desire it more. Moreover, there's indeed a troublesome matter in the present that I need Brother Lin Feng's help for. Oh, what is it? Lin Feng revealed a curious expression. He was not afraid that Venerable Vigil had a request. He was only afraid that Venerable Vigil did not have one. That way, Lin Feng would always be taking advantage, and it would actually very unfavorable for his cooperation with Venerable Vigil. It couldn't be better that Venerable Vigil wanted something from him. Brother Lin Feng, you probably know about Venerable Oceanus, right? I do. This Venerable Oceanus has fought with me for thousands of years, and I've always had the upper hand. He's unwilling to accept it. Originally, there was no deep enmity between our domains, but Venerable Oceanus was bent on occupying my Vigil domain, so that he could be the only hegemon of this region. That he's so bent on competing for power is the reason he's much slower than me in cultivation. So what if he became the hegemon? In the North River Galaxy, strength is the most important thing. With strength, there's nothing that can't be obtained with full effort. It's one thing that Oceanus is putting the cart before the horse, but he's bent on scheming against me. Now that I've completed my artifacts, there's no need for me to tolerate it anymore. If he were alone, I would have nothing to fear. However, he's recently recruited 4 mysterious cultivators. Although they're only elementary planetary lifeforms, no one knows Oceanus better than I. He wouldn't do anything he's not confident in. Therefore, I think these 4 mysterious cultivators might be a little strange. Brother Lin Feng, you don't have to attack. You just need to guard the array for me. If anything really happens, with Brother Lin Feng guarding the array, I can also fight Oceanus without worries. Lin Feng understood now. It turned out that Venerable Vigil was going to fight with Venerable Oceanus. Lin Feng had also learned previously that the two parties had actually fought for many times. Venerable Vigil always had the upper hand over Venerable Oceanus. But he could not kill Venerable Oceanus completely. Although the two territories were adjacent, Venerable Vigil was indeed fully focused on cultivation. He only wanted to safeguard the basic 72 territorial planets, and maintain his cultivation level. As for more power, Venerable Vigil was not interested at all. On the other hand, Venerable Oceanus was indeed power-hungry, and bent on plotting to acquire the Vigil domain. Big brother, you're too courteous. This Venerable Oceanus is power-hungry. If we don't get rid of him, even if I move my home planet over in the future, there will be major trouble. Big brother, don't worry. With me supporting you, no accident will occur. Haha, of course I trust Brother Lin Feng's strength. If we succeed this time, Brother Lin Feng can freely choose half of the many territorial planets in Oceanus domain. When the time comes, we can form a cosmic array to guard our home planets. Even if Brother Lin Feng is away, you can rest assured. Lin Feng was moved. The fact that Venerable Vigil was so generous reinforced his previous thoughts. After dealing with the Oceanus domain, his home planet would also be able to use this opportunity to enter the North River Galaxy, and completely integrate into it. With Lin Feng and Venerable Vigil around, there would be no need to worry about safety, and it could develop in peace. In that case, I'll thank you in advance, Big Brother. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, feeling incomparably elated. Chapter 475, Venerable Oceanus. Chapter 475, Venerable Oceanus. Dominus, Venerable Oceanus wants to meet you. If you don't attend the meeting, he'll attack the Vigil domain and make sure we never have a day of peace. Bai Xiong came to report to Venerable Vigil with a grim expression. The Vigil domain was not afraid of Venerable Oceanus, and the array of 72 terrestrial banes was no joke either. Even without Venerable Vigil, they could still contend against a Venerable with the array of 72 terrestrial banes alone. However, if a Venerable attacked the array of 72 terrestrial banes continuously, at all costs, there would be practically no peace for the 72 territorial planets of the Vigil domain. So Oceanus has finally run out of patience. Venerable Vigil opened his eyes, which flickered with a trace of coldness. Dominus, that Venerable Oceanus is ruthless and ambitious. He has tried to kill you a few times. I'm afraid there's a trap in this high dash. Profile provocation. Do you think I don't know what methods Oceanus is capable of? He thought he can kill me just because he recruited 4 mysterious cultivators. Invite Brother Lin Feng over. Then gather all the commanders. Understood. Bai Xiong immediately went to make arrangements. Lin Feng was the first to arrive, and learned some things from Venerable Vigil. It seemed like Venerable Oceanus was preparing to attack. Venerable Vigil was already prepared, and asked Lin Feng to guard the array. Moreover, Lin Feng knew very well that back when he was fighting with Venerable Vigil, he vaguely sensed an aura of danger from Venerable Vigil. Clearly, Venerable Vigil had always been hiding certain trump cards, and those were some very terrifying trump cards. As for why Venerable Vigil held off on using it to deal with Venerable Oceanus after so long, perhaps Venerable Oceanus also had a trump card that made Venerable Vigil wary, but the possibility of this was not high. If he really had a trump card, someone as power dash hungry as Venerable Oceanus would have used it long ago. Why would he wait until now? The probable case was that Venerable Vigil's trump card could not be used lightly. Once used, it might be depleted, or even disappear. Hence, it would not be used unless in a life-or-death situation. It was the same for Lin Feng's black hole pearl. Although it would not disappear after only one use, if used frequently, it would quickly lose its effect. Hence, Lin Feng was not worried about Venerable Vigil's safety. On the other hand, since Venerable Oceanus had come to provoke him again, Venerable Vigil could no longer tolerate it and was prepared to completely resolve his grudge with Venerable Oceanus. After today, there would probably only be one left between the Oceanus domain and the Vigil domain. About an hour later, a total of 13 planetary lifeform cultivators arrived, including Bai Xiong. They were all the commanders of the Vigil domain, and all of them were planetary lifeforms. The fact that so many planetary lifeforms had gathered was enough to prove the conviction of Venerable Vigil. Everyone, there's no need for us to tolerate the repeated provocations of the Oceanus domain. Come with me and conquer the Oceanus domain. These 13 commanders all appeared very excited. They were completely tied to the Vigil domain, and were bound together for good or ill. As long as the Oceanus domain was around, the Vigil domain would always be a threat, and there would be no peace. Although Venerable Vigil had fought with Venerable Oceanus before, he had never publicly declared his intention to conquer the Oceanus domain like today. It seemed like he had already made up his mind. As for failure, these commanders would not consider such matters. Failure was just that, failure. Although the North River Galaxy was open and free, it was precisely because it was open and free that it was incomparably chaotic. Once they failed, it would mean the destruction of the Vigil domain. It would be a pipe dream for commanders like themselves to even survive. Perhaps in other galaxies, the fall of planetary lifeforms would be an incredible and earth-shattering event. However, in the North River Galaxy, the fall of planetary cultivators was already a commonplace affair. All right, let's go. Don't keep Oceanus waiting. Venerable Vigil's expression was solemn, and his entire body emitted a murderous aura. In the cold and pitch-black cosmos, Venerable Oceanus was waiting with his 14 planetary commanders and 4 newly recruited mysterious cultivators. A star in the distance emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation, but no one approached it. In the North River Galaxy, any capable dominus would basically fortify their lair into an impenetrable fortress. It was the same for Venerable Vigil. The array of 72 terrestrial banes was no ordinary array formation. Once Venerable Vigil hid in the array, even if Venerable Oceanus and all the other planetary lifeforms attacked together, they would not be able to do anything to the array of 72 terrestrial banes. That was why Venerable Oceanus had forced Venerable Vigil to leave the Vigil domain. He's here. Venerable Oceanus's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw 15 figures fly out of the Vigil domain in the distance. The one in the lead was Venerable Vigil. 15 people. Venerable Oceanus sneered. Of course he knew that Venerable Vigil had brought back a mysterious cultivator from beyond, but he was only an elementary planetary life form. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be much. At most, he'd be at the level of the commanders who were elementary planetary life forms, making both parties evenly matched. After all, there were 14 commanders under Venerable Oceanus. As for the 4 new cultivators he had recruited, they were the secret weapons of Venerable Oceanus. Hadn't he spent so much effort to force Venerable Vigil out just for this scenario? Hence, seeing that Venerable Oceanus had really showed himself, Venerable Oceanus was elated. As long as Venerable Vigil was willing to show himself, he felt that this plan was already halfway to success. Oceanus. Venerable Vigil stared coldly at Venerable Oceanus. Venerable Vigil also harbored discreet resentment towards the old opponent, whom he had fought dozens of times. He was focused on cultivation, and had no intention of competing for power at all. Yet Venerable Oceanus's avarice had deprived Vigil domain of peace for thousands of years. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed time to completely resolve the problem. "Heh, Venerable Vigil, you've finally shown yourself." Venerable Oceanus sneered. His gaze swept past the people behind Venerable Vigil, including Lin Feng. However, his gaze only lingered on Lin Feng for an instant before he retracted his gaze. Up until now, everything in front of him was still under his control. "Oceanus, do you really want to fight to the death?" Venerable Vigil stared calmly at Venerable Oceanus. Venerable Oceanus said disdainfully, "Venerable Vigil, it's absurd that you can still gain a foothold in the North River Galaxy and own such a large domain. The North River Galaxy abides by the law of the jungle. If you want resources, you have to fight for them. I know that you're very talented and dedicated to cultivation. If you give up on the Vigil domain, we can naturally coexist in peace. So, there's no room for negotiation at all." Venerable Vigil's tone was becoming colder and colder. "Venerable Vigil, you won't give up on the Vigil domain, because it is your foundation. Similarly, I won't give up on my goal. So, let us fight. I know that you've refined a new origin weapon. Let me see how much stronger you have become. As you wish. It's indeed time for us to end things." Venerable Vigil closed his eyes. A terrifying aura surged out like a storm, sweeping in all directions. Chapter 476, They Were Fiends. Chapter 476, They Were Fiends. The fearsome aura on Venerable Vigil's body spread in all directions like a blazing star, emitting boundless, terrifying energy. It expanded wildly. In the span of practically a few breaths, Venerable Vigil's combat body had already expanded to more than 10 million kilometers. How massive was a combat body over 10 million kilometers? Ordinary stars were only millions of kilometers in size. A combat body above 10 million kilometers was 10 times that. It was equivalent to 10 stars. How terrifying was this? Seeing Venerable Vigil unleash his combat body, Venerable Oceanus also threw his head back and laughed aloud. Then, his combat body instantly expanded, reaching tens of millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye as well. However, Venerable Oceanus's combat body was indeed inferior to the Venerable Vigil's combat body. His combat body seemed to be 1 or 2 million kilometers short. Moreover, both parties had combat bodies which were relatively balanced in all aspects. Kill. Without any reservations, Venerable Vigil's combat body moved. Like an exploding star, it collided fiercely with Venerable Oceanus. How terrifying was the collision of two combat bodies over 10 million kilometers. Be it Lin Feng or the four mysterious cultivators, all of them had solemn expressions as they looked at Venerable Vigil and Venerable Oceanus. How devastating was a battle between advanced planetary lifeforms. Ordinary elementary planetary lifeform cultivators could not so much as approach slightly. The two of them knew each other very well, so they collided wildly from the beginning. There was no probing, and they fought head-on. With their combat bodies. Both of their combat bodies leaned towards a more comprehensive combat body, and their abilities were relatively balanced in all aspects. After all, ordinary cultivators only had one combat body. In the universe, however, one might encounter all kinds of situations. A combat body that was too extreme was not ideal. Only a combat body balanced in all aspects could deal with all kinds of situations. However, even though both of them had relatively balanced combat bodies, their combat power was still terrifying, far exceeding the imagination of ordinary elementary planetary lifeforms. Meteors exploded in the cosmos. They were meteors formed from the collapse of the combat body, pouring in all directions like raindrops. If these meteors landed on an unprotected planet, they would probably shatter the planet into pieces. Even planetary lifeforms had to do their best to avoid them, and absolutely did not dare to touch these meteors. In a sense, even a drop of blood from such massive combat bodies would be more terrifying than a meteorite. It was rumored that if an advanced planetary lifeform died and their combat body collapsed, all the stars within a radius of billions of kilometers would be swept away, forming an empty region in an absolute sense. The battle between the two of them was simply too devastating. This was a head-on battle with no regard for the cost. It was a battle where both parties would suffer heavy losses. Both of their combat bodies were damaged relatively quickly, but it was obvious that Venerable Vigil had the upper hand. Boom. The two Venerables clashed head-on again. Then, the two massive bodies separated slightly. Venerable Vigil looked rather disheveled from head to toe, but the battle intent on his body grew even stronger. Oceanus, the Ennead pearls of spirit fire I've forged are ready. I'll let you see the power of my Ennead pearls of spirit fire today. Venerable Vigil reached out and waved his hand. Immediately, 9 fiery red pearls appeared in his hand. They were the Ennead pearls of spirit fire. As Venerable Vigil activated the Ennead pearls of spirit fire, the 9 pearls immediately expanded to the size of a huge meteor in the blink of an eye. The 9 pearls amassed together, forming a huge pearl like a planet, stretching across the void. Ennead True Fire, Purge. The planet-sized pearl spun and quickly flew towards Venerable Oceanus. Moreover, a terrifying flame spewed out from the Ennead pearl of spirit fire. Immediately, the entire void within millions of kilometers was filled with terrifying flames. It was as if the cosmos had turned into a fiery purgatory all of a sudden. The so-called Ennead pearl of spirit fire actually contained the true fire in 9 stars, and it had completely fused into one. How terrifying was the power unleashed at this moment? Venerable Oceanus's expression changed drastically. Countless flames enveloped him, completely destroying his combat body cells and turning them to ashes. What are you waiting for? Attack! Venerable Oceanus let out waves of furious roars in the flames. He had lost, defeated by the Ennead pearl of spirit fire an instant. He had underestimated the origin weapon that Venerable Vigil had refined indefatigably for centuries. Now, the Ennead pearl of spirit fire was complete. It was essentially for the purpose of dealing with Venerable Oceanus that Venerable Vigil had refined the Ennead pearl of spirit fire at such a huge price, and with so much energy and time, for it to suppress Oceanus. Venerable Vigil had succeeded. His hard work had not been in vain. The Ennead pearl of spirit fire had put Venerable Oceanus in a sorry state. His combat body was burned by the stellar flames and suffered serious damage. 1% of his combat body was lost at once. 1% was not to be underestimated. If one had a combat body of 10 million kilometers, they would have lost 100,000 kilometers in the combat body at once. Moreover, they would have lost these 100,000 kilometers of combat body in just a blink of the eye. There was a lot of flame stored in the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire. Even if it burned for a few months, the true fire of stars within would not be exhausted. Hence, under the constant burning of the stellar flames in the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire, in a short period of time, Venerable Oceanus's combat body was injured continuously. He had already lost at least 1,000,000 kilometers of his combat body. This was why Venerable Oceanus was so anxious. The 14 commanders of the Oceanus domain attacked almost without any hesitation. They all used their combat bodies in an attempt to save Venerable Oceanus. The 13 commanders of the Vigil domain also deployed their combat bodies and charged in. This was a terrifying, chaotic battle. In the universe, a battle between 30 planetary lifeforms was rare to come by. Only a battle between two domini could cause a chaotic battle on such a large scale. As many planetary lifeform cultivators used their combat bodies, it was as if the cosmos in this region would be blasted apart. Terrifying. Shockwaves spread in all directions. However, Lin Feng did not move. This was because he was only present to guard the array. As long as Venerable Vigil did not encounter any danger, he did not need to attack. In the current situation, Venerable Vigil had the complete upper hand. It was only a matter of time before he defeated Venerable Oceanus. It's about time. Venerable Oceanus is so useless. He's a dignified advanced planetary lifeform, yet he can't even hold out for such a short amount of time. Humph, enough talk. Let's attack and kill Venerable Vigil together. It just so happens that Oceanus is also so weak from their fight. Once we kill Venerable Vigil, who will be able to stop us in the Vigil and Oceanus domains? The 4 mysterious cultivators that Venerable Oceanus had recruited exchanged a look with each other, and made a decision after discussing through the transmission. Hence, the 4 of them acted. For terrifying combat bodies erupted instantly, and a terrifying pressure sealed the area for 1,000,000 miles. Apart from the 2 venerables, the other planetary lifeforms were actually all rendered immobile. Although the 2 venerables could still move, they still sensed immense pressure. Even their movements seemed to be impeded. Boom. The 4 of them joined forces and charged towards Venerable Vigil. Lin Feng, who had been motionless all along, suddenly looked up after the 4 mysterious cultivators unleashed their combat bodies. His expression changed drastically. This aura. Lin Feng found it a little familiar. On careful inspection, he found it all too familiar. Although this familiar aura was very, very faint, he could rely on the law of space to sense this aura keenly. Lin Feng would never forget this aura. For this was the aura of fiends. They were fiends. Chapter 477, Appending Understanding. Chapter 477, Appending Understanding. Fiends. The 4 of them were fiends. The 4 mysterious cultivators instantly unleashed their combat bodies, vaguely linking them together. They were like a huge millstone, a terrifying millstone that could crush stars. It rolled down and crushed towards Dominus Vigil. Dominus Oceanus also counterattacked in desperation. It was unknown what kind of artifact he used, but it emitted a green light and actually restrained Dominus Vigil. The huge millstone seemed to be able to freeze space. It was not actually freezing space, but that when power reached a certain level, it could affect space. How terrifying was this power? With Dominus Oceanus's desperate counterattack, the situation was reversed in an instant. Dominus Vigil was in danger instead. Even though Dominus Vigil was well prepared, the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire was not of much use at this moment. Dominus Oceanus counterattacked in a desperate situation. No matter how great the damage he suffered, he had to suppress the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire and keep Dominus Vigil occupied. All that was left was the strongest strike from the 4 mysterious cultivators. Dominus Oceanus knew very well how terrifying the strongest strike from these 4 people was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to this decisive battle. Dominus Vigil really sensed a life-or-death crisis. A strong sense of danger arose in the depths of his heart. Although the 4 mysterious cultivators were only elementary planetary lifeforms, they could unleash such a terrifying strike when joining forces. It was simply unbelievable. This had already exceeded Dominus Vigil's expectations. At the critical moment, he had no choice but to use his trump card. Deep down, he did not want to use his trump card. This was his life-saving trump card, and he could only use it once. If he used his trump card this time, he would probably be in much more danger in the North River Galaxy from now on. He would no longer be able to deal with the constant threat in the North River Galaxy. All fiends deserve to die. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice echoed through the cosmos. Even though the universe was a vacuum and did not transmit sound, Lin Feng's voice was clearly audible. Everyone was stunned. Fiends? Where were the fiends? Dominus Oceanus was also slightly stunned. Those 4 cultivators were fiends. Even a Dominus like him did not discover that they were fiends, yet Lin Feng could. Even Dominus Vigil was a little doubtful. Was Lin Feng mistaken? Those 4 cultivators did not have any characteristics of fiends. How could they be fiends? Even if Lin Feng was a disciple of the Divine Palace of Bamond, the Divine Palace of Bamond did not have a special method to distinguish fiends either, did they? Lin Feng's words stunned many cultivators. However, the expressions of the 4 mysterious cultivators changed drastically, and they were immensely shocked. How did he discover it? Boss, what should we do? Forget it. Kill them. Kill Dominus Vigil first. As long as Dominus Vigil is dead, none of these people, including Dominus Oceanus, can escape. That's right. Let's attack with all our might and kill Dominus Vigil first. Even though the 4 of them were spooked and did not know how Lin Feng had discovered them, they still followed their original plan of killing Dominus Vigil with all their might. Once that was done, the overall situation could be considered set. The rolling millstone seemed almost capable of crushing the cosmos. It was shockingly strong, and had already reached the level of a top Dominus. This was simply incredible. Just as the millstone was about to crush Dominus Vigil, Lin Feng acted. Greater Annihilative Combat Body. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng used the Greater Annihilative Combat Body. The combat body expanded wildly, directly expanding to 120,000 kilometers. This was Lin Feng's strongest state at the moment. He still had an avatar of 20,000 kilometers on his home planet. Hence, his strongest state at this moment was the 120,000 kilometer Greater Annihilative Combat Body. Annihilate. Lin Feng struck out with his huge palm. A 120,000 kilometer combat body might already be considered a colossus among planetary life forms, but when facing Dominus Oceanus, Dominus Vigil, and even the huge millstone used by the 4 mysterious cultivators, it was just too tiny. It was practically the difference between an elephant and an ant. Could an ant shake an elephant? Not unless a miracle happened. Lin Feng unleashed a palm strike at full force with the Greater Annihilative Combat Body. The huge millstone was about to crush Dominus Vigil. However, when he saw Lin Feng attack, a smile appeared on Dominus Vigil's lips, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Others might not know Lin Feng's strength, but how could Dominus Vigil, who had once fought with Lin Feng, not know? Dominus Vigil had asked Lin Feng to guard the array precisely because he wanted Lin Feng to deal with some unexpected emergencies. Actually, Dominus Vigil already regarded the 4 cultivators quite highly, but he realized now that he had still underestimated them. He had almost made an irreversible mistake. Fortunately, he was also prepared, and asked Lin Feng to guard the array in advance. With Lin Feng taking action, Dominus Vigil would be very at ease. So what if these 4 cultivators were off? Dominus Oceanus had the help of 4 mysterious cultivators, and Dominus Vigil also had Lin Feng, a disciple of the Divine Palace of Bamond, guarding the array. Boom. In the void, the huge millstone seemed to carry a great power. Even a dominus like Dominus Vigil could sense the threat. However, after Lin Feng's palm struck, a terrifying aftershock appeared. The huge millstone was also shaking violently, as if it would shatter and collapse at any moment. Impossible. How can this be? He's just a planetary life form. No, how could we have failed at the last step? We were so close. Damn cultivator, he ruined our plan. The 4 cultivators bellowed repeatedly, and even their expressions became twisted. They were just a little short of their goal. How could all their efforts have been in vain? With the combined strength of the 4 of them and the enhancement of that origin weapon, they could reach the level of a top dominus. In raw offensive power. How could a mere planetary lifeform like Lin Feng defeat their combined attack? However, the huge millstone in the cosmos still shattered in the end, with just a single strike from Lin Feng. It was with what appeared to be only a 120,000-kilometer combat body. As the millstone shattered, terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. Everyone sensed the power of the aftershock for a moment before their expressions changed drastically. It was just too powerful. This aftershock was not inferior to the aftershock from the battle between Dominus Vigil and Dominus Oceanus. In other words, the combined strength of those 4 cultivators was not inferior to any of the Domini. Lin Feng, who was capable of breaking their millstone, was not inferior to Dominus Vigil in strength either. For a moment, the commanders who were engaged in battle all stopped fighting. Their mouths were agape, as if they could not believe their eyes. Be it Lin Feng or the 4 mysterious cultivators, the power they displayed now seemed to have upended their previous understanding. Could planetary lifeforms unleash the power of the Domini? Moreover, it was at the level of powerful Domini like Dominus Oceanus and Dominus Vigil. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it no matter what. You're courting death. The 4 cultivators were enraged. It was all Lin Feng's fault for ruining their plan. Hence, they no longer concealed their auras. An even more violent aura erupted. Fiends. They're really fiends. At this moment, no one doubted that these 4 mysterious cultivators were savage and cunning fiends. Chapter 478, Death of the Venerable. Chapter 478, Death of the Venerable. Fiends were the public enemy of cultivators. Even in the chaotic North River Galaxy, fiends were loathed by everyone. No one would have thought that these 4 cultivators were really fiends. Even Venerable Oceanus's expression changed drastically. He knew the danger of fiends very well. Moreover, once one was known to be colluding with fiends in the North River Galaxy, they could forget about doing anything in the future. This could also be considered an unspoken rule. Those who colluded with fiends were the public enemy of cultivators. Oceanus, I didn't expect you to dare to collude with fiends. Venerable Vigil sneered. This time, Venerable Oceanus was finished. With such a crime, it would be hard for him to accomplish anything in the North River Galaxy in the future. Damn the 4 of you, you are actually fiends. Venerable Oceanus's face was ashen, and he was incomparably furious. He had suffered heavy losses this time, and had actually been severely injured. He did not expect that the 4 new cultivators he recruited would actually be fiends. This was simply adding insult to injury. Actually, it did not matter if they were fiends. Venerable Oceanus was someone ambitious and ruthless. What was a slightly flawed reputation worth? He did not care about such reputation compared to tangible benefits. If they could get rid of Venerable Vigil, even if those 4 people were fiends, Venerable Oceanus could tolerate it. At most, he would banish them after the matter was over. He'd have a legitimate reason for it too. However, the key was that the 4 of them did not get the job done. Venerable Vigil was not dead. Then, the gains did not make up for the losses. Their identities were exposed, and the aura on their bodies was still rising to greater heights. Although the millstone had been crushed by Lin Feng, it quickly condensed again. Despite seeing that Lin Feng had ruined their plan, they did not attack Lin Feng. What a joke. Even if they were furious, they remained very calm. Fiends who were incapable of staying calm would be long dead, and would never have survived until now. Retreat. The 4 cultivators immediately retreated. It seemed like they were retreating, but when they retreated to Venerable Oceanus's side, the 4 of them erupted with terrifying power again. A huge millstone crushed down hard. It was too fast, so fast that Lin Feng and Venerable Vigil did not even have time to react. These 4 people were too ruthless. They attacked Venerable Oceanus directly. Venerable Oceanus bellowed repeatedly, "How dare you!" Venerable Oceanus was incomparably furious. Did these people think he was a pushover? Die. These 4 fiends had indeed regarded Venerable Oceanus as the weakest venerable here, and he had been severely injured. Since their plan had failed this time, they had to at least collect some interest. Hence, Venerable Oceanus became their target. These were fiends, ruthless and savage, without the slightest trace of humanity. The 4 fiends were too fast. Even Venerable Oceanus could not defend himself in time. He could only use his combat body to resist it. Head on. Boom. When the huge millstone crushed down, Venerable Oceanus's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he felt as if his combat body was on the verge of collapse. He had tested the strength of the 4 fiends before, but they were only equivalent to ordinary venerables. How did their strength in this strike increase by so much? The 4 fiends naturally had a trump card, and they had held back before. Fiends concealed themselves in the dark. How could they expose their trump card so easily? Venerable Oceanus roared. Venerable Vigil frowned. Even if he wanted to help, it was too late. Venerable Oceanus's combat body quickly collapsed. Then, the mouths of the 4 fiends seemed to have transformed into 4 black holes. They sucked hard and divided Venerable Oceanus's combat body, swallowing it. A dignified Oceanus, an advanced planetary life form with 7 life transitions, and his billions of years of ascetic cultivation had all been for naught now. Venerable Oceanus had died just like that, caught off guard. Even Venerable Vigil was slightly stunned. After fighting with Venerable Oceanus for thousands of years, he had died just like that, and his corpse had been devoured by the 4 demons. For a moment, even Venerable Vigil felt a sense of lament in the depths of his heart. All fiends deserve to die. Delicious, truly delicious. The taste of being an advanced planetary cultivator is simply indescribable. We've never devoured a venerable before, right? Haha, I've long wanted to devour this Oceanus. If such a foolish Dominus doesn't deserve to be devoured, who does? I even feel like I'm about to undergo metamorphosis. After these 4 fiends devoured Venerable Oceanus, their auras all soared. One of the fiends was even about to undergo metamorphosis. Once he metamorphosed, he would become an advanced planetary life form, and a genuine venerable. Such was the nature of fiends. They imitated devouring life forms, and so did not have to comprehend laws, or the essence of life. They did not need to spend much effort to undergo life transitions. This was because as long as they continued to devour and make enough accumulations, they could undergo metamorphosis. This was also the reason that while fiends were loathed by all, they continued to emerge despite repeated prohibitions. Their way of cultivation was just too convenient. There would always be people willing to take the risk. Since the plan has failed, there's no need for us to hide ourselves anymore. Brothers, let's eat to our heart's content today, haha. The 4 fiends all emitted monstrous auras and quickly retreated. Their speed was so fast that even Lin Feng and Venerable Vigil could not react in time. They escaped. Many people were still looking at each other. The original 14 commanders of the Oceanus domain all had grim expressions now, not knowing what to do. After such a upheaval, even their Dominus was dead. What else could they do? Could they continue to risk their lives? Venerable Vigil had been a Dominus for so many years. Although he was not as ambitious as Venerable Oceanus, he knew how to win over people's hearts. These 14 commanders were planetary-level cultivators. Their strength was decent, and they were worth roping in. Hence, Venerable Vigil said to the 14 commanders of the Oceanus domain, Venerable Oceanus is already dead. You are the commanders of the Oceanus domain. I believe you all know that in the North River Galaxy, once the Dominus is dead, these territorial planets belong to the victor. From today onwards, the Oceanus domain will become a part of the Vigil domain. Those of you who are willing to stay behind will still be commanders, but you will be the commanders of Vigil domain. You can make your decision. This was how things worked in the North River Galaxy. The weak were prey to the strong. When war broke out between two domains, the winner would take all. I'm willing to follow Venerable Vigil. I'm willing to. Respects to Venerable Vigil. There were a total of 14 commanders, but none of them chose to leave. All of them were willing to follow Venerable Vigil. This was not to say that they were disloyal. In reality, these commanders were all planetary lifeforms that dominated a region. How could they really be as loyal to anyone as mortals? They were just doing their jobs and obeying orders. This was also the general rule of the North River Galaxy. As long as Venerable Oceanus was alive, they could keep fighting to the death. Once Venerable Oceanus was dead, they would naturally want to protect their interests. Following Venerable Vigil would be the best choice. After all, if they left to join the other domini, they would have to start over from scratch, and they would have to spend a long time adapting to the domain again. It was not worth it. If Venerable Vigil died one day, his subordinates would most likely make the same choice as well. Very well. All of you may follow me. Venerable Vigil was very satisfied, but at this moment, a dazzling light actually rose in the distant cosmos. However, the light dimmed in the blink of an eye, as if it would shatter at any moment. The expressions of the commanders of the Oceanus domain changed drastically. They immediately shouted, "Dominus, that's the array of our Oceanus domain. Someone is attacking the array of our Oceanus domain." Venerable Vigil and Lin Feng looked at each other, their expressions turning very solemn. They had both thought of a possibility. Fiends. It must be those 4 fiends. They actually had not fled. Instead, they had gone to the Oceanus domain. They wanted to devour the entire Oceanus domain, while all the experts above the planetary level in the Oceanus domain were away. Chapter 479, Life or Death Situation. Chapter 479, Life or Death Situation. Brother Lin Feng, what do you think? Venerable Vigil did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng and asked in a negotiating tone. No one was surprised. The strength Lin Feng had displayed previously was worthy of the respect of Venerable Vigil. All fiends deserve to be killed. Moreover, the current Oceanus domain can already be considered a part of the Vigil domain. Lin Feng was very cool-headed. Venerable Vigil also nodded. Indeed, fiends all deserve to be killed, and everyone abhorred them. However, if that was the whole reason, Venerable Vigil might have been indifferent. After all, the most important thing in the North River Galaxy was to be selfish. One's own interests came before everything. Even if fiends were abhorred by everyone, no one would specially deal with fiends unless there were special circumstances. However, the Oceanus domain was different. As Venerable Oceanus was devoured by the fiends, the Oceanus domain became leaderless. Naturally, they could be annexed by the Vigil domain. From this perspective, Venerable Vigil had already regarded the Oceanus domain as his own. How could he give it up so easily? Save the Oceanus domain. Kill the 4 devils. Venerable Vigil led the charge. He quickly used his combat body and flew towards the Oceanus domain as fast as possible. Boom. The array of the Oceanus domain was shaking constantly. Originally, the array could also stop a venerable level cultivator, but the prerequisite was that someone had to preside over it. Moreover, the one presiding over it had to be a cultivator who was at least a planetary life form for it to contend with a venerable. Otherwise, if the powerful attack of a venerable shook the array, basically no cultivator below the planetary level could withstand the impact. Now, as the 4 fiends used their combat bodies, their entire bodies emitted a monstrous aura. One of them had even reached the critical point. The four massive combat bodies attacked the Oceanus domain's array fiercely. After only a few tremors, the Oceanus domain could no longer hold out. Without a presiding planetary cultivator, no matter how powerful the array was, what use could it be? Under the continuous tremors from the four fiends using their powerful combat bodies, the array was on the verge of collapse. Thump. Finally, the array of the Oceanus domain was torn apart. The dozens of territorial planets of the Oceanus domain were now exposed to the four fiends. Greed appeared in the eyes of the four fiends. As long as they could devour all the dozens of territorial planets in the Oceanus domain, the four of them would probably be able to metamorphose into advanced planetary lifeforms and become powerful venerables. At that time, when the four of them joined forces, no one below Grand Emperors would be their match. Haha, brothers, let's begin devouring. The four fiends all laughed maniacally. They aimed at four of the territorial planets and sucked with their gigantic maws. It was as if they had transformed into black holes, devouring the territorial planets of the Oceanus domain in a frenzy. Ennead True Fire. Venerable Vigil arrived in time. He struck out with the Ennead pearls of spirit fire fiercely. They transformed into the size of a planet, emitting terrifying true fire that enveloped the four fiends. Venerable Vigil. The four fiends roared repeatedly. The Ennead True Fire was no joke. Previously, it had severely injured even Venerable Oceanus. This Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire could already be considered a trump card of Venerable Vigil. Even ordinary Venerables could not withstand the Ennead True Fire, let alone four fiends that were merely elementary planetary lifeforms. However, something was off about the four fiends. Their combat bodies quickly joined, and emitted a mysterious and special aura. Then there seemed to be a suffocating pressure all around, and even the Ennead True Fire was suppressed. Venerable Vigil and Lin Feng felt the sense of being suppressed again. It was very uncomfortable. If not for the fact that Lin Feng and the Venerable Vigil were not comparable to ordinary Venerables, the two of them would probably be defenseless now. If an ordinary Venerable suddenly faced such a move from the four fiends, they would probably be unable to withstand it. This might be how Venerable Oceanus died. At this moment, Lin Feng immediately attacked without hesitation. He could also tell that there was something off about these four fiends. There must be something on them, perhaps an origin weapon. Rumble. Lin Feng's greater annihilative combat body struck out with another palm that blotted out everything. Although Lin Feng's combat body was simply too small compared to the combat body of Venerable Vigil, the four fiends did not dare to underestimate it at all. Previously, Lin Feng had used this palm strike to make the four fiends suffer a hidden loss. Confine. The combat bodies of the four fiends were about to reach their limits. At this moment, they had to risk their lives. Lin Feng's strength was about the same as Venerable Vigil's. They were both equivalent to the cream of the crop among Venerables, with power equivalent to combat bodies that were tens of millions of kilometers. It was not so easy to deal with even one of them, let alone when the two were joining forces. In Lin Feng's opinion, these four fiends already had reason enough to be proud of themselves. They were only elementary planetary lifeforms, yet he had to join forces with Venerable Vigil to deal with them. This was sufficient to show how powerful these four fiends were. It was even somewhat unbelievable. As the four fiends seemed to use some kind of ability again, Lin Feng clearly felt the surrounding space constrict, as if it was about to imprison him. His heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why he had that feeling of déjà vu. The law of space. This was clearly the power of the law of space. Could it be that one of the four fiends had comprehended the law of space? However, it did not seem like it. Basically, all fiends had not comprehended laws. If they really had that kind of perseverance and comprehension ability, who would they take the risk to become a fiend? But if they had not comprehended the law of space, how could they employ such a method that clearly used spatial power? This kind of spatial confinement was sudden and impossible to guard against. Even Venerable Vigil was confined. Although it could not confine him for long, it was enough for the four fiends to escape their predicament. However, they encountered Lin Feng, who happened to be a cultivator of the law of space. His law of space had even reached the planetary level. Other cultivators, even venerables, needed a certain amount of time to break the spatial confinement. However, Lin Feng only needed to mobilize the law of space to some extent before easily breaking free from the spatial confinement. Then, Lin Feng threw another punch. This time, he unleashed his full strength, using the strongest power of the greater annihilative combat body and the law of annihilation. Infinite annihilative power gathered in this punch. The terrifying power was not inferior to the Ennead true fire of venerable vigil at all. Caught off guard, the four fiends who wanted to escape as soon as possible were immediately enveloped in Lin Feng's range of attack. The combat bodies of the four fiends were severely injured by Lin Feng in an instant. How did you break free? The four fiends' eyes widened in disbelief. Relying on the law of space, which very few people in the universe could comprehend, they had killed countless powerful cultivators. Many venerables also suffered setbacks at their hand due to carelessness. Even if they could not kill the other party, they could retreat calmly. Just like in the present, they could not defeat Lin Feng and Venerable Vigil's combined forces, but by activating the spatial confinement, they could leave at ease. Even Venerable Vigil, who was caught off guard for a moment, fell into the trap and was temporarily confined. But how did Lin Feng manage to break free of the confinement so quickly? No matter how hard the four of them thought about it, they could not figure it out. But they no longer needed to think about the reason. This was because they were already facing a huge crisis, and were a fine line away from death. Chapter 480, Crushing Four Fiends. Chapter 480, Crushing Four Fiends. Spatial Turbulence. Suddenly, the four fiends seemed to go all out. Their combat bodies were already on the verge of collapse from Lin Feng's punch. Now that they were on the verge of death, they had no choice but to fight with their all for their lives. Lin Feng was shocked. Then, the space around the four fiends seemed to collapse all of a sudden. That's right. The space had collapsed, and the effect was spreading rapidly. Even the space around Lin Feng began to collapse. Are you insane? Lin Feng hurriedly retreated. These four fiends had actually collapsed space directly, invoking spatial turbulence. That was spatial turbulence. Once one entered it, they would basically be good as dead. There was no knowing how lucky one would have to be to survive. This was an internecine strategy. No, more like mutual destruction. Haha, die. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, these four fiends did not look like they were ready to die. Instead, they had peculiar smiles on their faces. As the spatial turbulence swept past, one of the three surrounding planets, and even a star, was directly swept into the spatial turbulence and disappeared without a trace. This could not help but make one shudder. That was an actual star. 3 planets had disappeared just like that, without a trace. There was no knowing where they had been swept to in the spatial turbulence. Perhaps if one was slightly luckier, it might travel through the spatial turbulence to another cosmos, but it was more likely that it would be directly shattered by the pressure in the spatial turbulence. Venerable Vigil's expression also changed drastically. When he was swept by the spatial turbulence, the Ennead Pearl of Spirit Fire protected his entire body. Then, his combat body erupted in a frenzy. Only then did he break free from the spatial turbulence and quickly retreat. Even now, Venerable Vigil still had a lingering fear. It was actual spatial turbulence. Once he was swept into spatial turbulence, even a venerable like him would be doomed. Who are these 4 people? How can they even create spatial turbulence? He originally thought that they were just ordinary fiends, but did not expect that they could even create spatial turbulence. Just look at the 3 territorial planets. They disappeared without a trace in an instant. If it continued to expand, the entire territory of the Oceanus domain would probably be caught in the spatial turbulence. At that time, the Oceanus domain would cease to exist. Venerable Vigil's expression was dark. If the Oceanus domain was destroyed, territorial planets that were almost in his possession would be gone. However, even he could not do anything about this situation. The four fiends, on the other hand, remained safe and sound in the spatial turbulence. They seemed to be protected by some artifact. Of course, once they were swept into the spatial turbulence, there was no knowing where they would be swept to. It was hard to say if they would survive, and it was not impossible for them to be swept into some dangerous forbidden places by the spatial turbulence. However, Lin Feng would not let these four fiends escape just like that, let alone sit back and watch the planets of the Oceanus domain be swept into spatial turbulence. This spatial turbulence was indeed very dangerous, but his void traversal combat body was the combat body with the most affinity to space. Moreover, there was the planetary law of space. Spatial turbulence did not affect him that much. Void traversal combat body. Lin Feng switched his combat body to the void traversal combat body. Immediately, he felt his perception of spatial power become clearer. The ubiquitous spatial power around him was filled with chaos and violence, wantonly destroying everything around him. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for even Lin Feng to warp space. If he warped rashly, he would definitely be swept into spatial turbulence. Since he could not control spatial power and stop the spatial turbulence, he could only attack the four fiends. They must have some kind of artifact that could control spatial power. Die. Although Lin Feng's void traversal combat body did not excel at offense, that was only relative. Even though his void traversal combat body was only equivalent to an ordinary combat body, its attacks could not be underestimated. Especially with the enhancement of the planetary law of space, it was even more terrifying, and comparable to a cultivator with a combat body of 10 million kilometers. Seeing that Lin Feng was actually able to advance and retreat freely in the spatial turbulence, not only were Venerable Vigil and the commanders shocked, even the four fiends' eyes widened in disbelief. He could even move freely in spatial turbulence. One of the fiends seemed to have thought of something. You are a spatial. The four fiends' faces were filled with shock, but before they could finish speaking, Lin Feng's full power strike from the void traversal combat body had already landed on them. Bang. This fiend actually had a combat body between 30,000 to 40,000 kilometers. It could be considered one of the best among elementary planetary lifeforms, but faced with Lin Feng's palm, it could not resist at all and was directly shattered. This surprised even Lin Feng. After all, when he used the greater annihilative combat body previously, these four people could withstand it. Why were they so weak now? Could their artifact have lost its effect? An idea occurred to Lin Feng as he vaguely guessed the reason. The other party's artifact was definitely related to the law of space. These fiends used an artifact to create spatial turbulence, but how could spatial turbulence be so easily created? It must have consumed a lot of power from the artifact. Perhaps the power of the artifact had already been greatly weakened now, which was why Lin Feng could kill one of the fiends with a single strike. At this thought, killing intent appeared in Lin Feng's expression. Kill. Lin Feng acted without any hesitation. The remaining fiends were at their weakest now. Lin Feng naturally had to press his advantage. No, no, no. The three fiends roared, their eyes filled with fear. They were afraid, truly afraid. Relying the artifact in their possession, how many powerful enemies had they encountered along the way? They had even escaped from a Grand Emperor who was an ultimate planetary lifeform before. But now, their luck seemed to have run out. They were somehow forced into a hopeless situation by a cultivator who was an elementary planetary lifeform. Bang. Lin Feng crushed another fiend, leaving two remaining. With Lin Feng's strength, crushing them was simply a piece of cake. Don't kill us. We're willing to submit to you. We still have secrets, huge secrets. Thud. Thud. Unfortunately, Lin Feng did not listen to their secrets at all, and directly crushed the remaining two fiends. At this point, the four fiends that had devoured Venerable Oceanus died just like that. As for their secrets, Lin Feng could guess a thing or two. It was nothing more than that artifact, and he had already seen it. After the four fiends died, four spheres of light seemed to appear, emitting a faint white light that floated quietly in the spatial turbulence. This in itself was very strange. It had to be known that even venerables would be swept into spatial turbulence. These 4 spheres of light looked a little like pearls. How could they remain safe and undamaged in the spatial turbulence? Unless these 4 pearls were the artifact obtained by the 4 fiends, and even the spatial turbulence was produced by the artifact. How did they get swept into the spatial turbulence? Lin Feng reached out with a giant hand and immediately grabbed the 4 pearls. Chapter 481, 4 Pearls. Chapter 481, 4 Pearls. These 4 beads were white, and emitted a coruscating light like flowing mercury. It was very miraculous. However, if they were just miraculous, Lin Feng probably would not take them so seriously, and the 4 fiends would not have fused them into their bodies as if their lives depended on it. These 4 pearls were actually as stable as Mount Tai in the spatial turbulence, and completely unaffected. This was extraordinary. When Lin Feng grabbed all 4 pearls, a tremor ran through his heart. He sensed an aura vast as an abyss from the 4 pearls, and it was a spatial aura. Even people without any spatial innate ability could use these 4 pearls to stimulate the law of space, and it would all be at least the advanced law of space. It was even a level higher than the elementary law that Lin Feng had comprehended. No wonder those 4 fiends could actually activate spatial turbulence despite not having any spatial innate ability. They were indeed relying on these 4 mysterious pearls. If cultivators without spatial talent could unleash such terrifying powers under the law of space, then, for someone with spatial talent and even comprehension of the law of space, what kind of changes could happen with these 4 pearls? Lin Feng was very excited. He circulated the law of space directly, and innumerable spatial forces enveloped the 4 pearls. Immediately, Lin Feng saw a stunning scene. The 4 pearls emitted a glowing light. At the same time, they absorbed Lin Feng's law of space in a frenzy. Then, the 4 pearls gradually fused into one. It turned out that these 4 pearls were originally one. They were just separated for some special reason. Back when the 4 fiends were still weak, they had discovered these 4 miraculous pearls when they were adventuring together, and each fused one of them. Hence, if they wanted to unleash the power of the pearls, the 4 of them had to join forces. This was also the real reason why the 4 of them had never separated after so many years, and had always operated together. The 4 of them were strong when together, and weak when separated. These 4 miraculous pearls were one to begin with, but the 4 fiends did not have spatial innate ability, let alone comprehend the law of space. It was precisely for this reason that they could never completely fuse the 4 pearls into one, and could only use them separately. Now, as Lin Feng used the law of space and mobilized a large amount of spatial power to infuse into the 4 pearls, the 4 pearls finally began to fuse. Although the 4 pearls absorbed too much spatial power, Lin Feng had already comprehended the planetary law. Even though it was elementary, as long as he willed it, it would be infinite. A large amount of spatial power from the entire universe surged into his body, and was infused into the pearls. In just the span of a few breaths, the 4 pearls disappeared and completely fused into a new pearl. This pearl was about the size of a fist, and it was covered densely in patterns. A closer look and a moment's contemplation was enough for Lin Feng to feel that it was incomparably profound, and boundless like the vast universe. The law of space contained in this new pearl was so profound that even Lin Feng could not comprehend it. He could not even bear taking a glance at it. This pearl contains the mysteries of the law of space. Lin Feng was also very excited. Although this pearl was not a powerful origin weapon, an artifact that contained the mysteries of the law of space was also incomparably precious. To a certain extent, it was even more precious. It was the same for Lin Feng. Although he had the sacred stone of anathema, which allowed his comprehension of laws to improve by leaps and bounds, with the aid of such a spatial artifact, his comprehension of laws would definitely happen even faster. What exactly is this pearl? Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Such an artifact could definitely be considered a supreme treasure, even in the vast universe. It would definitely have a widespread reputation in the universe. It was just that Lin Feng did not recognize it. Perhaps he could pay more attention to spatial artifacts in the future. In the distance, Venerable Vigil had already flown over with his men. Lin Feng put away the pearl, retracted his combat body, and returned to the size of an ordinary person. "Brother Lin Feng, are you all right?" Venerable Vigil studied Lin Feng carefully, his expression very strange. Lin Feng had rushed into the spatial turbulence and crushed them. One by one. He could move freely in the spatial turbulence, as if completely unaffected by it. He also killed 4 tricky fiends in an extremely short period of time. Even to Venerable Vigil, it was somewhat unbelievable. But Lin Feng had done it, and he was unharmed. Venerable Vigil could not help but wonder if Lin Feng had held back when fighting him back then. "I'm fine. The 4 fiends are already dead, but the living beings on the 3 planets can no longer be saved." Lin Feng shook his head and heaved a long sigh. He was indeed regretful. Although he had comprehended the planetary law of space, he did not have the ability to retrieve the 3 planets that were swept into the spatial turbulence. Moreover, even if they retrieved those planets, they were probably doomed. "Brother Lin Feng, this has nothing to do with you. It's all the fault of those damned fiends." Venerable Vigil's expression also darkened. Perhaps he did not care about the 3 territorial planets, but he had almost been tricked by the fiends when he entered. If not for Lin Feng, even if he had used his trump card, he would probably be in a very sorry state when the fiends drew out the spatial turbulence. No cultivator would have a favorable impression of fiends. The people of the Oceanus domain all roughly knew what had happened now. When they learned that the 4 fiends had been killed, everyone cheered. In the North River Galaxy, fiends often appeared and devoured planets. It was nothing new. They were really lucky to have encountered Lin Feng and survived this time. Otherwise, even Venerable Vigil would not have been able to stop the spatial turbulence from sweeping the entire Oceanus domain into it. "Brother Lin Feng, you saved the entire Oceanus domain." Seeing that many people on the planet of the Oceanus domain were cheering, Dominus Vigil's mood gradually improved. In the end, they had won a complete victory this time. They had only lost 3 planets, and they were the planets of the Oceanus domain. From now on, the remaining Oceanus domain would all belong to Venerable Vigil. "Brother Lin Feng, you've made a great contribution this time. You killed the 3 fiends alone. According to our previous discussion, you should obtain half of the territorial planets in the Oceanus domain, but that would be only the last 30. I'll make the call. You can choose any 35 planets in the Oceanus domain. In addition to your home planet, that will be a total of 36 planets, enough to form the array of 36 celestial beings," Venerable Vigil said magnanimously. He was also very generous and gave Lin Feng a few extra planets directly. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The 36 planets could indeed form the array of celestial beings. Although he did not know how to set up the array, he believed that Venerable Vigil knew. The safety of his home planet was what Lin Feng valued the most, so he did not decline. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. As for the planets, there's no need to specially choose them. The first 35 planets will do." Lin Feng chose the 35 planets near him directly. Venerable Vigil got someone to mark them one by one. Both parties were very satisfied with this outcome. Chapter 482, Void Sky Pearl. Chapter 482, Void Sky Pearl. Lin Feng returned to the Vigil domain. Choosing planets was a minor matter. There were many people around just now, and time was limited. He had yet to study the mysterious pearl properly. Now that he had returned to his residence and had time, he took out the fist-sized pearl again. The pearl was fused from the 4 pearls, forming dense and very complicated patterns. They appeared vaguely related to the law of space. Lin Feng used the law of space to envelop the pearl, then studied the patterns on the pearl with all he had. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The patterns on the pearl were simply profound. At least, Lin Feng had not comprehended anything in the universe previously. Hence, After returning to his residence this time, he could study it for a long time. A few days later, Lin Feng seemed to have comprehended something interesting. Even though he had only comprehended 1% of the patterns on this pearl, Lin Feng felt that his comprehension of the law of space had improved again. This was even faster than the sacred stone of anathema, to Lin Feng's shock. As Lin Feng's comprehension of the patterns on the pearl deepened, eventually, hundreds of dense patterns intertwined on the pearl. Lin Feng spent 3 months before he finally comprehended one entire pattern. Boom. When Lin Feng comprehended the entire pattern, the pearl suddenly shook. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in Lin Feng's mind. Even his massive mental power was useless. For a moment, his mind went blank. A grand and majestic voice sounded in his mind. I am the divine emperor Void Sky. I have cultivated for billions of years and traveled the universe to comprehend the mysteries of space. However, the mysteries of space are profound. I could not comprehend them thoroughly even after countless years. I did not want to wait, so I decided to transform into a universe with my body, and become a universal life form. Unfortunately, I failed. My combat body is in tatters, and my life potential has been exhausted. I can only wait for my time to come to an end before turning into dust in the cosmos. I placed all the miraculous items and cultivation insights I collected in my life in the Void Sky Divine Palace of the Silent Galaxy. Someone who is destined for this opportunity would acquire the Void Sky Divine Pearl and comprehend a spatial divine pattern on it before they can obtain this opportunity. I hope that a descendant can inherit my legacy, complete the path I could not, and transform into a universe. Then, even in death, I can be at peace. As the voice disappeared, Lin Feng's mind gradually calmed. It felt like an illusion just now, but Lin Feng was certain that everything just now was real. Divine Emperor Void Sky. Lin Feng frowned. He only knew that there were divine kings, such as Divine King Bamond. Only great galactic lifeforms could be called divine kings. As for divine emperors, Lin Feng had never heard of them. However, the divine Emperor Void Sky had made a huge claim, and could transform into a universe with his body. Even though he failed, that was actually breaking through to become a universal life form. Even Divine King Bamond would not dare to break through to become a universal life form, right? There was not even a slight possibility. On the other hand, Divine Emperor Void Sky could already challenge breaking through to the universal level. How great an entity must he be? Without a doubt, this was an opportunity, a huge opportunity. The Divine Emperor Void Sky must be a great cultivator whose attainments in the law of space had reached the peak. Just by looking at this Void Sky Divine Pearl, one could tell that every spatial divine pattern was profound, as if it contained the vast law of space. There were actually hundreds of such divine patterns on the Void Sky Divine Pearl. According to the Divine Emperor Void Sky, there was a Void Sky Divine Palace in the Silent Galaxy. The Void Sky Divine Palace contained the various miraculous items and cultivation insights that the Divine Emperor Void Sky had collected in his entire life. Both were very precious. As for the Void Sky Divine Pearl, it was probably a keepsake or key. Only through the Void Sky Divine Pearl could one find or enter the Void Sky Divine Palace. It was unknown where the 4 fiends had obtained the Void Sky Divine Pearl. Unfortunately, the 4 fiends had not comprehended the law of space, so they could not obtain the opportunity left behind by the Divine Emperor Void Sky at all. It benefited Lin Feng instead. Perhaps I can make a trip to the Silent Galaxy after the Big Bang. Lin Feng thought to himself. Perhaps he did not have information on the Silent Galaxy now, but once he returned to the Bamond Galaxy, he would definitely be able to find the Silent Galaxy with the power of the Divine Palace. Alternatively, he would definitely be able to find information about the Silent Galaxy and the North River Galaxy. However, Lin Feng was not in a hurry. His top priority now was to settle his home planet. Hence, after Lin Feng learned about the secret of the Void Sky Divine Pearl, he bade farewell to Venerable Vigil and prepared to return to his home planet. He would move his home planet to the Vigil domain, and allow it to completely integrate into the North River Galaxy. Venerable Vigil offered to help, but Lin Feng declined. Moving an ordinary planet was not a difficult task for Lin Feng. Moreover, the matter of his home planet was of utmost importance. He did not want anything to go amiss. After bidding farewell to Venerable Vigil, Lin Feng found a place with no one around. Then, he teleported directly and returned to his home planet in the blink of an eye. The many sages on his home planet were all very concerned about Lin Feng's trip this time. Moreover, Lin Feng did not want to conceal the major matter of moving his home planet. Besides, it was not something that was possible to conceal at all. Everyone from sages to ordinary people could sense it the moment the planet was shifted. Hence, everyone had to know about this. Lin Feng held another conference and reported the situation in the North River Galaxy to the sages and some high-ranking government officials, as well as the matter of moving the home planet. This surprised many people. Could moving planets really be done? If anyone else had dared to say this, even a sage, no one would have believed them. However, this proposal was made by Lin Feng in person. It was the Sage of Salvation's suggestion. This was different. The prestige of the Sage of Salvation on his home planet had almost reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, even if Lin Feng claimed to be a deity, no one would doubt it. Lin Feng was the one who suggested moving their home planet, so that their home planet and humanity could completely enter the universe and interact with other civilizations in the universe. This was both fortuitous and dangerous. Humanity and their home planet must know the trade-offs. In the end, despite the objections of a very small minority, most people still agreed that their home planet should be moved to the North River Galaxy. Even if there was danger, humanity must develop, and to do so it must enter the universe. According to Lin Feng's plan, that was the best choice. Moreover, Lin Feng had already made all the arrangements in the North River Galaxy. They believed in the Sage of Salvation. Lin Feng got the global media to do their best to publicize the transfer of the home planet, and continuously introduce everything about the North River Galaxy to everyone. Under the repetitive publicity, everyone knew about the transfer of the home planet. Perhaps a small proportion of people were a little afraid and unwilling. They only wanted to live a stable life. However, the prestige of the Sage of Salvation was too great. Even though they were rather discontent inwardly, they did not dare to express it publicly. At least, most people agreed with Lin Feng's suggestion. Their home planet had been saved by the Sage of Salvation himself. How could the Sage of Salvation harm his home planet? This might be the greatest display of trust humans on the home planet gave Lin Feng. The outcome was set, and the time for planetary transfer had been confirmed. They were just waiting for the date. At that time, the transfer of their home planet would begin, and humanity would enter the Cosmic Era. Chapter 483, Cosmic Era. Chapter 483, Cosmic Era. The Cosmic Era. Everyone was carefully savoring this phrase in their minds. This was the phrase that humans had heard the most on their home planet recently. And today, all of this would become reality. The shift of their home planet would begin and humanity would enter the Cosmic Era. Swoosh. Two figures appeared in the universe outside his home planet. They were both massive to the extreme. One of them was about 100,000 kilometers in size, while the other had a combat body of 20,000 kilometers. They were Lin Feng and the avatar he had left behind on his home planet. Keep the Spear of Destruction. You will stay on the home planet and protect humanity, Lin Feng said to his avatar. His avatar nodded as well, then retracted his combat body and returned to the home planet. With his avatar guarding it, Lin Feng would be very at ease about the order on his home planet. After all, moving a planet was not that easy. Moving a planet might cause tremors in a planet. When the time came, disarray among humanity might cause other accidents to arise. There must be an expert overseeing things. Lin Feng's avatar was the most suitable candidate. In a sense, Lin Feng's avatar was no different from his true body. With a 20,000 kilometer combat body, the Spear of Destruction, and planetary laws, it was enough to deal with any unforeseen event. Tidal combat body. Lin Feng used the tidal combat body, and it quickly expanded to 120,000 kilometers in the universe. Under the massive combat body, his home planet was just a tiny speck. Load. Lin Feng grabbed with both hands. Accompanied by the law of tides, an invisible force enveloped his home planet. With Lin Feng's current strength, when he deployed the void traversal combat body, he could even warp the space of his home planet directly, and arrive at the vigil domain in the blink of an eye. However, the law of space was Lin Feng's secret. In the North River Galaxy, every cultivator would more or less have secrets. Otherwise, they definitely would not last for long. Even if someone like Venerable Vigil was already very strong, he still had secrets. Even after fighting with Venerable Oceanus for more than 1,000 years, he still did not use his trump card. Secrets were necessary, and the law of space was very important. At critical moments, it could allow one to warp through space and leave directly. It was a life-saving method. Hence, Lin Feng was not willing to expose the trump card of the law of space so easily. Moreover, the matter of his home planet was important. If anything really went wrong when warping space, it would be too late for regrets. Hence, in the end, Lin Feng decided to use the most reliable and secure method, and directly use the power of his combat body to slowly transfer his home planet to the vigil domain. Rumble. Lin Feng's hands enveloped his home planet, and it began to move. There were also some tremors on his home planet, such as landslides, floods, and so on. The sages of humanity were already prepared. They were arranged to be stationed everywhere to deal with all kinds of unforeseen events. Moreover, Lin Feng used the power of the law of tides to protect his home planet and minimize the tremors of his home planet as much as possible. Hence, even though they were moving at high speed, humanity did not sense much. Although there would also be losses due to negligence, relative to all of humanity, this small loss was insignificant. Lin Feng was very fast. He was like a giant hugging a huge sphere as he flew through the universe in a frenzy, akin to those deities who captured stars and moons in the myths. To the current Lin Feng, capturing stars and moons was already an easy matter. The news on his home planet was broadcasting about the North River Galaxy almost constantly. As soon as there was any new information about the situation in the vigil domain, it would be broadcasted immediately. Hence, this also stabilized the emotions of most people. Although this was Lin Feng's first time moving a planet, he was powerful. With the enhancement of the planetary laws, moving a planet was too easy for him, just like traveling normally. Soon, Lin Feng saw Venerable Vigil. Someone had discovered Lin Feng, and Venerable Vigil immediately came out to welcome him. Haha, brother Lin Feng, congratulations. Venerable Vigil glanced at the planet Lin Feng had transferred, and knew that this was Lin Feng's home planet. Lin Feng looked into the distance and realized that there were already 35 unfamiliar planets. Lin Feng was a little confused. Brother Lin Feng, I've already moved the 35 planets over from the Oceanus domain. I'm just waiting for you to move your home planet over as well. Then, with your home planet as the core, you can form the array of 36 celestial beings. From now on, brother Lin Feng's home planet can also establish itself in the North River Galaxy. Lin Feng looked at the 35 planets, then at the sincere gaze of Venerable Vigil. He could not help but say gratefully, "Thank you, big brother." Although this was just a small favor for Venerable Vigil, the fact that Venerable Vigil took such a small matter to heart was enough to prove how much he valued Lin Feng. In the North River Galaxy, with the help of Venerable Vigil, it would also be much easier for his home planet to integrate into the North River Galaxy. Lin Feng remembered all these little favors. He could only repay them in the future. Hence, Lin Feng moved his home planet directly to the center of the 35 planets. Like the last piece of the puzzle falling into place, the array was completed. His home planet was located at the eye of the array, in the core position. Boom. Lin Feng clearly felt that with his home planet as the epicenter, the surrounding 35 planets shook simultaneously, and connected in a rather profound manner. On his home planet, Lin Feng could sense a surging power converging entirely on his home planet. This was an array. It was a cosmic array that gathered the power of dozens of planets. Although it was a little difficult to deal with a venerable with just the array of 36 celestial beings, with the addition of Lin Feng's avatar, the Spear of Destruction, and the enhancement of the planetary laws, Lin Feng's avatar alone was comparable to an ordinary venerable, let alone with the power of the array on top. It would not be so easy for even Venerable Vigil to destroy the array of 36 celestial beings presided over by Lin Feng's avatar in a short period of time. As Lin Feng moved his home planet to its designated location, the humans on his home planet also cheered. Through news reports, they, of course, knew about the situation outside. They had already arrived at the North River Galaxy. Moreover, Venerable Vigil was rather kind. He even took the initiative to send over the 35 territorial planets. As soon as their home planet was moved over, humanity already had 35 territorial planets. This was simply like a dream. Of course, everyone knew very well who had contributed to all of this. It was the Sage of Salvation, Lin Feng. If not for Lin Feng, how could the dignified Venerable Vigil easily give away 35 planets? How could he accept the establishment of a domain by their home planet near the Vigil domain? This was all thanks to the Sage of Salvation, Lin Feng. The first time, Lin Feng defeated the behemoth of Armageddon, saved his home planet, and gave humanity on his home planet hope of survival. The second time, Lin Feng allowed humanity on his home planet to integrate completely into the universe. From now on, their home planet had entered the cosmic era. No one would forget the Sage of Salvation, Lin Feng. Chapter 484, 3-Year Agreement. Chapter 484, 3-Year Agreement. After settling his home planet, Lin Feng also heaved a sigh of relief. Currently, his home planet and the other 35 territorial planets had jointly formed the array of 36 celestial beings. With this array, he could also rest assured. After being busy for so long, he could relax a little and accompany his family properly. Lin Feng and Chu Chen strolled through the villa in the League of Guardians. Chu Chen looked at the sky. It was an unfamiliar sky. Lin Feng, I've never seen such a night view. Of course. The night view here is different from before. We've already arrived at the North River Galaxy. That's right. We've already arrived at the North River Galaxy, a completely unfamiliar cosmos. I never thought that one day, our home planet would be able to reach another cosmos. There are many things you would not expect. The universe is vast. We cannot explore its limits even in our entire lives. Lin Feng glanced at Chu Chen. He felt that he had really owed his wife all these years. He had been gone for 10 years. When he returned, even his son and daughter had grown up. This was all his wife's silent sacrifice. Even though he came back once every 10 years, his wife still did not complain at all. It was as if Chu Chen was satisfied just knowing that Lin Feng would come back. Chen, it's been hard on you. Lin Feng held Chu Chen's hand tightly and said affectionately, now that I have time, I can make it up to you properly. How will you make it up to me? Chu Chen said with a half-smile. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, Xiner and Shinger have both grown up. Why don't we have a few more children? We can watch over them together as they grow up. Even though Chu Chen was already a mother of 2, she could not help but blush when she heard this. She appeared so beautiful in the night. Brother Sheng, I'm leaving. In the cosmos, a man and a woman stood facing each other. The man was handsome and striking, his figure tall and straight, and his entire body emitted a masculine aura. The woman was dressed in black with an attractive face. There was a spirited air in her eyes, and she looked very valiant. It was the woman in black who had spoken to the tall man just now. Although her tone was cold, it was filled with helplessness and a trace of reluctance. Why, Lan Jing? The men sounded very anxious. A mournful smile appeared on Lan Jing's lips. Brother Sheng, you've known me for 10 years, right? In the past 10 years, we went through life or death situations, traveled the cosmos, ventured everywhere, and repaid grace and grudges in kind. These 10 years were the happiest time of my life. I'll never forget it. But, Brother Sheng, do you know my identity? Do you know my story? The man who was called Brother Sheng shook his head and said, "Why should I have to know your identity? Your past is ultimately the past. What I value more is the future." Lan Jing shook his head and said, "Brother Sheng, I hope there's a future, but I have to resolve my past. It's a good thing that you don't know about my past, but I have to leave for now. See you at the usual place in 3 years. You'll definitely come." Brother Sheng said with an expectant expression. "I'll definitely come. But if I don't come, Brother Sheng won't have to wait for me." "I understand, Lan Jing. Go ahead and do what you want. In 3 years, if you don't come, I'll find you. I'll find you even if I have to search every corner of the cosmos. Brother Sheng, take care." Lan Jing turned around and quickly disappeared into the depths of the universe. 3 years. Brother Sheng stared intently at the departing Lan Jing. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. He would remember the 3-year agreement firmly in his heart. Planet Aquarius was renowned for the Aquarius River. A man was strolling on the embankment of a river. Looking at the river flowing past rapidly below, a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. The 3-year agreement has expired by 10 days. She has not come. Brother Sheng had actually been on planet Aquarius for more than half a year. He had been waiting by the Aquarius the entire time. This was the place he had agreed on with Lan Jing. However, Lan Jing did not come. According to Brother Sheng's understanding of Lan Jing, no matter how enormous the matter, Lan Jing would definitely set it aside and come here per their agreement. If Lan Jing did not come, there was only one possibility: Lan Jing was unable to come according to the agreement. Brother Sheng closed his eyes. He was listening to the sound of the rapid river, but his heart gradually calmed down. Brother Sheng knew that something had probably happened to Lan Jing. Actually, ever since Lan Jing wanted to bid farewell and leave, Brother Sheng had known that something would happen to Lan Jing. However, Brother Sheng still held onto a trace of hope. He wouldn't stop Lan Jing from doing what she wanted, because he hoped that Lan Jing could act according to her own will and ideas, and do whatever she wanted to. Recalling the times he had shared with Lan Jing, Brother Sheng abruptly opened his eyes. "Lan Jing, you didn't show up as agreed. I'll find you. No matter where you are, I'll find you." Brother Sheng looked at the rapid flows with a determined expression. Then, Brother Sheng went to a secret chamber, and found a man in a black robe. This was a mysterious intelligence agency with influence in many galaxies. It also had a base on planet Aquarius. "I need information on Lan Jing." Brother Sheng described the situation regarding Lan Jing. Then, the other party gave the price. 1,000 energy units. This was really expensive. Even Brother Sheng frowned at the price. "You won't ask for an exorbitant price. Tell me, why is it so expensive?" "Because the matter of Lan Jing involves a planetary life form." "A planetary life form?" Brother Sheng was shocked. He knew that once planetary life forms were involved, the price would definitely be very expensive. No wonder they asked for 1,000 energy units. "All right, 1,000 energy units it is. Tell me all the information you have on Lan Jing." "Distinguished guest, as you wish, all the information on Lan Jing is here." Brother Sheng picked up the information the other party had prepared and checked it carefully. However, the more he read, the angrier he became. In the end, his expression became anxious. It turned out that Lan Jing was a cultivator from planet Aquarius, and came from a famous cultivation family at that. In the family, there was once an ancestor who had reached the peak of 5 life transitions. He was only one step away from metamorphosing into a planetary life form. However, the Lan family seemed to have obtained an artifact that was coveted by a cultivator with 5 life transitions. That cultivator with 5 life transitions gathered a bunch of experts and annihilated the entire Lan family. Only Lan Jing was lucky enough to escape. Then, Lan Jing wandered and hid everywhere. Later, she attained opportunities to cultivate all the way to the fourth life transition, and met Brother Sheng. The two of them had roamed the universe for 10 years, and had both broken through to 5 life transitions. Moreover, Lan Jing had acquired an artifact. Hence, Lan Jing planned to avenge her family, which was why she parted ways with Brother Sheng. However, she never returned. Lan Jing had stayed hidden on planet Aquarius for more than 2 years. In the end, she found an opportunity. Originally, she would have been certain in killing her enemy. However, her enemy had a brother, who was a powerful planetary life form. Coincidentally, he was with her enemy that day. The opportunity that Lan Jing had carefully waited for turned out to be a deadly situation. Lan Jing had failed, which was why she could not show up as agreed. Lan Jing is alive. This was what Brother Sheng was most concerned about among all the information. As long as Lan Jing was not dead, there was still hope for everything. Chapter 485, Call for Help. Chapter 485, Call for Help. Distinguished guest, if you want to know the exact location of Lan Jing, we can provide it, but the price? No need. Brother Sheng immediately stood up and left. He did not have a good impression of such intelligence agencies. He did not need to check to know the exact location of Lan Jing. There was only one planetary life form on the entire planet Aquarius, and that was Commander Chi Feng. He served under Dominus Prime Dragon, who presided over planet Aquarius. The enemy that Lan Jing wanted to kill was Chi Feng's younger brother, Chi Shan. Chi Feng was also a huge part of the reason Chi Shan could make so many experts work for him, and killed the entire Lan family. Lan Jing's assassination failed because Chi Shan was secretly hosting a banquet for Chi Feng. Lan Jing did not know, and was captured by Chi Feng during the assassination. However, Chi Feng did not kill Lan Jing, because even Chi Feng was tempted by the artifact that Lan Jing possessed. That artifact was very strange. Without a special technique, it could not be used at all. In order to obtain the technique for the artifact, Chi Feng had delayed killing Lan Jing. However, Brother Sheng could imagine just how much torture Lan Jing had endured. Hold on for a little longer. I'll come to save you soon. Father, I can only ask for your help now. Brother Sheng clenched his fists and muttered softly. Although he had never asked his father for help after wandering outside for so long, he knew that he had to ask his father for help this time. Hence, Brother Sheng used a special channel to send a message to his father. The Guardian Domain was the headquarters of the League of Guardians on his home planet. Lin Feng had been overseeing his home planet for a total of 80 years now. In these 80 years, Lin Feng had practically watched humanity on his home planet integrate into the North River Galaxy step by step. Lin Feng was also known as Dominus of the Guardian Domain. There remained always 36 territorial planets only in his territory, but no one dared to underestimate Lin Feng. In the past 80 years, Lin Feng had only attacked a few times, and only 3 times in total. However, for all 3 times, he had faced off famed venerables who were advanced planetary lifeforms. In the end, one of them was dead, and 2 were injured. Lin Feng's name had already spread throughout the North River Galaxy. The Guardian Domain had also become a powerful domain that was not inferior to the Vigil Domain. Humanity was also gradually coming into emergence. Although not a single planetary life form had been born, there were countless cultivators who had undergone 5 life transitions. Lin Feng believed that soon, planetary life forms would be born among the human cultivators on his home planet. At this moment, Lin Feng was comprehending the spatial divine patterns of the void sky divine pearl in the secret chamber. There were a total of 100 spatial divine patterns. Lin Feng had already comprehended 49 spatial divine patterns. He was just a little bit away from comprehending 50 spatial divine patterns. In the past 80 years, Lin Feng had really spent most of his time with his wife and family. He only used his free time to comprehend the laws. With the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng's speed of comprehending the laws was very fast. His comprehension of the law of tides and the law of annihilation had both reached the level of advanced planetary laws. Only the law of space was too complicated. Even with the sacred stone of anathema and the spatial divine patterns on the void sky. Divine Pearl, he had yet to comprehend the advanced planetary law. He seemed to be still a bit short. Hence, Lin Feng had been working hard to comprehend the 50th spatial divine pattern recently, hoping to gain something. As Lin Feng comprehended the spatial divine patterns bit by bit, the moment he completely comprehended the 50 spatial divine patterns, Lin Feng seemed to have a new feeling. The surrounding space seemed to be clearer in his eyes. Swish. Lin Feng only swiped his hand lightly without using any strength. He only used the law of space slightly. Immediately, space shattered. Like a mirror. Success. I've finally comprehended the law of space to the level of advanced planetary law. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He had finally made a breakthrough in the law of space. This might be the happiest thing that had happened to him in the past 80 years. And this was with the foundation of the divine spatial patterns on the void sky divine pearl. Without the spatial divine patterns of the void sky divine pearl, even with the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng would probably have to spend decades or centuries before he could comprehend the law of space to the next level. The law of space was too difficult. No wonder cultivators who could comprehend the law of space to the planetary level were so rare. Phew, I've finally succeeded in comprehending it. It was rare for Lin Feng to cultivate so hard in the past 80 years. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Feng received a message. It was a message from the communication talisman. Lin Feng had created the communication talisman with the law of space. It could transmit messages within a radius of hundreds of light years. Lin Feng only made a few, and they were all carried by his closest family members. Shenger. Lin Feng was a little surprised. This son of his was quite like him. He had been very independent since he was young. Ever since he underwent 4 life transitions, Lin Feng had allowed his son to go out and travel. This journey lasted for more than 10 years. In the past decade or so, apart from sending some messages to report his safety, Lin Xing had never once asked Lin Feng for help. This time, Lin Xing actually sent a message asking for help. This was very unusual. When Lin Feng saw the content of the message asking for help from Lin Xing, a somewhat strange expression appeared on his face. Something has happened to your friend. On planet Aquarius, Prime Dragon Domain. Lin Feng was very curious. What kind of friend would make Lin Xing actually ask for help from him? It had to be known that Lin Xing was not someone young and impetuous. On the contrary, Lin Xing was very calm, and his personality was actually a little aloof. He did not even interact much with his parents, let alone make friends. Lin Feng was really interested in a friend who could make Lin Xing so anxious that he would even ask his family for help. Could it be a girl? How could Lin Feng not know what his son was thinking? Since his son had asked for help, Lin Feng could not remain indifferent. He left the secret chamber and told his wife, Chu Chen, about this friend. Looks like Xinger has really grown up. Chu Chen also had a smile on her face. Apart from a girl, Chu Chen could not think of any other friend who could make Lin Xing so anxious. Chen, our son asked his family for help for a girl. Looks like Xinger really values her. All right, I'll make a trip myself. The matter involved the Prime Dragon Domain. Venerable Prime Dragon was also a famous venerable. If Lin Feng did not go personally, things probably would not go so smoothly. As for the woman Lin Xing wanted to save, no matter who the other party was, they would not escape Lin Feng's eyes. If the two of them really had feelings for each other, Lin Feng was naturally willing to give his blessings. If there was anything wrong with the woman, or if she was even using Lin Xing, this would invoke Lin Feng's anger. In the entire North River Galaxy, apart from those supreme Grand Emperors, there were not many cultivators who could withstand Lin Feng's anger now. Go and return early. If Xinger truly likes that girl, bring them both back. I understand. Lin Feng nodded, then flew out of his home planet. Chapter 486, Infiltration. Chapter 486, Infiltration. Planet Aquarius, Commander's Mansion. Brother Sheng warped carefully through the Commander's Mansion. No one who came and went actually discovered him. This was an artifact made by Brother Sheng's father. It contained spatial power. As long as one was not an advanced planetary cultivator, or he gave himself away by accident, basically no one would discover him. There were many people coming and going here, including some cultivators who had undergone 5 life transitions. For example, an old man in front emitted a dense murderous aura. There was no knowing how many people he had killed. There was also a woman in front. She was as cold as ice, and there was a strange, frigid power in her body. It was also very terrifying. And even Brother Sheng was a little spooked. With Brother Sheng's insight from more than 10 years of experience, neither of them was inferior to him. If the two of them joined forces, they could even take him down. The Commander's Mansion was indeed extraordinary. Where is Lan Jing being held? Brother Sheng searched carefully and found nothing. He did not dare to reveal his true form, or Qi Feng would definitely discover him. Facing a powerful planetary life form like Commander Qi Feng, Brother Sheng was not confident that he could escape. Although he had already sent a distress message to his father, Brother Sheng still couldn't hold it in. He wanted to see Lan Jing's current situation with his own eyes. He could not be assured unless he saw Lan Jing with his own eyes. Hence, Brother Sheng infiltrated the Commander's Mansion, but did not find Lan Jing. If I were Qi Feng, where would I lock up Lan Jing? Brother Sheng thought about it carefully. If Qi Feng wanted to obtain the technique of the artifact on Lan Jing, he would definitely torture her severely. There were too many people in the Commander's Mansion for interrogation. Then, only the dungeon was left. The dungeon of the Commander's Mansion. Brother Sheng's eyes lit up. He began to search around for the direction to the underground dungeon. He really found it. It was behind the fake mountain in the Commander's Mansion. Brother Sheng had entered the dungeon silently. There were still some lights in the dim dungeon. Just as Brother Sheng was looking around for Lan Jing, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the dungeon. Lan Jing. Brother Sheng clenched his fists and immediately went over. Lan Jing, wake up. In the dim dungeon, Lan Jing was already in a daze. Her entire body was covered in blood, and her combat body was sealed. She could not even deploy her combat body. Every lash of the whip struck her body in incomparable pain. Even though Lan Jing's willpower was strong, she was still a little delirious after enduring torture for so long. Lan Jing woke up slowly. When she saw Brother Sheng, her entire body trembled, and her turbid eyes seemed to clear up all of a sudden. Brother Sheng, why are you here? When you didn't arrive on time for the 3-year agreement, I knew that something had happened to you. So, I investigated your matter. And came here. Lan Jing, I've come late and you've suffered. Seeing Lan Jing like this, Brother Sheng's heart ached terribly. He even developed a killing intent towards Qi Feng for torturing Lan Jing to such a state. Lan Jing smiled and said, Brother Sheng, this isn't your fault. This is my fate. Unfortunately, I won't rest in peace until I kill my enemy. Qi Shan. No, Lan Jing, you won't die. Of course you have to deal with your enemy yourself. When I save you, you will definitely be able to take revenge with your own hands. Save me. Brother Sheng, don't be rash. I'm already in this state. There's no hope. You should leave quickly. No one can save me, no matter who. You don't understand, you don't understand. Tears streamed down Lan Jing's face. She really did not want Brother Sheng to take the risk for her. What is there to not understand? Isn't it just about Commander Qi Feng, a planetary cultivator? Don't worry, I can definitely deal with him. Once he's dealt with, won't you be safe? Brother Sheng stared at Lan Jing intensely. Lan Jing was surprised that Brother Sheng did not seem to think much of Commander Qi Feng. That was a planetary life form. She had cultivated for so long, but she had only undergone 5 life transitions. Moreover, she seemed to have reached her limit after 5 life transitions, and had no clue about the sixth life transitions at all. She might not have the chance to metamorphose into a planetary life form even in hundreds or thousands of years. Every planetary life form was not to be underestimated. Brother Sheng, no, you really don't understand. It's not just about Qi Feng. Qi Feng is the commander of the Prime Dragon domain. Who would dare to attack Qi Feng in the Prime Dragon domain? Once they attack, it won't just be a matter about Qi Feng, but a matter for the entire Prime Dragon domain. Dominus Prime Dragon is a famous venerable in the North River Galaxy. Lan Jing's expression was miserable. She had long thought everything through. Hence, she would not take her anger out on Qi Shan's other family members at all, let alone seek revenge on Qi Feng. Even now, when she was captured by Qi Feng, she only wanted to kill Qi Shan, and never thought of killing Qi Feng, who was torturing her, because she felt that this was impossible. Venerable Prime Dragon. Brother Sheng frowned slightly. Venerable Prime Dragon was indeed troublesome. He was also a venerable, and a famous one at that. Just look at the Prime Dragon domain. There were a total of 108 territorial stars, which was only slightly less than the Vigil domain. It was even stronger than the Vigil domain before it annexed the Oceanus domain. As for whether his father was a match for Venerable Prime Dragon, Brother Sheng did not know. Who could guarantee such a thing? This Venerable Prime Dragon was indeed troublesome. Seeing that Brother Sheng was in a difficult position, Lan Jing shook her head and smiled weakly. Brother Sheng, there's no need to think about it anymore. I've already accepted my fate. Even if I die this time, I'll accept my fate. I don't seek revenge, but if Qi Feng wants my artifact, I will never give it to him. Brother Sheng, take my artifact. Since you can come here safely, you can definitely get out. Take the artifact, and I'll give you the technique for controlling it. Brother Sheng, forget about me after this. Lan Jing's face was filled with determination. Her heart was also agonized. In the past 10 years, she and Brother Sheng had gone through thick and thin together. They had been so carefree. Those 10 years were the happiest time of her life. In fact, she had long given her heart to him, but even so, what could it come to? She bore a blood feud, and knew that there was no hope in this life. This was her fate, and she had to resign herself to it. Hence, she could only hide her feelings deep down. There was already enough misery and suffering for herself. She could not drag Brother Sheng into this. Lan Jing, don't worry, I'll definitely get you out. Brother Sheng did not take the artifact. How could he just watch Lan Jing die? Brother Sheng, you. Lan Jing immediately grew anxious. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Lan Jing's face turned pale. She hurriedly said, Brother Sheng, leave now. Qi Feng is here. He comes to interrogate me about the technique for the artifact every day. Leave now, don't let Qi Feng discover you. Qi Feng. Brother Sheng bit his lip. He knew that Lan Jing was going to be tortured again, but he could not act on impulse. He could only take a deep breath and activate the artifact. Immediately, Brother Sheng's figure gradually disappeared, as if he had never appeared just now. Lan Jing also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. Chapter 487, My name is Lin Sheng. Chapter 487, My name is Lin Sheng. Brother Sheng did not leave. Instead, he hid at the side. He was really worried about Lan Jing, and needed to see how Lan Jing was tortured. He could not bear to leave now. Footsteps came from the dungeon. Then, a burly middle-aged man with curly red hair strode to the dungeon. It was the commander of planet Aquarius, Qi Feng. Qi Feng glanced at Lan Jing. He had already tortured her to this state, yet she still refused to talk. Even he could do nothing about it. However, he was very patient. Having tortured Lan Jing for so long, he was not afraid that Lan Jing would not tell him the technique. However, even he was surprised by the fact that Lan Jing could hold out until now. Lan Jing, tell me the technique for the artifact. Qi Feng said coldly. In your dreams. Humph. Qi Feng did not waste more time talking. He extended his hand and waved. Swoosh! A long whip emitted a fiery light as it lashed towards Lan Jing. Thud! The long whip struck Lan Jing hard. Immediately, Lan Jing grunted and frowned. She was enduring it with difficulty. Even with her willpower, her face turned ashen with pain. It was obvious how painful this lash was. Moreover, the whip did not stop. It continued to lash at Lan Jing's body. Her combat body was sealed, and she was enduring this pain completely. Qi Feng was already used to it. He must have already carried out such torture countless times. Hiding at the side, Brother Sheng's face was ashen. He clenched his fists tightly. Looking at Lan Jing's pale face, boundless killing intent surged in his heart. His heart ached terribly. As far as he knew, Qi Feng had already captured Lan Jing for half a year. During this half a year, Lan Jing was subjected to such torture every day. Those whips struck Lan Jing, but hurt Brother Sheng's heart as well. Qi Feng stared coldly at Lan Jing. He wanted to see how long Lan Jing could hold out. If half a year was not enough, he would take a year. If not, he would take 2, 3, or 5 years. In short, he had plenty of time to torture her slowly. In any case, Qi Feng's lifespan was infinite. He had plenty of time and patience. He could wait slowly. After about 999 lashes, Qi Feng stopped. He made the same number of lashes every day. If he made any more, Lan Jing would probably not be able to withstand it. If she died, the loss would not be worth it. I'll come back tomorrow. With that, Qi Feng retracted his whip and turned to leave. After Qi Feng left, Brother Sheng hurriedly appeared and supported Lan Jing, who was in a very weak state. Seeing that Brother Sheng had not left, Lan Jing immediately struggled and said, "Brother Sheng, why haven't you left? Leave now. Qi Feng is most cunning. If he finds out, forget about leaving." Humph, so there really is someone. Hearing this voice, Lan Jing and Brother Sheng hurriedly turned around. They realized that Qi Feng, who had just left, had returned at some point, and his eyes were flickering with a sharp glint. "Brother Sheng, leave now." Lan Jing's face turned even paler, and her entire body was trembling. Brother Sheng took a deep breath and shook his head. "It's too late. I can't leave anymore." Brother Sheng knew very well that his artifact was useless against a cultivator who was a planetary life form. After all, the artifact could only keep him from being discovered by others. Once others discovered him and locked onto him, it would be useless. It was said that Qi Feng was cunning. Now, Brother Sheng had learned it for himself. "How did you discover me?" "Your artifact is very strange, but I'm very familiar with this dungeon. I can sense even the slightest change." Previously, some footprints appeared in the dungeon. Although they were very faint, they could not fool me. That's why I pretended to leave and charged back. There was indeed someone. Realization dawned on Brother Sheng. Qi Feng looked careless and rugged, but he was actually very meticulous. He could even notice such a faint trace. Originally, Brother Sheng would not have left his footsteps behind. However, when he saw Lan Jing, he lost his composure for a moment and left some footprints. Since he had been discovered by Qi Feng, Brother Sheng never thought of escaping, because there was no way to escape at all. As for fighting with his life, Brother Sheng never thought of it either. That would be courting death. Now, he could only stall and hope that his father could arrive in time. "Qi Feng, I'm a friend of Lan Jing. Your brother killed Lan Jing's entire family for no reason. Her intention was to avenge her family. Was that wrong?" Qi Feng shook his head and said, "It's just revenge. Of course it's not wrong. I'm Lan Jing's friend. I saw that Lan Jing was in danger, so I came to save her. Is that wrong?" "Of course it's not wrong either. I'm not naive. I know that neither Lan Jing nor I were in the wrong, but you still won't let us off. The reason is very simple. We're too weak. Chi Feng was a little surprised. Then, he nodded and said, "That's right. You're quite right. The North River Galaxy is ruled by the strong. You can only blame yourselves for being too weak." Actually, even Chi Feng was not in the wrong, because this was the order of the North River Galaxy. Things like killing each other for treasures, and even fighting over domains were prevalent. This was the order of the North River Galaxy. The only blame lied in the fact that Brother Sheng and Lan Jing were too weak. Brother Sheng was very calm. He took out the artifact his father had created and said in a low voice, "Chi Feng, you're a powerful planetary life form. You should know how unusual this artifact of mine is, right?" "Of course. In reality, I'm also very curious. You could sneak into my dungeon without raising any alarms, and even I didn't discover you. I only made a guess through some of your footprints. This artifact of yours is very unusual. Then, you should understand how powerful the person who created this artifact is." "Of course. I can tell you who had created this artifact." Chi Feng frowned. He seemed to already know what Brother Sheng wanted to say. "You're not trying to say that the person who created this artifact is related to you, are you?" "Of course he is. The one who created this artifact is my father." "Your father? Haha, what's your name then?" "Remember, my name is Lin Sheng." Chi Feng was slightly stunned. Seeing Brother Sheng's solemn expression, he found it even more ridiculous. "Lin Sheng? Never heard of you. Do you think your name is that impressive? Haha, what a joke. No matter who you are, no matter who your father is, no one's name matters in the Prime Dragon domain or on planet Aquarius." Chi Feng sneered. Did this kid think that he could get him to release them with just a name? That was simply wishful thinking. So what if Lin Sheng's father was a planetary life form? On plane Aquarius, forget about planetary life forms, even Domini could not act however they wished. Otherwise, Venerable Prime Dragon would not sit back and do nothing. This was the Prime Dragon domain, the domain of Venerable Prime Dragon. He, Chi Feng, made the call on planet Aquarius. Chapter 488, We Won't Die. Chapter 488, We Won't Die. Die. Chi Feng made his move and struck towards Lin Sheng. Even though he did not use his combat body, Chi Feng was a planetary life form. When his palm landed, a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lin Sheng from all directions. Sensing this terrifying power, Lin Sheng grabbed the weakened Lan Jing. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sheng and Lan Jing actually disappeared instantly. Boom. The terrifying force shattered the dungeon at once. Chi Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "How is this possible?" However, no matter how he scanned with his mental power, he could not capture any aura of Lin Sheng and Lan Jing. It was as if Lin Sheng and Lan Jing had disappeared into thin air. Running. Where do you think you can run? Chi Feng stomped on the dungeon and shattered it. Then, he suddenly flew into the air and quickly deployed his combat body. His massive combat body was already larger than planet Aquarius, stretching across the universe. A million kilometers away. Chi Feng's body moved slightly, and he suddenly charged in a certain direction. Buzz. In the dark and cold universe, two figures staggered and appeared out of thin air. They were Lin Sheng and Lan Jing, who had warped through space. Spatial warp. Lan Jing was shocked. Although she had only undergone 5 life transitions, she had roamed the universe for decades. How could she not know that this was spatial warp? Lin Sheng actually had an artifact for spatial warp. There was no knowing how precious such an artifact was. It could save his life at critical moments, yet he was actually using it like this. Run. Lin Sheng did not have the time to explain now. He did have an artifact for spatial warp, and it was the final trump card his father, Lin Feng, had given him. It was originally intended for saving his life. If the other party let their guard down, Lin Sheng could even escape from a venerable. However, that was if Lin Sheng was alone, when he could warp billions of miles, or even further. But now, he was carrying the severely injured Lan Jing. This was not as simple as an additive effect. That artifact could warp space, but with one more person, the effect was greatly diminished. They could only warp for 1,000,000 kilometers. If they were discovered by Qi Feng, they would still be in danger. Lin Sheng immediately deployed his combat body and fled in a frenzy with Lan Jing. However, just as he moved, he realized that a terrifying aura had suddenly appeared behind him. Qi Feng has caught up. Lin Sheng was also anxious. He had not expected Qi Feng to catch up so quickly. Lin Sheng, you actually have an artifact for spatial warp, but how many of such artifacts can you possibly have? Qi Feng's voice was like thunder, rumbling and exploding. Even Lin Sheng could not help but be shaken. His combat body paused for a moment, and his speed clearly slowed. However, even if it were not slowed, it was meaningless in front of a planetary life form. Lin Sheng was not Lin Feng. He had not comprehended any laws. In the universe, comprehending laws was even more difficult than becoming a planetary life form. Hence, it was almost impossible to challenge above one's level and contend with a planetary life form. Lin Sheng could not do this at all. As Qi Feng's combat body erupted, a huge palm blotted out everything, enveloping the space around Lin Sheng. For the first time, Lin Sheng felt the threat of death. Even though he had experienced many dangers when wandering the universe in the past, he had never been completely defenseless like this. Moreover, even if he used all the methods at his disposal, it was futile. Even the artifact his father had given had been exhausted. Qi Feng, if you kill Brother Sheng, you'll never get the technique for the artifact. With power that erupted from nowhere, Lan Jing gave a sharp yell, making Qi Feng's palm freeze for a moment. However, with this yell, Qi Feng stopped. Instead of killing Lin Sheng, he grabbed him. Lan Jing's eyes were bloodshot as she enunciated, "Qi Feng, let Brother Sheng go. I'll give you the technique. Give me the technique." Qi Feng looked at Lan Jing in surprise, as if he was seeing her for the first time. Back then, you suffered so much torture, yet still refused to reveal any of the technique. Now, you're willing to give me technique just for this Lin Sheng. Heh, looks like he's quite special to you. Lan Jing endured the pain and said coldly, "My matter has nothing to do with you. Let Brother Sheng go, and I'll give you the technique. If you dare to harm a single hair on Brother Sheng's head, you can forget about ever getting the technique for the artifact." Lan Jing, you. Lin Sheng had already given up struggling. In Qi Feng's grasp, he did not even have the strength to struggle. He had never felt so insignificant. He had lived on his home planet since he was young, and had always been the center of attention wherever he went. There was only one reason: he was the son of the Sage of Salvation. Later, his father went from the Sage of Salvation to the Dominus Guardian, and humanity also went from their home planet to the universe. However, even after entering the universe, his father was still a high-up and powerful Dominus. Even when he went out to travel, he actually had many trump cards. But this time, he felt how painful it was to be helpless and powerless. He could not even protect the person he loved the most. Only at this moment did he realize how difficult things were for his father, and what a great man he was. He only wanted to protect Lan Jing, to protect one person, yet he was so powerless. Meanwhile, his father wanted to protect his home planet and all living beings in the entire Guardian domain. Only now did he realize how heavy this burden was. However, this understanding came too late. He could only watch helplessly as Lan Jing tried to save him at all costs, even offering Qi Feng the technique of the artifact. When Lan Jing was halfway through explaining the technique to control the artifact, Qi Feng put Lin Sheng down. Lan Jing hurriedly came to Lin Sheng's side and asked anxiously, "Brother Sheng, are you all right?" Lin Sheng shook his head and said, "I'm fine." "Lan Jing, it's my fault you had to hand over the technique for the artifact. It's just an artifact. It's nothing much. Without you, sooner or later, I wouldn't have been able to withstand Qi Feng's torture, and would have handed over the technique anyway. Handing over the technique in advance now also means I can suffer less." After Lan Jing gave the entire technique to Qi Feng, Lan Jing said with a tired expression, "Qi Feng, you've already obtained the technique. Can we leave now? I've finally obtained the technique. Never expected it to be so easy. Hey, of course you can leave. I'll send you off. Qi Feng laughed menacingly, then struck out with his palm without warning, enveloping Lan Jing and Lin Sheng within. Look out. Lin Sheng held on to Lan Jing, but could only watch helplessly as the huge palm landed. Now that Qi Feng had obtained the technique, how could he really let Lin Sheng go? Even if he was in the Prime Dragon domain and was not afraid of Lin Sheng's background, letting Lin Sheng go would still bring trouble. Then, he might as well kill them both. Moreover, Qi Feng had never thought of letting Lan Jing go in the first place. Brother Sheng, it's my fault you'll die too. No, we won't die. Lin Sheng suddenly raised his head. He seemed to have sensed something, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Chapter 489, Annihilating Qi Feng with a Wave of the Hand. Chapter 489, Annihilating Qi Feng with a Wave of the Hand. We won't die. A smile even appeared on Lin Sheng's face. Following Lin Sheng's gaze, Lan Jing looked skeptically at the distant cosmos. Her entire body shook. At some point without their knowledge, a rather youthful-looking man was already standing in the distant cosmos. Of course, the experts in the universe had different forms. Some preferred middle-aged appearances, some preferred youthful appearances, and some actually appeared elderly. Appearances did not mean anything, but what did it mean that even Qi Feng could not discover him at such a close distance? Boom. Qi Feng slammed his palm down hard, and a terrifying wave of air exploded in the void, spreading in all directions. However, the smile on Qi Feng's face froze at once. The palm he had just struck out seemed to be restrained by some force, and could not strike down no matter what. Qi Feng turned his head with difficulty and realized that a young man had unknowingly walked over slowly behind him. The other party had not even used his combat body as he walked over slowly. He did not even look at Qi Feng, and walked directly up to Lin Sheng. Shenger. Lin Sheng lowered his head. His face was a little flushed, as if he was very embarrassed, but also a little excited. Father. Finally, Lin Sheng spoke. Everyone was stunned. Lan Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. This amicable-looking and mysterious young man was Lin Sheng's father. Lan Jing had never actually asked about Lin Sheng's background, and Lin Sheng had never taken the initiative to mention it. Lan Jing had even once thought that Lin Sheng was just like her, a talented cultivator with no background. However, ever since Lin Sheng took the risk to save her and used all kinds of methods, even possessing artifacts that could warp space, Lan Jing could vaguely guess that Lin Sheng's background was not simple. But what did Lin Sheng's extraordinary background have to do with her? She liked Lin Sheng as a person, not for his background. However, seeing Lin Sheng's father out of the blue made Lan Jing a little at a loss for a moment. This is the friend you want to save? Lin Feng asked with a faint smile. His expression made Lin Sheng a little embarrassed, but he still held Lan Jing's hand tightly and said solemnly, Father, she is the friend I want to save. Her name is Lan Jing. Greetings, uncle. Although Lan Jing was a little shy and Lin Sheng was holding her hand in public, she still bowed to Lin Feng openly. No matter how casual she was, she had to be polite in front of Lin Sheng's family. Good. Shenger has finally grown up. Your mother asked me to bring you both back. She wants to see what's so special about the girl Shenger likes. From the beginning to the end, Lin Feng and Lin Sheng were chatting and laughing, as if they had not noticed Qi Feng at all. This infuriated Qi Feng. His entire body was restrained, and he was struggling frantically now. Since he had broken free, he roared, How dare you? This is the Prime Dragon domain. You are provoking the great Dominus Prime Dragon. With that, Qi Feng used a special method to transmit a message to the Dominus Prime Dragon. Shut up. Lin Feng did not speak to Qi Feng, but that did not mean that he had forgotten Qi Feng. On the contrary, in his eyes, Qi Feng was long dead. Family was Lin Feng's Achilles heel. Now that Qi Feng had touched Lin Feng's Achilles heel, how could he allow Qi Feng to sever Lin Feng waved his hand, and an invisible force enveloped Qi Feng. There was a tearing noise. In the blink of an eye, shock still appeared on Qi Feng's face. He did not even let out a scream. His massive combat body collapsed like a building block, and was sliced into countless pieces. Then, another storm swept over. It was the annihilative storm, enveloping Qi Feng's shattered combat body. In the blink of an eye, it was minced and reduced to ashes. Dead. Qi Feng had died just like that. Even Lan Jing was a little at a loss, as if she was in a dream. That was a dignified planetary life form, an obstacle she might never be able to cross in her entire life. But now, this dignified planetary life form had died with a wave of the hand by Lin Sheng's father. Lin Sheng's father had not even used his combat body. Lan Jing was not the only one who was shocked. Lin Sheng was also very shocked. In the past, Lin Sheng was the prodigy of his home planet. He had always followed his father, Lin Feng, as his role model, and even wanted to surpass his father deep down. Moreover, as the prodigy of his home planet, he was doted on by everyone and had a high opinion about himself. It was not until he left his home planet and traveled the universe, encountering all kinds of dangers and many cultivators, that he realized that even the strongest genius in the North River Galaxy could not compare to his father, who could contend against planetary life forms after 5 life transitions. Only his father could do it. His father was renowned as the sage of salvation on his home planet, and that was a genuine merit. Although he knew that his father was very strong, Lin Sheng did not know how strong his father was. He only knew that the venerable Vigil and his father conversed with each other as equals, and their relationship was rather harmonious. However, even venerable Vigil probably couldn't kill a distinguished planetary life form with a wave of his hand without even using his combat body, right? Lin Feng had easily killed a planetary cultivator with a wave of the hand. Never in his dreams did Qi Feng imagine that he would die in such an insignificant manner. It might look easy for Lin Feng, but in reality, with a brief wave of his hand, Lin Feng had used 2 advanced planetary laws in succession, the law of space and the law of annihilation. The law of space instantly sliced Qi Feng's combat body into pieces. The law of annihilation then destroyed Qi Feng's combat body fragments and reduced them to ashes. Only through this method was it possible to kill a planetary life form completely. In the past, if Lin Feng had not comprehended the advanced planetary law, he would not have been able to kill Qi Feng so easily. But now, Lin Feng possessed 3 advanced planetary laws. Every advanced planetary law was almost comparable to an advanced planetary life form. Once the law was used, even stars would be affected. Even Lin Feng himself probably did not know his current strength very well. He only knew that if he unleashed his full strength now, he would be very, very powerful. Which venerable has descended to my prime dragon domain? Lin Feng had killed Qi Feng with a wave of his hand. As the dominus of prime dragon domain, how could venerable prime dragon sit back and do nothing? Moreover, Qi Feng had sent a distress call to venerable prime dragon previously, accompanied by a suffocating aura, a terrifying combat body that was far larger than stars already stretched across the universe. It was as if all the stars were eclipsed, and only that extremely terrifying combat body was left in the universe. This was venerable prime dragon, the ruler of prime dragon domain. His gaze was locked on Lin Feng and the other 2, especially Lin Feng, who was enduring the greatest pressure from Dominus Prime Dragon. Chapter 490, Promise of One Move. Chapter 490, Promise of One Move. Dominus Prime Dragon. Lan Jing's face was slightly pale. Compared to Qi Feng, the Dominus Prime Dragon was simply famed, his reputation renowned through the surrounding territories. Without a doubt, the Dominus Prime Dragon was the absolute hegemon among the surrounding domini of varying levels. If not for the fact that the Dominus Prime Dragon was not an overly ambitious cultivator, the surrounding territory would probably have been completely annexed by Dominus Prime Dragon. Dominus Prime Dragon was even renowned as the top venerable below the Grand Emperor. Even Venerable Vigil, without using his trump card, was probably slightly inferior to the Dominus Prime Dragon. Lan Jing had lived in the legends of the Dominus Prime Dragon since she was young. She only had reverence and fear for the Dominus Prime Dragon. As for resisting, no cultivator in the Prime Dragon domain would have such thoughts. Qi Feng was very strong, but he was only a planetary life form. Lan Jing only hated Qi Feng, and actually did not fear him much. However, it was precisely because Commander Qi Feng was a commander serving under Dominus Prime Dragon that Lan Jing despaired. Otherwise, how could Qi Feng alone make Lan Jing, who bore a blood feud, despair? Seeing Lan Jing's pale face, Lin Sheng was not much better off, but he had absolute confidence in his father, Lin Feng. He held Lan Jing's hand tightly and said firmly, "Lan Jing, don't worry. My father is the Dominus of Guardian Domain. He is unimaginably powerful. Although Dominus Prime Dragon is very strong, it's not impossible for father to contend against him." Lan Jing had never heard of any Dominus Guardian, but anyone who could become a Dominus must be extraordinary. Hence, she relaxed slightly. Moreover, with the person she loved by her side, she would have no regrets even if she died. Lin Feng did not know that his son actually did not have much confidence in him. The reputation of Dominus Prime Dragon was just too great. Lin Feng also stared at the massive combat body of the Dominus Prime Dragon. It was simply too massive, about 30 million kilometers in size. It was almost 3 times the size of the Dominus Vigil's combat body. Just based on this alone, Dominus Prime Dragon was worthy of being one of the strongest venerables below the Grand Emperors. Even Venerable Vigil was far inferior. Ever since Lin Feng had improved all 3 laws and comprehended the advanced planetary law, he had yet to fight at full power. Although he had fought a few times, none of his opponents could compare to the Dominus Prime Dragon. Hence, he was also somewhat eager to give it a try when he saw Dominus Prime Dragon. However, they could not fight in such a muddled manner. At the very least, they had to explain the entire situation. "Venerable Prime Dragon, I'm Lin Feng." "Lin Feng, you're the good friend of Venerable Vigil, Dominus Lin Feng of the Guardian Domain." Lin Feng might not be famous, but Venerable Vigil was a different matter after all, after thousands of years in the North River Galaxy. Basically all the Venerables knew about Venerable Vigil. That's right. Venerable Vigil is a good friend of mine. So it's Dominus Lin Feng. Venerable Prime Dragon was on good terms with Venerable Vigil too, so he gave Lin Feng face and did not attack immediately. Hence, Lin Feng explained the entire situation briefly. In the end, he said, "Venerable Prime Dragon, Qi Feng wanted to kill my son. It's not overboard of me to kill him, right?" "It's not overboard. Qi Feng was in the wrong in this matter. He deserved to die. Moreover, he had provoked Dominus Lin Feng. However, this is the Prime Dragon domain. Qi Feng was my subordinate. He had followed me for thousands of years. Even if he made no merits, he had worked hard. He had died just like that. If I don't do anything about his death, what authority will I have in the Prime Dragon domain?" A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. "I understand. Venerable Prime Dragon, let's exchange one move. Regardless of who is the victor. This matter ends here. How about that?" Lin Feng did not want to make enemies everywhere, let alone a top venerable like Venerable Prime Dragon. Venerable Prime Dragon thought for a moment. One move it was. To him, there was actually no difference. If he could not withstand one move, he would not be able to withstand 10 or 100 moves either. Moreover, he was very confident in himself. Apart from the Grand Emperors, he had almost never lost to anyone. All right, let's decide the winner with one move. Dominus Prime Dragon naturally knew that Lin Feng definitely had something to rely on if he dared to suggest such a method. Moreover, he knew very well what kind of person Venerable Vigil was. He was someone proud. If Lin Feng wasn't a true top-notch venerable, perhaps Venerable Vigil wouldn't even lower himself to help Lin Feng. Hence, the Dominus Prime Dragon would definitely go all out in this move. Title Combat Body. Lin Feng's combat body expanded rapidly. 50,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 150,000 kilometers, 180,000 kilometers. This was Lin Feng's current combat body. In addition to the 20,000-kilometer combat body he had left on his home planet, Lin Feng's combat body had already reached 200,000 kilometers. The 200,000-kilometer combat body had increased by 60,000 kilometers compared to the previous 140,000 kilometers. In more than 80 years, Lin Feng's combat body had only increased by 60,000 kilometers. This was actually not considered slow. This was because Lin Feng had always been accompanying his family, and only spent his free time comprehending the three laws. Lin Feng did not cultivate his combat body much. He only cultivated it occasionally. To be able to increase the combat body by 60,000 kilometers under such circumstances was incredible. Of course, this was also because there were many miraculous items in the North River Galaxy. Relying on the Guardian Domain, Lin Feng could also obtain many miraculous items, many of which were helpful for the growth of his combat body. The combat body of 180,000 kilometers stretched majestically across the cosmos. Everyone was stunned. An elementary planetary life form. Venerable Prime Dragon found it a little unbelievable. Lin Feng was actually only an elementary planetary life form. Even though an 180,000-kilometer combat body could definitely be invincible among elementary planetary lifeforms, when facing an advanced planetary Venerable, they were on completely different levels. How could Lin Feng, a mere elementary planetary lifeform, be so highly respected by Venerable Vigil? Not only was the Venerable Prime Dragon surprised, even Lin Sheng and Lan Jing were surprised. Lan Jing's face seemed to turn even paler, but she did not say anything. On the other hand, Lin Sheng knew that his father had long become a planetary lifeform, and had even become a dominus. Even Venerable Vigil talked and laughed with his father as if they were close friends. Hence, in his heart, his father, Lin Feng, should be a venerable who was an advanced planetary lifeform. But now, he saw that Lin Feng was actually an elementary planetary lifeform. Lin Sheng's heart could not help but sink. How could two venerables who were an elementary planetary lifeform and an advanced planetary lifeform be comparable? Moreover, Venerable Prime Dragon was a top-notch venerable. Even Venerable Vigil was probably not his match. Venerable Prime Dragon frowned and said in a thunderous voice, "Dominus Lin Feng, are you sure you want to determine the winner in one move?" The way he saw it, Lin Feng, a mere elementary planet lifeform, would probably be dead in a single move. However, Lin Feng's expression was very calm. He said loudly, "Dominus Prime Dragon, there's no need to worry. Use your strongest strike. Otherwise, you might lose today." Good. Instead of being angered, Dominus Prime Dragon smiled. His eyes narrowed slightly. Since Lin Feng had said so, he naturally had no more reservations. Hence, Dominus Prime Dragon brazenly struck out with his palm. His 30-million-kilometer combat body erupted at full force, and it was as if the entire cosmos was shaking. Good one. Seeing the power behind this palm strike shake the cosmos, Lin Feng also cheered loudly. His combat body stood tall in the cosmos, and immediately straightened at this moment. Even though Lin Feng's 180,000 combat body appeared so insignificant in front of a combat body of 30 million kilometers, in the next moment, a storm brewed, and a terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's combat body. Law of Tides. Lin Feng also threw a punch. His combat body remained unchanged, still at 180,000 kilometers. Even this punch appeared so insignificant in front of Dominus Prime Dragon's palm. However, after Lin Feng threw this punch, a trace of alarm suddenly rose in the depths of Dominus Prime Dragon's heart. Chapter 491, Who's the Victor? Chapter 491, Who's the Victor? Gore. Dominus Prime Dragon roared in fury. His palm actually changed again, vaguely transforming into an incomparably huge dragon. This was the Prime Dragon, a kind of behemoth from the depths of the universe. It was said that it could devour stars, devour almost anything, and possessed boundless power. Dominus Prime Dragon cultivated a combat body that simulated the behemoth Prime Dragon. Transforming his palm into the Prime Dragon had already used all the power of his 30 million kilometer combat body, without holding back at all. Boom. Their fists met. In front of the huge Prime Dragon Phantom, Lin Feng's punch was as insignificant as an ant. However, when the two collided, a terrifying aftershock spread in all directions. The massive combat body of Dominus Prime Dragon actually retreated by thousands of kilometers at once. Everything in the cosmos fell silent, as if no battle had broken out at all. Lin Feng did not move in the slightest. His 180,000 kilometer combat body also shrank rapidly, returning to the size of a normal person. Lin Feng did not say anything. He only looked calmly at the distant Dominus Prime Dragon. As for the outcome of the battle between the two of them, neither Lin Xing nor Lan Jing at the side knew. It seemed like Lin Feng and Dominus Prime Dragon had only exchanged a blow. Dominus Prime Dragon did not speak for a long time. Although his expression was very calm, inwardly, he was on the verge of a breakdown. That's right, Dominus Prime Dragon was already on the verge of a breakdown. No one would have thought that the interior of his 30 million kilometer combat body was already a mess, and countless cells were being annihilated. With just a single head-on clash, almost half of his combat body had been destroyed. He was holding out by force now. Otherwise, the state of his combat body would be devastating. Dominus Prime Dragon was incomparably shocked. Was this still an elementary planetary life form? Even a top-notch venerable could not do it. After all, Dominus Prime Dragon was himself a top-notch venerable. Lin Feng naturally knew the situation of Dominus Prime Dragon better than anyone, but he did not expose it. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Venerable Prime Dragon, your strength is indeed worthy of a top-notch venerable. We'll take our leave now." Wait. Dominus Prime Dragon suddenly spoke. Lin Feng was a little confused. Could it be that Prime Dragon still wanted to fight to the death? But even if he did Prime Dragon have any chance of winning? He had already spared Prime Dragon enough dignity now. Prime Dragon still had a way out. Qi Feng does deserve to die. I'll leave Qi Shan to you. With that, Dominus Prime Dragon grabbed Qi Shan from planet Aquarius with a huge hand. Even though Prime Dragon was strong in appearance but weak in reality, and was barely holding out now, it was not a problem for him to capture Qi Shan, who had only undergone 5 life transitions. Qi Shan. Seeing Qi Shan, Lan Jing's eyes turned red. This was the burden she was carrying, the enemy she wanted to kill even in her dreams. Now, Qi Shan was in front of her. Moreover, he had been personally captured Dominus Prime Dragon and delivered to Lan Jing. "Thank you for your gesture of goodwill, Dominus Prime Dragon." Lin Feng bowed slightly to Dominus Prime Dragon. After, Prime Dragon returned to the Prime Dragon domain. Lin Feng had spared him enough dignity. Naturally, he had to return the favor, and hand Qi Shan over to Lin Feng. Lin Sheng was a little surprised. Why was the Dominus Prime Dragon so polite? Could it be because of the tie between him and his father, Lin Feng? As Lin Sheng saw it, his father, Lin Feng, and Dominus Prime Dragon were evenly matched. From the looks of it, his father, Lin Feng, was also a top venerable. Lan Jing was just as excited as Lin Sheng. However, it was because her enemy was right in front of her now. She could finally kill her enemy with her own hands. MMPH. Qi Shan struggled to speak, but no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from his restraints. Qi Shan's combat body had been sealed by Dominus Prime Dragon, and he could not even deploy his combat body. Now, he was like an ordinary person. Seeing Lan Jing's bloodshot eyes, he was naturally very frightened. "Lan Jing, go on and kill your enemy with your own hands. From now on, you are yourself, and no longer the Lan Jing who must carry her feud." Lin Sheng patted Lan Jing's arm gently. He knew how much the Lan Jing yearned to kill her enemy with her own hands. Now, this opportunity had come. Lan Jing did not hesitate. She did not even want to say anything to Qi Shan, and struck him directly. Bang! Qi Shan's combat body had been sealed. He was just an ordinary person now. When Lan Jing struck him, his body exploded like a watermelon, turning into a bloody mist. Qi Shan was dead. The burden on Lan Jing's heart had been lifted, and she felt much lighter at once. "Thank you, Dominus." Lan Jing bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. She knew why all of this was happening. Dominus Prime Dragon had been so aggressive previously, yet now, he had taken the initiative to capture Qi Shan for her to deal with. It was not because of her, but because of Lin Feng's promise of one move. Although Lan Jing did not know the outcome of the battle between Lin Feng and Dominus Prime Dragon, at least from the look of it, Lin Feng was not inferior to Dominus Prime Dragon. This was enough. Dominus Prime Dragon would also give Lin Feng face, which was why Qi Shan was captured and handed over to Lin Feng. Lan Jing could kill her enemy with her own hands thanks to Lin Feng's help. She was naturally endlessly grateful. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. "We'll be family in the future. There's no need to stand on ceremony." Lan Jing's face was flushed as she glanced cautiously at Lin Sheng again. Lin Sheng was also very happy. As long as his father did not object, there was basically nothing stopping him and Lan Jing from getting together. "Let's go back to the Guardian Domain." Lin Feng turned around and took a long look at the distant Prime Dragon Domain. Then, he led Lin Sheng and Lan Jing back to the Guardian Domain. Just as Lin Feng and the others left, another figure appeared in the void. It was Dominus Prime Dragon. Dominus Prime Dragon's face was pale. He looked at Lin Feng's departing back and muttered with a weak smile, "When did such a freak appear in the North River Galaxy? One strike, just one strike, and I'm severely injured. If he had wanted to kill me, perhaps he would only need one strike as well." Dominus Prime Dragon was a top-notch venerable, and was even known as one of the strongest venerables below the level of a Grand Emperor. Apart from a Grand Emperor, who could defeat him in one move. However, Dominus Prime Dragon knew very well that while Lin Feng was not a Grand Emperor, Lin Feng could indeed defeat him with ease. Fortunately, Lin Feng did not have the ambition to annex the Prime Dragon Domain. Otherwise, the Prime Dragon Domain would probably no longer exist now. "All these years, I've been overambitious and even a little arrogant. The universe is huge, and even the mere North River Galaxy has hidden talents. I thought that I was already very close to a Grand Emperor, but from the looks of things, I'm still very far from it." With that, Dominus Prime Dragon disappeared in the cosmos as well. "Father, who exactly won this battle?" On the way back to Guardian Domain, Lin Feng did not use spatial warp. This was his trump card. He would not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary, even though his current power was already very, very strong. Even Lin Sheng did not know that Lin Feng could warp space. Seeing Lin Sheng's expectant gaze, Lin Feng smiled and asked, "Shenger, who do you think had won?" Lin Sheng was a little hesitant. He wanted to say that his father, Lin Feng, had won, but Dominus Prime Dragon was so renowned, and one of the top venerables. Moreover, Dominus Prime Dragon did not show any obvious sign of weakness at that time. He really could not be sure who had won. Dominus had won. Suddenly, Lan Jing spoke up beside him, and her tone was rather certain. Chapter 492, Number 1 Below the Grand Emperor Realm. Chapter 492, Number 1 Below the Grand Emperor Realm. Huh. Lin Feng glanced at Lan Jing in surprise. "Are you so sure?" Even Lin Sheng hurriedly said, "Lan Jing, don't spout nonsense. Although my father is very strong, Dominus Prime Dragon is the top venerable." However, Lan Jing shook her head and said with extreme certainty, "I'm very certain that Dominus must have won." "Oh. Tell me, how can you tell that I won?" Lin Feng also looked at Lan Jing with interest, wanting to see how Lan Jing could tell that he was definitely the victor. After all, even his son Lin Sheng could not be certain. Dominus Prime Dragon is very prideful. He's one of the top venerables. Although he appeared to be on par with Dominus, the fact that Dominus Prime Dragon gave up Qishan was already a sign of goodwill to Dominus. That's it. If I was on par with the Dominus Prime Dragon, and he viewed me highly enough to give up Qishan, that's not an impossibility either, right? Of course, that's indeed a possibility. However, Dominus has always maintained your composure from the beginning to the end. Even when facing Dominus Prime Dragon, you always maintained a calm demeanor. Without powerful strength, if it's just a bluff, it's completely impossible to fool Dominus Prime Dragon. However, Dominus has always maintained this state. Whether it's when facing Dominus Prime Dragon or after the battle with Dominus Prime Dragon, you always maintained this demeanor. There's only one possibility. Dominus is far stronger than Dominus Prime Dragon. Hence, no matter how strong Dominus Prime Dragon is, it appears to be meaningless in your eyes. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Lan Jing had basically guessed most of the truth. Compared to Lin Sheng, Lan Jing was more meticulous. Father, is what Lan Jing said true? Seeing that Lin Feng did not object, Lin Sheng's emotions surged. His eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. I did win that battle just now. Lin Feng did not conceal it anymore and admitted it openly. You really won. Lin Sheng did not quite believe it. He had seen with his own eyes that his father, Lin Feng, only had a combat body of 180,000 kilometers. It was already an incredible feat that he could remain undefeated in front of the Dominus Prime Dragon, let alone defeat Dominus Prime Dragon. Was this possible? Father, how did you defeat Dominus Prime Dragon? Lin Sheng was not the only one who was confused. In reality, Lan Jing was also very curious. She had only deduced from some clues that Lin Feng had the upper hand and defeated Dominus Prime Dragon. However, she was also puzzled. How could an elementary planetary life form defeat a top venerable? This had never happened in the history of the North River Galaxy. Shenger, you've already undergone 5 life transitions. Do you know about laws? Laws? Of course I know about them. According to what I heard, laws are powerful methods that all planetary lifeforms cultivate diligently. They are the key to comprehending the truth of the universe. However, cultivating laws is too difficult. It's even more difficult than undergoing 6 life transitions and becoming a planetary life form. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right. Laws are indeed very difficult to comprehend, but once comprehended, combined with the corresponding combat body, it can enhance the strength of the combat body. The rudimentary law can only enhance it by 10 times. The elementary planetary law can increase it by 100 times. In the past, I relied on the elementary planetary law to enhance the combat body by 100-fold, which was why I was on par with an ordinary venerable. 100-fold enhancement. Lin Sheng and Lan Jing were both shocked. Although they had roamed the universe for a period of time, how could they know about a cultivation secret like the law-enhanced combat body? Moreover, in the North River Galaxy, there were ultimately very few cultivators who had comprehended laws. Cultivating the combat body was the mainstream. Naturally, no one explained the mysteries of laws to the two of them in detail. Only now did they realize how terrifying laws were. If one comprehended a rudimentary law, it could increase their combat body by 10-fold. If they comprehended a planetary law, it could even increase the combat body by 100-fold. Even a 10,000-kilometer combat body with a 100-fold enhancement would be comparable to a 1,000,000-kilometer combat body, almost equivalent to a venerable. Lin Sheng did some calculations. When Lin Feng used his combat body, he had a combat body of 180,000 kilometers. If it was enhanced by 100-fold, it would be a combat body of 18 million kilometers. This was already rather terrifying. A combat body of 18 million kilometers was already equivalent to those powerful venerables, and was even stronger than Venerable Vigil. However, although the combat body of 18 million kilometers was very strong, Dominus Prime Dragon had a combat body of 30 million kilometers. Even if Lin Feng had a hundredfold enhancement from laws, it was impossible for him to defeat the Dominus Prime Dragon. At this thought, Lin Xing felt that he had missed something. Wait a minute. Father said that the elementary planetary laws can provide a hundredfold enhancement. Moreover, many years ago, Father was able to converse with Venerable Vigil as equals, probably because his strength is not much inferior to Venerable Vigil. From the looks of it, Father had already comprehended the laws to the elementary planetary level a long time ago. And now, decades have passed. Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Father, could it be that your law? Lin Feng nodded, and a smile appeared on his lips. He said slowly, now do you understand why I won? In the entire North River Galaxy, who else besides me can use the advanced planetary law? Lin Sheng and Lan Jing's mouths fell open. They were also shocked to the extreme. At the level of advanced planetary law, just the power of the law alone was comparable to that of a venerable. Moreover, it could enhance the strength of the combat body by 1,000-fold. What did that mean? Taking Lin Feng's current tidal combat body as an example, if Lin Feng used the advanced planetary law, his combat body would be enhanced instantly by 1,000 times, which would make it equivalent to a combat body of 180 million kilometers. Lin Feng did not know how massive the combat body of a Grand Emperor was, but Lin Feng had never heard of anyone whose combat body could reach more than 100 million kilometers among advanced planetary cultivators. Dominus Prime Dragon could already be considered a top venerable in the North River Galaxy with just a 30 million kilometer combat body, not to mention the others. The way Lin Sheng and Lan Jing looked at Lin Feng had completely changed. The law enhanced the combat body by a 1,000-fold. Even a top-notch venerable like Dominus Prime Dragon could not withstand a single strike from Lin Feng. In the North River Galaxy, apart from Grand Emperors, who else was Lin Feng's match? Unknowingly, Lin Feng had already become the strongest person below the Grand Emperors in the North River Galaxy. Seeing Lin Sheng and Lan Jing's dumbfounded expressions, Lin Feng smiled knowingly. The reason he said so much was actually to tell Lin Sheng that the Guardian Domain was very strong, and that he had a strong backing. As the century approached, Lin Feng knew very well that he did not have much time left in the North River Galaxy. Before he left, he hoped that a second planetary life form could be born to humanity on his home planet. Lin Feng would prefer that this second planetary life form be his son, Lin Sheng. Chapter 493, Legacies. Chapter 493, Legacies. Let's go home. Lin Feng looked at the stunned Lin Sheng and Lan Jing, smiled, and led the two of them back to the Guardian Domain. In the Guardian Domain, Lin Feng's return was uneventful. After all, apart from Lin Sheng and Lan Jing, who were watching from the sidelines, no one else knew about Lin Feng's battle with Dominus Prime Dragon. Since Dominus Prime Dragon had lost, it was even more impossible for him to expose his own defeat. Hence, no one in the Guardian Domain knew that Lin Feng had gone to the Prime Dragon Domain, and fought with Dominus Prime Dragon. Chu Chen was already waiting outside. When she saw Lin Sheng, a gentle expression appeared on her face, and she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Mother. Lin Sheng bowed respectfully to Chu Chen. Auntie. Lan Jing was also a little nervous. She was not even this nervous when facing Lin Feng, and did not even dare to look at Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled slightly, then shook her head. Lin Sheng was safe. This was her greatest wish. Although she appeared very calm on the surface, in reality, after hearing that Lin Sheng asked for help, she was also a little worried. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and Lin Sheng had even brought a girl along. Lin Feng sent a secret voice transmission and briefly explained the matter regarding Lan Jing. Chu Chen nodded inwardly. Lan Jing was not using her son, and even had a tragic past. Now, she was alone without anyone to rely on, and was mutually in love with her son, Lin Sheng. Chu Chen had no reason to object. Lan Jing, how about you live in the Guardian Domain in the future? You can help us to keep an eye out on Shenger too. Although he's not young, he hasn't settled down yet. He's always roaming around and encountering many dangers. Chu Chen's amiable attitude made Lan Jing gradually relax. The two of them chatted and laughed, looking like friendly sisters. Lin Sheng also heaved a sigh of relief. He looked up and realized that his father, Lin Feng, was staring at him. "Shenger, follow me." Lin Sheng was a little curious. He did not know why his father had called him alone, but he still followed Lin Feng obediently to the secret chamber. "Shenger, what are your thoughts after this experience?" Lin Feng asked solemnly. "Thoughts?" Lin Sheng thought carefully and finally said in a low voice, "I feel that I'm too weak. I can't even protect the people around me. I want to be powerful." "That's right. Now, do you understand the significance of guardian domain?" "Father, I understand your painstaking efforts now." Lin Sheng truly understood now. Only when he was too weak to do anything, and struggling helplessly before Qi Feng, did he realize how difficult things were for his father, Lin Feng. If he were in Lin Feng's place, bringing his home planet to its current state was simply unimaginable. Back then, the entire human race on his home planet was on Lin Feng's shoulders. Under such immense pressure, it was already a miracle that Lin Feng was not crushed. Moreover, he had single-handedly brought his home planet to the North River Galaxy, and developed the Guardian Domain. Only now did Lin Sheng understand what a great man his father was. If it were him, he would not be able to carry this responsibility at all. Since you understand the meaning of protection, you should know that without strength, empty words of ambition are meaningless. Now, I'll demonstrate the law of tides for you. You have to study it attentively. If you can comprehend the law of tides, it will be very helpful for improving your strength. As for the 6 life transitions, remember to try your best to improve your combat body. If you can improve your combat body to the consummate level, you will naturally be able to metamorphose into a planetary life form. Consummate combat body. Lin Sheng had never heard of anything called the consummate combat body. Lin Feng had only learned the secret of the consummate combat body after cultivating it for the first time in the divine palace of Bamond. Now, Lin Feng would pass on the secret of the consummate combat body to Lin Sheng, and ask him to work hard in the direction of the consummate combat body. It did not matter if he failed. As long as he worked hard, even if he failed to master the consummate combat body in the end, it would still be of great benefit to Lin Sheng when he metamorphosed into a planetary life form in the future. Lin Feng imparted laws and the combat body techniques one by one. Of course, what he imparted was not the tidal combat body. However, with Lin Feng's current understanding of the law of tides, and his cultivation of the tidal combat body on top of it, it was not hard for him to alter the tidal combat body slightly. The tidal combat body was the combat body of the divine palace of Bamond. It could not be imparted lightly. However, the combat body that Lin Feng had improved did not belong to the divine palace of Bamond. Even cultivators who were advanced planetary life forms could not improve the combat body. However, Lin Feng had comprehended the law of tides, and his comprehension of it was at the advanced planetary level. His understanding of the tidal combat body was even stronger than those grand emperors who were ultimate planetary life forms. That was why he could easily improve the tidal combat body. The combat body and laws that Lin Feng had left for Lin Sheng were the foundation of the territory and his home planet. To stand tall in the North River Galaxy, legacies were indispensable. Lin Feng had given Lin Sheng legacies now. From territory, legacies, to security measures, Lin Feng had left almost everything for his home planet. If his home planet still could not develop safely even then, there was nothing Lin Feng could do. He had already paved the way. How his home planet could develop would depend on the humans on it. "Father, are you leaving?" Lin Sheng saw that his father had handed over the combat body and laws to him completely, and seemed to be instructing him about future matters regarding the home planet and the guardian domain. Lin Sheng felt a trace of unease. It seemed like his father was about to leave. "That's right. I'm indeed about to leave the North River Galaxy." Lin Feng did not hide it and heaved a long sigh. The 100-year deadline was about to arrive. He could not stay in the North River Galaxy forever. He had to return to the divine palace of Beaumont. The Big Bang was a grand event for all cultivators above the planetary level. Perhaps even the many grand emperors of the North River Galaxy would participate. If he missed this opportunity, there was no knowing how long he would have to wait before the next Big Bang. Hence, Lin Feng would not miss this Big Bang. Seeing that Lin Xing seemed a little anxious, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm only leaving temporarily this time. If there are no accidents in the future, I'll come back often too. However, I'm going to participate in the Big Bang this time. Such a grand event can only be chanced upon by luck. Even grand emperors and divine kings seek after it eagerly and will not miss it. Hence, I'll take my avatar with me as well, and participate in the Big Bang in my strongest state. After I leave, Venerable Vigil will help me to take care of the Guardian Domain. However, it is of utmost importance that the Guardian Domain must become independent. Do you understand?" Lin Xing nodded hard, indicating that he understood. Lin Feng had no choice. If he left his avatar behind, the Guardian Domain would naturally be safest. However, the reason he was participating in the Big Bang this time was actually to acquire the innumerable new substances produced during the Big Bang. These new substances would very likely allow Lin Feng's combat body to reach consummation. Then, he could undergo metamorphosis directly, and become an advanced planetary life form. Hence, he could not leave any avatar behind. Otherwise, his combat body would not become consummate, and it would pose a hindrance to his cultivation. Faced with a grand event like the Big Bang, Lin Feng naturally did not dare to slack off at all. He had to give it his all. Chapter 494, Challenging the Grand Emperor. Chapter 494, Challenging the Grand Emperor. Next, Lin Feng went all out to nurture Lin Sheng. Of course, Lin Feng was not stingy with the others on his home planet. He supported all those who were truly outstanding. This was especially the case for cultivators with 5 life transitions. Lin Feng publicly invited those cultivators with 5 life transitions in the Guardian Domain, and it was not limited to human cultivators on his home planet. All cultivators with 5 life transitions who lived in the Guardian Domain and followed the rules of the Guardian Domain received Lin Feng's invitation. Lin Feng explained some cultivation experiences regarding the combat body in detail. In particular, the experience regarding the beginning of metamorphosis into a planetary life form from 6 life transitions was very rare and precious. Without a master, it was almost impossible to obtain such experiences. Often, many cultivators who lacked such experience took the wrong path. They might even end up with regrets for the rest of their lives. However, with the experience imparted by Lin Feng, many cultivators could examine themselves and see if they had taken the wrong path. If they had not, they would continue forward, and one day, they would be able to metamorphose into a planetary life form. If they took the wrong path, they would correct it in time to avoid sinking deeper. Lin Feng imparted various cultivation experiences, and it took a total of 3 days. In these 3 days, many cultivators had gained a lot. Moreover, they were deeply grateful to Lin Feng, and had a greater sense of belonging to the Guardian Domain. After all, almost no one in the entire North River Galaxy had ever heard of a Dominus who could openly impart cultivation experience like Lin Feng. Cultivation experiences were usually only imparted to disciples. 3 days later, Lin Feng made a trip to Vigil Domain to visit Venerable Vigil. Haha, Brother Lin Feng, I heard that you are publicly imparting cultivation experience in the Guardian Domain. This is an unprecedented event in the North River Galaxy. From afar, Venerable Vigil's voice entered Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng smiled weakly and shook his head. Big brother, don't make fun of me. I had no choice. I'm about to leave the North River Galaxy, but not a single planetary life-form cultivator has been born in my Guardian Domain yet. This is the only solution. This was the truth. It was not that Lin Feng had such nobility that he wanted to preach to the world when no one else had done it, but that the Guardian Domain's foundation was shallow. It might not even have a foundation to speak of. Apart from Lin Feng, there was no other planetary life form. Lin Feng had no choice but to use this method, hoping that a planetary life form could be born in the Guardian domain as soon as possible. Whether there were planetary life forms in a domain was still rather important. Brother Lin Feng is leaving. Venerable Vigil was very surprised. The Guardian domain was prospering in the present. Why was Lin Feng suddenly leaving? Big brother, have you ever heard of the Big Bang? Of course I've heard of the Big Bang. It's a grand event for the entire universe. Forget about grand emperors, there's no knowing how many galactic-level divine kings will be there. Is Brother Lin Feng going to participate in the Big Bang? Venerable Vigil's eyes lit up. The Big Bang was a rare event in the universe. During this period, many new substances and all kinds of miraculous items would be produced. All of them actually appeared during the Big Bang. That's right. I've already made an agreement with someone in the Divine Palace 100 years ago that I'll definitely participate in the Big Bang. Big brother, why don't you participate in the Big Bang? Venerable Vigil smiled weakly and shook his head. Brother Lin Feng, I'm different from you. Although I seem to be very prestigious in the North River Galaxy, if I head to the Big Bang, there's a high chance that I'll be doomed. I'm an itinerant cultivator, and most cultivators in the North River Galaxy are also itinerant cultivators. Normally, it doesn't matter much, and it wouldn't affect things at all. However, if I head to the Big Bang, where the various major factions in the universe gather, even those famous Grand Emperors in our North River Galaxy will only be minor characters. Lin Feng nodded to himself. That was the truth. Just the Divine Palace of Bamond alone had many ultimate planetary life forms. In the North River Galaxy, they would be Grand Emperors, and top-notch Grand Emperors at that. If Grand Emperors of the North River Galaxy participated in the Big Bang, they would be nothing much. Any major faction would be stronger than the many Grand Emperors of the North River Galaxy. Even the Divine Palace of Bamond could not be considered powerful in the vast universe. They had to stick together, or they would still be in danger during the Big Bang. Although they knew that there were many benefits to the Big Bang, most of the Domini of the North River Galaxy probably would not participate. It was not that they could not, but that they did not dare to. Big brother, rest assured that if I obtain some new substances in the Big Bang, Big brother will definitely get a share. Haha, then I'll thank you in advance. Don't worry, brother. After you leave, you can be assured of the safety of the Guardian domain. Whoever once goes against the Guardian domain will be going against the Vigil domain. This was exactly what Lin Feng wanted to hear. Otherwise, why would he specially visit Venerable Vigil, and even promise Venerable Vigil some new substances from the Big Bang? Actually, it was just to ask Venerable Vigil to help look out for the Guardian domain. Having been in the North River Galaxy for so many years, Lin Feng still trusted Spirit Master Yu more. Hence, he could only ask Spirit Master Yu for help regarding the safety of the Guardian domain first. Then I'll be counting on you, big brother. Haha, don't worry, brother Lin Feng. After Lin Feng bade farewell to Venerable Vigil, he returned to the Guardian domain. He still needed to inform Chu Chen. Although Chu Chen was a little reluctant, she was different from Lin Sheng. She knew that Lin Feng was carrying the responsibility of their entire home planet, and now, he was carrying the responsibility of the entire Guardian domain. Moreover, Lin Feng had been by her side for more than 80 years. She could not be selfish and ask Lin Feng to stay by her side forever. Hence, Chu Chen did not stop him, and told Lin Feng to leave without worries. She would deal with matters in Guardian domain properly. Everything was ready, but Lin Feng still had one last thing to do. Hence, he broke through the space and instantly stepped into a spatial passage, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The Scorpius domain had more than 10,000 territorial planets. It was one of the strongest domains in the entire North River Galaxy. This was because it was the domain of Grand Emperor Scorpius. Grand Emperor Scorpius had been famous for a long time. He was renowned in the North River Galaxy, and became one of the strongest emperors In his early years, he had gone to war everywhere. But now, Grand Emperor Scorpius was focused on cultivating and attempting to become a divine king. Hence, he rarely appeared anymore. Even though Grand Emperor Scorpius rarely appeared, no one dared to provoke the Scorpius domain. The entire Scorpius domain could be considered one of the safest domains in the North River Galaxy. Buzz. Suddenly, the void rippled like water, spreading in all directions. A figure walked out of the void and stood quietly in the cosmos. His gaze was incomparably deep as he looked at the distant Scorpius domain. Scorpius domain. This figure was naturally Lin Feng. He had shuttled from the Guardian domain to the other end of the North River Galaxy, and directly to the Scorpius domain. He had only one purpose, and it was naturally to challenge the Grand Emperor Scorpius. Chapter 495. Chapter 495, All Sent Flying. Grand Emperors were the top entities in the North River Galaxy. Among the ultimate planetary cultivators, apart from the North River Divine King, the Grand Emperors were the strongest. Lin Feng had already defeated Dominus Prime Dragon, and it was done effortlessly. This only made Lin Feng even more confused about his own strength. It seemed like a venerable was no longer his match. Then, what about a Grand Emperor above a venerable? Lin Feng had to figure it out. Otherwise, he might encounter all kinds of experts when participating in the Big Bang. If he was unclear about the tier of his own strength, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Hence, before leaving, Lin Feng was prepared to challenge a Grand Emperor, and go all out to see how much difference there was between himself and a Grand Emperor. As for the dangers that might occur, Lin Feng was not too concerned. His comprehension of the law of space had already reached the advanced level, and he could warp space directly at any time. Even if space was shattered, as long as there was still a sliver of space, Lin Feng could warp it. Even if a divine king sealed space immediately, Lin Feng could still warp it with some effort. Hence, when one's comprehension of the law of space reached a high level, they would almost be invincible. Of course, some artifacts might be able to seal space such that even the advanced planetary law of space could not traverse it. However, such artifacts were ultimately rare. If Lin Feng's comprehension of the law of space reached the ultimate level, he could practically warp space with a thought. No power or artifact could stop him from warping space anymore. Moreover, even if something unexpected happened, Lin Feng still had the Black Hole Pearl. This was an artifact refined by Divine King Bamond, comparable to a strike from a Grand Emperor. Lin Feng had enough trump cards to protect himself. He had nothing to fear, even when facing a Grand Emperor. Hence, Lin Feng planned to challenge a Grand Emperor to see how strong he was now, and the gap between himself and a Grand Emperor. In order not to avoid being recognized by the Grand Emperor, Lin Feng even chose the Scorpius domain, which was very far from the Guardian domain, and prepared to challenge Grand Emperor Scorpius. At this moment, the atmosphere in Scorpius domain was still peaceful. Countless cultivators surged into the Scorpius domain to trade for some resources they needed. Lin Feng could even sense that there were those at the level of venerables, paying close attention to everything around them. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Feng. Greater Annihilative Combat Body. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all and immediately used the Greater Annihilative Combat Body. Since he wanted to fight, the Greater Annihilative Combat Body was the most suitable. The Greater Annihilative Combat Body, which was 200,000 kilometers in size, emitted a terrifying aura. Such a huge combat body naturally attracted the attention of the Scorpius domain. Streaks of mental power swept through the cosmos where Lin Feng was. Then, 3 elementary planetary lifeforms with combat bodies of tens of thousands of kilometers flew out. Who are you? You cannot deploy your combat body outside the Scorpius domain. The 3 of them warned Lin Feng coldly, but they were not on guard. Who would dare to attack them? This was the Scorpius domain. Even venerables had to behave themselves when they came here, and did not dare to be unruly at all. Moreover, Lin Feng was clearly an elementary planetary life form. I'm here to challenge Grand Emperor Scorpius. Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned. Challenging Grand Emperor Scorpius. The three of them sized Lin Feng up carefully. Finally, they could not help but smile slightly and say, "What did you say? Challenge Grand Emperor Scorpius? Haha, stop joking around and leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble if you displease the venerables." The three of them shook their heads. How could they believe that an elementary planetary cultivator wanted to challenge Grand Emperor Scorpius? That was impossible. Lin Feng had already expected this would happen. He did not say anything else, and directly struck out with a palm. What? The three of them turned pale with shock. They could not believe their eyes. Someone actually dared to attack them outside the Scorpius domain. Even though the three of them all used their origin weapons one after another, how terrifying was a palm strike from Lin Feng? Even without using laws, it could easily defeat these three planetary lifeforms. Boom. The three of them were sent flying for tens of thousands of kilometers. This was with Lin Feng showing mercy. Otherwise, the three of them would not have just been sent flying. How dare you? A venerable used his combat body and charged towards Lin Feng like a roaring behemoth. You're not qualified. Get lost. Lin Feng deliberately used an arrogant tone to send this venerable flying with a palm strike. That was a venerable with a combat body of tens of millions of kilometers, almost on par with Venerable Vigil. He was considered an expert even in the Scorpius domain, yet he was still sent flying by Lin Feng's palm strike. Moreover, Lin Feng's voice spread throughout the Scorpius domain. For a moment, more than 10 terrifying auras soared into the sky. From the Scorpius domain. They were all venerables of the Scorpius domain. Lin Feng was not interested in fighting with these venerables. He shouted, "Grand Emperor Scorpius, do you only dare to hide within the Scorpius domain?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Scorpius domain was incomparably furious. Grand Emperor Scorpius reigned supreme in the Scorpius domain. No one would dare to insult Grand Emperor Scorpius. But now, Lin Feng's words were clearly an insult to the Grand Emperor Scorpius. There was already a strong killing intent in the auras of those venerables. Those in the Scorpius domain were even more shaken. Who dares to provoke Grand Emperor Scorpius? The last time someone provoked Grand Emperor Scorpius was more than 18,000 years ago, right? At that time, I think it was a top venerable who wanted to fight the Grand Emperor to stimulate his potential. However, that top venerable was killed by Grand Emperor Scorpius with only one move. Will Grand Emperor Scorpius appear? It feels like it's been a long time since Grand Emperor Scorpius appeared. Seeing someone was challenging the Grand Emperor Scorpius, none of the many cultivators in the Scorpius domain were actually afraid. Instead, they behaved like they were watching a show. Many of them were even very excited. Grand Emperor Scorpius had been famed for a long time. No one would think that Lin Feng, an elementary planetary cultivator, could pose any threat to Grand Emperor Scorpius. They were more interested in whether they could see Grand Emperor Scorpius. After all, Grand Emperor Scorpius had not made an appearance in a long time. Grand Emperor Scorpius did not appear, even when Lin Feng provoked him. Those that appeared were 13 venerables. 2 of them were even top-notch venerables. Their combat bodies had already exceeded 30 million kilometers, which was about the same as Venerable Prime Dragon. Seeing so many powerful venerables and the large number of elementary planetary lifeforms in the Scorpius domain, Lin Feng was also very envious. This was true foundation. With such a foundation, even without Grand Emperor Scorpius, the Scorpius domain could still stand tall in the North River Galaxy. However, it would be too troublesome to fight more than 10 venerables one by one. Lin Feng's goal was to challenge the Grand Emperor Scorpius and see the difference between himself and a Grand Emperor, not to really start a feud with the Scorpius domain. Get lost. Lin Feng did not hold back. With the enhancement of the greater annihilative combat body and the advanced planetary law of annihilation, Lin Feng's greater annihilative combat body was equivalent to a combat body of 200 million kilometers. How terrifying was this? With a single palm strike, it covered everything, enveloping the entire cosmos. All the venerables felt their vision darken. They did not even have any ability to resist before they were sent flying millions of kilometers away. Everyone was aghast. This was decidedly not a power that a venerable could possess. Could it be a Grand Emperor? Chapter 496, Grand Emperor Scorpius. Chapter 496, Grand Emperor Scorpius. The entire cosmos seemed to have fallen silent all of a sudden. Everyone who saw this scene was speechless. Just now, they were still discussing how ignorant Lin Feng was to actually dare to challenge Grand Emperor Scorpius. But now, Lin Feng had defeated 13 venerables with one move. Moreover, 2 of the venerables were the top venerables below Grand Emperors. How could anyone but a Grand Emperor defeat more than 10 venerables in one move? Is he really a Grand Emperor? But I don't think I've ever seen this Grand Emperor before. Perhaps he changed his appearance and doesn't want his identity to be known. The voices of discussion gradually diminished in volume. If Lin Feng were a Grand Emperor who came to challenge Grand Emperor Scorpius, things would be different. It was bound to be a devastating battle. If they were not careful, even the entire Scorpius domain might be destroyed. At this moment, the dozen or so venerables who had been sent flying by Lin Feng's palm strike also came to their senses one after another. Their expressions turned very dark, especially the 2 top-notch venerables. They actually could not resist at all before they were sent flying. The difference was just too great. However, no matter how reluctant they had no choice but to accept that this new challenger was very likely really a Grand Emperor. Otherwise, how could he have put them in such a sorry state? Moreover, the other party had shown mercy. Although some of the dozen or so venerables were seriously injured, none of them died. Hence, they did not dare to approach. Instead, they all sent messages to Grand Emperor Scorpius. Lin Feng stood in the cosmos, and the aura on his body gradually converged. The 200,000-kilometer combat body seemed insignificant in the eyes of many venerables, but no one dared to underestimate Lin Feng now. It was as if the 200,000-kilometer combat body had already become a special message. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He waited quietly and adjusted his state. Ever since he had comprehended all 3 laws to the advanced level, he had never attacked with his full strength. Be it when facing Dominus Prime Dragon, or the venerables of Scorpius domain, Lin Feng had actually not even used half of his strength before he was already near invincible. Almost no venerable could withstand a single strike from him. Only a Grand Emperor could make Lin Feng attack with his full strength. The cosmos seemed to have become even calmer, but Lin Feng's eyes suddenly focused. Then, he only stared at the distant cosmos as a man slowly walked over. This man looked very young, but his eyes were very deep. There was no knowing how long he had lived. There was no overly powerful aura on him from head to toe, but he made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. No one had ever been able to make Lin Feng feel this way. It was as if he was facing the Divine King Bamand from back then, but there was a difference. Divine King Bamand was actually not too imposing. In fact, there was no imposing air from him at all. There was just a kind of suppression in terms of the level of life. However, this mysterious person did not suppress him in terms of the level of life, but gave off an extremely strong sense of danger. Grand Emperor Scorpius. Lin Feng enunciated each word clearly and said in a solemn tone. He had come to the Scorpius domain to challenge Grand Emperor Scorpius. Naturally, he had done his research, and knew what Grand Emperor Scorpius looked like. The mysterious man in front of him was Grand Emperor Scorpius. Lin Feng treated him as a formidable enemy, and his expression became very solemn. Grand Emperor Scorpius had finally appeared. This was the first time he was facing a Grand Emperor directly. Even back in the Divine Palace of Bamand, Lin Feng had never seen an ultimate planetary life form who was a Grand Emperor in terms of power. He did not know how strong a Grand Emperor was, but now that he was facing Grand Emperor Scorpius head-on, a strong sense of danger arose in the depths of his heart. He vaguely sensed that a Grand Emperor was probably stronger than he had imagined. Your aura is very unique. You are not a Grand Emperor, or even a Venerable. You have undergone 6 life transitions, and you're an elementary planetary life form. Grand Emperor Scorpius frowned and sized Lin Feng up carefully. In the end, even Grand Emperor Scorpius could not help but be surprised. There were countless elementary planetary life forms in his Scorpius domain. However, even 10 or 100 elementary planetary life forms combined were not as powerful as Lin Feng. Moreover, being able to send more than 10 venerables flying with a single palm strike was not something elementary planetary life forms could accomplish at all. Could the other party really be a Grand Emperor, just one who had special methods to conceal his aura? For the first time, Grand Emperor Scorpius felt that he could not see through Lin Feng. While Grand Emperor Scorpius was confused, Lin Feng was not calm either. When facing Grand Emperor Scorpius, he felt transparent, as if he had been seen through. As expected of a Grand Emperor, he was indeed not someone a venerable could compare to. Who are you? Grand Emperor Scorpius, you can call me Wanderer. Lin Feng had already thought of an alias. Wanderer. Grand Emperor Scorpius's frown deepened. He could tell that the Wanderer was definitely an alias, and he had changed his appearance. He was certain that there was no such person as the Wanderer in the North River Galaxy. Could he actually be one of those ascetic cultivators drifting through the universe, desperately seeking the mysteries of the universe? If he was really one of those ascetic cultivators, Grand Emperor definitely did not dare to underestimate him. Those ascetic cultivators were like lunatics in the eyes of Grand Emperor Scorpius. There were even entities at the level of the Grand Emperors among them. They were entirely focused on metamorphosing again, undergoing a life transition, and thus attaining sublimation. It was not like Grand Emperor Scorpius had never met such ascetic cultivators before. They were all rather tricky to deal with. Lin Feng's alias was Wanderer, and he was powerful. This gave Grand Emperor Scorpius the misconception that Lin Feng might be a drifter. Lin Feng would much rather Grand Emperor Scorpius remain ignorant to his origins. He no longer hesitated and said with a solemn expression, Grand Emperor Scorpius, I came specially for you. I want to challenge you. Challenge me. Grand Emperor Scorpius shook his head. As long as the other party was not a Grand Emperor, Grand Emperor Scorpius would not pay any mind to it. Let's go further from here. Don't destroy the Scorpius domain. Of course. Hence, Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius left the Scorpius domain. Those venerables and some bolder elementary planetary life forms followed them from afar. This unprecedented battle between Grand Emperors was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. If they missed this opportunity, there was no knowing how long it would take for them to encounter the next one. Hence, none of them were willing to miss this opportunity. They would rather watch from afar. Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius confronted each other in the cosmos. Neither of them paid attention to the others. Their mental power immediately locked onto the other. Scorpius combat body. Grand Emperor Scorpius did not dare to take things lightly. He deployed its combat body, and his body expanded wildly. Immediately, a terrifying aura was emitted. It was as if even the cosmos was shaking. Even Lin Feng felt a huge pressure on his combat body. Powerful, too powerful. No wonder some people called the Grand Emperors black holes. It was not that their combat bodies were black holes. In reality, even black holes were not as massive as the combat body of Grand Emperors. However, the combat body of a Grand Emperor could affect all living beings or planets within a radius of billions of kilometers, like a black hole. The sheer impact it radiated was unimaginable. As for Lin Feng, this was the first time he was facing the unimaginably massive combat body of a Grand Emperor. Chapter 497, Gap. Chapter 497, Gap. Boom. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. Before Grand Emperor Scorpius's combat body was completely deployed, he had already unleashed the full power of the greater annihilative combat body. Moreover, it was with the enhancement of the advanced planetary law of annihilation. With the thousand-fold enhancement of the law of annihilation, Lin Feng's strength was easily comparable to 200 million kilometers. Moreover, the law of annihilation was devastating and capable of destroying anything. When Lin Feng's full power strike struck Grand Emperor Scorpius's body, a devastating force erupted with a bang. Immediately, the cells of Grand Emperor Scorpius's combat body collapsed continuously. However, that was all. Grand Emperor Scorpius did not even move from Lin Feng's full power strike. He even allowed its combat body cells to collapse continuously, as if he did not care at all. Grand Emperor Scorpius was even rather surprised. You're not a Grand Emperor. This power is far inferior to a Grand Emperor. You've comprehended at least an advanced planetary law. Grand Emperor Scorpius came to a sudden realization. He finally understood why he felt that he could not see through the Wanderer. Even though the Wanderer's combat body was only 200,000 kilometers long. From the looks of it now, it was not that he could not see through the Wanderer, but that he had long seen through him. It was just that he refused to believe it. The Wanderer was really just an elementary planetary life form. The 200,000 kilometer combat body was also the true combat body of the Wanderer. However, the Wanderer could easily defeat more than 10 venerables. It seemed like something only a Grand Emperor could do. But Grand Emperor Scorpius had neglected to consider one type of individuals, and that was cultivators who had comprehended laws. For certain special cultivators, if they comprehended a rudimentary law, it could enhance their combat body by tenfold if combined with the combat body. If they could comprehend the elementary planetary law, it could even enhance their combat body by 100-fold. There were even those who comprehended advanced planetary laws and ultimate planetary laws, which could increase the combat body by 1,000 or 10,000 times. However, there were just too few cultivators who could comprehend laws, and the effort was not proportional to the gains. For many cultivators, if they focused on studying the combat body and obtained some resources, they could achieve at least 5 life transitions. They could even become planetary lifeforms as long as they had the opportunity. As for laws, if one could not comprehend it, no matter how much time was spent, it would be for naught. No amount of resources would help. One could only rely on themselves to comprehend it. Apart from those cultivators who were extremely talented, very few cultivators would spend effort to comprehend laws. All those cultivators who could comprehend planetary laws were top geniuses in the vast universe, or top geniuses that were hard to come by in billions of years in supreme factions. Grand Emperor Scorpius had also met such geniuses before. They were indeed extraordinarily impressive. They were practically invincible among those of the same level, and could even fight above their levels. However, it was unheard of for a mere elementary planetary life form to comprehend advanced planetary laws, like the Wanderer in front of him. It was no wonder that Grand Emperor Scorpius could not see through it no matter what previously. It was not that Grand Emperor Scorpius was ignorant, but that all of this was too shocking. No one would believe it even if he announced it. And the truth was right before his eyes. Seal. Grand Emperor Scorpius's first thought was to capture this Wanderer. No matter who the other party was, being able to comprehend the advanced planetary law meant an incredible level of comprehension ability. However, since the other party had offended him, how could Grand Emperor Scorpius hold back? Expand. 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 The Grand Emperor Scorpius's palm enveloped everything. Just this single palm had already exceeded billions of kilometers. Even if Lin Feng really had a combat body of 200 million kilometers, it was useless before this huge palm. Lin Feng saw the true strength of a Grand Emperor. That massive combat body was simply unimaginable to Lin Feng. He could not even describe it. 200 million kilometers was nothing. Even 2 billion kilometers or 20 billion kilometers was nothing. It was not even a fraction of Grand Emperor Scorpius's combat body. This was because Grand Emperor Scorpius had deployed his entire combat body at this moment, which had already reached more than a light year. What was the concept of a light year? A light year was equivalent to more than 900 trillion kilometers. How massive would that combat body be? Forget about the 1,000-fold enhancement of Lin Feng's combat body, even if it was enhanced by 10,000 times, he would still be as insignificant as an ant before a Grand Emperor. They were not on the same level at all. Lin Feng finally understood why a Grand Emperor could dominate the cosmos and become the hegemon of a region. No matter how many venerables were put together, they were absolutely not a match for a Grand Emperor. In many galaxies, without a divine king, a Grand Emperor could dominate for a lifetime. No matter where it was, a Grand Emperor was a powerful entity from on high, and definitely not someone a venerable could compare to. Even in the divine palace of Bamand, there were many difficult matters that divine King Bamand could only resolve by sending a Grand Emperor who was an ultimate planetary life form. Lin Feng could not help but smile with lament inwardly. He finally understood why his previous strike had gone so smoothly. Even if the cells of Grand Emperor Scorpius's combat body were constantly destroyed, so what? Even if all hundreds of millions of kilometers of combat body cells were destroyed, they would only be a tiny fraction of the entire combat body of Grand Emperor Scorpius. How could Grand Emperor Scorpius pay any mind to them? The difference is too great. Lin Feng smiled with lament inwardly. He looked at Grand Emperor Scorpius's palm above, and felt as if all his surroundings had been sealed. At this moment, Lin Feng no longer had any intention of fighting. A Grand Emperor and those below a Grand Emperor were on two completely different levels of life. The gulf was so great that even with the enhancement of laws, it was very difficult to make up for such a gap. Perhaps the ultimate planetary law could make up for such a gap, but Lin Feng had no clue about the ultimate planetary law, even with the help of the sacred stone of anathema. Moreover, even if he really comprehended the ultimate planetary law at that time, what was the point of a slightly more enhanced combat body? There was a huge difference in terms of the level of life alone between them. Seeing Grand Emperor Scorpius's huge palm descend, Lin Feng was no longer in the mood to fight. The surrounding space had already been sealed by the power of Grand Emperor Scorpius. If Lin Feng had only comprehended the elementary law of space, he could only use the black hole pearl now. However, Lin Feng had already comprehended the advanced law of space. So what if Grand Emperor Scorpius had sealed it? Lin Feng quickly transformed his combat body into the void traversal combat body. Then, without even shattering the space, he completely integrated into it, as if he was a part of space itself. Boom. With a grab from Grand Emperor Scorpius, the space in the surrounding cosmos shattered. However, there was not a trace of elation on Grand Emperor Scorpius's face. Instead, his expression was slightly dark. Spatial warp. In his fury, Grand Emperor Scorpius blasted another stretch of the cosmos apart. However, there was no longer any sign of the Wanderer. It was as if the Wanderer had never appeared at all. Chapter 498, Returning to the Divine Palace. Chapter 498, Returning to the Divine Palace. The 13 venerables flew in front of Grand Emperor Scorpius at this moment. Grand Emperor Scorpius had already returned to the size of a normal person. He stood quietly in the cosmos, his expression a little aloof. Grand Emperor, is that person already dead? The 13 venerables asked cautiously. Moreover, only the 2 top-notch venerables dared to ask. The other venerables stood silently at the side. Dead. Grand Emperor Scorpius laughed coldly. His gaze turned abyssal as the cosmos as he said in a low voice, "How can he be dead? If I'm not wrong, he has already warped space and left." Warp space. He's a Grand Emperor who has comprehended the law of space. The venerables were shocked. A Grand Emperor who had comprehended the law of space was extraordinary. It seemed that a Grand Emperor who had comprehended the law of space was unheard of in the entire North River Galaxy. Who said that he's a Grand Emperor? Grand Emperor Scorpius's words shocked everyone. If he wasn't the Emperor, could he be a venerable? He's not a Grand Emperor, nor is he a venerable. He's just an elementary planetary life form. What? That's impossible. There's no way he can be an elementary planetary life form. The venerables were aghast. They could not believe their ears. They had really heard Grand Emperor Scorpius what had said. The other party was not even a venerable, and was only an elementary planetary life form. However, could an elementary planetary life form contend with a Grand Emperor? Could he send the 13 venerables flying with a single strike? Even though Grand Emperor Scorpius was the one who said it, they still could not quite believe it. Seeing that those venerables did not seem to quite believe it, Grand Emperor Scorpius snorted coldly. Humph, ignorant. There are plenty of geniuses who have comprehended laws in the vast universe. If I'm not wrong, this person is a top genius who has comprehended planetary laws, and advanced planetary laws at that. This kind of individuals cannot be evaluated by common standards. Moreover, he has comprehended the law of space. That means he has comprehended at least 2 laws. It's unbelievable. Even Grand Emperor Scorpius could not help but give praise and exclaim. Lin Feng had indeed shaken him. He had comprehended 2 laws to an advanced level. Such aptitude was simply unheard of. The other 13 venerables also had thoughtful expressions. Comprehending 2 types of advanced planetary laws was too shocking. Your Majesty, this person has such obvious characteristics. Why don't we search the North River Galaxy? We'll definitely be able to find him. Someone immediately made the suggestion to Grand Emperor Scorpius, but Grand Emperor Scorpius's face darkened. So what if you find him? Can you kill him? Moreover, he changed his appearance and hid his name. In the first place because he didn't want anyone to know his true identity. We didn't lose anything. It was just a spar. Such a genius is destined to shine in the future. Perhaps he'll go even further than I. Making such a great enemy over no reason is unwise. Grand Emperor Scorpius saw things very clearly. He would not pursue this matter, because it was meaningless. It would only offend this cultivator with terrifying aptitude instead. They would pretend that this matter had never happened. In any case, the Scorpius domain did not suffer any losses. The other party seemed to be wary as well, and did not attack to kill. Grand Emperor Scorpius also gave strict orders for everyone to stop investigating this matter. The accident in Scorpius domain passed just like that. There were only occasional rumors that a mysterious cultivator challenged Grand Emperor Scorpius, but failed. As for whether they were dead or had escaped, no one could say for sure. Swoosh. Lin Feng emerged from the spatial passage. His face was still a little pale. He still had a lingering fear when he thought of Grand Emperor Scorpius's terrifying palm strike just now. It was too powerful, even beyond his expectations. As worthy of a Grand Emperor, he could dominate an expanse of the cosmos and even seal space. If Lin Feng had not comprehended the advanced law of space, it would not have been so easy for him to escape successfully today. Normally, if a divine king does not come into being, a Grand Emperor would be the strongest in the cosmos. No wonder a Grand Emperor can dominate the cosmos without any match. The difference is just too great. It feels like 2 completely different levels of life. Lin Feng already vaguely understood. The Grand Emperor was a whole new level of life sublimation. The 8th life transition was also a hurdle. In the North River Galaxy, the venerables were many. Be they ordinary or top-notch venerables, there were ultimately many of them. However, there were very few Grand Emperors. This was because Grand Emperors were simply too powerful. They were so powerful that no matter how many venerables attacked together at once, it was useless before them. Every Grand Emperor could use a combat body of at least a light year. How terrifying was that? Even if Lin Feng became a venerable, and had the enhancements of advanced planetary laws, he probably would not be able to contend with a Grand Emperor. This was a Grand Emperor who dominated the universe and suppressed the cosmos. Everyone below a Grand Emperor was insignificant. No wonder even someone as proud as Venerable Vigil did not have the confidence to become a Grand Emperor, and was so cautious. When mentioning Grand Emperors, it turned out that Grand Emperors really were far more terrifying than Lin Feng had imagined. However, his battle with Grand Emperor Scorpius was not completely fruitless. At the very least, Lin Feng had found his own position. Now, his current strength should be between a venerable and a grand emperor. He could defeat almost all venerables below the grand emperors. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party had not comprehended planetary laws. Such strength had already far exceeded that when Lin Feng left the divine palace of Bamand. Even if he participated in the Big Bang, he would no longer be cannon fodder. He would at least be of some use now. It's time to return to the divine palace of Bamand. Raymond must already be getting anxious. Lin Feng turned around and looked in the direction of his home planet again. Then, he stepped into the spatial passage and teleported directly back to the divine palace of Bamand. The divine palace of Bamand. I've finally returned. Lin Feng looked at planet Bamand in front of him and suddenly felt a little emotional. It had been almost 90 years since he left the divine palace of Bamand. There were only 10 years left until the Big Bang. 90 years might not be worth mentioning to others, but to Lin Feng, when he came to the divine palace of Bamand. Back then, he was not even 50 years old. 90 years had passed at once. Naturally, there was a feeling of vicissitudes. Moreover, back when he had not left the divine palace of Bamand, the divine palace hadn't felt so important. However, after leaving the divine palace, Lin Feng realized that he still missed the divine palace a little. In Lin Feng's heart, the divine palace of Bamand was already the second place he missed, besides his home planet. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was his second home. He already had a true sense of belonging to the divine palace of Bamand. When Lin Feng arrived at the divine palace, he realized that there were people queuing up to enter the lower district again. This time, no one offended Lin Feng, because the cultivators guarding the door had long approached to welcome him. Your Highness Lin Feng, welcome back. Lin Feng nodded and left under everyone's envious gazes. Chapter 499, Visiting Raymond. Chapter 499, Visiting Raymond. Your Highness Lin Feng. Your Highness is back. Your Highness Lin Feng. As Lin Feng was returning to the upper district, be it in the lower or middle districts, everyone bowed respectfully when they saw Lin Feng. Disciples of the upper district should enjoy such treatment, but Lin Feng was a little surprised. He had only stayed in the divine palace for a short period of time, and had not been in the upper district for long. Moreover, he had always kept a low profile. Why did it seem like everyone knew him now? This was a little unusual. However, when Lin Feng returned to his residence in the upper district, he understood everything. Long Betham, what did you say? I've been appointed as a law mentor. Lin Feng was a little stunned. When had he been appointed as a law mentor without his own knowledge? Moreover, there were also benefits for being a law mentor. Once one became a law mentor, theoretically speaking, those disciples in the middle or lower districts who benefited from Lin Feng's lecture on laws would all be deeply grateful, and form an actual master-disciple relationship with him. Even though the entire divine palace, be it the lower, middle, or upper districts, were all nominally the disciples of divine King Bamand, in reality, even for core disciples in the upper district, how many of them could really receive guidance from the divine king? Most of them actually relied on themselves to cultivate. Moreover, as a law mentor, one could obtain a large number of contribution points that could be exchanged for some miraculous items in the divine palace. Lin Feng did not know whether to be amused or frustrated. He roughly understood why he had been appointed as a law mentor. After all, there were very few people in the entire divine palace who had comprehended laws, and those who comprehended planetary laws were even rarer. Lin Feng was the most suitable person to be a law mentor. Moreover, this was a compulsory appointment. Lin Feng did not have any room for negotiation. As long as he was still a member of the divine palace of Bamand, he had to follow their arrangements. Moreover, lecturing about the laws at least once in 100 years did not take that long. He would just have to lecture for a few hours. Moreover, if something delayed him, not lecturing once in a few centuries was nothing. He could just make up for it later. There was quite a large degree of freedom. No wonder so many disciples were enthusiastic towards Lin Feng when he passed by the lower and middle districts. They were even Overly enthusiastic. This was the true reason. He was a law mentor. Who would not want to comprehend the laws? With just a rudimentary law, one would be able to enhance the combat body by tenfold. How formidable was that? In terms of combat alone, there was no knowing how much it would increase combat power. For example, as one of the top venerables of the North River Galaxy, and the strongest venerable below the level of a Grand Emperor. Venerable Prime Dragon had a combat body of a total of 30 million kilometers. If he could comprehend a rudimentary law and enhance his combat body by tenfold, he would not have been completely trounced by Lin Feng. This was enough to show how important laws were. Master, when are you going to lecture about laws? There are still 10 years left before the century is up. There's no hurry. I'll naturally give a lecture before the Big Bang. Lin Feng had his own plans. By the way, did anyone come to look for me when I left the Divine Palace? Yes, His Highness Raymond did, and he looked for Master more than once. Lin Feng could roughly guess that Raymond was getting a little anxious. After all, the Big Bang was approaching. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to visit Divine King Bamand, and ask him what the so-called Divine Emperor was. He had obtained the Void Sky Divine Pearl of Divine Emperor Void Sky, so he naturally wanted to understand some of the situation. He had a feeling that Divine Emperor Void Sky should be an extraordinary entity. But now, Lin Feng decided to contact Raymond first. Long Betham, contact His Highness Raymond. Beep. Calling request in progress. Request accepted. Lin Feng had just gotten Long Betham to connect to His Highness Raymond when Raymond's voice sounded. Your Highness Lin Feng. You're back. I've kept Your Highness waiting. I just returned. Haha, it's good as long as you're back. There are still 10 years left. You made it in time. Your Highness Raymond, I'll come and visit you now. We can discuss things in person when we meet. Lin Feng hung up and prepared to visit Raymond. By the way, Long Betham, use the internal network of the Divine Palace to search about Divine Emperors. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought about using the internal network of the Divine Palace. Many secrets could only be found in the internal network. Search complete. There is no information regarding Divine Emperors. Lin Feng frowned slightly. There was no information found. It seemed like this matter about Divine Emperors was not an ordinary secret. He could ask Raymond indirectly when he visited. After all, His Highness Raymond had been cultivating for a long time. He might know some secrets. Hence, Lin Feng went to visit His Highness Raymond directly. Your Highness, sorry for disturbing you. Haha, Your Highness Lin Feng is too polite. I've been looking forward to Your Highness Lin Feng's return for a long time. Raymond welcomed Lin Feng into his residence enthusiastically. The two of them sat opposite each other. Raymond said emotionally, Your Highness Lin Feng, you're finally back. I haven't congratulated you on becoming a law mentor of the Divine Palace yet. It's just a mentor. It's nothing much. Lin Feng shook his head. However, Raymond's eyes widened. He smiled weakly and said, Your Highness is too modest. The significance of being a law mentor is extraordinary. You probably know the strongest disciple in the upper district of the Divine Palace, His Highness Long Yuan, right? He's a dignified Grand Emperor, a great entity who is an ultimate planetary life form. His Highness Long Yuan is so powerful in the Divine Palace. Not just because of his immense strength, but also because he was once a mentor. Many disciples who ascended to the upper district later were respected His Highness Long Yuan deeply. This is what influence is. Lin Feng nodded. He had also heard of Long Yuan. He was very influential, and was the right-hand man of Divine King Bamand. His Highness Long Yuan was involved in many secret matters. However, Lin Feng had a different opinion. Influence was important, but strength was the sole standard. If Long Yuan was not strong, no matter how influential he was, why would Divine King Bamand value Long Yuan so much? To cultivators, strength was the foundation, and influence was just the icing on the cake. As if sensing that Lin Feng was not enthusiastic about this topic, Raymond changed the topic and mentioned the Big Bang. Your Highness Lin Feng, I've already contacted 2 other disciples for this trip. They are core disciples of our upper district as well. Both are advanced planetary life forms and are quite powerful. No problem. Your Highness Raymond is the organizer in the first place. Naturally, it should be your decision. All right. If Your Highness has no objections, we'll prepare to set off in a month. Although there are still about 10 years until the Big Bang, just traveling will take some time. Moreover, we have to get there a bit earlier than the Big Bang. It would be a pity if we don't witness such a scene with our own eyes. Lin Feng had no objections either. He could also be better prepared in advance. The 2 of them chatted amicably. Lin Feng asked in an indirect manner, Your Highness Raymond, have you heard of divine emperors? Divine Emperor. Raymond's expression changed slightly. Then, his gaze flickered and he fell into deep thought. Chapter 500, The Secret of Divine Emperors. Chapter 500, The Secret of Divine Emperors. Seeing Raymond's expression, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could there be something special about the title of Divine Emperors? Raymond pondered for a long time. Finally, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he asked in a low voice, Your Highness Lin Feng, where did you hear about Divine Emperors? Lin Feng said with practically no hesitation, I've been to the North River Galaxy before, and accidentally heard someone mention Divine Emperors. I only know of the Divine King Bamond in the Divine Palace, and had never heard of Divine Emperors. I got curious, so I'm asking about it now. This was the reason Lin Feng had thought of long ago. He would not reveal the matter of the Divine Emperor Void Sky so lightly. North River Galaxy. So Your Highness Lin Feng has also been to the North River Galaxy. I heard that it's rather chaotic there. It's indeed rather chaotic. The strong are respected, and the weak are prey to the strong. In the North River Galaxy, it's difficult to even gain a foothold without great strength. His Highness Raymond nodded. Finally, he took a deep breath and said in a low voice, with a solemn expression, Your Highness Lin Feng, you've only been in the Divine Palace for a short period of time, and you haven't cultivated for long. It's normal that you don't know these secrets. In reality, many itinerant cultivators probably don't know what Divine Emperors are. However, I happen to know that this is a secret in cultivation. Only the disciples of some large factions know about it. Oh, please elaborate. Lin Feng also took on a somber attitude, appearing to take it very seriously. Raymond was very satisfied. Only then did he lower his voice and continue, as everyone knows, great galactic life forms are called divine kings. For example, His Majesty is the Divine King Bamond. His fame resonates throughout the universe. However, there are actually divine venerables above divine kings, and divine emperors above divine venerables. Divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors are not classified by levels of life transitions, but difference in strength. They are all at the galactic level, but even at the galactic level, individuals differ in strength. For example, as elementary planetary life forms, you have the enhancement of laws, while other cultivators do not. Is the difference not great? It's the same for great galactic life forms. The difference in strength between them is enormous. Divine emperors are one of those great experts who are at the critical point, apparently only half a step away from attaining the universal level. Even in the vast universe, they are considered the pinnacle of existence, and they are extremely rare. Every divine emperor dominates the cosmos and is invincible. There are very few divine venerables and divine emperors, so most cultivators naturally do not know about them. They only know about the divine kings. After all, most of the divine kings rule over an entire galaxy. Everyone knows about them. Lin Feng was overwhelmed with emotions. Although these were only some cultivation secrets, they gave him a relatively systematic and direct understanding of galactic life forms. It turned out that the Divine King was not the apex. There were still the Divine Venerables and Divine Emperors. The fact that Divine Emperor Void Sky had almost transformed into a universe was already very terrifying. He was a great life form, qualified to challenge the universal level. Even among divine emperors, he was probably one of the best. However, even such a powerful divine emperor still failed to transform into a universe in the end, and died as a result. Lin Feng's heart could not help but skip a beat. What were the mysteries of universal lifeforms above the galactic level? Originally, Lin Feng did not pay much attention to the Void Sky Divine Palace left behind by the Divine Emperor Void Sky in the Silent Galaxy. However, from the looks of it now, this was something left behind by a Divine Emperor. Even the Divine Kings would fight to attain it if they knew about this. Hence, this news absolutely must not get out. If news that he could find the Void Sky Divine Palace got out, even Divine King Bamond might not be able to protect him. Your Highness Lin Feng, did you really obtain this information about Divine Emperors from the North River Galaxy? Raymond was even a little suspicious. After all, if an ordinary cultivator was an itinerant cultivator, they might not know about Divine Emperors even if they became a venerable. This was a cultivation secret. Who would go around proclaiming that they were a divine emperor for no reason? Perhaps only those grand emperors who were ultimate planetary lifeforms would know some secrets. If not for a coincidental opportunity. Even Raymond would not know the difference between divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he remained very calm on the surface. He smiled and said, "Of course it's from hearsay. I just heard someone mention it in passing, but they refused to elaborate when I asked for details next. That's why it caught my attention." I see. If you ask others about such cultivation secrets, most of them wouldn't say anything. Raymond believed him this time. The two of them chatted about other things, then agreed to gather at Raymond's place in a month and begin the journey to the location of the Big Bang. Lin Feng agreed readily. After bidding farewell to Raymond, Lin Feng returned to his residence. All he could think about was the matter of Divine Emperor Void Sky. How could the things left behind by a great entity that could transform into the universe and attempted to metamorphose into a universal life form be ordinary? Even with Lin Feng's will, he could not maintain his composure now. I'll have to make a trip to the Void Sky Divine Palace sooner or later. But I can't do it now. The Divine Emperor Void Sky is a dignified Divine Emperor, who dominated the cosmos for a lifetime. His treasures probably won't be of much use to elementary planet lifeforms. Even if I find the Void Sky Divine Palace now, it won't be of much use. It might even attract trouble due to the treasures in the Void Sky Divine Palace. If I am to go, it would be best to do so after I strive to obtain more miraculous items after the Big Bang, and metamorphose into an advanced planetary life form. Only then would it be the best time to find the Void Sky Divine Palace. Lin Feng muttered softly. Actually, it would be best if Lin Feng could search for the Void Sky Divine Palace after he became a Grand Emperor. The things inside would definitely be useful to him. However, how could Lin Feng leave it alone when there was clearly a treasure trove in reach? Lin Feng was already showing enough restraint. Otherwise, he would have headed to the Silent Galaxy to search for the Void Sky Divine Palace now. There was still a month before the departure. Lin Feng did not waste this month. He organized his comprehension of the law of tides. 3 days later, he headed to the Middle District to lecture about the law of tides. Hearing this news, the people in the Middle District all cheered. It was not that Lin Feng looked down on the Lower District and did not want to go to the Lower District. The reason he decided to go to the Middle District was that most of the disciples in the Middle District had undergone 5 life transitions, and already had some contact with or understanding of laws. If he went to the Lower District, half of the people might not even know what laws were. Wouldn't that just be talking over their heads? Moreover, Lin Feng used his authority as a law mentor to make an exception. He allowed disciples in the Lower District who had some contact with or comprehension of laws to come to the Middle District to listen to the lecture. This decision also evoked great enthusiasm in many disciples in the Lower District. They all signed up to participate. 3 days passed in a flash. When Lin Feng descended in the Middle District, he realized that the square of the Middle District was actually filled with tens of thousands of disciples. The enthusiasm of the Divine Palace disciples exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. He had thought that 1,000 or 2,000 people would be about it, but he did not expect there to be so many. He had underestimated the identity of a law mentor. No wonder even Raymond, a core disciple of the Upper District and a dignified, advanced planetary lifeform, felt envy towards Lin Feng for becoming a law mentor of the Divine Palace. Chapter 501, Test. Chapter 501, Test. This was the first time Lin Feng was lecturing about laws, and many disciples were also highly enthusiastic. Of course, if he did not lecture well this time, he might not have such a warm reception the next time. Even though Lin Feng did not care about such fame, he still tried his best to do well. Lin Feng had a deep understanding of the law of tides. Even though the first law he comprehended was the law of annihilation, Lin Feng had comprehended the law of tides through hard work. This was a difference between the proactive and the passive. Lin Feng had been entirely proactive in comprehending the law of tides. Hence, he had a deeper understanding of the law of tides. Lin Feng did not go too deep when lecturing. He only explained the rudimentary law of tides, how to get started, how to comprehend it, and so on. It was entirely about Lin Feng's own experience. Although it was not systematically summarized, it was more realistic and more applicable to cultivators. Hence, Lin Feng's lecture this time could be considered a huge success. Many disciples could not get enough of it. Unfortunately, Lin Feng only lectured for 3 hours. For the next lecture, they would probably have to wait until Lin Feng returned from the location of the Big Bang. As this lecture was a huge success, Lin Feng's reputation as a law mentor spread throughout the entire lower and middle districts of the Divine Palace. It even gradually spread in the upper district as well. Lin Feng's attainments in laws were indeed ranked high in the Divine Palace. Of course, this was only because no one knew that Lin Feng's comprehension of laws had already reached the advanced planetary level. Otherwise, he would be the person with the deepest comprehension of laws in the Divine Palace of Bamond, the undisputed top expert in laws. A month passed in a flash. The time he had agreed on with His Highness Raymond had arrived. Lin Feng left his residence alone and headed for His Highness Raymond's residence. Haha, His Highness Lin Feng is here too. Come in quickly. We've been waiting for you. Raymond laughed heartily and led Lin Feng into the hall inside. In the hall, apart from Raymond, there were a man and a woman. Seeing Raymond bring Lin Feng in, their gazes instantly focused on Lin Feng. They sized him up carefully. There was even a sense of scrutiny to it. Lin Feng frowned. He had also guessed the identities of these two people. They should be the disciples of the other two advanced planetary lifeforms invited by Raymond. However, their attitudes were somewhat arrogant, which displeased Lin Feng a little. Sensing that the atmosphere was a little off, Raymond hurriedly said, "This is His Highness Lin Feng. He is the most popular law mentor in our Divine Palace recently. Lin Feng, let me introduce them to you. This is Her Highness Yu Jing. She's one of the best among the disciples who are advanced planetary lifeforms in the Divine Palace. In terms of talent, I'm far inferior to Her Highness Yu Jing. This is His Highness Long Wu. He's the strongest among the three of us, and has also made a name for himself in other galaxies." The two of them only nodded slightly at Lin Feng in acknowledgement. Their attitudes were arrogant, and they appeared unwilling to pay attention to him. Lin Feng was also a little displeased. If he had not made a promise to Raymond previously, with his current strength, why would he need to form a team? Raymond frowned as well. He knew Long Wu and Yu Jing very well. They were not such shallow people. They were going to form a team to participate in the Big Bang, so they had to work together. Sometimes, they even had to entrust their lives to their teammates. How could they be so shallow as to give the cold shoulder? Something was odd. Something was really odd. Your Highness Lin Feng, I heard that you've comprehended the law of tides to the planetary level. May I see it for myself? How would you like to see it? In the universe, of course. As you wish. Lin Feng's gaze was a little cold. Actually, he had roughly guessed what Long Wu's intention was, so he did not refuse. Raymond looked at Long Wu and Yu Jing. Finally, he nodded thoughtfully and said, "All right, it's just a spar. Don't break the peace." The four of them flew into the universe together. Boom. Long Wu did not hold back. He immediately used his combat body. The terrifying combat body was deployed in a mighty manner. Even Yu Jing and Raymond felt a trace of pressure. A combat body of more than 30 million kilometers was even stronger than Dominus Prime Dragon. Lin Feng had only seen Raymond use the combat body, but Raymond only had a combat body of a few million kilometers. This Long Wu actually had a combat body of a full 30 million kilometers. In the North River Galaxy, he would be one of the top venerables. Tidal combat body. Lin Feng did not hesitate and deployed the 200,000 kilometer tidal combat body. Although it was only 200,000 kilometers, and appeared insignificant before Long Wu's 30 million kilometer combat body, a trace of solemnity entered Yu Jing, Raymond, and even Long Wu's expressions. They were not itinerant cultivators, but disciples of the Divine Palace who knew about Lin Feng's background. They knew that Lin Feng's comprehension of laws was at the planetary level, which could enhance the combat body by 100-fold. A 200,000 kilometer combat body enhanced by 100-fold would be 20 million kilometers. How terrifying was that? Even among venerables, it was at the pinnacle. Your Highness Long Wu, watch out. Lin Feng struck out with his palm, and Long Wu met it with his own. Boom. The two were clashing head-on in the rawest manner. Lin Feng's combat body cells suffered a huge impact, but they did not collapse. On the other hand, Long Wu did not move at all, but he looked very surprised. After a head-on clash, both parties in fact already understood each other. Haha, as expected of a lawmentor. The 100-fold enhancement of the combat body is true to its name. Long Wu laughed out loud. Raymond and Yu Jing looked at each other. Then, Raymond smiled weakly and said, "Back when I tried to invite His Highness Lin Feng, he wasn't as strong as me yet. However, I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I'm already no longer His Highness Lin Feng's match." With his combat body of a few million kilometers, he had no chance of winning against the current Lin Feng. Yu Jing's expression was also very solemn. She nodded and said, "I'm afraid I'm not His Highness Lin Feng's match either." Cultivators who can comprehend laws are really enviable. Comprehension of laws was very difficult. Although there were some disciples in the Divine Palace who had comprehended laws, they were not Yu Jing, Raymond, or Long Wu. As a disciple who was an elementary planet life form, Lin Feng could already suppress Raymond and Yu Jing, who were both advanced planetary life forms, second only to the renowned and powerful Venerable Long Wu. Even in the history of the Divine Palace, there were not many like Lin Feng. The two of them quickly retracted their combat bodies. Of course, Lin Feng was uninjured. After all, the tidal combat body was known for its regenerative and defensive abilities. He had just used the elementary law of tides. If he used the advanced law of tides, what could a mere Long Wu do? However, there were all kinds of dangers in the Big Bang. Lin Feng also needed to have his own trump cards. The more trump cards he had, the higher his chances of survival. Lin Feng was even certain that Long Wu also had a trump card, and so did Yu Jing and Raymond. Otherwise, how would they dare to participate in the Big Bang so lightly? Your Highness Lin Feng, forgive us for the minor tests just now. The Big Bang is too dangerous. Even I may face danger. Hence, we have to understand Your Highness Lin Feng's strength. The law of tides lives up to its reputation. Now, Your Highness Lin Feng is qualified to be one of us. Long Wu said with a smile. Raymond and Yu Jing also hurriedly apologized to Lin Feng. This kind of test was necessary. Moreover, testing first was much better than scheming against each other after going to the Big Bang. Although Lin Feng was a little discontent, this was how forming a team was like. They had to try their best to ensure harmony between the members. It was fine if there were conflicts, but they had to resolve the conflicts first. Otherwise, it would be truly dangerous if such conflicts erupted on the way. Lin Feng did not mind this brief interlude. Only after obtaining the approval of Long Wu and Yu Jing did this team feel a little more united. Many things that were inconvenient to talk about or make plans on beforehand could now be discussed openly. Chapter 502, The End of the Universe. Chapter 502, The End of the Universe. Among the four of them, His Highness Long Wu was the strongest on the surface. Just his 30 million kilometer combat body was enough to surpass everyone. Even in the upper district of the Divine Palace, he was powerful. Of course, if Lin Feng used the advanced planetary laws, things would be different. Normally speaking, the stronger one was, the more authority they had. However, it was somewhat different for the team formed by the four of them. Even though Long Wu was the strongest, Lin Feng could clearly sense that Raymond was actually the one in charge. When Raymond made plans, Long Wu usually would not object, and Yu Jing also went along like she expected it. This surprised Lin Feng a little. Raymond smiled and said, "Your Highness Lin Feng, you might not know this, but the three of us have actually worked together many times before, so we're already familiar with each other. This time, I was the one who invited Your Highness Lin Feng to join our team. That's why His Highness Long Wu and His Highness Yu Jing are a little worried, and wanted to test you for a bit." Lin Feng came to a realization. So Raymond, Long Wu, and Yu Jing were the true iron triangle, while Lin Feng was the superfluous one. No wonder Long Wu and Yu Jing listened to Raymond. The three of them had teamed up countless times before, and it seemed like those team-ups were all very successful. Perhaps Long Wu was very strong, but Raymond was good at strategizing, formulating plans, and making arrangements. Lin Feng had been invited to the team by Raymond. The fact that Long Wu and Yu Jing had only tested him and did not object was actually also due to Raymond's special status in the team. Although Raymond and the other two were the Iron Triangle, Lin Feng was not displeased. Instead, he actually felt that this team had more potential. The reason was very simple. Raymond and the others had already worked together many times, and it had gone smoothly every time. Moreover, they were very vigilant towards a new member, and had to test him first. From another angle, this also showed how much they paid attention to a new member, and would not want to destabilize the team because of a new member. This kind of mature and stable team was also what Lin Feng hoped to join. At the very least, he did not have to worry about teammates backstabbing each other at the critical juncture. There were simply too many such cultivators in the North River Galaxy. They could do anything for benefits, and promises were worthless to them. Hence, after staying in the North River Galaxy for so many years, it was not that Lin Feng had never known other cultivators, but that the only one he truly trusted was Venerable Vigil. After the four of them discussed it, they actually still followed Raymond's plan. Lin Feng also agreed to it. Raymond's plan was very simple. They would get to the location of the Big Bang as soon as possible, and then make new plans from there. For this reason, Raymond had prepared a spaceship. He had even already charted the route. Lin Feng naturally had no objections. As for Long Wu and Yu Jing, they were already used to Raymond making all the arrangements. Hence, Lin Feng and the others boarded the spaceship and began heading towards the location of the Big Bang. Of course, they passed through the spatial passage during this period of time. However, the location of the Big Bang was very special. Even traveling through the spatial passage could not allow one to reach it. They still had to fly for a long time. Even though Raymond and the others had already bought the most advanced spaceship, it still took them 3 years to finally arrive at their destination. We finally arrived at the end of the universe. As the spaceship gradually stopped, Lin Feng and the others also flew out. Lin Feng looked around. He only saw that their surroundings were vacant, without even a planet. There was a deep and dark region in the distance. No light seemed capable of penetrating that dark region. It could not even be seen with the naked eye, and could only be sensed with mental power. It was like a black hole, but appeared even more terrifying than one. This was the end of the universe. The universe also had an end. Although it was huge and vast, it was not truly infinite. This dark region was the end of the universe, also known as the cosmic membrane. The Big Bang was explosions within the cosmic membrane. In the spaceship, Lin Feng had already heard Raymond, Long Wu, and the others explain the general knowledge regarding the Big Bang. The cosmic membrane was the end of the universe, and the entire universe was expanding constantly, like a living thing. The Big Bang was the expansion of the cosmic membrane. With every expansion, the universe would produce many new substances. Most of these new substances were actually substances devoured when the universe expanded. They would not be produced in the universe. Lin Feng was also very surprised when he first heard about this secret of the universe. So this is what the cosmic membrane looks like. I wonder what's beyond the cosmic membrane. Lin Feng felt a little emotional. Who would have thought that there was also an end to the vast universe, and that it was constantly expanding like a living thing? Hey, I've heard that what lies outside the universe is chaos. The universe we are in is called an origin universe. There are many origin universes in the chaos, and some terrifying experts can freely enter and exit the origin universes. Chaos. The origin universe. This was also the first time Lin Feng had heard of these. I only heard His Majesty the Divine King mention it once. I'm not too sure about the details. In short, without becoming a universal life form, one cannot leave the origin universe by themselves. Cannot leave by themselves. What if they have someone's help? An idea came to Lin Feng. He seemed to have understood the implications in Raymond's words. That's right. Your Highness, Lin Feng is really smart. If they have someone's help, they can also enter and exit the origin universe freely. However, such an expert would be beyond our imagination. Lin Feng nodded. The origin universe, chaos, and so on were too far away from him. No matter how much he learned about them now, there was not much of a point. Someone is coming, Long Wu suddenly said. The four of them immediately became on guard. Indeed, a spaceship flew over from afar. 3 cultivators alighted from the spaceship. All of them had powerful auras, not inferior to Lin Feng and the other 3 at all. They're advanced planetary cultivators. Long Wu's expression was solemn. These 3 people did not seem weak either. One of them even made Long Wu sense a trace of threat. The 3 of them also looked at Lin Feng and the others from afar with great vigilance as well. However, the 3 of them did not stay for long. Instead, they retreated far away, maintaining a distance from Lin Feng and the other 3. Looks like many cultivators will rush here one after another. We'll take an advantageous position first. This place is too close to the cosmic membrane. Once the Big Bang occurs, we'll be the first to bear the brunt of it. None of us will survive it. We have to leave this place. Everyone nodded as well. The universe was still very calm now, so they naturally did not have to worry. However, once the Big Bang started, at such a close distance, even a divine king would not be able to withstand the impact of the Big Bang and be in danger of death. Let alone mere advanced planetary life forms like themselves. Hence, Lin Feng and the other 3 kept retreating until they were about a light year away. Only when they could not even sense the cosmic membrane did they stop. Chapter 503, Approaching. Chapter 503, Approaching. Apart from the time spent traveling, there were still a few years until the Big Bang. More and more people arrived. However, those who arrived were basically all advanced planetary life forms or elementary planetary life forms. There were almost no cultivators who were ultimate planetary life forms in sight. Lin Feng even began to suspect if those divine kings and grand emperors would not come after all. Hey, Your Highness Lin Feng, none of the grand emperors who are ultimate planetary life forms are in a hurry, let alone the divine kings. They are different from us. How are they different? Lin Feng was very curious. Raymond pondered for a moment, as if considering his words. Finally, he said in a low voice, "Those grand emperors will usually be inside the Big Bang. Not just anyone can charge in there. At least, if venerables like us charge in, we'd be good as dead. To us, the inner region is practically a forbidden zone. We can only stay at the periphery. As for those divine kings, they have even less to worry about. Their target can only be the core level. The divine kings will be in the core level of the Big Bang. There are countless treasures inside, but the core level is enormous. Moreover, no one dares to enter except divine kings, not even grand emperors. These divine kings can enter the core region at any time, and there's no need for them to occupy spots in such a hurry. Therefore, it's not too late for them to enter even after the Big Bang. Cultivators like us in the periphery have to race against time. Although the periphery is also very vast, there are also many cultivators. Sometimes, we will even fight over new substances. That's why we rushed over so early to occupy spots." Lin Feng nodded. He already understood. It was not that no grand emperors or divine kings would come, but that the grand emperors and divine kings were not in a hurry. It was not too late for them to enter after the Big Bang had begun. However, as more and more cultivators arrived, some grand emperors finally arrived as well. Among them, there was a burly man who was more than 10 meters tall, like a small giant. This was not a combat body, but his true form. This is a grand emperor of the giants. He has boundless strength, has very good innate talent, and has a stronger combat body than ordinary cultivators. Lin Feng had also heard of the giants. It was rumored that the giants were born with boundless strength and innate talent. They were also rather active in the universe. This grand emperor giant was also rather domineering. He charged in directly and finally reached about half a light year away from the cosmic membrane, as if he did not fear the impact of the Big Bang. Apart from the grand emperor giant, other grand emperors came one after another as well. Among them were some behemoths that were not cultivators. This behemoth looked like a flying dragon, but the other half of its body was somewhat like an elephant. The dragon's head and elephant's body were very peculiar. Raymond's expression tightened. He said in a low voice, "That's Grand Emperor Naga. I didn't expect Grand Emperor Naga would actually come." Heh, look, when the Grand Emperor Giant saw Grand Emperor Naga, he lost that domineering air. He appears vigilant and nervous instead. Grand Emperor Naga. Lin Feng felt that this Grand Emperor Naga did not seem to be a human cultivator. Although the universe was vast, most cultivators had humanoid bodies. Even if there was a difference, the difference was very slight. They definitely would not appear completely different like Grand Emperor Naga. Grand Emperor Naga is not a cultivator, but a cosmic behemoth. It can also be considered a devouring life form. A devouring life form. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a devouring life form become a Grand Emperor. Moreover, it had come here in such a bold manner. Wasn't Grand Emperor Naga intimidated by so many cultivators? Do you find it very strange that devouring life forms can also come here? Haha, the reason is actually very simple. Although devouring life forms can devour planets, and devour everything, they are still somewhat different from fiends. Some devouring life forms also have intelligence. Although they also devour, they can devour reasonably. For example, they can devour some barren planets, some planets that are about to be destroyed, and so on. This would not violate the bottom line of cultivators. These devouring life forms even formed a large faction in the universe called the Behemoth Alliance. Realization dawned on Lin Feng. There's actually a Behemoth Alliance. I thought it's just a rumor. I didn't expect it to be real. Lin Feng had heard of the Behemoth Alliance. It was rumored that there were a few behemoths in the Behemoth Alliance, all of whom were divine kings. They were very terrifying, and it was also a first-rate faction in the universe. That's right. Of course there is a Behemoth Alliance. The rumors are not groundless. Although the Behemoth Alliance is an alliance, it's Organization is not very strict. It is actually quite lax, and is just an organization that exists to protect the behemoths. Moreover, the Behemoth Alliance has always kept a low profile, and will not easily enter conflicts with cultivators. This Grand Emperor Naga is a Grand Emperor of the Behemoth Alliance. Moreover, his true form is a Naga behemoth. It's very terrifying, and has devoured countless stars on the verge of destruction. Its strength is probably comparable to only the top Grand Emperors among cultivators. No wonder the Grand Emperor Giant was so nervous when he saw Grand Emperor Naga. The reason was very simple. The Grand Emperor Giant was not a match for Grand Emperor Naga. During this period, Lin Feng saw all kinds of cultivators. There were teams, lone rangers, itinerant cultivators, and major factions. Raymond and the others seemed to be used to it, and kept resting with their eyes closed. Eventually, Lin Feng could not be bothered to watch anymore. Up until now, he had seen too many Grand Emperors and too many venerables. On the contrary, there were quite few elementary planetary cultivators, and Lin Feng was one of them. The reason was very simple. The Big Bang was still too dangerous for cultivators who were elementary planetary lifeforms. If not for Lin Feng's planetary laws, Raymond probably would not have invited Lin Feng either. There were still a few years until the Big Bang. Lin Feng simply closed his eyes and began to study the combat body. His combat body had already reached 200,000 kilometers. Although it had increased by a lot, it had been decades since Lin Feng had cultivated his combat body properly. As for attaining the consummate combat body, there was no knowing how long it would take. At least for now, Lin Feng had yet to sense any hint of consummation. It was simply too difficult to cultivate a planetary combat body to the consummate state. No wonder even Divine King Baman told Lin Feng not to be discouraged. Back then, Divine King Baman had also transformed with a consummate combat body into a planetary life form. However, he had not cultivated a planetary consummate combat body either. This was also Divine King Baman's greatest regret until now. Lin Feng did not want to have this regret. Although his progress was slow, this Big Bang was an opportunity. Even if he did not obtain any special new substances, Lin Feng had only cultivated for more than 100 years. He still had a long time ahead, and could take his time to attempt cultivating the consummate combat body. At this point of his cultivation, Lin Feng's mentality was already very calm. In Lin Feng's calm mentality, several years passed in the blink of an eye. The date of the Big Bang gradually approached. Within a light dash year of the cosmic membrane, all the cultivators slowly began to make preparations. Chapter 504, The Big Bang. Chapter 504, The Big Bang. Coming. Raymond muttered under his breath. He looked very nervous. It was not just Raymond. Beside him, Long Wu and Yu Jing were also very nervous. They were staring intently at the distant cosmic membrane. Unfortunately, the situation a light year away could not be seen with the naked eye. Even mental power could not extend to an area 1 light year away. Only those who could become a Grand Emperor or whose mental power had undergone a metamorphosis could see the situation a light year away. However, according to the time now, the Big Bang should have already begun. This date was not fixed, nor was it something that could be casually stated. Instead, the pinnacles of existence in the universe had joined forces to deduce the time of the Big Bang. Listen, there seems to be the sound of tides. Suddenly, everyone listened intently. Indeed, they seemed to hear the sound of tides from afar. Could it be the cosmic tides? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The cosmic tides were invaluable to his law of tides. It could only be chanced upon by luck. If he could see the cosmic tides with his own eyes, perhaps he could also gain new insights into the law of tides. As time gradually passed, the sound of the tides became louder and louder. Finally, they rumbled like a deluge, deafening and shocking. Everyone, get ready. The Big Bang is really here. Raymond's expression was solemn. They had already waited too long for the Big Bang. The other cultivators were the same. All of them were very nervous. Lin Feng finally saw it too. A pitch-black tidal wave had appeared in the distant universe. It surged over like a volcanic eruption, rumbling. As it impacted everything, it appeared as if no power was capable of resisting it. In the face of such power, forget about advanced planetary lifeforms, even a grand emperor would not be able to resist it. Even a divine king struck by the power of the Big Bang would wind up dead if they resisted it by force. It was not like such a thing had never happened before. There was once a divine king who wanted to use the Big Bang to temper his combat body. The outcome was indeed very effective, but the problem was that it was too effective. The divine king was struck by the power of the Big Bang. His combat body only lasted for the span of a breath before it was overwhelmed by the terrifying power of the Big Bang and reduced to ashes. A dignified divine king had fallen, just like that. From then on, no one thought of resisting the Big Bang anymore. Even the divine kings did not dare to. The Big Bang was mighty and impossible to resist. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the Big Bang. Black tides crashed over like ocean waves. There were actually some planets within a light year of the cosmic membrane, but they were all barren planets. However, no matter how huge the planet, all of them were reduced to ashes in the face of the impact of the Big Bang. There was even a black hole. Lin Feng had specially observed it. The black hole was not considered small, and was devouring everything. However, as the power of the Big Bang shook the universe and swept over, the black hole also disappeared, turning into a part of the black tides. This was the Big Bang. It represented destruction, cleansing, and also rebirth. The Big Bang destroyed everything. No one could resist it. At this moment, even divine kings had to avoid the brunt of it. They could only make plans after the Big Bang had calmed down. After destruction came rebirth. This was the supreme principle of the universe. The supreme rule of the universe was balance. Destruction and rebirth complemented each other, and everything returned to balance. Hence, the Big Bang was both a dangerous situation and a place of opportunities. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a devastating power on such a scale. It was even stronger than the power of a divine king, because this was the power of the entire universe. At the destruction of the universe, apart from those universal lifeforms that had transcended the universe, all beings, be it divine emperors, divine kings, or venerables, would be destroyed. This annihilative power contained the law of annihilation, and it was the supreme law of annihilation of the universe. The tides produced by the Big Bang just now swept through everything. That was also the supreme law of tides of the universe. All of it was the essence of the universe. Lin Feng took in the true essence of these two laws hungrily, committing this scene to memory. In the future, whether it was with the aid of the sacred stone of anathema, or comprehending them himself, he would actually be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. This could also be considered Lin Feng's first gain after coming to the Big Bang. As the impact of the Big Bang swept over, everything within a radius of a light year fell within its impact, and was under continuous impact. However, Lin Feng and the others did not retreat anymore. They were all under the impact of the aftershock of the Big Bang. After traveling for a light year, the power had actually already been diminished by 99% by the point it reached Lin Feng and the others. However, even with 99% of its power diminished, it was still rather terrifying. It was completely impossible to resist it without using the combat body. Boom. Lin Feng, Raymond, Long Wu, and Yu Jing all deployed their combat bodies. Among them, Long Wu's combat body was the strongest. Lin Feng's 200,000-kilometer combat body looked tiny. It was a little disharmonious next to Raymond and the others. "Your Highness Lin Feng, how do you feel?" Raymond asked in a low voice. "I'm fine. There's not much pressure." Raymond heaved a sigh of relief. He was the one who insisted on inviting Lin Feng to the team. Even though the battle between Lin Feng and Long Wu had already proven Lin Feng's strength, which was even stronger than himself and Yu Jing, without actually experiencing the Big Bang itself. It was hard to say if Lin Feng could truly resist the impact of the Big Bang. Only after seeing Lin Feng's relaxed demeanor now was Raymond completely assured. At this moment, apart from Raymond and the others, a large number of cultivators had already withstood the impact of the Big Bang, and were preparing to search for new substances. Raymond made a prompt decision. This is only the first explosion. The Big Bang lasts for a very long time, as long as centuries. Moreover, the range will continue to expand, and eventually sweep through the range of hundreds of galaxies. Only then can it be called a true Big Bang, shaking the entire universe. The Big Bang was not that simple. If it just occurred in the range of a light year, it would probably be not enough for those divine kings to even use their combat bodies. Right now, the divine kings had not entered either, precisely because they were waiting. The time was still too short. The Big Bang had yet to unleash even 1/10,000th of its energy. How much new substance could there be? However, things were different for some ordinary cultivators. For this first explosion, if the Grand Emperors did not fight for it, and the divine kings did not fight for it, it would be the best opportunity for cultivators who were venerables like them. Although this is already the periphery, there are too many cultivators. Moreover, the new substances all come from the impacts of the cosmic membrane. The deeper we go, the more new substances there are. We won't fight with them here. We'll venture in deeper. However, time is limited. We only have 3 days at most. After that, regardless of whether we find the new substances, we'll have to retreat. Lin Feng had no objections, and neither did Long Wu and Yu Jing. They all followed Raymond's arrangements. Hence, the 4 of them used their massive combat bodies and continued to venture deeper. Part 8 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.